What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can check us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, December 12th, 2025, marching towards Christmas. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Johnny Cakes Allville.
Hey, what's up? Hello, happy Friday, all.
Running the three-man show. Jason's going to be out a couple days, but I think he comes back in the middle of the week next week. And then he bows out on the weekend again.
Yeah,
he's doing the bookends.
I can only
don't know what he's doing.
I can only keep up with my own personal day off schedule. I can't keep up with yours, his, and certainly not Jason Bishop.
I can't keep up, but I remember because yesterday or the day before he came in here and he started advising you on the days off and the company holidays
I know.
and when you should take days off. Jason, very calculated, and so he's off today.
Yes.
He gets to miss a Football Friday. On today's Football Friday, we will check in with Scott Abraham, talk about the Commanders. We'll hit the Skins coming up at 7. They play the New York Giants, of course, without Jaden Daniels. We spent a lot of time talking about that yesterday. But we'll also talk about what went down last night, which was a vintage Kirk Cousins performance, Cakes.
I know. From watching him last season, I did not think he still had that sort of performance in him. Like his connection with Kyle Pitts was something to behold last night. I mean, they single-handedly carried the Falcons to a win in what for them is basically a meaningless game. I mean, the Bucs really needed that game at home, and Todd Bowles was none too happy in the post-game presser either. I think he dropped like 7 F-bombs. Valdez has got the Bowles reaction to the loss last night for the Bucs to the Falcons.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You got care enough where the hurts. You got to care enough where it hurts. It got to mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
I saw that this morning, and I, for a second you think it's AI. It's like one of those goofs.
Yeah.
But no, that's the real deal.
Because Bowles usually shows very little to no emotion whatsoever, especially like on those sideline reporter grab interviews, either coming in or going into halftime. So, yeah, you could tell he was really pissed.
So you mentioned Kyle Pitts because we've actually talked a lot about Kyle Pitts, set to be a free agent, has been an underwhelming player in the NFL based on the hype and where he was drafted.
Well, I mean, compared to Ben Sinnott, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. First ballot.
He finished with 11 catches, 166 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
I mean,
he
that's
averaged
what
15
you
yards
expect
per
when
catch.
he was drafted, frankly. That's the kind of production you expected from him occasionally.
Ben Sinnott doesn't have that one game line in his career yet. Not even close.
Most people don't.
I mean,
no, he means taking the total. He's not saying one individual game. He's saying taking the
Ben
total
Sinnott
career.
So far in his career, doesn't have the Kyle
catches.
Pitts game line.
Right.
It's definitely true.
I don't know how many catches
he might have snuck in 3 touchdowns somehow, but he does. There's no chance he's got 11 catches already.
If he didn't stay up, this was a game where Tampa's up 28-14 at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Atlanta comes back to win. The thing which really jumps out to me is that Atlanta won despite, and let me just check, I think it is 19 penalties.
No. Yeah, I remember Herb Street was talking about
19 penalties.
Some of the back-breaking penalties they were committing in not only that game last night, but in previous games.
The Falcons had 19 penalties for 125 yards and still won the game. And, of course, the game-winning field goal, Zane Gonzalez.
Yeah, former Commander.
I saw somebody point this out. The Commanders got rid of Zane Gonzalez, signed Matt Gay, and, of course, have since cut Matt Gay. And Zane Gonzalez is hitting game-winning field goals. And Matt Gay got re-signed.
Hold on. I'm trying to – because there's been such turnover, and I haven't been thinking about it. I've forgotten right now who the current Commanders kicker is.
You got the guy from San Francisco.
Oh, Moody.
Yeah.
Moody. Okay.
Jake Moody, I guess.
Jake Moody. Okay.
Yeah.
For a second, I'd legitimately forgotten
Yeah.
because they've cycled through so many kickers already.
And Matt
Hard
Gay's
to
with
keep
San
up.
Francisco.
Yes. They
Right.
kind of switched spots.
Right.
Yeah.
Moody had like a cup of coffee, I think, in Chicago. He was drafted by the Niners.
So, credit to the Falcons. You're right. Totally meaningless game, but they fought hard. Kirk Cousins threw for almost 400 yards.
I love it. I
Threw
love
for
it.
373
I love
yards.
it when old guys do well. I love it when everyone writes people off and they do well. I love it.
He hadn't played well since he's taken over for Penix.
Yep.
But this was a vintage Kirky performance with a game-winning drive.
I think
So it shows you still got a little left in the
I think
tank.
my daughter felt a little bit washed when she came in and started watching like 5 or 10 minutes of the game. Now she's 23 years old. She's far from washed, but she saw Kirk Cousins playing, and as she was growing up, she saw him playing for the Redskins here, and she's like, Kirk Cousins is still in the league. Like
Yeah.
she couldn't believe it.
Right.
She had to do a double take.
Well, he hadn't been relevant in the last 2 years.
I know. I think she felt a little bit old watching it.
Yeah. Well, good for him. I'm happy for him. I always thought he was a decent guy. A little disingenuous sometimes. I mean, it felt like when he was here, he didn't know what he really felt. He always put on that happy face. Always said the right things. But I think at the end of the day, a good dude. So
Yeah, I mean, we really shouldn't criticize guys for saying the right thing, but I agree with you. He's a little Eddie
there's
Haskell-ish.
a little Eddie Haskell to him.
That's an old school Leave It to Beaver reference.
That's a very old school.
Nobody
reference.
gets
But
that.
for our
Sorry.
audience that is our age, which is 55 or older, you probably understand an Eddie Haskell reference.
Right. He was also put in a tough spot because he was here, with Robert and that whole weird thing. Anytime you draft look what's going on in Cleveland. Anytime you draft two quarterbacks in the same year, it just gets weird. So he had to deal with that for a few years.
So that was your Thursday night football affair. On the ice, the Capitals lost in shootout. So you get your point, right?
Yep, still
get your
a
point.
Yep.
Lost to the Canes, but it really should just be a tie.
And again,
It's such a gimmick.
they're just not built for shootouts. They don't have.
It's not really their thing.
They
It's
don't
not
really
their-
have those guys.
Not really their their forte.
It's like for the last few years, they just haven't had those guys. I don't even know. I mean, did they have Carlson do it? Sometimes they have Carlson out there, and to me, it's weird. I don't know who they had in their little lineup, but whatever. They got a point. It's fine. They're not going to win every freaking game.
Here's who shot for the Caps. Biovler, a.k.a. Bavillier.
Yeah.
You had Dylan Strome and
All right.
Sonny Milano.
Okay. Strome makes sense.
That's who went out.
And probably Milano. Those guys know what they're doing, but they're not necessarily like specialists at that kind of thing. We've had some of those guys in the past.
But look, you'll take a point against one of the top teams in the East, along with the Caps.
I was waiting around at my kid's soccer practice yesterday. So she has practice all the time, and it's indoors. And sometimes I just drop off and I'll go to the gym, but just ended up just staying there. And a lot of the parents stay there, so you just end up small talking. And somebody, I don't know how familiar they are with the show, but he launches into some small talk. He's like, man, the Commanders, Astros, Wizards, they're all terrible. He goes, you guys talk a lot of Caps. I was like, well, we do a fair share of Caps. It's like, but you just find other things to talk about, like a crazy house with lights. Speaking of which, did you see the message that the wife sent?
I mean, it was yes.
She was all in her feelings. Now, she sent one back because I emailed back. So to give you a little background, we had a guy, and now I'm forgetting his first name, but his last name
Mike.
Horn.
Mike.
Mike Horn. See,
Yeah.
the reason why there was a boxer named Jeff Horn, I
Right.
think, who beat Manny Pacquiao. But anyway, and he called into the show, and it was a really good sport. He's got the house in Ashburn that is famous for having the crazy light display. And I don't know who said it. Doesn't matter.
Me.
We called him a loser.
me,
And that really
repeatedly.
resonated with the wife.
Well, nobody likes to be called a
And
loser.
she sends this long message on Facebook.
I looked at it and I just shook my head.
And it's about how her kids go to school, and a lot
Oh.
of the friends listen to the show, or their
Wait.
parents listen to the show. And
You know
now,
what? Consequences for your actions.
and now their parents have been called losers. And I felt bad.
Maybe don't light the whole world up. Then put yourself you're putting yourself out there. Listen, and I tried to be very nice to Mike when he came on. I said it's all kidding aside.
He was a nice
You're
guy.
a good sport. Try
Good
to be
dude.
nice about it. Obviously, no one should take anything we say seriously. We're just being goofy. She's all in her feelings. But when you put yourself out there, this is what can happen. I don't really feel that bad, to be honest.
I mean, she had a sense of humor, and she actually has messaged back in the last 15 minutes.
Oh God.
No, she said, all is good. And again, my apologies for being overwhelmed by the insanity that is my house.
I would just ignore that.
Yeah, I just ignored
Now,
it.
instead of Christmas lights, let's focus on getting the Commanders back to where they were last year and the players
well,
healthy
there's
and off
nothing
injuries.
we can do about that. If there was, we would.
I saw that message and I go, oh, do I have to read this?
No, I read it and I just went, "This is pathetic." That's just pathetic.
And she mentioned that her parents were avid listeners
I know.
Oh,
I
man.
think that's wonderful, and I really appreciate it. She's got to
and that she
understand.
grew up listening to us. She
So
said,
don't take anything we say seriously.
Big
We're just
guilt
having
trip.
fun.
that's what I said. She said, do you still think I'm a loser knowing I grew up listening to you all?
No.
Maybe.
And then there's a whole thing about charity. So I sent a message back.
I'm
and then
glad that you're nicer than me.
I saw this morning, she says, thank you. Mike was a good sport. He didn't feel a type of way, and I'm sorry for typing my feelings. This is overwhelming to me. I
Right.
apologize for the DM, but appreciate you reaching out. I'm a Commanders fan. I'm used to crying.
You know, just to apropos of nothing, but you remind me. I played golf these last couple days, within the last 10 days or so, with a guy. And listen, I don't expect everybody to care about the show, know the show, nothing. I mean, I really don't. This guy's been in the area like 20-some years. He's like 65
He
or
had no
something.
clue.
He's retired, lived out in like Ashburn or something. Now he lives out, I don't know where the hell he lived, but somewhere out in that area, like in our wheelhouse.
You suspected
And
a modicum of recognition.
Just,
I get where you're coming
yeah,
from.
I mean, honestly, and I don't
Awareness.
have, I just an awareness.
Right.
I know way more people hate us than like. I know where I stand on the pantheon in the world. Believe
Right.
me, my self-esteem is very low.
Right.
This guy he never heard of us. He's been in the air for like 25 years, and it's not like then you think, okay, you know what? Maybe he's just like a researcher, and he's like really into like, I don't know,
Yeah.
stars or something. Like, who knows?
An astronomer.
Guys, once he finds out what we do, we were all talking about the Commanders. He's all locked. He knows everything. And I'm like, how have we failed?
And he's
you
been
follow
in
up?
the hot spot for 20 years.
No, because I honestly don't care. But it did. I have to say, in my subconscious, it's just throwing
Was
me.
he a Jack Diamond fan?
I
Or?
just don't. I don't. I'm like,
No,
clearly,
you don't mind for information once you find out that he doesn't know who you are.
I mean, he
You just
has
leave it alone.
no idea. No, he was very
EB was
nice.
mining for information about the leg lamp yesterday. He could have, it's
true.
I know, but
done a
this-
little bit of a dive in.
I maybe at some point as I get to know the guy more, I'll say, by the way, did you like take the train to work or something? Like, I don't know. I
Right.
don't even understand. Like, I don't.
Like he had never heard of us. Like
it's
even a
one
lot of
thing,
people who
because,
don't
see,
like
I
us
can
have
see
heard of
Mar
us.
over there smirky. Well, Mar's a kid, so Mar
Right.
never even really knew us. But I expect that from kids. You know, you're a kid. You don't
Right,
know.
different
little bit-
generation.
Different generation. Kids don't listen to radio. This guy was like prime radio. Like he probably invented radio.
He's in our
Like,
wheelhouse.
His last name's Marconi.
Yeah, I mean,
He actually fits the
I
profile.
don't
Like
even get it.
our
I
age, a
still
little
don't
bit
get it.
older, sports fan. Yeah, he
And-
fits the profile.
I mean,
so
my head's explode. I'm just speechless.
it's interesting
How do you
because
not even know where?
it's interesting because when I'm kind of having
I'd
those.
rather him hate us than not be
You know-
aware. Do you know what I'm saying? I'd rather him
Yeah.
hate.
When I play golf, and then people ask what I do and everything, and they go, "Oh," and they goes, "I'm not familiar with the show, or I don't listen." I have a canned line where I always say,
You're not missing anything.
That's
That's
what
what
I
I always say.
always say, "Don't worry. There's more people that don't listen than do listen."
Well, I don't even go that extra step, but that's true.
I
But
usually say my can line is, "That's okay. I just need 1 out of 10 of you."
well, same
if I
thing.
get
Your
1
guys
out of
are
10,
you
good to
guys
go.
are getting to the same thing.
Yeah.
I just say, even you're missing nothing. Don't worry. You're not missing anything. You're
But
not
it is
missing anything.
curious. Like, I'm an older dad when it comes to Isabella, so a lot of the dads are 10 to 15 years younger than me on the team. So I never know, but when they launch into small talk, you kind of feel like they are aware, like if they start with sports stuff.
Well, also, so many people will come up to you, and they'll say they're very nice. They'll say you don't even know, because I never assume, but
Mhm.
but a guy will come up to you and he goes, "Hey, man, never introduce myself. Obviously, I know what you do." You know,
Right.
they say that kind of thing all the
Yeah.
time.
Or they'll say,
It's
you know,
very nice.
Big fan. Hey, big fan.
Obviously, I know what you do. Just wanted to say hello or something.
You can always tell, can't you?
You can kind
You
of
can
tell.
kind
You can kinda tell.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm telling you. This guy is like straight out of casting, like that I'm playing golf with. He's like, I don't even get it.
What if he's
How did we
He's
fail
he's,
this person?
he's typical. He should be a typical listener.
what if
Typical.
he down low has been to like spring break parties and is like just
No,
flipping the
no,
script
no,
Not
on you?
possible.
No, I'm telling you.
He's
this
not
guy-
doing that
I
much.
can
If there
tell
was-
by
if there
his
was a
questions.
profile-
He didn't know hours. He didn't know, like, when did you work? Like, what do you do? Like, okay, when do you work? And, like, the basic questions you want to ask when you literally have no effing clue.
Did he throw
and
in?
then when I could
Did
say,
he throw in the what do you do after 10?
no, he didn't do that. But then he even say, usually, if you just say the Junkies, most people in the area that have lived here for 30 years have heard of the Junkies.
You got
right?
some gravitas.
If a
You
police
can say
officer,
you hate them.
Yeah.
You can say, I've never listened to them, but I know my daughter does, or my son really
Sure.
likes it, or whatever. This guy, it was like I said, I don't know, some Chinese word or something.
if a police officer did like a profile, this guy would fit it.
Totally.
Age, interests,
Central casting. Like Ashburn, now he lives in like the Rockville area,
Yeah.
retired, made a bunch of money in tech or whatever he did. I mean, I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean,
Let's
not,
golf.
not listening to us, fine. Not ever having heard of us at all.
Commanders
That's
fan.
what it throws me.
Yeah,
That throws me.
like
That throws
that's
me.
a little weird.
That's weird. It's almost on you, not me. Right? I don't know where you. Where,
Yeah,
how,
I think we have to train the guns on him. This is his fault.
You
not our
effed up, not us.
I mean,
mean-
we're here every day. We're doing this every day.
I know plenty of people hate us. Just go to any Redskins message board. Believe
I stopped
me.
going to message boards 20 years ago.
Right. But I just have no awareness of being in the area 30 years. That's shocking. For me. One thing I could guess is that, I don't know, like you rode the train to work or something, or you took a bus. But that's not the case. It's not like he's in the podcast. You know what I mean? He's not into podcasts. The guy's like 70 years
Podcasts?
old or 68 years old or something. Yeah, I mean, I just
He's,
don't.
you know what? He's missed the boat.
Can't
We're
relate
not-
to a
we're not
lot of
gonna get
people.
him
Like he
now.
might just be a guy who doesn't listen to radio, doesn't watch TV.
He's never listened to radio. He's probably. I mean, you've never once stumbled onto like Monumental. Like he's out. I mean,
I don't know. Different interests. I don't know. I don't
never
get it.
once.
All right, got to take a break. Phone number you want to reach us is 1-800-636-1067. That's the same number for our Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Hey, Cakes is wearing his George Mason beanie.
I am, yes.
Because today we're going to have Jim Larinaga and Tony Skinn on the show. They're in studio, right?
Yep, they'll be here
studio.
around 7:45. We'll have them in studio at 8.
They are celebrating the 20th anniversary of their Final Four run, and we were deeply involved with George Mason back then, so it should be fun.
I saw that Mason team play. Remember, they played Cornell, and it was a 2-point game at halftime, and they pulled away in the second half. Tony Skinn's got himself a little squad there, for
Yeah,
sure.
they're 9-1.
For sure.
So we'll have Coach Larinaga and Tony Skinn on the show. Also, Scott Abraham from ABC7 will jump on at 8:45. It is a Football Friday here on the Junkies. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel Fridays, turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C., opt-in required, rewards are non-withdrawable, restrictions apply including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 behind the scenes. Trying to figure out some stuff with the cameras. We have cameras from Monumental here.
Yep.
Those are working and functional. There's somebody at Monumental that switches the camera shots. We don't know. We really don't pay much attention to it.
Right.
It's just a radio show that happens to be on TV. But then we have other cameras, but only one works. And then we try and log in via StreamYard, kind of like Zoom, and then sometimes it doesn't work. We're moving cameras around, so Cakes is moving spots. Do you feel okay? You probably never sat there.
I don't like sitting here. I'll be honest. I don't like this seat because I can't see Valdez.
That's why, like, when Jason's like,
Like
here,
my
sit
mind
here.
meld with Valdez is off because I'd have to turn my head like this.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
like.
worst spot to do it.
I don't like sitting here. I
That's-
wouldn't
I
like
think-
sitting there.
I think this one's better. It's easier to see. That's why I'll sit over here. You see a little bit more.
Now I don't love sitting there because
It's hard to get in.
It's hard to get in and out.
Yeah.
But it's better. That spot is better than this spot. This spot actually stinks. If I were you, I'd be upset. That
You can
this
go
is your
over there
spot.
now.
You say you can go back to your spot. Did you get it working? No, still not working. Something wrong. There's something wrong with this computer. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's a hoopty. Look at it.
Mar.
That's what's wrong with it.
Yeah. All right, he's going over. I don't know. Camera's not working. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Nobody's watching what we're working on right now. It's all behind the scenes stuff.
Well, we're not allowed to talk about it. But then I listen to other shows and they promote the same thing. So I don't know the rules.
I don't think it matters. It's just whatever. Just doing some behind the scenes stuff that's going to make the show super accessible. But got to work out the kinks before you can go. Now your mic's dead. There you go.
I mean, it's just a farce.
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant.
But you
all good.
remembered your Mason beanie, which is big.
I did, yes.
Props to you.
I have a system for my beanies.
How did you possibly think of that? I mean, I know that he said that Larinaga and Tony Skin were coming in, and I like both those guys.
Yeah. Well, yes.
I didn't think twice about it the rest of my life.
At
like,
some
ever.
point,
Like,
at some point yesterday, I remembered that we had Larinaga and Skin scheduled. So I was like, I'm 99% sure I still have the beanie. So I
Wow.
went through my system and I found it.
What is the system?
System is
big bathtub full of beanies.
no, that might have been my system back in the day. My system now is on the back of my office doors, in a closet in my office. I have those things that you hang over the back of the door, and it's got the plastic see-through slats. There's
Right.
25 or 30 of them. I'm not sure how many on each one. And I just have all my beanies with the logos out so I can see which beanie is which.
You know where I
How
have?
many do you have? You probably have 50.
Oh,
Probably
more.
50 to 75 easily. And I'm always accumulating more. Now I'll get rid of some of the numbers that I've never worn, like ever, and I'll donate those. But I have one that's a whole caps wing, the whole thing, just all caps gear, all different logos, all different
Well, don't get rid of them now.
classic
because
logo, Skriegel logo, alternate logos, Winter
This is-
Classic logos.
This is beanie season, big
Oh,
time.
yeah.
I don't wear them that much this stage of my life, but this time of year I do.
Oh, yeah.
I'll wear anything to keep my friggin' head warm.
Come in handy.
And you need them right now because we are in the low 30s. It was feeling like 29 yesterday, and it's where we are.
It's cold. So Sharon Moore is going to have a court hearing today. I think he's supposed to appear in court.
All right.
But we have the 911 audio.
Hey, it's Brett. I love 911 calls.
So is this from the
chiming
girl? This is from the girl he was having an affair with that called 911?
Valdez, you have it, right?
Yes.
Can you fill us in? Is it from the girl?
No.
Who's it from?
It's a guy. I don't know the It might be a neighbor.
Okay.
It might be someone she's seeing. I don't know the relationship of this guy.
Gotcha.
Calling
Gotcha. But the
911.
background is allegedly that he had been stalking her for a few months, and she had been trying to break it off. He had already gotten her pregnant, and I guess allegedly she had, had an abortion or whatever, lost the baby, whatever. But this had been an ongoing thing for a while, and then it came to a head when eventually, I think, from what we understand, University of Michigan was alerted, to what was going on officially through lawyers and everything, and they fired him, and then he went off the deep end.
Subject just called the caller, told her there's a male at the location and the house attacking her. The state's been stalking her for months. For the Pittsfield unit's reference to domestic, we just get a call from S1's wife in Ann Arbor saying that the subject is suicidal.
So it's the cop
Losing
talking.
his
now.
job today.
Suicidal.
Yeah, I can't even
You want that
understand
with
that
the
guy.
knife? Clear. And just FYI, there's a U of M detective that's going to be making that location as well.
I could barely understand that guy.
Barely
No,
can
he-
understand it. It sounded like it was the cop kind of explaining the situation. He did say he
Yeah.
stalked her for months.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So my guess is she called the police,
And
told
then,
them-
and then he called 911 to get help over or something
or is relaying what
to get an
the
official
incident
report.
is.
Yeah.
Yes. And then so she's claiming that has been stalking her for months, and that also he's suicidal.
Mm-hmm. It's a terrible situation. I just see what the guy threw away. Like he just threw the dream job, dream family. Like he just threw all that away. And I believe in second chances and redemption. If he can go through and get it all figured out, I just don't know who's going to give him a second chance.
Well, supposedly this is the third time that the university has investigated it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It's been out there for a while.
yeah, like the first time they looked into it, and then I guess both of them denied it, and then and then there was a second time, and then this is the third and
Right.
final time.
And of course, if they had beaten Ohio State, we still might not have known about it.
That's also true.
Yeah. So who knows? Who knows?
Or signing day. A lot of people. There's a lot of conspiracy theories that
That it was delayed past the signing day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Get the signees in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even though Michigan is a very prestigious job, I don't know who would want to. Well, it seems like a dumpster fire to go there and coach.
Well, yeah, it's going to take you a while to turn it around,
Yeah.
probably. I think the quarterback, did the quarterback already pull all the logo stuff from his Instagram and everything? Right?
Yeah, he used to have like Michigan quarterback in his bio, and now it just says student athlete.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
going
so
up for the
now
highest
he's
bidder.
free agent. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if he
crazy.
didn't do any of this stuff?
Who?
Sharon Moore. Like, what if he didn't?
Yeah.
I mean, he's being accused of attacking the woman and using a knife. What if he didn't?
Well, he was fired for the affair.
Yeah, no, I get
It's not-
that.
yeah.
He's fired. I understand that. I'm talking about these criminal allegations. He's showing up in court. He's being arraigned.
Possible.
He's been accused. The police are accusing him of attacking her. I don't know if there's any physical evidence. Bacon, who is the police person, said that Moore was accused of threatening to harm her and himself with a knife.
I think what was also reported, I thought at one time, did the wife, did she also make a call or something too when he disappeared, and she noted that he'd left with a knife or something? I don't know. Maybe did he threaten the wife with a knife too, or just the
I hadn't heard that he had threatened his wife
uh-huh.
at all.
Well, I mean, it's possible that he could coach again, but you'd have to have the dust settle.
Yes.
I mean,
and
like
and
I
then
said,
it would have to be a very lower tier
Yeah, I mean, you might
it
program.
would have to be
you
an
might-
NAIA school
You might
somewhere.
be back in like the
Yeah.
high school ranks too. Like I mean, you might have to really like go
Yeah.
way far back.
yeah.
But yeah, I
and you
mean,
have to have a lot of time to
Yeah.
really get it out of people's consciousness because it's just hard to fathom right now. I mean, I hope, JP, you bring up a good point. I hope for his sake that it's not true.
I mean, it seems like, okay, he's been accused of stalking. Maybe that happened or an affair, but I there's no evidence that we've seen other than he's accused of threatening to harm her and himself with a knife. That 911 tape was just the cop saying kind of what the accusations are.
Yeah. No, you bring up a good point.
Like
Maybe
I
he
mean,
didn't. Maybe he didn't.
look, I don't know if he stalked her or not, but it could just be the woman wants to break up with him and he keeps like knocking on the door. Like, what is the extent of the stalking? You know,
Well, that
and
would
then
be it. That would qualify.
Yeah, I mean, if it's unwanted, like visits to the house, or maybe he's in his car a block away from the house, like watching her come. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
But stalking is just such bizarre behavior. Too.
Well, it's not a
Like-
good look. I mean, beyond
No, I mean, it's-
the obvious what it is, it's a terrible look for you.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Never want to be accused of stalking somebody.
but it'd be the extent of the stalking. Like if this is like a spurned lover
Yeah.
and he's just showing up, knocking on the door, trying to talk, is that stalking?
If you do it
Like, to me,
repeatedly,
stalking
if you do it
is-
repeatedly.
Like
you
if
do it
she says, "Don't
repeatedly.
come over," and then he comes
Yeah.
over and is knocking on the door like incessantly and wants in.
Yeah.
or stop calling or stop texting me, and you still
Mhm.
do it.
Right. At some point, you got to take your L. right?
Well,
like you got to realize this thing is
Yeah,
over.
she don't want you.
She doesn't want you. She's moving on. You just got to take your life out,
You gotta take-
and you got to leave.
The tryst is over. Sorry.
Somewhere
Yeah,
also I read, of course, everything is rumor and innuendo, right? Nothing's proven. But I did read somewhere that somebody alleged, and it might even have been somebody that covers the team, that Michigan knew that maybe he had some so-called psychological issues.
Mm-hmm.
That he had, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what that means, psychological issues, but that he had some mental things that he had been dealing with. I don't know. Or that he had some weaknesses there. We all have issues, but
It is on record though that he gave her a huge salary bump.
yeah, that's a big red
That's a big
flag.
tell.
Yeah.
I think she was making like 58,000 a year, and then it got bumped to 90-some thousand.
That's a
year.
healthy bump.
That is.
Because
That's a big
That
one.
is substantial.
Yeah.
Especially when you saw the 2 previous years, they were the same salary.
Yeah,
No
Yeah.
increase.
she was flatlining,
Yeah.
and then big spike.
yeah.
So the legal definition of stalking probably depends on where you are in states. Like it can vary, but it involves a pattern of behavior that can cause significant distress and fear, and then some of the behaviors are waiting at a place that you know they're going to show up. Obviously, showing up at their place,
Right.
but usually there has to be like a menacing, threatening element to it. And obviously, if he's using a knife, that would be stalking behavior. But like if you just show up at your ex's place with the flowers, that's not stalking.
Well, can you imagine? Like,
Well, if you do it like 5 times
Over-
in a 2-week span,
Yes.
and it's
Well, put it this way.
unwanted, then that's, even though he doesn't have a knife, he's got carnations and roses.
Correct.
That would be
let me
considered
tell you,
stalking.
I'll give you an example. I know,
Nubs, carnations. That's when you go cheap.
Yeah, baby's breath. I don't know. I don't know flowers,
I know this
daffodils.
happens
Who knows?
with people on TV that they get unwanted flowers from listeners that are infatuated, and it happens a lot, and it is scary to them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you didn't
Well,
get that from a
Ariana
guy you play
Grande.
golf with.
No one's ever done it to
flowers.
me.
No
No.
flowers
Yeah.
from him.
Right? That's just happened to Ariana Grande.
I don't know. Did that happen to her too?
Yeah, she was at the premiere for Wicked.
Oh,
And,
that's right. It was like a month ago or 3
yeah,
weeks
and
ago.
and some dude who was infatuated with her like tried to grab her.
Right.
Oh, try to grab her. That's different. Yeah,
Yes.
that's really hardcore.
You know what? I just stick to online stalking.
Just in the virtual.
Yeah. I just
landscape.
yeah.
Cyber stalking.
Yeah.
Yeah, like OnlyFans.
A lot of pinch zooming.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Hey, that doesn't
just-
hurt anybody.
Can you
Valdez.
imagine-
Might hurt
Yeah.
your fingers after a while.
Yeah.
Doing this a lot.
Yeah.
Think about how bad it is right now. Imagine the horror if he had actually gone through with it. If he had actually like cut himself or cut her. You know what I mean? Imagine
Oh,
if he
yeah,
actually
like-
killed
oh,
him.
oh,
Actually
yeah,
did
yeah.
it. Oh my God!
Oh,
the
that's-
Michigan coach just killed himself, and like, can you imagine?
And a staffer.
yeah, I mean, already it's horrible. Imagine if he actually.
Well, the I can't
The
the
even.
program would just.
It'd be the biggest scandal in history.
I think you got to separate the criminal versus why he was fired, because that all seems like that has been verified, right? The affair, the
Oh yeah, the affair happened.
the salary bump, but it does seem curious. Like I've seen a couple people say, yeah, the Ohio State thing, like they knew this before,
No,
and had he won, maybe it would have
It's
been
one of those things that have been rumored on campus.
right.
Like, believe me, I've seen things on campuses with coaches, and you could tell something crazy's going on. I've seen it firsthand.
You're a college campus insider, EB. Been on a lot of college campuses.
We've all seen stuff like that, Hell, yeah, we've all seen stuff like that. So I just thank God that nothing bad happened. I will say that AI is hilarious because we've seen that video now. I'm sure we have all those of us that do this for a living have any interest in it, where he's on the sideline with the staffer at a lacrosse game and they're waving to the crowd. They're in their Michigan gear. And then the AI takes it a next step further, and he leans in and he starts making out with her on the
that's-
sideline.
I haven't seen it.
AI going too
No,
far.
you haven't seen that, but you might have seen where it's just him and her on the sideline together, rooting on the lacrosse team.
I saw one
Was that before
clearly.
or after you watched the AI of the 500-pound pole vaulter?
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Those.
The only
I love
AI that I've
those.
noticed recently it was like a gorilla at a zoo, and some guys like playing
it's-
tug of war gets pulled
It's
in.
just- it's
Just
terrible.
dumb stuff.
AI's making us dumber. It's making us dumber as a culture. and as humans.
You know what? It entertains me a little bit. I have to say, as much as I'm
it
not
may
into
be entertaining,
it entertains
but
me.
a lot of it is dumb.
Yep. All right, coming up a little bit later in the show, we've got Jim Larinaga and Tony Skinn from George Mason. They're going to join us at 8 o'clock in studio. Should be fun. They're celebrating 20 years since they made that run to the Final Four. That's here on the Junkies. Coming up at 7:45, your chance to win some Motley Crue tickets. Return of the Carnival of Sins.
Very good.
So I was talking to Stevie the other day, and he just, asked him how he's been doing, and about all the websites and all the Twitter accounts he's running and everything. He had a tweet. They had 2.2 million views or whatever because he was going back and forth with Portnoy actually, which is great. So I was happy for him. And that allows him, obviously, the more views and et cetera you get, the more you can charge for, like, sort of ads.
Yep.
So anyway, just ask him some business stuff. And then I asked him, by the way, how was the Bills game? He went to the Bills game on whatever that was, Sunday. And I don't know how many games they have left, but one of his best friends, who, when he was a freshman at Marist, was another freshman from the Buffalo area who was on the team with him at Marist. Is from Buffalo, diehard Bills fan. They got about 30 Marist guys, lacrosse guys, to all go.
Okay.
He's like, we want to go. You guys have got to go to a game before they close the stadium. Stevie said, I'll just cut to the chase and I'll give you a few details. Best experience you've had. First of all, it's he said you want to go there when it's snowing.
Sure.
You want to go there and they got there like at 9 a.m., tailgating all day. He said a weird anecdote. When you walk into the stadium, this was hard for me to imagine, but he says it's like, if you've been there, you understand it. I'm sure I'm not explaining it well. But when you just walk in at ground level, you're at mid-level already. It's almost like it's dug down.
Okay.
And I don't know why that would be that way.
All right.
But he said you walk in at like the 300 level, and it's almost like it's down below. I don't know.
I mean,
I've
it's
never
an
been
older stadium. I don't know.
I don't know why it would
That's
be
a
that way.
weird- yeah.
But it was. But he said it was the coolest thing. It was a great comeback, obviously. If you guys remember what a great game that was. But then, of course, I asked him about, did you guys jump off the tables?
Right.
And
Hang out with the Bills Mafia.
He goes, no. He goes, this one guy. I won't say his name, but he said this one guy did. Okay.
Right.
And I go, what happened? He goes, yeah, this so-and-so was hammered, of course.
Right.
And he got up on top of so they had a Sprinter van,
Okay, yeah,
they
yeah.
had the whole thing, right, for the
Yeah.
tailgating.
Big
He
setup.
got on top of a Sprinter van. He took off his sweatshirt. All he
Okay.
had on was like a Under Armour, like a long sleeve thing.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
Took
like a
everything
thermal.
off.
Like a
They're
base
hammered,
layer, yeah.
right? One of the guys up on the Sprinter van hammered. All of a sudden, he's starting to draw a crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And then Stevie's boy, who was his fellow attackman, midfielder, whatever, when he got there, put 3 burning logs on the table
Nice.
Yeah.
to spice it up a
Sure,
little bit.
right.
I've never heard of such
So
a thing.
up the danger
Up
quotient.
the
Yeah.
ante a little bit as the crowd.
Yeah.
So of course that didn't slow him down, and he whatever he did jumped on the table from the Sprinter van. And of course, he burned himself.
He has burns.
He has burns. So he's been texting the boys that at work he's having to manage his wounds while he's at. I said, well, how was he the rest of the day at the game? He goes, oh, he was fine. He was hammered. He didn't even realize it.
Yeah.
Adrenaline.
Yeah.
If you jump into a fire pit, is basically what it is. You're gonna get burns.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you had 15 Labatt's or whatever they were drinking at the tailgate beforehand.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's gonna.
He had a bunch of Evers.
Thank God that my son wasn't involved in that exact
Yeah,
incident.
he was a spectator.
He was a
He just
spectator.
saw the
I
shenanigans.
mean, I actually would have preferred if he would have saved his boy and said, hey, this is a bad idea, guys.
right,
But,
right.
hey, what are you going to do?
Be the
30
voice of
guys.
reason.
Be the voice of reason.
And you have no
down-
story.
But I remember I told you what my son did. This is when he graduated high school. Remember when everybody was going to like the Dominican or wherever? This is what a lot of kids are doing. I don't know. Whatever.
like a senior trip.
And remember all the kids were getting poisoned?
Yeah, I do remember that. It
Was that in the
scary.
Dominican? Where the hell
I think it
was that?
The Dominican.
Yeah, it was the Dominican. We're like in the
Like
hotel.
tainted
like
liquor?
people like drinking the vodka, donking off.
Wasn't it in like Punta Cana?
It was something like that. It was exactly where my son was going, exactly at that time, right? And I was feeling a little queasy about it, of course. But he's like, I don't care. We're going. They go. And what do I remember most from that trip? He survived. But they were so hammered at the bar that he and his best friend, nicknamed Dumb and Dumber, they were just burning themselves with cigarettes and cigars
Yeah, that's.
while they're hammered at the bar.
I mean, I've been plenty hammered at bars
What is
before,
going on
but
with
I've
these
never I tend to just smoke the death sticks instead of burn you on your forearm.
Yeah. Why would you waste silly
why would you
cigs?
waste a perfectly good Marlboro Light, right, Mike Marr? Like, why would you do that?
I was like, "Are you?
Just enjoy it.
Are you an idiot?
Enjoy your tobacco products.
What are you doing?"
The only thing I can relate is people used to sometimes have contests where they'd put their hand over a candle.
Yeah.
It'd be
See how
similar to
long-
that.
yeah.
It was similar to that. Yeah, but of course they were drunk.
I mean, that's usually when you're bored at a restaurant.
Yeah, it seems kind of tame.
Yeah. Anyway, he said, great experience. Bill's game is, he said, best sporting event he's ever been to by far.
Mhm.
And those fans, I mean, they're legendary for just the overall tailgating
I think jumping into a
experience.
table is dangerous enough off of a Sprinter van or the top of a pickup truck. You don't really need to have
burning
logs to
Yeah.
really make it
Maybe
more
it's not
dangerous.
a thing. Maybe that was just a one-off.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the case.
Be careful out there, guys, with your tailgate.
Yeah, go easy. Go easy out there.
Even though it's a cool environment, it's just so cold. I don't really anticipate
Yeah.
wanting
I would-
to ever go.
I don't think I would like that either.
I'd rather go to a Dolphins game.
I'd rather go to a 72 degrees. I can wear shorts.
Right.
I'd rather go to
I
like a
don't- you know
Rams
what?
game or something.
Mi-
Cardinals game.
Miss me with the Soldier Field experience this weekend. Have you seen what the temps are going to be there? It's going to be
No.
like 5 degrees or colder.
Oh, so
It's going to be but
Caleb will
cold.
complete 20% of his passes
It's going to
now.
be Caleb and Shador freezing their balls off
right.
in Chicago this weekend.
Football weather.
That's real football weather.
That is.
The
That is.
football weather I prefer 72 degrees climate control.
right.
But
The
I'm
problem with
soft.
that is
I'm
it's-
soft, Valdez.
We like passing. That's less conducive to passing, right? When it's 5 degrees.
I like watching
Most
a nice
likely,
snow
yeah.
game
No, you
on
can-
TV.
I mean,
Throw
you
the ball.
can, but it's.
I would argue that playing in the snow is more offense because you know where you're going. The defense can't get their footing.
That could be true.
That's why everyone calls them snovers because it always
Snovers
goes
is true.
over.
The one weather condition that pones passing and destroys overs, wind.
Wind. Wind is
Wind destroys
If
everything.
you get wind like in the 25 to 30 sustained,
wind destroys everything. Nobody. I guess sailing.
It's
Like,
good for sailing.
Sailing, right? Beyond like
Kites
sailing
and
kites.
kites.
Yeah, kites.
You know what
Kites
else?
are massively overrated.
Yes.
And like taking your kids to the beach and trying to deal with a kite when they're 7 years old, it's one of the worst beach experiences that you could ever imagine.
Right.
Because the kid gets frustrated, kite never flies, it goes up 20 feet and then nosedives into the sand 50 times. They're terrible.
Well, then also, if you get it up 300 feet, okay, then what? You just hold it.
Yeah, you just look at it.
You just hold
You
it.
just hold it and look at it. You can barely see it.
Flutters around.
Overrated.
Totally
Get
agree.
the kites out of here.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. We'll hit the skins next here on the Junkies.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Commanders face off against the Giants Sunday with Marcus Mariota back at quarterback. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, they need the running game to win.
Yeah, it's been the best thing that we've done, so we got to definitely lean on that. I've been really proud of Chris and his kind of progress throughout the year, and he's really playing at a high level right now, so that's has to be how we win these games moving forward.
The Falcons come back to stun the Buccaneers 29-28. Kyle Pitts 11 catches, 166 yards, and 3 touchdowns, matching the likes of Shannon Sharp. Steelers star pass rusher TJ Watt is in a local hospital for further lung evaluation after experiencing discomfort at the practice facility. Hurricanes edge the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. Dylan Strome could not convert on a breakaway chance in OT. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore remains in custody and is expected to appear in court for arraignment today. Wizards basketball against Cleveland tonight on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team. It's Cake, CB, and JP. Coming up at 7:45, your chance to win tickets to go see Motley Crue. Right now, though, time to hit the skins.
All right, boys. It's just one of those weeks, man. It's very hard to be excited. We're in the middle of an 8-game losing streak. Jaden, they're sitting him down. He was a limited participant. Very hard to get motivated for this game against the Giants. Absolutely meaningless.
Are you full of bluster about boycotting the game, or are you actually going to do something other than watch Commanders Giants at 1 p.m.?
I'm mostly just talking yes.
Right.
Yeah. It's all lip.
Yeah. I'm mostly, unless we can make a big deal about it and have fun with it. I'll sit there and watch this hell. It's just uninteresting to me. I'm over the Marcus Mariota experience. I certainly don't want to see the guy play every other week. It's maddening.
Are you advocating for him not to be the backup next year?
No, because I mean, I don't care who the backup is. I'm adamant that he stopped playing.
You're just frustrated that you're not seeing Jaden.
Yes,
playing week in, week out.
If he plays 2 times a year or something,
that's fine.
Fill in at the end of a
normal.
game or something. That's normal.
That's the norm.
This every other game, putting him in there. I'm over it.
Yeah,
he's
I
not
can
that
understand
good. Jaden's the reason why, for me personally, I have hope restored. It's more than the owner. I mean, Josh Harris is a fine owner. And AP seems like he's going to be a fine GM and DQ, who knows, whatever. He's fine. To me, my faith was restored because of number 5. And when he's not out there, it gives me very little reason for optimism. And I am nervous about his durability, what it's going to be like here over the next 3 or 4 years.
You have to be by now at this point.
I do think it's crazy that they're holding him out. But, he was a limited participant in practice yesterday. They say the left elbow. But, good enough that he could throw, right? He could rip throws.
Nikki Javala had a piece in The Athletic, and it's something that we started talking about a few days ago, which was the scramble rate, how the scramble rate has gone up. And what I gleaned from her analysis, she said you have to look at all the scrambles, and the context was she believes that he's taking off to run because he's got nothing. Now, there are others that counter that he's not making throws that are available, but she was kind of intimating that it's that because of the upheaval at receiver, a lot of times he's looking downfield, the receivers aren't open, so he's scrambling.
Yeah, I've heard her in a couple interviews in this past week or so too, and she kind of is like, as I'm watching the game, I'm like, yeah, I understand why he took off most of the time. Certainly there are times she says, where you wish he wouldn't take that extra hit, but a lot of them it's just been sort of awkward, and it was kind of hard to get away from it. So whatever. It is what it is. And whatever could go wrong's gone wrong this year. And right or wrong, they're going to sit him this week. I think we all kind of get the sense that they're trying to lay the foundation here, maybe to just shut him down. Let's see what happens.
It seems so. When Dan Quinn gave that response and he was talking about, well, we brought him back because there was still 29% of the season left. Well, by the time he would come back now, it would be just 3 games, so it's not 29%. I could see them making a rationale. We're just going to play it safe.
Welcome to your month of Mariota, EB.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal.
It could be looming.
And then if he gets hurt, Josh Johnson, and then God forbid Sam Hartman. Other guys on the injury list, if you care, if you have any interest, I expect this game to get like a 1 share. Jonathan Jones, he's got a rib injury. He didn't practice. Bobby Wagner, he's still obviously hurt. They didn't shut him down. He's got a knee. He didn't practice. Drake Jackson was limited. It's the first time, I think, that he's actually practiced since they activated him, and they have that 21-day window. Now, there's only 4 games left, so he's still testing this thing, so I doubt he'll be available, but, stay tuned on that. Chris Rodriguez has got a groin all of a sudden, Cakes. He didn't practice Wednesday. He was limited yesterday, and shocker, this is just a formality, so you don't have to panic.
Okay.
But Noah Brown is listed on the injury list. But he's been a full participant all week.
I would never.
Just so you know.
I would never panic about Noah Brown because Noah Brown's not that good to begin with. So I don't worry that much if he misses.
Yeah.
I don't think they missed that much with Noah Brown being sidelined, even though it was a guy that Adam Peters clearly wanted on the roster in 2025.
Cakes, you did a lot of back patting early.
Yes, I did.
Regarding Bill.
I did. That was my guy. I kind of fell in love with Bill early.
And you were patting yourself on the back like he was this finished product. What is your take now on
Here's my take. A decent return on a 7th-round draft pick. Nothing spectacular, but he's a piece in a really good rushing attack. Is he a spectacular piece? No. He's a complementary piece that can work with another back or two to help get you like 4 yards of carry.
Was it premature back padding?
I'm not usually premature when it comes to back padding, but maybe a little bit. He's averaging 4.4 yards per carry.
Yeah, but he's not the number 1 guy anymore.
It's fine.
He still has more carries than Rodriguez.
At some point, Cakes thought that by week whatever he would be the number 1 guy.
He would be the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
In the backfield. He's just a piece in a committee.
Well, the problem is that as the season's progressed, it's going the inverse
His role
way.
has
His
decreased,
role is reduced.
but he's going to rush for 700 or 800 yards as a rookie and score like 6 or 7 touchdowns.
Cakes has a $10 bet where he says Bill will get the most carries for the entirety of the season.
Okay,
they have that.
Well, he's got that right now. He
Hicks
might
says
have
yes.
that locked up.
JP,
And if Rodriguez misses time or is limited, that's going to be a big fat winner.
JP has no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, that's solid back padding right there. That's a solid bet.
His numbers might be decent overall at the end for a 7th-round pick,
Look,
but it is going in the wrong direction.
Let me just reorient this. I never said he was going to be Derrick Henry or Christian McCaffrey. I just said he was going to be the best running back in this running back room.
You had a lot of enthusiasm for him, and he's kind of a jag.
Well, he was the 245th pick in the draft. Like, you think that's not a good? You think 550 yards and 4 touchdowns and 4.5 yards per carry isn't a good return on the 7th-round pick?
It's fine, but you hated his predecessor, Brian Robinson, who was more productive.
I still think Brian Robinson's very mediocre, and I think he's in his perfect role right now as Christian McCaffrey's backup.
That's fine, but Brian Robinson was producing more here in Washington than what Ja'Cory Cross-Camara
he fell out of favor with the coaching staff. The coaching staff clearly did not like Brian Robinson. Otherwise, he'd still be here.
Here's
you know what he averaged last year with the Commanders?
I would like to hear it.
It was a little bit less than Bill.
Okay.
4.3 yards per carry, 8 touchdowns, finished with 799 yards.
Well, Bill's going to have very similar numbers. Bill's at 550.
That's my point, is that one guy you were glazing, Bill. The other guy you were hating, and they were basically the same.
Well, Brian Robinson made more money. He was clearly some sort of malcontent that they didn't want in the locker room anymore. And Bill was a breath of fresh air.
What is interesting is when you look at some of the other numbers and sort of where we are with 4 games left. Marcus Mariota has finally surpassed Jaden Daniels in yardage. Combined, the two quarterbacks have thrown for a rather paltry 2,600 yards. Mariota is now at 1,389, 9 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. He's got more touchdowns than Jaden, got more interceptions. He's got more yards, although he's averaging less per game. He's got more attempts, and he's got more completions than Jaden. So it is kind of interesting. He's basically played more than Jaden Daniels this year. Very, very annoying.
Their numbers are kind of similar, other than the touchdown-interception ratio. I mean, passer rating's about the same. Completion percentage is about the same.
Well, he only averages 150 a game. Jaden only averaged 180. Now, part of that is because he's been coming in mop-up duty, when a guy gets hurt.
He's actually run a little more effectively, averaging 6.5 yards per carry versus Jaden's 4.8.
Yeah, when you look at the receivers, Debo is, for all of the knocking of Debo and what a disappointment he's been, I think as of when I looked at this last week, it still might be one of his more productive seasons as a receiver in terms of receptions. He's got 62 receptions so far. I think it's safe to say he's going to finish with 70 or more on the season in the last 4 games. He's got 5 touchdowns. He's only averaging 46.5 yards per game.
It's the most receptions he's had since 2021.
Yeah, but his average per catch is way down.
Way down to 9.
Used
last
to be
year,
in
13, 14.
In a down year for the Niners, he was at 13.1. He's at 9 yards per reception in 2025.
I think.
Well, how many times they throw him the ball behind the line of scrimmage?
It's a function of the offense.
All the time.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, is it that fair to him? And he was expected to have a number 1 receiver alongside him, and sometimes he's been the number 1 receiver.
Again, I feel like I was bait and switched with Debo because the rushing element has not been there.
Mm-hmm.
He only has 13 carries, and I understand part of that is he's been injured. He's been dealing with the heel injury. I expected him to have like 35 to 50 carries in this offense, and that's clearly not going to happen.
They didn't necessarily need him to carry the ball when they had that committee. They have all those other guys. They could do a lot of the same things.
One of the selling points on Debo was he's going to add an element to the rushing game that really hasn't been there.
Now, if the draft ended today, where are we picking? 6th or 7th? Right around
you go to
there, right?
tankathon.com.
I think we're right at 6 or 7.
I think it's 6.
I'm looking.
This is their best chance to win. If you want them to win a game and not lose 12 in a row, they've got the Eagles twice after this. All right, the Eagles obviously are struggling, but they're more talented and they're in a playoff race.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the Cowboys, who long shot, but they're kind of in the playoff mix. And the Cowboys have that explosive offense. If they're going to get a win, it's got to be this week.
The Commanders hold the number 6 pick, that slot in the 2026 draft at this point.
I think they'll pick somewhere in there, even if they get a win or 2.
Here's the neighborhood they're in right now.
Yeah.
Cleveland, New Orleans, Washington, Jets, Arizona.
Right.
Those are your 3 and 10 teams.
Been a disaster. But when you look at the prospects, and I've got different boards up, right? If you look at PFFs, you look at ESPN, CBS's, NFL Draft Buzz, they all kind of have similar guys. There doesn't seem to be a clear-cut one. A lot of people are very high on Ruben Bain, the edge rusher from Miami, 6'3", 275. A lot of people have him as sort of the number 1 overall ranking. But then when you look at maybe like where guys go, Fernando Mendoza may go 1, because teams are always quarterback starved. And when you look at quarterback rankings, Mendoza is in a lot of people's top 10. Which is, kind of come out of nowhere, the quarterback from Indiana. But as far as what Washington is interested in, when I just kind of look at what's available in the top 10 or 15 and what seems to be a common theme, it looks like they're going to be edge rushers available if they're picking in that 6 to 8.
Yep.
Like there's not just like one edge rusher. This looks like there's maybe 3 or 4 that are top 12-ish.
Right.
And it looks like there could be some receivers that are worthy potentially of being selected with that pick. And then the other one that's I know we're going to say no to, but I've watched this guy's blown me away. Every time I watch him, he does something spectacular. And that's Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. That guy, I don't know how much Notre Dame you've watched.
No.
That guy's unreal.
I saw
No,
one
his-
mock draft DB though
But
going
you don't pick him in the first
linebacker.
round. You're not picking him at like 6 or 7.
Well, they had them ranked 7th overall. That's why I'm just saying. I know everyone's
Now,
going to say no.
If
They just
if
drafted
you-
Ashton Genty whenever they drafted him.
if you can guarantee me that he turns into Christian McCaffrey or somebody, Devon Achan, can you guarantee me that?
I can't guarantee
Then
you.
he's worth picking in
I
the top
can't
10.
guarantee you anything, Cakes. All I can tell you is every time I've watched Notre Dame, and for some reason I have a bizarre fetish with watching Notre Dame when they're
They're
on.
popular.
Yeah.
It makes
they're
sense.
popular. They're always on. Every time I watch that guy, he's got 2 or 3 touchdowns and like a half or something.
All right.
He's unreal.
But
His knack for the end zone.
I'd have a hard time stomaching a top 10 pick on an RB unless you know that he's going to be a guy that touches the ball like 20 times per game, explosive in the receiving game as well as the rushing game, and isn't some like two down plotter that comes off the field for third down.
Oh, there's nothing
Can't
about him.
have
There's
that.
nothing about him that plods.
Okay.
If
Then-
you watch college football at all and watch Notre Dame at all, all he does is just rip off long runs to the end zone.
Right.
They list him at 6 foot. They say he runs a 4.4. They say, here's the quote: Love brings a dynamic offensive skill set that translates perfectly to the modern NFL game. His track verified speed creates instant, and then I don't know. I have to click on the thing.
7 yards a carry.
He's unbelievable. I mean, have you watched much of Notre Dame? I don't know if you've catch any.
Yeah, I've seen him play.
I mean, he's. I'm just stunned by the guy.
The problem is you have all of these.
Does he play defense?
I know. It's not particularly a
problem.
need, believe me. I
Right.
know. I'm not advocating to draft him. What were we going to say, Valdez? The problem is?
Oh, is that you mentioned all of these positions that you need, and you only have one first-round draft pick.
I know. I'm not particularly advocating for it. I'm just saying
You
that guy's
you would be sized.
I don't even know if I'd be sized because I do think we need a receiver. I'd rather have a great receiver. I'm just telling you, that guy's great. I'm not saying to draft him, but it might be hard to pass
I mean,
on
this
him.
CBSSports.com mock has him going 10 to the Bengals.
Yeah.
And it has the Commanders taking Reuben Bain at 6 out of Miami.
That's
Right.
your.
That's the edge rusher.
Is
I've
that
seen
your?
Bain
Is that
go
your
one.
can't miss? That's your can't miss prospect right now.
He would be my Pitts. What's the guy's?
Kyle Pitts?
He would be my Kyle Pitts.
Well,
I thought Kyle Pitts
you
was
could have Kyle Pitts. His stock's going up.
I know. I'm
after-
just saying. I know everyone mocks him because he hasn't done much as a pro, but
when
Kyle
you-
Pitts was a can't misser to me.
Okay, this is your can't misser in the draft.
Yeah, I don't see how that guy misses.
Love.
Yeah, but if we could get Reuben Bain, I'm all in. I mean, because some people have going. They say he's the number 1 talent. Some of them.
I don't know. Like I said, I saw a mock draft that had them going linebacker, and I didn't have a problem with it.
It's a little less enthusiastic for me, but they got no linebackers.
You need a stud
You
linebacker.
gotta have one.
Yep. And
Yeah.
you got to get younger. You need to add some speed on defense.
Everyone
Have
says
some
we're
guy
gonna,
that flies around.
can we get like 3 first-round picks? That's what we need.
Going to be
Yeah,
a tough
trade
pull.
Yeah. Trading Jaden.
Going to be a tough pull.
Yeah,
Remember,
that'll be-
7:45. Your chance to win some Motley Crue tickets here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. Tease the season at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, featuring the Vokey SM10 wedges now $159, the Titleist Pro V1s, the Pro V1X, and the Left Dash 2 dozen bundle $99. Don't forget they have gift cards in any amount for the special golfer in your life. Shop in store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home of the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Our Hit the Skin segment was brought to you by Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in. I wasn't that far from there yesterday. I went over to Blue Shorts' place yesterday. It's weird, like Blue Shorts on the show when he was working here at the station, you know, was he would do goofy bits on our show. But
ended up being like a blogger for the station.
Yeah, but he was kind of known for being kind of a goofy bits guy, and he's got his podcast with Othello, Oathman. They do a great job with that. But he's just like a family man. Like, I go over to the house.
I know, he's got like a kid.
Yeah, I mean, now his wife was working upstairs, but he's got a kid. He's Mr. Mom. There was like, he's answering the door because they were doing like a treatment on the house, and his house is all dressed up nice, you know, Christmas tree.
Shorts is domesticated.
It's really nice. I mean, I'll give credit probably to the wife who does all that.
I mean, Shorts is the kind of guy, I don't know if he did this exact bit, but we'd have a porn star like stomp him in heels.
Yes.
You know, like that kind of thing. Like, you come in there, take
He's
his shirt
committed
off.
to the bit.
She stomp on him in heels.
Nobody went further with the bit than Blue Shorts.
Didn't she?
Super committed.
Didn't Asa Akira walk around with like a chain, like a dog?
Yeah, dog. Yeah, like a dog.
Like a dog walker.
Yeah. Then he ate dog food out of
He
a bowl.
shaved his chest. I can't remember exactly what he shaved on his chest, but he did something with his chest hair, and so
She spanked him.
Yeah.
Maybe we went to a park and did a slip and slide so we could show Robert Griffin III how to slide effectively.
Yeah, but he's domesticated Shorts.
Yep.
I mean, it couldn't be more normal.
Well, he's not normal. Don't get that. I mean, he might be living a normal lifestyle.
Yeah, but he's going to help me. We're going to assembly line the books when I get the books to send them out. I'm paying him some cash to help me do that. So we were just trying to figure out, because I'm not very tech savvy, I don't think any of us are, to figure out how to put the mailing labels per page and all this stuff.
I think I could do it.
Yeah, we figured it out. But look, I got to crank out hundreds and hundreds of books, hopefully that they can make it to people before Christmas. So went over to Shorts. It was good, hung out, had a little lunch with him afterwards. So it was good to catch up with our old boy.
Where does he live?
He lives in Ashburn, very close to where Jason lives, actually.
Could have gone to Pupatella.
I didn't have time. I had to make it back. Oh, I can report on this. I had to make it back for carpool. So I drive carpool Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. 6 girls in the car, ranging from 3rd graders to 7th graders.
Sounds like very chaotic.
It's very chaotic.
It has to be.
Very chaotic. But I was trying to see, well, what is the latest I could leave? I wanted to squeeze in a little lunch once we kind of figured things out on the computer and the printer. And, we talked about the new express lane. The new express lane, had I chosen to use it, was $24.
Oh, no thanks.
All right.
I'd rather sit in traffic.
But what I can report to you, EB, is I chose not to do that. So I went the old school
How much time
ramp.
would it have saved you?
I don't know if it would have saved that much because the traffic was terrible.
Yeah.
Like you got lucky that one day when you were going the other way.
Yeah.
You were going
going
on the outer loop.
Going
You were using the outer loop.
Yeah.
I was on the inner loop. I know this always gives
Always throws me.
fits.
Something I'll never remember.
But I was
or
on
figure
inner loop
out.
heading back, taking the toll road and then getting off on 495 heading towards 270. Brutal traffic. It was one of those situations where I left Ashburn roughly 2:00 and got to Rockville by 3:15.
It's a terrible time.
It's like $24. $24 was too big of a pill to swallow.
That just seems like robbery.
And I don't know how far that express lane goes. It appears that express lane just makes it right about to the same spot right before the
if you're paying
bridge.
$24, it should be like those visuals you see of Elon Musk's. Is it the Hyperloop? Where you get dropped down and there's no traffic and you're there in 20 seconds.
I
could definitely save you time.
I couldn't swallow $24 to take me from Tyson's to the American Legion Bridge.
Nor should you.
I mean, essentially.
Yeah. That's just hell. That's why I can't.
It's not even Tyson's, right? When you get off on the toll road, you're closer to the bridge. Like that's like 4 miles, $24.
It would save you 20 minutes. Probably.
Every morning I see what the express lane is. Now, I don't have to use it, but I take 270 to 495, and then I'll either take the GW Parkway or I'll take Cabin John. And oh, damn.
don't you wet your whistle? Why don't you drink some water?
It's too much flaming.
It's got mucus
It's
in
a
his throat.
hazard.
Friggin' gross.
Hazard
Cliff
of the
Bar.
industry.
Cliff Bar. You know what it is? It's Cliff Bar. It's not rice, but it's similar to that.
Get another drink. Get another
Yeah.
drink. You're not right. You're not right.
I mean, I've never seen a guy drink less during a show.
Yeah.
Now, I'm the opposite. I drink a ton.
Yeah.
It's usually
How many of these do you think I should drink per show?
3 or 4.
That's what I do.
I don't know.
You don't track my drinks. I go to that thing.
Apparently, I don't.
I mean,
I don't know.
am I supposed to report to you? I drink about 3 or 4 of these
No,
per show. Anyway, it's like $7.90 to take it from, I think, to 66.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a lot.
it might be worth it for you. We have a dilemma. I told you, my daughter plays volleyball out in Virginia. Both my daughters who play for, I think, an awesome club, Virginia Juniors. People say, why don't you play in Maryland? Well, I don't. This is the club that's great for us. I love everything about it. Just love everything about it, the culture, everything. Great coaching. So we drive out there. I've begged out of this so far because practice now goes till 10 p.m. Now they've also, my daughter does, weightlifting, strength training before. So she has to be in the Chantilly area, kind of near where Valdez lives, at 6:30.
Okay.
To be there guaranteed 15 minutes early because you can't just show up at 6:30. You got to be there at 5:15 or it was 6:15 to get your clothes on, stretch.
You have to be ready to go at 6:30, not show up at 6:30.
Yeah, I mean that's just that's not cool.
Yeah.
So you got to leave 4:45.
Leave at 5-ish just to guarantee.
Right.
So that she has lift from 6:30 till 7:15, practice from 7:30 to 10, and then we don't get home till 11:15. So far,
Now she's close to having the driver's license, right?
she is, but she will want. And I'm not just going to say go by yourself.
There's nobody that lives close to you? Carpool?
Not really.
You're on
It's
your
a
own.
bad beat.
Not really. So, and it's fine. I like.
Are you the only
qual-
Maryland family?
No, there's a couple, maybe for our particular team, but there's different age
No, but I'm
groups.
saying for your team, you're the only Maryland family.
I don't know that. I have to think about that, JP. Maybe. Last
I'd look into a carpool.
Of course, we've obviously looked at. I know the options. There's one other girl that's on another team that's similar to us, right? The same club. One other girl. So it's not really. And we drove her. Like we're gonna probably drive her more than she's gonna drive us, to be honest with you. And I like the quality time. But that is a big commitment.
That is a big commitment.
Like during the week, to leave at 5 and not get home until 11. And so my wife has taken the bullet because I've kind of begged out, and this is the story of my life. I always say, I got to go to bed. I mean, and for any time, any controversy,
Gotta get some sleep.
I mean,
You got to make sure you probably have done this when they're getting home
I'm in bed.
and you're awake
I
that
know.
you've run into
Well,
the
she's
you know,
used to-
pretend you're sleeping.
she's used to me tossing and turning and being
Right.
and wake up. So I am oftentimes awake, but at least I'm in the bed. But so she's taking the bullet. But what do you do from 6? Let's say you drop your kid off at 6 till 10.
I don't know.
Not enough time to drive home.
I used to go to freaking Famous Dave's and then sit there and just pound jack
Yeah,
Cokes
saddle up to the bar.
and get a salmon or something.
You need to find a friend who lives around there, do something.
I don't really want to do something with a friend.
Like we have the situation. We have a game at 12:30 and 5:30 in Alexandria. Not enough time to come home.
No.
If I come home from Alexandria 1:30, I can maybe make it back by, let's be generous, 2:15. Like say everything falls into place, 2:15. But then
No,
you got to
you
be
probably-
back at like 5. I'd be home for 2 hours,
Yeah.
and that's the super generous drive.
You're gonna,
Alexandria to
here's what
Gaithersburg.
It's going to ruin your sleep, your normal sleep. You're going to take at least some form of a nap
Where?
in your
Like-
car.
Oh, I hate the car nap.
You recline your seat
Dina does that.
and
I
then
can't
take a
do-
nap.
I actually can't. I've done it when I'm on the verge of death. It's not something I enjoy.
I mean, it's not the most comfortable
It's
sleep
not- it's too uncomfortable.
or spot to sleep in, but
How do you
can't do a
sleep? 'Cause
car
you're-
nap?
No, because that's like sleeping on your back, right? I can't sleep on my back.
Yeah.
You're a golf guy. Why don't you find a place to hit balls?
I
Like
used
a
to
Top
do that.
Golf or something.
I hate to. I mean, I don't want to slander it, but I'm not a huge Top Golf guy.
No, but you don't have to.
I know, but it's also it's dark at 4:30. I used to do that. Later as the time I would go. there's a
Top
club.
Golf's lit.
No, I know, but I have a club that I can have access to that I can hit balls, but it's too dark. I don't really want to go to Top Golf and hit those fake golf balls. It's not really my thing, to be honest with you. Top Golf.
You don't have to shoot at the targets. Just hit.
I know. It's not really my thing.
You get a beer.
He's a no on that.
It's not really my
Clearly.
thing, Top Golf. You know, like, that's more of a social thing. That's not a go by yourself thing. That's like you go with a bunch of guys, you have beers, you enjoy it. That's
It's
not
like
really.
it's like an outing.
It's a fun thing.
It's a one-off thing.
I'm not going to Top Golf by myself. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, I don't know.
I don't know what. I literally don't have an answer for you.
Well, it
for what
sounds like you
would do.
tapped out of it anyway. So what do you got to worry about?
I
it?
got to do it next week because D's got tennis. I'm already sort of panicked about it.
He's got to
I'm
work on
already-
a tennis
No,
game.
Mar asked me what I'm doing this weekend. I have no idea what I'm doing this weekend. I just know I'm doing that on Tuesday,
Right.
and I'm panicked because I'm going to have to kill 5 hours.
Yeah. I
Maybe I'll go see
literally don't know what you're gonna do.
A movie.
Could go see a movie.
What's
That's
the
true.
best movie out there right now in theaters? We haven't had Kevin on in years.
I couldn't tell you. The only movie that I know that is out right now is Wicked, and I know you're not going to go see that.
Wicked?
Wicked. You're not going to go see
Wicked?
Wicked for good. You're definitely not going to see that.
You know what? I used to like Ariana Grande or whatever.
Yeah.
She's a pretty girl. She just, now that she's whatever she's doing to herself, I almost feel terrible for her.
The crazy thing is, like the 3 lead female actresses in Wicked,
Yeah.
they're all like
Emaciated.
yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it's too scary. I get
Her, the woman who plays Alphaba, I don't know her real name,
Uh-huh.
and the Asian woman
What is
from
going on with them?
I don't know.
I feel
I
bad
don't
for
get
them. It actually makes me uncomfortable when I see her because she's such. I remember when she was coming up, she was such a pretty girl.
Yeah.
And now she just. I don't know if it's.
She's
I don't know what's
you know
going
what she
on.
is? She's a bag of bones.
Is she doing that?
And it's
like she's
scary.
going for a look? I think they're going for a look.
I don't know.
I don't think it's like she has a disorder. I think she's going for a look.
I think she may. I mean, I know
She
nothing.
might. I know.
She may have a disorder.
But it looks like she's going for it though. Like I don't know.
I don't know.
It's weird.
There's a new movie that just came out called The Housemaid with Sydney Sweeney. So at the very least, you go look at some tittles.
Hold on. What is it called?
The Housemaid.
All right. What's his plot line?
I don't know exactly, so don't quote me on this, but I think like she's the housemaid, and then she's like hooking up with the husband or something, and like the wife tries to like kill her or something. It's rated R, and it's a
that
thriller
that
mystery.
actually sounds
Hold
pretty
on.
intriguing.
That actually sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Why have I not heard of it? Is it? Hold on. Isn't Sydney's? Aren't her movies all bombing? She just did the one where she was where she was the fighter.
Well, I think this just came out, so you could be the first reviewer of this. So you could be
Here's-
the 100%er.
She's a young woman with a troubled past who becomes the live-in housemaid for a wealthy family. Their seemingly perfect life unravels when she discovers their household hides dark secrets beneath the surface.
It's like
Might be kind of intriguing.
The Hand that Rocks the Cradle.
Well,
There's
like
been
that
a
show
bunch
you're
of.
trying to get us to watch on Netflix. That I'm 3 episodes in. I mean, it's not
You're
the
still
same
on
plot
3.
line.
The
Yeah.
Beast in Me.
Yeah, The Beast in Me.
That's coming out December 19th.
George Clooney has a movie which I think might be on Netflix called Jay Kelly.
Saw it. It's pretty good with Adam Sandler playing a serious role as his agent. It's actually good.
I mean, just your laptop, watch it on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to go to the theater. Now you're
Hey.
just be sitting in your car or
Yeah, but if you go
somewhere.
to the theater, you get popcorn.
I do.
You know,
Oh man, I
you know
love
what
the popcorn.
Does your laptop have a popcorn option? I
Nope.
don't think it does.
Nope.
Pretty sure it does not.
Cakes, didn't you guarantee we were going to hit a parlay before the end of the football season?
I don't know if I guaranteed it. I was boastful about it. I don't know that I guaranteed
We're
it.
running out of runway.
We don't have a lot left.
All right, but we're going to come back to our weekend parlay here on the Junkies. we invite people to listen dutifully to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Listen carefully. And we told you earlier at 7:45 we're going to give you a chance to win Motley Crue tickets. Well, right now, caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067 will hook you up with 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. That's Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Can't remember. There was somebody was tweeting me yesterday, or tweeting us, that he was at a game that he just won tickets. I don't know if it was the Caps game.
Okay.
And then he said, yeah, the guy sitting next to me, he won on Junkerty.
Oh, really?
So there was a couple of
Very
Junkies
good.
listeners
Excellent.
hanging out. I don't know if it was the Caps game or
Nice.
or some other
Good
event.
to hear. Good to hear that.
But anyway, caller number 10, 1-800-636-1067 will hook you up with those Motley Crue tickets. All right, time for our Junkies Weekend Parlay. And Valdez, why don't you lead off?
All right. I think I know the Ravens better than anybody.
I think
maybe
you
not,
do too.
Maybe not Glenn Clark. But
you are in this building the foremost Ravens expert.
And this is not a good team. I have no idea why they are laying 2.5 points on the road to Cincy after Cincy exposed them. The line's trash.
Idea.
The run game's kind of non-existent. Lamar played a little better in the second half against the Steelers game. The defense is trash. Marlon Humphrey is trash. I can't wait for him to leave. I can't wait for him to get off the team. So I'm going to take the Bengals plus 2.5 at home.
If this guaranteed that Marlon Humphrey would leave the team, would you drive
Yes.
him? Would you drive
Yes,
to LA?
you don't have to finish.
You drive him to
Yeah, you
go
don't have
play
to
for the
finish.
LA Chargers?
Yeah, and then I'd swim to Hawaii.
Okay, I like it.
That's how bad. That's how bad I want.
I
him
like
off
your
the team.
dedication. I like that hustle.
All right,
Very good.
Spin
All right, you're in.
the wheel. Let's go to Money Metal Cakes.
I am going to go anytime touchdown scorer for George Pickens. Now, his effort was questioned in the loss to the Lions last week, especially on a deep ball where he didn't appear to really make a play for the ball. I think he's going to bounce back against the Vikings, even though the Vikings defense just slammed the door shut on the Commanders this past week. I think the Dallas offense will move the ball on them. I think this might be a mini shootout brewing between the Vikings and Cowboys. So I've got Pickens reaching the end zone at plus 115. I like that number for him. He's
All right,
in.
there you go. You're
He's
going
in the
for
parlay.
Oh, you
mercurial
got to always like Pickens.
George Pickens.
Anytime you get Pickens in there. How many touchdowns does he have so far?
I'd have to double
Just
check
roughly.
that. 7 or 8.
Yeah, right.
But coming off a dud
Dud.
where he was getting ripped by Richard Sherman and
5
others.
catches for 37 yards. Dud. He has 8 touchdowns. He's got 1,179 receiving yards.
All right, I think Valdez went downstairs to get Coach Larinaga and Coach Skin.
Yes.
So why don't we go to EB, E Bizzle.
All right, you know me. I always want to pick something from the Redskins, and I'm just looking. If I do an anytime touchdown, I just don't. I mean, who's going to score? There aren't that many options that I think are realistic. It's hard for me to bet on any of these guys now, especially with Rodriguez being hurt and Krusky Merrick's being just
Terry's
diminished
caught
role.
touchdowns from Mariota.
Terry is out there, so that's who I've chosen. He's plus 195. He's only got 2 touchdowns on the year. The good news is in the last 2 weeks, he's gotten 20 targets. So, he does have 1 touchdown in the last 2 weeks, 2 touchdowns in the last 3 games he's played in. So I'll take Terry, score plus 195. Somebody's got to score, right? We're going to score something.
You would
We're not
think.
going to get shut out back-to-back weeks, are we?
Let me look at the implied team total for the Commanders. Tell you what that is next.
Got to be, 20 points?
Oh, I don't know if it'll be that high. I'm going to guess it's 17.5. But I'm just guessing at this
I
point.
mean, that's like insulting.
I mean, it's pretty low, but I'll tell you right now, the implied team total for the Commanders is actually you're much closer, 22.25.
Yeah. It's insulting if you say a team's only going to score 17 points.
Well,
I mean, it happens
and-
all the time,
well,
but you can't predict
Do
that.
you know the Raiders implied team total this weekend against the Philadelphia
I don't know,
Eagles?
13 or something?
13.5.
Yeah.
That is going to be a brutal game as the Raiders take on the Eagles.
All right, I'm going to go next. I'm looking at a couple of stories that it's not definitive, but it looks like Phillip Rivers may start against the Seattle Seahawks.
I'm getting the sense. First of all, Leonard seems to be banged up, and Steichen's all in. Like he's just all in on.
Here's there's a little video from a guy named Stephen Holder, who I guess follows the team, and he tweeted 2 days in a row now, and my time in the building this week has left me only more convinced Phillip Rivers is this week's starting quarterback. It isn't difficult to tell who a team is prepping to start.
Right.
That said,
He looks
when we
so
were talking
bloated,
to
by the way, at the
Baldy,
podium.
Yes.
He looks so big.
when we were talking to Baldy and listening to some of these ex-players,
Yeah.
they kind of almost like I'm rooting for them to like go in there and just kill.
Me too, big time.
But there are some like players, they feel like it's almost an insult that he's taken 5 years off and thinks he can just step in and do well. And he's going against the Seahawks. I didn't want the Commanders to cherry pick who Jaden Daniels would return to play against. And I don't suggest that for the Colts. But they're heading into a buzzsaw game against a defense that is legit. I like these odds. It's tough to count on defensive scores, but I'm going to go Seattle defense to score, which is plus 800.
Oh, that's
juicy.
Oh, look at Mar, you're shaking your head. Is he ruining the parlay?
I mean, we might be cooked.
No, but I actually like the rationale.
No, so do I. So do I. We'll see. But it is just a long shot. It definitely
That's,
is.
I mean,
adding
a
a
plus
lot.
800 number is nothing.
Well, he's juicing it.
Yeah.
If that hit, let me say, if that hits and the rest of us fail, we're losers. If that one hits and the rest
If
of us
that one
fail,
comes through and my plus 115 doesn't make it,
right?
I'm going to feel like just a jerk.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I like it. Although I am rooting for Rivers. Like you have no idea
I
how
am
much
too.
I'm rooting for him.
Well,
I didn't realize they were playing the Seahawks.
He can still do okay and throw a pick six or fumble,
Sure.
and they run the ball back, and you hit the bet.
Sure, but I mean, of all the teams we've played, I mean, that was right up there with that Green Bay game, right? We were just so dominated.
Seattle demolished the Commanders.
Yeah.
It was
I
like
mean-
they were playing a junior high school team.
And the thing is, with that kind of time off, he could still have the arm. There's no way he's going to be anywhere near ready for the pace of play.
Of course not.
I mean, it's just going to be. I just can't even fathom. You ever just play pickup basketball and you haven't played in a while, and you just feel so out of
Well,
sync?
I think I saw the graphic yesterday. I don't have the exact number, but I think it's like 1,750 days since his last start.
I just
Think about not doing something for 1,750
even-
days, then trying to do it again.
how's he going to read a defense in like the 0.9 seconds?
I don't know.
How's he going to do it?
He's familiar with that offense. I heard Aaron Rodgers talk about it.
What did Aaron say?
He's just saying he's rooting for him.
Yeah.
You know, but the guy knows offense. All right, let's spin the wheel. Believe we need to hit our guy, Ben Strober.
It's got to be a weird week for this guy, just because what's happened at his alma mater of Michigan, won the national championship there 2 years ago. But he's been hot this season. He's a DMV guy, so I choose to root for him often. Blake Corum, let's give him an anytime touchdown this week.
Definitely weird for all Michigan guys. What's the number on that for Corum?
I think plus 175.
All right.
All right, and I think that leaves Mike Marr to close out the six-leg
There's no
Junkies
UFC,
weekend
right? Aren't they
card.
on like a break?
6 weeks off.
Dude, are they doing that because...
Are you going to be okay?
Are they
No.
doing that because the buys have been lower and lower and lower?
No,
that
so
kind
they're
of thing?
starting a new. They're working with Paramount now.
Ramping
Okay.
up for Paramount.
Yeah, so they're just gearing up for Paramount. They have a crazy card on January 24th, and that's going to like kickstart this new era for the UFC.
The game changer to Paramount is pay-per-views 1 hour earlier.
All right.
Because
It's a
most
little
of the
better.
main event fights start after 1 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I couldn't stay awake even if I had to.
No.
Yeah.
All right, so on Sunday, 4:25, big game between the Lions and the Rams. I've been running a little cold, so I'm putting the pressure on myself. I ought to hit one of these here soon. I'm going to the Oos. Puka Nakua. Never let me down in the past. Anytime touchdown, minus 140. Lions defense banged up.
He's
especially-
minus 140?
Minus 140.
That might be the most embarrassing pick yet. Have we had one with a guy with more of a favorite?
I don't know. That's pretty heavy fave.
Hey, come on. I ought to
I
hit
like
one.
it, though.
You need a dub.
He's got to get on the board.
I need a W.
You need a dub.
And this is the highest over-under in the entire NFL slate this weekend at 54.5. Everyone's focused on Devontae Adams. He scored 14 touchdowns this year to Puka Nakua's 6. Puka had 2 touchdowns last week. So let's go. Pressure's on. I'm going to hit this one.
All right.
Stamp.
Okay, let's recap. We need A lot of scoring in the Rams-Lions game because we need Nakua and Corum to both get there. We need George Pickens to find the end zone, as we do from Terry McLaurin against the Giants. The Bengals at +2.5, and the Seattle defense at +800 to score a touchdown against Phillip Rivers and company. A $10 bet wins the group $5,879.47.
Sweet.
And this time I will remember to put the bet in. I
Nice.
didn't do it last week.
All eyes on Phillip Rivers throwing a pick six, basically.
We need
Or
it.
special teams.
We
You
need
could
it
get right.
desperately, yeah.
You could get a kickoff return.
All right, we saw our guy, Coach Larinaga, pop his head in here.
We did.
Coming up next, they're celebrating 20 years of their Final Four run. We have their current coach, Tony Skinn, and the ex-coach who led them to a Final Four, Coach Jim Larinaga. Join us in studio next here on The Fan.
It's your pal Cakes here. Listen up, team. If your office setup is looking like a busted play right now, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. We're talking ergonomic chairs, smart desks, furniture that keeps your team comfortable and locked in every single day. Boost morale, boost performance, work smarter, not harder. And here's the kicker. Name drop me, Cakes, and you score 15% off your purchase. Visit PVI.com to get your office ready for game day. PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI.
It's the Commanders and Giants Sunday at 1 p.m. with Marcus Mariota replacing the injured Jaden Daniels. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, the Giants play hard and are tough.
They've been in all the game. I mean, I think that's watching them. It's just been a tough year for them as far as finishing games. They've had double-digit leads in a ton of games. The play style is there. They're playing hard. It just hasn't worked out for them in the end. And so I think that's what I've been most impressed by, regardless of the coaching changes, whoever's calling the defense, whoever's calling the offense, they play really hard. They play to win, and so it'll be a tough challenge for us.
Falcons come back with a thriller, 15 points to win 29-28 over Tampa Bay. Steelers star pass rusher TJ Watt is in a local hospital getting further lung evaluation after experiencing discomfort at the practice facility. Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. Washington 0-4 in shootouts this season. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore will appear in court today for arraignment. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can check us out on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. And, of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Salva and Eric Pickle. But joining us in studio right now is Tony Skinn.
Tippy, we got an echo coming on your computer, I think.
That's not mine.
Whose is that?
Mike Mars or
Mike,
something.
can you come in here and hit that volume?
But Tony Skinn's here, the current head coach at George Mason.
Yes.
And we have the legend, Coach Jim Larinaga.
I mean, we have George Mason royalty in the room here. Let's be honest.
Of course,
This is
Coach
amazing.
Tony back in the day. What you look like you still have a great relationship, the two of you. What do you remember when you first encountered Tony Skinn and he was part of your team on campus? Like when he was like really young, before he became a coach and everything.
Tony was a great player because he was a great competitor. And all he cared about was winning. And he would do anything, sacrifice anything to help us win the game. In his sophomore year, we went to the NIT. And it was last year, that's how much time went from Tony's sophomore year in college to last season between NIT appearances.
Wow.
So, but Tony was a great player. Then obviously in his senior year, leading us to the Final Four, having some huge games, including making the game-winning free throws against North Carolina in the round of 32 out in Dayton, Ohio, which brought us to Washington, D.C. in the Verizon Center.
What a run.
To play Wichita State and UConn with a chance to go to the Final Four. And Tony and his teammates were great that
I
weekend.
mean, how fun was that to bring it back here in front of the home crowd? Like,
well, Jim Calhoun didn't like it.
Yeah, he had to.
He didn't. He complained that we had the home court advantage.
Hey,
They're the number one seed in the NCAA tournament. They got 5 NBA players in their starting lineup, and he's complaining about us being close to George Mason's campus.
Right.
But the place was rocking.
Oh, yeah.
You
I
guys
remember
know
it.
it.
Yeah,
This
of
whole
course.
city was behind our George Mason run, and it was great.
Going to sacrifice. Talk about Tony. You got to remind me. Were you a point guard, and then the year that you made the run, you were like, "Look, we got to move you off point guard. You got to score."
You want his version or my version?
Let's go with your version first.
Yeah. No, I just I remember we played in a tournament out west. We beat UC Irvine. I think I had like 17, 20 points. Played a decent game. We then played Wake Forest, took them to overtime. I actually had 25 in that game. It wasn't 20, Coach. You said 20 the other night. But it was not one of those games where I think I took like 21, 22 shots, and it worked out for me, but not necessarily for the team. And I remember Coach L pulling me into the office. We lost to Creighton, a really bad loss at home following that Wake Forest. And so we're sitting there 1-2, and obviously, you know, Coach is trying to figure some things out with the staff. And I remember him calling me in the office, and in the back of my mind, I was like, okay, what is this conversation going to be about? You know, cut the long story short, you know, he asked me, how would I feel about playing off the ball?
as a 5'11" on my best day point guard, I'm thinking to myself, well, Lamar Butler, really good shooter, okay defender, not a great athlete. Technically, I'm not the shooting guard. I'm now the small forward at 5'11". I didn't necessarily agree with him, but I trusted him, and we started winning some games, and we figured it out. So it's a great decision.
Wow, I didn't even remember that detail from that run. I didn't even remember that.
I was telling Coach L, I read this article yesterday. I can't remember where it's from, and I don't remember all the details, but you had certain motivational tactics, and maybe Coach Skin can talk about this, about making your guys believe they could knock off teams like Michigan State and Connecticut. What are some of those things that you kind of did to make them believe that they could win?
Well, the first thing was before the season ever began, I really felt like we had a great team and had great balance, a good bench. And I brought Dr. Bob Rotella, the sports psychologist, into the campus at George Mason to meet with the team. And I asked him, I said, find out how good these guys think they can be. And Lamar Butler said, I think we can get to the Final Four. And Dr. Rotella said, well, then how many of you guys believe in that? And these guys did. They had a tremendous amount of confidence in themselves individually and collectively. And then
And at that time, that was still somewhat outrageous, right? To
Sure.
think that. For no shot at Mason, but for mid-majors to do that, right? You guys are the ones that really
get
took it
that
to that
deep.
next level. Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys are Maryland guys. You remember the 2001 George Mason Maryland game in the first round of the NCAA tournament?
I think
Was that
did you beat
that
us or
in
did you
Boise?
scare? I can't remember. I can't
Am I
remember.
getting the site wrong?
Did you beat us that game?
No,
We scared the heck out of us.
We led by two,
Right.
like 80-78 with under a
Did
minute
you have
to
like
go.
a redhead shooter? Did you have a kid that just shot the lights out that game? Do you remember?
I don't
I think
remember
his
ever
memory's
coaching a
better
kid who
than
was
yours.
redheaded. Redhead. Where you get this stuff? But
Can't test this guy's memory.
that's
He
your
remembers
Steve
everything.
Blake,
daughter's
Steve
boyfriend.
Blake
Yeah.
made a top of the key three. We
Right.
doubled. We
Still
shouldn't
haunts
have
you.
doubled.
Yeah.
Lonnie Baxter.
Uh-huh.
He kicked it out top of the key. We're up 80-78. Steve Blake buries the three to put them ahead. We have a chance to win the game at the end. We turn it over. We foul, and they beat us 83-80 in the first round of 64.
Right.
And
They
made it
went
the Final
on to
Four.
the Final Four
Right.
and lost to Duke in the semifinals.
Right.
All right. So that team, had they beat Maryland, we had George Evans, the three-time conference player of the year. We had a chance because Maryland's run, we could have matched up very well with those teams.
Mm-hmm.
So back then, as good as we were, I started thinking to myself, dang, if you can get the right combination of players. But when you have Tony Skinn, Lamar Butler, Fowler Campbell, Will Thomas, and Jai Lewis, and all five guys can average double figures, the only thing I was looking for, and the reason we moved Tony off the ball, is because he was a great scorer, but we needed someone to just distribute so we'd have balance. We need someone who would get the ball to Jai Lewis and Will Thomas. We needed those guys to feel very much a part of the offense and key contributors. Tony was such a great scorer. I know he wanted to continue at the point, but he took 20 shots, and Jai Lewis took 6.
Right.
So I mean that's all right. Right?
Coach Skin,
There's some of that.
let me interject. Coach Skin, what do you remember about that Bob Rotella meeting and the vision of a Final Four before the season starts? And then we can kind of go through it.
Well, I just remember, we had the exact same team our junior year. We didn't have the season that we wanted. And so I think I had a really good year individually. Lamar had a good year individually, but we didn't get the wins that we needed to get coming off that sophomore year when we did have a good team and a good season. And so I think we were just a lot more humbled in our approach and trying to figure out how to have a really, really good senior season. We had a great summer. And I just remember being in that room and just envisioning what we wanted our senior year to be. And we trusted Coach L. We trusted each other. We didn't want to have a losing season. And I think we were just also motivated collectively that whatever it was that we just kind of set our goals to, we had the vision. And we were competitors. We're from the DMV. You talk about just competitiveness where
in the summer, a lot of these guys that we would play in the NCAA tournament, we weren't scared of them at all because we've seen them through the summers and through the years. And so from a competitive standpoint, it was just a vision. And once we got the opportunity, like he said, once we matched up against these teams, you know, we figured it out.
So it's the 20th anniversary. There's going to be a halftime banner ceremony with Coach Larrañaga, post-game autographs with some of the Final Four players, photos with the NCAA trophy. Lower bowl seats start at just $20. I read, too, about the Michigan State game in particular. So Michigan State, Tom Izzo, great reputation, everything like that. I think you had played them previously, right? And
The year
only lost
before,
by 6.
Lost by 6.
And you pointed out, hey, we lost by 6. You think we're better than last year?
Exactly. So, you know, Rotella came up to George Mason for the announcement because we there was a lot of speculation that we were not going to make the tournament.
Yeah, I remember.
So we were at my house. The team was actually Rotella wasn't there that night. The team was at my house, and everybody was debating whether we were going to get in or not. I really, truly believed we were going to get in. And then after we did get in, Billy Packer.
What
and
seed were you again?
11.
11, okay.
But everybody said we came from a one bid league. We
Right,
shouldn't
right.
have gotten in as a large team. And then Tony Kornheiser got on PTI and ripped the committee. Yeah. So I went on PTI and told Tony, I can't believe you're ripping George Mason. We deserve to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I told him why, because of all the great stuff we had done during the regular season. But leading into the Michigan State game, and I don't know if you guys realize, Michigan State was the #1 rebounding team in the country. And in that first round game, we beat them 70-65 and out-rebounded them 40-26.
Man, that's dominant performance. How do you remember all these numbers? This is 20-plus years ago.
This is life.
I can't remember numbers from last week. I can't.
His memory is unbelievable.
It's a steel
It's
trap
unreal.
over there.
It's unreal.
Hey,
what was the favorite
one
part?
of the biggest game that got us into the NCAA tournament? You know, people were complaining was the game that Tony hit the game-winning shot on the road against Wichita State in what was called the Bracket Buster. And we ran a play for Jai Lewis, and I believe I heard Tony whisper in his ear, "Hey, if you get double team, I'll be open on the other side."
That was my roommate.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So Jai got the ball, double team, skipped a pass out right in front of our bench. Tony buried a 3, and we ended up winning at Wichita State.
What
And
is Jai doing? Because he years ago, when I guess he played around with NFL, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, try it with the Giants.
he made the Giants.
No, he made the team. He basically made the team.
But then he quit, right?
No, he called me right after the Giants offered him a contract, and he said, "Coach, I can't do it." I said, "How come?" He said, "They want me to get to 350. I'm 295, and they want me to get up to 350 and be a tackle."
Is that right?
Yeah, that's pretty right. It's funny.
That was
'cause
close.
Pretty close. John was my roommate, so I went through that whole transition with him.
Right.
He wanted to play football, but his love was for basketball.
Right.
And I just remember him coming to me saying, "Listen, I'm going to turn this down. People are going to think I'm crazy." I ended up actually driving him to his agent's office to give back the car that he was driving. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
Did he end up playing the ball like in Europe or anything?
Yeah,
for a
he ended
while?
up playing
didn't-
for a couple of years in Europe, about 4 or 5 years or so in Europe. Yeah.
It is wild that because, you know, in this area, now we're sports guys, right? So we'll remember, but that starting 5 was kind of like iconic, right? Each of those guys had a role, and it wasn't like you had like kind of a dud. Like all those guys, there's a reason why you made that run, right? And each had their own role, but each of all were good, right? That was a good starting 5.
We ran the same play against UConn 25 consecutive times.
You're kidding.
After the game was over, one of the sports writers said to me, "It looked like you ran the same play every time."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, we did." He said, "Why did you do that?" I said, "Well, because it worked."
Right. They couldn't stop it. It works. Why would you stop running it? Of course.
Right.
That's
Wait,
brilliant.
Coach, with all and then I want to talk to Coach Skin, too, about his team this year, because I went to a game this year. They played against Cornell, my daughter's boyfriend, and they just pulled away in the second half. He's got a great team.
He's got a
this year.
terrific group of
Really
guys. I
big,
watched them practice
size,
yesterday.
Everything. You got everything. But of all your stops, right? And we know you from Bowling Green and what you did here for so long, and then at Miami, and all of your accomplishments, and you did incredible things at Miami, right? Really, really took that to another level as a basketball school. Where does this run rank, your Final Four run at Mason, of all of the things that you did in your career?
Well, I'd have to say number one.
Number one, right?
Because it was so unexpected and because of the impact it had on the university.
Right.
Because you guys weren't there at the time, but at Dayton when we beat Michigan State, after the game was over, there were 150 members of the media, TV, radio, print media. And I started my press conference with a question. How many of you guys know whether George Mason University is a private school or a state university?
Mm-hmm.
And they all looked. They didn't know. I said, raise your hand if you think we're a private school.
Mm-hmm.
And about 3/4 of them raised their hand. I said, no, we're one of the largest state universities in the state of Virginia. So it created a brand. So
Yeah, put you on the map.
it put us on the
Yeah,
map. And now
absolutely.
everybody was, I don't know, was Google around then? People were Googling,
2006, yeah,
you know,
probably. Like it,
yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was the beginning.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
People were looking up George Mason
How has
University.
it changed now? Because I went there, and I went there because obviously, again, my daughter's boyfriend played for Cornell. I hadn't been to the gym in a while. I was like, man, this is an unbelievable facility. But I didn't really drive around the How much has the campus changed since when you were there? Like, when I go to Maryland, I don't recognize it. What's it like when you go to Mason?
No, I was there yesterday. We entered George Mason University. I'd never been in through that entrance.
You built that entrance, Coach.
Joe, you guys,
You built that. That's
do you guys remember? It was after the Final Four. We recruited a band director, Doc Nix, and the Green Machine. Have you
Okay.
guys know of him?
No.
He's the #1 pep band in the country.
Oh, I know that guy. He's
And
still
they-
there. He's still there.
They built a building for him. They built a music building
we
for
have
the
so
pep
much money from the Final Four run, we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, Final Four, new
Just got an
buildings.
extra building on the campus.
I was telling my family, I said, that
Yeah.
guy, I don't know anything about that guy, but that guy's iconic. He's been there forever. And you're the one that brought him there.
Yeah,
should
we
have a
brought him.
statue.
Yeah.
All right, look, Coach Larinaga and Coach Skin are hanging out. Coach Skin, George Mason's off to a 9-1 start. They take on ODU on the 13th. You got the banner ceremony. What day is today? Is that tomorrow?
Yes,
it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
Duh.
game.
Halftime ceremony with the banner, pregame autographs. They've got the NCAA trophy there. Seats in the lower bowl start for just $20. They're hanging out with us. It's Coach Jim Larinaga and Coach Tony Skin here on the Junkies.
Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest, a lot of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there, that could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Very happy to be joined in studio by Jim Larinaga and Tony Skinn, George Mason royalty. You can go celebrate the 2006 Final Four run. The 20th anniversary is tomorrow at Eagle Bank Arena. Coach L halftime banner ceremony, post-game autographs with select Final Four players. You can take photos with the NCAA trophy on the concourse. Lower bowl seats start at under $20 with fees included. Just go to gomason.com/tickets for more information. I would expect a big crowd out there for the ODU game as the Patriots host the Monarchs.
And to bring it to the Junkies, when Coach Larinaga was there and you guys were playing, it was a fun time for us because we'd gone from our first 5 years on the radio, we were a nighttime show, then we were a morning show, and then we were kind of like in middays, but we were in Fairfax. And Coach L used to stop by from time to time.
Literally down the street.
And we would head on over there. And he wasn't part of this, but like we did a bit where we hung Billy Packer in effigy because of what Billy Packer did.
He's got to distance himself from that.
I said he wasn't part of that. We did, when you guys made it to the Final Four, we did a show from...
we gave a pep talk before they went to the
tournament. I did a pep talk.
That's
you had
right.
all the players in studio.
We did the pep rally, I think, before
Yes.
you went to the Sweet 16.
Yeah,
or
so
something
it was like,
that.
You guys should be honored along with Jim.
Yeah, where's my freaking gym?
Yeah, where's our banner? Where's that?
EB's gonna angle for another ring.
Oh yeah, I need a ring. Let me get a ring.
But that was a fun time, and I think what Eric was talking about earlier, and you can talk about this, but you know, how many years in coaching?
Well, I was 54.
54 years of coaching, and
40 years as a head
and that
coach.
year is the most special year of your coaching
Yes.
tenure.
Very good.
And you coached your-
Thanks, Tony.
I'm trying to remember. You coached your son along the way, at least one.
Both my sons. My son Jay at Bowling Green for 4 years. My son John at George Mason. He was on that George Mason team that almost knocked off Maryland.
Is Jay still coaching?
Jay is with the Los Angeles Clippers. Yes.
Wow, very good.
Wow.
Coach L, how special is
He's got to figure out if Kawhi's playing every
Yeah,
night.
yeah. How special is it for you that Tony Skinn, 20 years later, has taken over the program? Like, did you see that when you were coaching him, 20-ish years ago, that he would develop into the coach he's
And you got
become for
Lamar
George
on
Mason?
staff too. I didn't even realize that.
First player
Yeah,
development.
I'm so proud of him.
You should be.
And what he's been able to accomplish.
They got a squad.
But
too,
I never
boys.
saw it. I never saw. I didn't
saw a
think
future
Tony
head
wanted to
coach?
be a coach.
Me neither.
But what he told me, Tony, tell him about your relationship with Eric Conkle and how you got really.
Oh, yeah,
into-
absolutely. So
He was
Eric,
a big kid that you had, right?
Eric
Conkle?
Yeah, he's the
Conkle's
assistant
head
coach.
Eric was one of my assistants. He's the head
Oh, he
coach
was
at Tulsa.
Okay.
But Tony can tell him the story.
yeah, so Coach Conkle was an assistant on that staff. He actually left.
Right.
He
The year
left
before.
our senior year, the year before, but I would say he was probably the lead recruiter in getting me to George Mason. And so we developed a relationship. That relationship carried on over to when I was playing overseas. And I just remember having a conversation with him. I was having a little bit of a shooting slump. And he's a big X and O's, just a smart, super smart guy. And he gave me a metric that just really helped me have my best season in Europe. And I just remember,
What
that
did he say?
relationship.
What
So
did he do?
just a 180 shooting rule. However you can get to 180, whether it's at the free throw line, a 3-point line,
What
inside
do you mean
the
180? I'm sorry. I don't.
So just picture Steph Curry. Steph Curry's like a 200 guy, right? He shoots 90% from the free throw line. He's shooting 45% from three. He's shooting 55% inside the two. Just a really efficient way to manage the game, especially at the point guard position.
Okay.
And I just remember that conversation carried me over. I had a really good season in France at the time. And we just kind of just stayed in contact a little bit more than some of the other coaches. And he ends up getting the job at Louisiana Tech.
Yeah.
And I was one of his first calls. I was coaching AAU at the time, coaching in high school. And again, I wasn't thinking about coaching. I was just putting myself in a position to, if an opportunity came, I would be ready. And that conversation happened, and he hired me and gave me my first job. So
You also
That's
recruited
awesome.
my buddy Anthony DeRuggi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of my first guys.
Yeah.
We had some really good teams at Louisiana Tech, and part of it was because we were able to steal some DMV guys that typically would not go down to northern Louisiana. Anthony DeRuggi, Daquan Bracey, who's rookie of the year in the Conference USA, kid from Baltimore, St. Francis High School. So that's how that
So when
relationship
you
developed.
go, so can you talk about? I'm curious.
Yeah.
My guess is like young people when you go in? I don't know what percentage of young people you go in. Do you say, hey, you see that Final Four banner? Like, I honestly question: do kids remember that run or? No,
the kids don't, but their parents do.
Their parents do.
The moms and the dads do, and that helps.
Right,
for sure.
That's an in for you.
Yeah, that's the end. You know, you're young enough and old enough to where the people that make the decisions, they understand and they know and they value it.
Right.
Coach, what do you think about a couple of your disciples, Coach Caputo, Coach Skin, being in this area? Do you guys play each other this year? Did you? Did I
We're in the
miss?
same league.
That's right.
Got to play twice a year.
Donkey Kong.
Get us up 4 hours.
Yeah.
What's it like? You can't root, right?
Oh, for me, I root for both of them. You know, I follow them all very closely. I have Tony at George Mason, Chris Caputo at GW, Adam Fisher's the head coach at Temple, and Eric Conkle is the head coach at Tulsa.
Look at that coach out
Tulsa's
the tree. Look at all that fruit it's bearing. Love that.
No, those guys were very, very near
that's
and dear
awesome.
to me. They helped me
Yep.
get to the Final Four, and Adam Fisher's the head coach at Temple, and he hired Michael Uger, who's one of my players at Bowling Green, one of my assistants at George Mason, one of my assistants at Miami, and Bill Courtney, who was with me at Bowling Green, George Mason, and Miami as well. So, you know, we're a close family, great relationships. Tony was saying to me before we went to dinner last night at President Washington, the president of George Mason University. He and his wife, Nicole, invited us to his house. And my wife and I were there with Tony and his wife. And this morning, Tony tells me my wife tells better stories than I do.
And did you guys communicate a lot, right? Is there like a group text, just private text between you two? Like, what's the dynamic? You call them? Like, what's the dynamic?
Yeah, we text, we call.
Everything.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent over the last 20 years. Everyone else is getting a chance to celebrate what we did 20 years ago, but you know, we've never lost touch.
Right. That's
So
amazing.
so let's get into your team. You guys are off to a 9-1 start. What do you love about this team? What should people expect if they go to see them play ODU tomorrow night?
Yeah, no, I think with the success we had last year, 27-9, you lose your whole team, 91% of your production, 91% of your minutes. To be able to be this good this early, the credit goes to the type of guys that we recruited. Their connectivity. I said it to start the season to my coaches. I don't know how good we'll be, but I'm going to enjoy coaching this group just because in this landscape, it's very, very hard to get 11 new players in the locker room that genuinely like each other, which is a lost thing in this landscape. But that connectivity is really shown, especially early on, because we've dealt with some real bad injuries. Our three most dynamic players were hurt to start the season. And for the guys that have stepped up to be able to just do what they've been able to do this early on in the season, it just makes us a strong team.
Is the assumption as a coach, and Coach Larnega, you can chime in on this because you have some iconic comments, you know, that kind of went viral about coaching in this era of NIL and everything. Is the assumption that from here on out, these are like one and done guys? Is that the assumption that you have to take? Or, obviously you hope that you get to keep them, but what's the assumption?
You want to answer that, Coach?
Yeah, did you hear or listen to the Instagram post by Rick Pitino that he's not coaching or recruiting freshmen anymore?
Yeah.
Because they're
kids,
not
right?
ready. Most of them are not physically, mentally, emotionally ready to jump in and compete at the highest level if you're trying to win a national championship. So the recruiting landscape has changed. Now there are a lot of teams that are going to Europe because those kids are pros already. They've been pros since they were 15, 16 years old. We've got a kid at Miami that's like 22 years old, and he's a freshman.
Wow.
And he can really shoot the three. So you can bring a kid in, start his college career when he's 22 years old, and he's got 5 years or 4 years of eligibility. The whole landscape has changed. So it's so much more about finances. So when you bring a kid in, if you pay him well, maybe he'll stay. But if he can get paid more someplace else, maybe his name is in the portal as soon as the season ends.
So did you assume towards the end that these are one and done kids?
Oh, when we reached the Final Four, we came back on a Sunday. I met with each player on a Monday. 8 of them told me they were putting their name in the portal because they could get more money
Wow.
someplace else.
And they just had that
8.
success of a Final Four run.
And they loved Miami.
They love money more.
But they love the green. My best friend is Ben Franklin.
Did that blow you away, or did you expect it at this?
No,
kind of
I
knowing?
didn't expect it, but I understood it, and I didn't blame them. I didn't question. Several of them actually said, "I got to take care of my family."
Yeah.
My high school coach, my AAU coach, told me if I can put my name into the portal, I can get over $1 million.
Now, did it end up happening? Did they get the kind of money they thought?
No, they didn't get $1 million. Got $1.5 million.
You're kidding.
$1.5 million, and then another one got $1.7 million. Another one got $1.2 million.
I mean,
so I had 3 players.
Yeah.
They were making more money than my assistant coaches than I made in my career up until my days at Miami.
And you can't blame those kids for taking, like,
No.
they're 19, 20, 21-year-old kids. They have to take that money. That's
Yeah, because they
great
get to buy a
opportunity.
Lamborghini.
The fact that you said one and done is just redefine what one and done actually means.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
When you think
Make
about one and
just
done,
for you.
when you think about one and done back in the day, it's a guy that's going to
To
the
the
NBA.
right.
He's
You think
going to
it's
play
John
1 year in
Wall or,
college.
you know, guys like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
one and done means.
I'm curious
The next stop.
what you think. Look, it's the reality, right? But I'm curious what your perspective is on for fans. So I went with my son. He's a freshman at Maryland. I went to the Maryland-Georgetown game. And it was early in the season.
I don't know any of the kids.
I had to look at the program. I'm like, okay, he's on his 3rd school. He's on his 4th school. I mean, I didn't know any of them, and I found that tough as a fan, but I want to know your perspective.
It's absolutely nuts because I feel the same way. When Jay Lucas is the new head coach of the University of Miami, and he's just a terrific young coach. Had been at was at Duke and came to Miami, and he signed all these new guys. He had to bring in 13 new players.
Right.
There was not a single returning player, and as he wanted me to come over and watch them work out and have me meet them. So when I went over and was introduced, I recruited all of them.
Oh, really?
Malik Renew, who's their leading scorer, averaging 20 points a game. I recruited him 3 times.
Just wait
Once
until
when
you
he
left.
was in high school.
Right.
Once when he committed to
Indiana.
Florida. No, Florida.
Florida and then Indiana.
And then he decommitted to Florida. I recruited him again. Then he went to Indiana, and then he left Indiana. We recruited him a 3rd time. So it's such a strange culture now. It's not. I'm coming to get a great education and play college basketball with the hopes of maybe being able to play in the NBA or overseas. Now this is professional. I want as much money as
All right,
you
let me
can
ask
pay
you this
me.
then. So, God, it's so wild in recruiting. I've dealt with my kids. They play college sports, and it's wild. But they're non-revenue sports, right? So they don't make money. Have you ever been turned down for or someone taken less money? Or has the kid, in your experiences, always taken the most money?
Well, I'll say this, and I got to give credit to some of my DMV guys. We had an okay year my first year at George Mason. But Darius Maddox, Jared Billups, and Woody Newton, 3 local guys, they stayed. If those guys don't stay last year, we don't have the 27-9 team that we just had this past season. And some guys do make that decision. But again, the landscape has just ballooned in just 12 months. What it was 12 months ago versus what it was this past summer is completely different.
So are you like in a state of panic constantly?
Not at all. Not at all.
You're comfortable.
I'm okay with it. I'm a little bit different than this guy. He's been coaching for a lot longer than I've been alive. The landscape is kind of what I came into as a coach.
So you're used to it.
I'm pretty used to it. The portal is a part of what
Yeah, but
I did as an assistant coach.
Yeah.
But you know that, like Coach said, kids maybe last year were getting $1 million. Now they're getting $1.5 million. Next year they're going to get $2.5 million. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm hoping it goes back in the other direction.
You do.
I do.
Because there'll be a
Just
cap.
Some more,
Is there going to be a cap? Is that what you think?
Cap, some more guardrails with transferring in the portal, things like that.
You see that coming?
I'm hoping it's coming.
Because it is brutal for fans.
Yeah, it's
just brutal.
It's brutal for fans. It's brutal for
you.
coaches.
Of course.
too, man.
Of course.
To bring it back full circle, to get back to George Mason, because tomorrow is the Coach L banner ceremony, 20th anniversary of the 2006 Final Four anniversary. So that team played together so long, right? So imagine if this had existed back then, that team probably never exists, right?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
1000%.
Tony would have made a lot more money at his next stop.
The team would have been fractured.
You guys, George Mason would have just been a bus stop. But that's what makes this special. So we're inviting listeners. It's a great look. It was a great time for the Junkies just to be around it. To follow that team really was special. You were always great to us. It really was a fun
We'll
time.
always have a connection to Mason.
And,
100%.
Coach L, Coach Skin, keep it going. You guys are 9-1. Here's the deal: halftime banner ceremony, autographs post game with some of the Final Four players, photos with the NCAA trophy, and lower bowl seats start at under $20.
And by the way,
under
again,
$20.
I was there this year. It's been the first time I've been there in quite a while. That's an underrated gym. That's a big time gym.
You like Eagle Bank Arena.
It's a big time gym. Like I don't think people quite realize it.
Yep.
Coach Jim Larinaga, Coach Tony Skin, thanks so much. Coming up next, Scott Abraham from ABC7 as we talk Commanders Giants here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel Fridays, turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires, people. That's FanDuel.com/EB. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Scott Abraham, ABC7 sports director. Does a great job covering the Washington Commanders and more. What's up,
I thought
Scott?
he had the best question in the presser the other day. What's up, Scott?
I heard you gassing me up, JP. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you flipped the script on him because, you get used to those same answers and you can kind of tell the audience and everything, but give us your thought as to why you asked that question.
I mean, I was just curious to kind of rephrase the question of, in my opinion, I don't think Dan Quinn wants to sit Jaden Daniels. I agree. In his heart of hearts, DQ wants Jaden to play. So I was just curious to see what his response would be if I kind of, tinkered the question a little bit. And because, we've all talked about ad nauseum, what are the benefits of Jaden playing? Reps, growing, hasn't played a lot this year. But the fan base, I think the majority of the fan base doesn't want Jaden to play. They want him in bubble wrap. So I was curious what the response would be if I asked what are the benefits of, if healthy, Jaden not playing the rest of the season. And he didn't give me much of an answer, but I think it caught him off guard a little bit.
No, but I thought the answer or non-answer was pretty telling because we all kind of feel that way, at least in the Junkies, that he wants to play. He wants to play Jaden. Jaden wants to play, but somebody from above is probably directing this.
Yeah, I was listening to your show a little bit yesterday, and I know I think it was your poll question of who made that call or who's making that decision, and I was thinking about that. Like, okay, I don't think it's DQ. I feel like a decision like this, you'd have to get some input from the owner. I can't imagine. So if Jaden's not playing the rest of the season, I can't imagine just AP and DQ making that decision on their own. I feel like there'd have to be some sort of a conversation with Josh Harris. That's kind of what my gut tells me.
Scott, speaking of your gut, do you think that he has actually been shut down for the season and you're just going to have to do this song and dance over the next month? Or do you think it's still on a week-by-week basis that we may still see him out on the field starting games?
That's a great question because, let's go back to Sunday after the game against Minnesota. I mean, the genie came out of the bottle when, Dan Quinn said Jaden could have returned to the football game. And then all of a sudden, on Wednesday, from Sunday to Wednesday, something changed. There's no structural damage, and now he's shut down for the Giants game. So I'm in the belief that I think maybe there's a stronger possibility that Jaden does not play another snap this season.
What's the mood of the team? You're there all the time.
I mean,
it's eight losses in a row. You think it's brutal, but there does seem to be some upbeat messaging coming out of the park. I don't know. What's your feel?
Like they're saying all the right things. They're pros. I mean, it just feels like it's not a lot of fun for the media. It's not a lot of fun for the players, but we all got a job to do, and it just reminds me of kind of those dark days of the Ron Rivera era where there are a lot of losses. And I mean, guys, if you think about it, they could end the season with 12 straight losses.
Yeah.
I mean that's fireable stuff in most situations. And I think Dan Quinn, obviously, with that great season last year, making the NFC Championship game, has earned and bought himself at least one more year here in Washington, even if they do finish on a 12-game losing streak. But the seat will be very warm for both Peters and Quinn going into this upcoming year because 12 straight losses is unacceptable. Obviously, we're not there yet, but 8 is pretty close, and they got obviously a tough schedule: Giants, 2 Eagles games, and then the Cowboys. So. The angle I was kind of hitting at on Wednesday in that locker room was like the checkout factor. So you're not going to the playoffs. You're kind of playing out the string. You have 4 games left. So how do you avoid that checkout factor? And Revo and Ben Sinnott and all the guys I talked to and Kinlaw said all great things. We're going to find out who has heart. If people are checking out, then they got to check themselves. Type deal. Strong messaging. So. These guys have a lot of pride, and I know they want to get back in the win column. Nobody wants to end the season on a 12-game losing streak going into the offseason. That's just disastrous. So I think their best chance is to get a win on Sunday against the Giants out of the 4 remaining games.
Scott, I'm on your Twitter at Scott7News, and you have a clip with Ben Sinnott, who you just mentioned, and he's going to get a bigger opportunity. Now the the reason he's getting it sucks because of the Zach Ertz injury. We all saw that last week in Minnesota. Feel terrible for Zach Ertz, but that presents a huge opportunity over these last 4 games where a lot of people are like, okay, these games don't mean a lot. These games mean a lot to guys like Ben Sinnott, who still need a lot to prove after being drafted pretty high last year.
Cakes, that's your boy. You must be pumped.
It's my guy. I
That's
just
your
want to
boy.
see.
But yeah, you're
see
right.
Something.
I mean, these are the opportunities for Ben Sinnott, for other guys on this roster to really get reps, get opportunities, and play in some meaningful football games, meaningful moments of a football game. And Mariota, likes to utilize his tight ends, and I think Sinnott will have some opportunities to do his thing on the field, whether it's pass protection, blocking alongside with Bates. But obviously, you brought on Sinnott because he's a great receiver and a great threat across the middle. So I'll be interested to see what type of production he can do out there. And I know he's excited about it. I know he sees this as an opportunity to show why he was drafted so high last year. And he's probably going to be one of a couple of guys they're going to have some more opportunities because you got to kind of figure out the offseason plan here, knowing there's no playoffs and strategize whether it's free agents, drafts, what type of areas you want to improve for this football team.
All right, so they take on the Giants. This is probably the most winnable of the last 4 games. They pull it off. Look, 2 weeks ago, they looked good against Denver. Comes down to the last play. Last week was just a wreck. How do you see this one playing out?
I think they get a win, guys. I think it's time. 2.5-point dogs. I think there's going to be a Chris Rodriguez type game. Control the clock, pound the football with C-Rod. Maybe get some turnovers from Jackson Dart. Giants coming off a bye. Maybe they're a little sleepy to start. Haven't played a couple of meaningful football in a couple of weeks, so maybe they catch them early. So give me the Commanders to get a win on the road, breaking that 8-game losing streak.
All right, let's hope so. We're tired of doing these Misery Monday bits.
I don't even want to watch the game, to be honest with you. I got no
how you
interest.
doing, EB? You're quiet over there.
Yeah, I know. The boys are handling it.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
All right, Scott, we got to run.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Have a good weekend. Bye, boys.
You too, buddy.
All right.
Thanks,
All
Scott.
right.
Scott Abraham from ABC7. We'll give you our predictions on what's going to happen a little bit later in the program. Also at 9:45, your chance to win some tickets to go see the Terps play basketball against Michigan. That is also tomorrow evening. That's coming up at 9:45. But next, we'll open up the entertainment page here on the Junkies.
Want your office to wow clients and fire up your team at the same time? With PVI Office Furniture, style meets function like a perfect touchdown celebration. They've got designers who will come to you to help create a space that screams your company's vibe and workspace like a champ. Plus, they handle everything. Fast delivery, expert installation, and support every step of the way. And here's your bonus play. Mention us, the Junkies, and you score 15% off your purchase. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders look to get back on track this weekend against the Giants Sunday. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, play calling at the goal line important.
Yeah, I mean, it always does. You know, there's 30 plays in that game. I wish I'd call something differently and wish one of those plays would have worked, but they didn't, unfortunately. So that's, I think, the nature of a play caller. You know, there weren't a lot of great play calls in that game. And that's, like I said, that's all me, and I got to get better.
Falcons beat the Buccaneers 29-28 on the last-second field goal. Kyle Pitts, 166 yards receiving and 3 scores. T.J. Watt of the Steelers in a local hospital for further lung evaluation after experiencing discomfort at the practice facility. The Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. Dylan Strome could not convert a breakaway. Connor McMichael and Nick Dowd scored. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore will appear in court today. Wizards against the Cavaliers tonight at 7 on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. Streaming live on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out via iHeartRadio and TuneIn. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. During the commercial break, Cakes, while you were gone,
Yeah.
EB said to me, because feels like a Friday.
Yeah.
I was like, it is Friday.
It does feel like a Friday.
What day did you think it was when you said that?
I think because I was thinking about driving my daughter to volleyball. It's a Tuesday, Thursday, and then,
Yeah.
like Sunday thing. I think I was thinking it was Thursday still because I'm lamenting that whole thing I got to do next week.
Look, I can understand you missing a day or two and being off by a bit.
I mean,
It
come on.
happens.
Been a busy show. Really loved having Coach L and Coach Tony.
They were great. They were
And,
awesome.
they're great guys.
So that run was actually when we had started mornings in 2006, but we really got to know Coach L when we were at nighttime.
I mean, you
in
see,
Fairfax.
you see the genuine affection Coach has for us, right?
Oh, of
I mean,
course.
and we obviously have it for him.
Sure.
But I mean, he gets iced, even though he got JP and Cakes confused.
It's
He
okay.
does get
It's fine.
sized.
It's okay. I mean, JP asked if they play GW, they're in the same
That was
conference.
just a brain fart.
I don't blame me for that. It's hard to keep track of everybody's conferences.
That's a brain fart.
I mean, who cares?
I'll take the L on that.
Sure, it's fine.
And for him, he actually was talking to me, and then you walked in there, and he goes, JP.
Yeah, I was like frozen. I was like, Cakes. He
I mean,
goes,
it happened 20
it's
years.
Fine. It's okay. It's all good.
It's a long time.
Yeah, I love Coach L.
I
You
also-
can do no wrong in my book.
I have low self-esteem because I took a bad posture pick.
Let me see.
No, it doesn't matter.
I just know
You're the same pick. Just my posture sucks. I stopped drinking, lost weight. Now it looks like somehow I've gained weight, even though I stopped drinking. Like where'd the weight gain come from?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
just
put
don't
on
care.
some
I take
LBs, but
such
the
bad
thing
picks.
which is getting me, and this was,
I'm not feeling good about myself.
and this I learned when I went to have my physical, I guess a year ago, maybe a little over a year ago. I'm shrinking. I mean, like my listed height went
Right.
down an inch
That's not great.
in her office.
Yeah. I'd be standing on my tippy toes.
Like I think I used to be taller than you. You might be taller
I
than
don't
me.
think so.
Cakes.
I think we could have a short king off. I don't think. I mean, nobody wins in that
He's
match.
got that hat though. That hat.
No,
that
what
hat's
I'm saying-
open up.
yeah.
No, I'm
He's
saying
got
that
the
I used
ball
to
on the
be-
head.
I'd measure like this.
I think I used to be
Adam
about a
Pierce.
half inch taller than you.
Well, that's hard to notice that.
No, but just in the picture, whatever. If you're a short king, maybe you would notice, right? I used to have Cakes by a little bit. I think he might be taller than me.
Nah, doesn't
I'm
matter.
shrinking.
What does it matter?
Doesn't matter. All right, let's get into the entertainment page, EB.
I thought I was over these really horrible pictures.
Yeah, it's standard. They're not going to get better. We're 55.
No, but I lost weight. Now it just looks like I look fat again. God damn it.
Day ruined.
I can't even. I was gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that anywhere. I'm sure you guys will. I'm not putting that anywhere.
Well, Coach L and Coach Skin
You
look
know what?
good.
I could just take us out of it.
Crop the three junkies.
Photoshop us out.
You know,
please.
I could do that. Let me look at that.
That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah, let me see. It just
What if all of our guest photos? I know Cake
We
said he
just
was off to
take
go
us out.
photos.
Yeah.
If we
Trust
start
me.
lining them up and they just.
I was the tip of the spear. I was like 6 months ago. I was like, no more pictures. Just there's no upside to pictures.
Yeah, whatever.
In my opinion,
it's really depressing. I mean, honestly, I was going around there for a while, and if I hadn't seen people like, "Oh, you lost some weight, you lost some weight,"
Yeah.
I don't think people can say that anymore. I think if I look like that, ugh. You remember Andy Dick Cakes?
I remember Andy Dick. Yes.
News radio.
Yeah, from I guess he's most famous from News Radio.
His co-star was Joe Rogan.
I'll be honest. I don't have much of a file on News Radio. I don't think I've ever seen a full episode.
I didn't watch a ton, but also I think Phil Hartman was on that show.
Okay.
Pretty good cast.
If you
People
say
have
so,
seen
I'm forced to believe you.
He did a lot of stuff like on the E Channel, I feel like, and
Yeah.
like award shows.
He's a stand-up comedian.
Stand-up comedian. Well, now he's basically just darn near homeless. They've got him. He overdosed.
Yeah, I
on
saw the video. The video
streets.
is harrowing. He's
it-
like doubled over and like he's vomiting. And
Looks like he's dead.
somebody had to give him Narcan to
he's-
basically bring him back.
He's had a lot of problems with drugs and alcohol over the last 20 years or so. Multiple times. I know he's been to jail, been arrested. And I don't think he's homeless, but he sure lives like he's homeless. So that's obviously the story. They brought him back. They have some certain guys that go up to him and they check on him occasionally. I see like these TMZ photographers or whatever, and they post these things on. And you can tell he's just out of it. It's just like, can you imagine like this famous sort of celebrity?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know how talented the guy was, but he reached a certain level in his career where he was kind of ubiquitous, and he's just on a street corner, just
That's a scary thing.
passed
man.
out.
Drug use and alcohol abuse does not discriminate.
Yeah.
It hits everybody in all different socioeconomic levels.
Cakes, the entertainment
Scary.
page is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on their website, bmwoffairfax.com. Valdez, this was a good story. I'm sure you slipped it to me during one of the breaks. Sydney Sweeney, who Valdez is obsessed with, literally.
Just me?
Yeah,
You're going to go see her new movie. You're going to go see The Housemaid.
Yeah, but you said it's the 19th?
Yeah, 19th it comes
I
out.
need it next Tuesday.
Well,
Can they give me a screening?
You can go the following Tuesday.
Sydney Sweeney apparently has, I guess for a while, denied rumors. And I don't think this. When you see of Sydney Sweeney, what first of all, what's the first thing you think of when you think Sydney Sweeney?
Boobs.
Great actress.
Okay, good. Okay.
I mean, you just got to be
All right.
honest.
Besides that,
Yeah.
Besides the obvious,
Her big brain.
right. You're trying to score points. I see what you're doing. All right, the boobs. Apparently, people have accused her of having fakies.
Okay.
Right, and nothing wrong with
Or,
fakies,
or
right?
any kind of work.
Breast augmentation. That's what they say.
Lift.
Okay, right. So I guess she's always denied. I guess she did an interview somewhere and she did a lie detector test where they
okay.
asked her about the boobs, and she says, "Yes, they're real. I've never gotten any work done anywhere." Pass the test.
Well, I have to believe her. She's a woman of honor.
I never. Did you look at her and think that those were augmented or it was perfectly natural?
Never really thought that.
Perfectly natural, right?
Yeah. I mean,
But that could also be the sign of a
should
great
she have
job.
to take a lie detector test?
You know what? You take your man card away if you're a guy and you suspect that they're fake. I mean, just look at them.
What would you care?
That's also true.
Yeah, what would you care, right? What would you care? All right, so this is an interesting pickle that is it amazing to you, all of the people that fall over themselves repeatedly for Ben Affleck? Is it somewhat, I mean...
You mean women or just people in general?
Women. I mean, I know he's famous and he has money or whatever, but
Yeah.
other actresses and like J-Lo and Jen Garner, they constantly give him chance after chance after
Right.
chance. A part of it's because he's the parent of a couple kids there, or two
Yeah.
or three with Jen Garner. But I guess on some level he's gotten on good terms with J-Lo again.
Okay.
And they have a dilemma. J-Lo wants everybody together. She wants to get all the band back together for the holidays. You know, it gets awkward when you start to have different families.
Okay, yeah,
and
blended families.
Blended families.
Okay.
She wants to get everybody together. She wants to pay. She told Ben that she'll pay for everybody's flights and everything, go to tropical islands.
Okay.
And just have all the kids on the beach and just have a great holiday together. I'm sure Ben doesn't care. But J-Lo, she's like, or Jen Garner is like,
Okay.
no, we're not doing that. I want to do a
So
family
she wants
thing.
Jen Garner to come along
and
too?
her kids.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
a
that's,
big
that's
blended
too much.
family.
That sounds like a circus.
Because they have, when things were going well in the past,
They became
have
stepbrothers and
they were
stepsisters.
close.
It's too much. There's already enough going on with the holidays. You don't need to get everybody on a plane to Turks and Caicos and have every family member fly in.
I think it's a good intent.
It's a good.
But what happened?
It's a nice
so
intention.
Jen Garner says no.
She's saying no, we're not doing that. I guess last year it worked out because they were all in sort of the LA area. So Ben did the typical thing that people do with blended families. He did half the time with J-Lo's family and half the time with Jen Garner's family. And that's just sort of normal, right? What you do. The blended bit not going to work this year. Doesn't look like because Jen Garner putting her big foot down. Not going to happen, Cakes. Let's see.
Somehow
Is she
I think
gonna
Ben's going to be okay.
I don't know if she has kids with Mark Anthony. Was she going to bring Mark Anthony along and their
Probably.
kids?
I can't keep
I feel
up with
like
all
J-Lo's
her
kids were with
exes.
Mark Anthony.
I don't
But
know.
I could be wrong.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else here worth that you'll be interested in, Cakes.
I'll give you a ding or a buzz if I'm interested. Give me the headline for the next story.
All right. Cher responds to shock. I know you're going to hit the buzz already. Cher
Yes.
responds to shock rumors she's ready to marry her boy toy boyfriend.
You know what? I'm kind of intrigued because she's like, I think Cher is
You
what?
guess her age.
All right, I'm going to guess Cher's age. I consider myself decent at what's my age again. Cher is 78.
She's 79.
Okay, pretty close.
How old do you think her boyfriend
All right,
is?
her boy toy. Can you give me his description, like what he does for a living? Does it have that there? That'll
let
give
me
me.
see.
Wasn't he a
great?
dancer?
It'd be great if he was like a carpenter. No, he's a singer and a rapper.
Oh, there's no chance he's famous
37.
or good at any of those things. He's got to be younger than that. She's 79. I'm going to put him on 28.
No. JP's closer, 39.
Okay.
That's still a 40-year
40-year
difference.
gap.
I mean, come on.
It's a Belichick, Jordan Hudson bit
What is he
in
doing?
reverse.
What is he doing? 79?
He's gold
Does
digging.
he really love her?
Does he?
He's gold digging, EB.
She used to bang Gene Simmons back in the day. Like they were a couple. Like that's how
Is that
old
true?
she.
They were a couple?
Oh yeah, they were definitely a
Go,
couple.
hey, unfunny Ben. You Google Cher's past boyfriend.
I mean, does he even know who Gene Simmons is?
No, he didn't know anything.
Or Cher.
Unless he plays for the Wizards, like the 13th man on the Wizards, he's not going
Right.
to know who it is.
He only knows what their
Ben Simmons.
their tempo score is or
He knows
whatever.
Ben Simmons, not Gene
Right.
Simmons.
Do you have a list of Cher's boy toys, boyfriends / husbands? Right? How many times
Yeah.
has she been married?
I don't know how many times.
She
she's
definitely
been
married Sonny Bono.
Definitely married Sonny Bono.
More than once? Did they
I'm
ever?
sure
did
I
they
know.
ever? I feel like they broke up.
She
and got
was
back
married
together again.
to Greg Allman.
Okay.
From the Allman Brothers.
That's what I'm assuming.
All right.
Romances include. Now this is Google AI. So
Did she bang Richie Sambora for a while from
think there
Bon
might have
Jovi?
been.
Tom Cruise.
Okay.
What?
That's. I mean, I'm just reading what
Go ahead.
Val Kilmer,
Val Kilmer's been around.
Yeah.
Warren Beatty.
Oh my
she's-
God!
she's
Oh
got
my
quite
God.
the
Richie
list.
Richie Sambora.
Yeah, Richie Sambora. I remember that one.
She's gonna need an STD check. Go ahead. Who else?
These are just some of the notables. Gene Simmons is on here.
Dude,
I mean, she's lived a lot. She's almost 80 years old.
I know. I mean, but like,
David Geffen.
he's gay. Guess it didn't matter.
Just going through the list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable lineup. But if you're 39, you're a singer and rap. By the way, did you guys see?
What's his name?
All right. Let me see. Alexander Edwards.
Doesn't sound like much of a rap name to me.
AE. His
AE,
name,
okay.
Going
All
with
right.
EB, AE.
Okay,
doing
got
that bit. Did you guys see that the rapper who has signed to play football at Syracuse.
I did see that. I did see the story.
He's 25 years old. Here's the story. Have you seen this? So here's the story. I guess he was like the top receiver coming out
Okay.
of high school, like literally a stud. And then I started punched out after that. But my assumption is then he gave up his football career to pursue his rap career, music career, and now he's gonna play football. And I see the video of him legit working out, like he's gonna be a 25-year-old freshman.
I saw him live.
Yeah.
At the NBA YoungBoy concert. He was on tour with YoungBoy.
What's the
months
guy's
ago.
name?
Tusi.
Yeah. So have you looked at the clips of him working out?
No.
Like you're mocking it. He was apparently, if not the top-rated receiver coming out, he was like in the mix.
He's 25.
Right. You know what that is? Physical prime.
No, it's not for him.
Maybe I'd say probably. I mean, he hasn't played in a few years.
He's not seeing the field at Syracuse. There's no chance.
20 years younger than Philip Rivers.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna feel. I might argue with you on that.
Okay.
Maybe not as a freshman.
I don't think he ever sees the field. Syracuse is in a bad spot right now, and this doesn't help him.
Who cares what it helps them? I'm telling you, he's a freak.
You're a Tusi purist. You just want to see him rap.
I know you're gonna root for him. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, but you're not rooting for him.
I don't care.
You don't care? You don't think that's an interesting
He's not
story?
a Terp, but he's not a wizard.
I'm in the same boat.
I
I don't
think-
care about
no,
Hold on, you don't find that kind of interesting?
no,
like
no,
when a
no,
guy
no.
just literally falls out of the sky and a 25-year-old
Has a
freshman
has a
rap
career. Yeah.
And then, I mean, that would be like I Show Speed or whatever, signing to play with the Commanders.
You know what? He was on tour with YoungBoy, so I'll root
He
for
might
him.
be better than Robin
That's cool.
Chosen at this point. Sorry, that's a cheap joke.
What's the guy's
Is it-
name? Speed? Like it's I Show Speed? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Speed.
Yeah, I know his nickname's Speed, but what's his like gamer tag?
I
name?
Show Speed.
I Show Speed. Right.
I'm,
Here's a
I'm,
joke.
I'm floored he doesn't think 25 is a physical prime.
Yeah. What do you think is physical prime then?
It's not going to be a physical prime for a guy that wasn't playing football for years.
You know, but he's still it is physical. Like he'll pick
Like-
it right back up.
Like 25 is peak.
Peak.
Of course.
Like his testosterone
25
through the
to-
roof.
Yes.
And I
Strong,
assume-
but stronger
but
than.
strong. I'm assuming he's on stage. Like, is he touring a lot?
He was.
He's got grown man strength.
Yeah, dude. He
Yeah,
might
Ben-
surprise
yeah.
you. Don't you think he might be crazy? Don't you think Ben might be off?
Should we do a
Do you
bet?
think they would waste time on him
Should we
if
do
he
a
was
bet?
just going to be? Maybe. Do you think they would waste time on a guy that just? Why would they do that?
Publicity for the program.
Publicity for the program?
Sure.
Help recruiting.
I don't know. How well
That's
known?
gotta be
How
part
well
of it.
known of a rapper is he?
I don't know
I
that.
don't know. That's a good question.
Ben, you seem to be the rap expert in the room.
Mar, had you
I
heard
didn't know
of
him well
Tusi?
before the tour.
Yeah, I've heard of Tusi. I've also heard of Tusi, the drug that Stephon Diggs was taking. Not sure how that's.
You know what?
That's that pink.
That's what I
that's that
remember
pink
it from.
Yeah.
stuff.
But this could be damning. I just Googled some stats about this guy. He's 5'8". Not sure how that plays as a D1
I mean,
receiver.
I don't mind 5'8".
Yeah, don't use that short
Yeah, JP wishes he was 5'8".
No, I used to be 5'9". I am 5'8".
That is somewhat damning. But if he's got the speed, he obviously still has the speed. They wouldn't mess with him. I don't know. I'm following
You're
that.
in.
I'm
I don't know.
following
You know
that.
what? I don't think it's a publicity stunt.
I don't think so either. Why would they mess with that? They don't, I mean, they don't
Aren't scholarships important? Like
Of
you only have
course.
so many of them.
of course. I don't know if there was a bidding war for the guy.
Not if he's ending at Syracuse. I mean, it's a fine program, but
Pretty good. It's not like he's at like some NAIA
It's
school.
D1
or something.
ball.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty good.
but it's not
Pretty good. The
Alabama.
Lily fought- What?
It's not Penn State.
It would be absurd to go
Michigan.
there. He hadn't played ball in 7 years. It's like 3 more years than
Yeah,
Phil Rivers.
this is like a lotto ticket for them.
Yeah.
Hopefully it pans out.
Anyway, yeah, I'm rooting for the kid. I'm rooting for Philip Rivers, although I actually didn't even realize they were playing Seattle till you mentioned it. That really
We brought it
hurts.
up 20 times.
Yeah, but I didn't register with
He
me.
didn't. He thought he didn't know it was Friday.
Yeah.
No, but we talked about just him playing. I
Yeah.
didn't really focus on who he was playing.
You know what the line is?
No.
12 and a half?
I saw 13.5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
Philip Rivers
gonna be-
walking
yeah.
into the Lions' den.
Yeah, he is.
It's gonna be. It could get ugly.
All right, we talked to Scott Abraham a little bit earlier about the Commanders-Giants game. EB doesn't have much excitement. Is there any excitement for this game? And do you think
Give us a
Washington
reason.
can get a win?
Give us a reason to watch.
I think you should be excited because they might have a chance to win a game. And it's been a couple months since they won a game. 1-800-636-1067. Give us your your temperature heading into this game against the New York Giants. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
Turn on the news. There's a new headline every day. Inflation climbing, interest rates shifting, new tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, that's spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture instead. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon too. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TRAJANwealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season unfolding. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 202-929-6600, 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. friendly reminder, because today is Friday, EB. Now you know it's Friday. It's confirmed.
No,
Been
I know.
confirmed
I
twice.
got to meet my buddy for lunch.
Send him a reminder
Whatever.
text.
Yes, I can do that. A week from today, we will be at Hyde Social in Clarendon. That's December 19th for our annual holiday show. We're broadcasting live. Doors get thrown open at 6 a.m. for everybody to join in on the fun. You can start your holiday early with the Junks at Hyde Social. A week from today, we expect a big, massive turnout at Hyde Social. It should be a great time.
9:45, your chance to win tickets to the Terps, but we wanted to talk about this game. It's a big one. Giants
Do you feel like the
you can't
fake
even fake your way.
enthusiasm?
against the
You feel
Commanders.
like that's fake
You can't
enthusiasm.
even fake your way.
Here's why
through.
it's a big one.
I mean, come
Yeah.
on.
One of these teams is going to get a win, and both these teams have been winless for a long time.
Combined 15 straight losses between the two teams.
If the Commanders, I'm going to give you, we want to hear from people, 1-800-636-1067. Commanders fans, why would you be excited for this game? I would say it's because it's a winnable game and you have a chance to win a game. And, EB, don't you want to see them win?
Of course.
You're not a tanker.
No, of course.
So this was probably their best chance to win of the remaining 4 games. Otherwise, you are looking at a potential 12-game losing streak.
Here's a reason to be excited. Some younger guys are going to get opportunities because it's a lost season. You have to see what these guys have.
Which guys in particular?
Well, like Ben Sinnott,
All right.
Jordan McGee at linebacker, guys like that. Johnny Newton, like the young guys, the guys that are either rookies, second-year guys that have something to prove.
I
and
actually
all
still
those guys have things to prove.
I still get excited watching Terry McLaurin play and be involved. Like he's a game changer. So even though I have no interest in seeing Mariota play, I would like to see him connect with Terry and energize the team.
Right.
He's fun. He's fun to watch. But it's hard. Much beyond that. You know what? I also root for Vaughn because Vaughn is a decent guy, and we have him on every Tuesday. And I just appreciate his love of the game. I appreciate how optimistic he tries to be every week, even though this has been. Imagine he could have gone to 5 or 6 different teams. This is the team he chose because he thought he could make a run with Jaden. And I don't think it was a crazy thought. And the season's turned out this way, and he's still remaining positive. He's got 6 sacks in very limited time. I'd like to see him get a couple sacks.
Here's another reason to be excited. Listen to these scoring totals the Giants have given up in their losing streak. 33, 38, 34, 24 to the Bears, 27, 34, 33. Like, you just get there against the Giants. And I understand that, this is a Commanders team coming off a shutout and a donut against the Vikings. But that Vikings defense is light years beyond the defense they're going to face against the Giants. So you can look forward to the Commanders potentially scoring in the mid-20s, even without Jaden Daniels.
If you're a Commanders
possible.
fan, are you more optimistic about the Commanders, justifiably so, heading into next season, than if you're a Giants fan? Because I feel like Giants fans are optimistic. They got Jackson Dart, Scatterby will come back. They've got Abdul Carter. They've got some. They've got some pieces.
I think that
Giants fans are optimistic about what they have.
I think that the drama around keeping Jaden healthy and that whole disaster scenario is clouding a lot of fans like vibe for the future. Like it's kind of a big unknown right now. Hicks is having a full-blown conversation off
I'm
air.
just talking about
I can't even concentrate.
I can tell.
I can't even concentrate.
I can tell you were trying.
I mean, he's having a full conversation off mic.
You guys do the same thing all the time.
I
You
know,
talk
but
to
not-
people behind the glass.
Not for an hour.
Yeah, there's 8 seconds.
Can you time that one? That was
You
like
might as well
an
just use the
hour.
airwaves.
It was 6 to 8 seconds.
All right, what do you need? You want to tell him what you need?
I was asking if he could bring up the Kafka trying to motivate the Giants on Hard Knocks, and he was the most awkward guy on the planet.
Yeah, you're not a
Okay.
Kafka guy.
Well, he's a negative on the Riz meter. He just has no personality or spark
Ugh.
or leader of men type of tendencies.
Ugh.
He's
So
the
anyway,
worst.
I would say I think Giants fans would be more optimistic, although Giants fans are so frustrated. At least Giants fan I know well, Ben, is so frustrated with that team and all the blown losses. But I guess you could take some.
These teams are in the same bucket right now. They're
Yeah,
they can't
but-
win a game. It's
Right.
been like 2 months since each team has tasted victory.
It's true.
This is going to be a big suck fest.
But I
this
think they
weekend.
might be more optimistic because of Dart, even though I think Jaden's obviously a bigger talent and a bigger star. The whether or not Jaden can stay healthy is a massive cloud over this franchise right now. It's a massive cloud.
If you missed our interview with Scott Abraham, you can grab it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. He's kind of like us, except that he's at the park every day.
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
He's at the park every day, and he's kind of like us, thinking Jaden's not going to play again.
And didn't he also say, I was looking at my fat picture, didn't he say that he thought it came from the owner?
He thinks
Said
that the
it
owner would be
possibly.
involved.
Like
That if you run a decision like that, let's say it was
Right.
Adam Peters, or that you still got to run it by the owner
Right.
to at least get the stamp of approval.
Right, which I agree with.
Yeah.
I think that's probably true. Because I think most of us agree that DQ would play him. He wanted to play him last
100%.
week. Yeah.
100%
If
that
it really
DQ wants to play
DQ
him.
could have gotten out of this pickle if that's
DQ's desperate to win a game.
I know, but he should have just played him after it hurt for a play,
Right.
and get back in there.
Right.
They looked at it, it's fine, get back in there. But he's got scared
His excuse
because
was
of
that
the other thing.
His excuse was that they were off.
They just didn't
right?
have it.
They didn't have it.
Yeah.
But it was still a 14-0. Even if you play out the play out the next
What
series,
didn't help is
17-0.
Mariota threw the interception
No,
right
but he
after.
could. No, that was the next series, because Jaden threw a pick six. Okay, now he's
Right.
off the field going to
Right.
the blue tent.
Right.
They then have a drive, which they settle for a field goal,
Right.
17-0.
Right, and then Mariota.
Yes, but he could have come in on that drive. Mariota didn't have to see the field.
No, right, but let's just say you give him a little break because there's still time. They didn't evaluate him right away. There was time, so Mariota's out there doing it. Then Mariota throws a pick six, and then at that point, I kind of agree. At that point, it was over.
It was 24-0.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd say he could have been in the drive after 17.
The problem is there was a lot of, I don't know. They didn't know what to do. It took a
They
while
shut him
before they went
down.
into the tent.
They shut him down in that game. They shut him down this week, when usually you have the whole rigmarole. On Wednesday, he goes, I don't know, we got to see more. They shut him down before that. So on Wednesday, Quinn said, shut him down. And all signs are that he's probably not going to play the rest of the season, but it could change because he could balk.
I'm not going to say all signs.
Some signs.
I think there is some indication
Yeah.
that they wouldn't have a problem doing it. That what may end up being the tipping point, honestly, is you're going to alienate the kid. And I know they think they have to be the professional in this and always protect him. They keep shutting him down.
I wish
you're going
Dan-
to alienate the kid.
I wish Dan. Now, if it comes from the owner, that's one thing. But if it came from Adam Peters, where he's basically suggesting, hey, we should sit Jaden for the rest of the season. If you're Dan Quinn and you're an established guy, you should say, well, I appreciate your input. That's great. It's cool you feel that way, but I have the final call. You may have final call on the personnel and the roster. I've got final call on who's playing and who's not playing. So I'll take your suggestion.
Yeah, but
I'll
then
take your
suddenly,
suggestion.
though, you could do that.
Yeah.
But now if you could die on that mountain. Now
Sure.
you're in.
But if I'm Dan Quinn, I'm basically saying I'm going to go out on my shield and I'm playing my guy. And if it blows up in my face, so be it.
Yeah, but even if it doesn't blow up in your face, do you really want to create fiction?
I don't
with
want to.
Those, I know.
But if I'm resolute that he's healthy enough to play and he clearly gives us the best chance to win, I'm going to say, Adam, it's a good discourse we're having, but I agree to disagree with you. He's playing.
I think it's a good way.
It's a power
here's the
play.
thing.
It's a
good
power
way to
play
get-
by Dan Quinn.
It's a good way to get fired.
Well, he may get fired anyway.
It's
So
a-
you might
it's
as well.
It's a really good way to get fired.
You might
Cakes.
as well go out on your feet instead of on your knees.
It might be. I appreciate the, but I think that's a good way to get fired. I
Could
actually
be.
think that Quinn is in a very tough spot. A very tough spot. I think he should play, but if you're getting pressure from the owner and the GM, you're in a very tough spot. The season is
Sure.
lost. We can all agree. So you are in a tough spot.
Do you guys? Let's play the audio because if you after
right.
you hear this audio of Kafka, the interim head coach,
Yeah.
you may drain your bank account and bet on the Commanders because, I mean, How is this guy going to lead this team to a win?
But do you remember Bill Belichick? You don't need to be some sort of dynamic,
also,
charismatic personality.
You guys are going to miss the actual visual part of this because on Hard Knocks, when he's talking, they pan out into the auditorium, and the looks on the guys' faces for the players, for the Giants, they're like, is this guy serious? This guy, we're supposed to follow this guy into battle? This is Kafka talking to the Giants on Hard Knocks.
All right, so just on the game, and like yesterday, guys, we lost as a team. All three phases, we lost as a team. But we're going to win as a team, too. And that's going to be coming after the bottom. Right? The reality is we have 4 opportunities left with just this group right here. Like, everybody look at each other. We got 4 ops together, man. 4 opportunities. Like, I promise you, I'm going to give you everything I got to go 4-0, 1 week at a time. We're going down swinging. Aggressive. I love this team. The results haven't been where we're at and what we want. I love this team. I promise you we're going to get to where we want to go. Recharge us bye week or come back and go dominate.
I actually didn't think it was that bad.
I didn't think so either.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Watch it.
Well, okay, I can
Because
understand.
when they do the intercut with Darius Slayton looking,
guys are just
like
sitting
his
there.
head cocked like this, like
I get
going
it.
in one ear out the other. They are not buying into his message.
Well, I'm not saying they're buying in, but and I always say all that rah-rah stuff is so overrated because there's so many different
I might
personalities.
bet big on the Commanders
Nobody's
this
more
weekend.
rah-rah than DQ.
Right. They've lost 8 in a row.
Right. But I didn't think it was that bad.
There's some, I mean.
Hey, you think this is cheesy and Brotherhood isn't cheesy?
No, the Brotherhood's cheesy.
That to me was more cringe than cheesy.
You think he's just a
cringeworthy.
dud?
He's a dud. Kafka equals dud.
Let's go to the phone.
He's the you know what he is? He's the offensive version of Jonathan Gannon in Arizona. Dud.
Can we just tease a call, and then we'll come back? All right, we'll tease one call. Let's go to. All right, let's go to Chris in Manassas. Chris, what's up, buddy?
I just can't understand this whole narrative about Dan Quinn being on the hot seat. Let's look at all the injuries he's had to people.
No doubt. Everyone understands that.
I mean, like
the problem
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
You guys went through it yesterday. He's lost Armstrong. He's lost Wise. He's lost. I mean, like he's the best.
Eckler, we know.
We know.
We don't really think he's on the hot seat. We're just saying that if you end a season with 12 straight losses.
Listen, Chris.
How does he not get another year after next year?
We all
This
would
is
give him.
ridiculous.
You're going to give him year 4? I can't guarantee year 4.
Chris, only think about it this way, Chris.
This is a lost year.
I know, Chris.
This is an
How many
absolute lost year.
coaches in history, and maybe you can come up with a few, come back and coach again after they lose 12 in a row? How many is that? How many times has that ever happened?
I mean, I don't know. Joe Burrow lost the entire year. Did that coach come back?
Who's Zach Taylor?
He's constantly on the hot seat.
he's always fending off
Yeah,
rumors.
he might be on the hot seat. But I mean, are we really? He went to the NFC Championship game, and he hasn't had his entire team the entire year.
I know,
We're gonna
I'm
put him on
telling
the
you,
hot
we
seat?
agree with you in the sentiment. It's a tough spot. We're just saying the reality is if he ends the season losing 12 in a row, it's
With
it's
no
going to be very
players. And they're going to hold
understood.
him out. And they're going to hold him out for
No,
4
What do
weeks.
you mean no
probably bring it
players?
back.
I'm going to fight back. Yes, they've had a lot of injuries, but you can't say no players. Last week,
But Terry McLaurin has been gone for the entire season, right?
he has not been gone the entire season. He played last week. Do you remember him playing against the Denver
come on.
Broncos? Do you
Give me
remember
a
him
break,
playing in those
JT.
games? I understand what you're
Give me
saying,
a
but
break.
let's.
He played like 3 games this year.
Okay.
He's actually played in like
Played
7.
more than that.
Did he play?
Liar.
Did he play against the Vikings?
Liar. Yeah, give me a break.
Did he play against the Vikings?
Make up more stats. Make up more stats. Liar.
Name. How about you do this? Name 2 players on offense that were expected to be regular starters that weren't there against the Vikings to start the game last week.
Eckler.
Okay, that's 1. That's why I said name 2. You can't. They had everybody back last week,
Right, they were
and they got
embarrassed.
blanked.
Luke McCaffrey.
Not a starter.
Jalen Lane.
Not a starter.
Bit players.
Oh, bit players. Luke McCaffrey was their second best receiver through the first quarter of the season.
No, I think Debo was. Well, okay, if you're counting Terry being sidelined, okay, maybe.
I think that's incorrect too. If you want to go statistically, because Zach Ertz had more
Luke
catches.
McCaffrey, linchpin of the Commanders.
Yeah. I mean, look,
God
we're not
bless you, God
saying
bless you, Chris.
none of us are saying that Dan Quinn should be fired. None of us are really even saying he's on a really hot seat. We're saying that if they lose their last 4 games, that will be 12 straight losses. That is tough. And look, we don't know. Their owners will fire coaches for losing 12 straight games.
What's what I'm
So
saying?
the seat will at least
How
be
many
lukewarm.
times in history has a coach lost 12, end of the season losing 12 in a row, and then gets to come back?
I mean, you'd have to do a lot of research.
Yeah.
I don't
You'd have
know.
to do a lot of research because I don't even know. He just
Hey,
made
you
up
got
a Zach
5
Taylor
hours when you're
stat.
bringing your daughter to volleyball. You can do that research while you're sitting in your car.
That's
1-800-636-1067. When we come back, give you a chance to win those Terps tickets here on the Junkies. All right, we are working for the weekend, but right now, caller number 10 at 800-636-1067 will hook you up with 2 tickets to go see University of Maryland men's basketball team Saturday, December 13th. That's tomorrow as they take on Michigan. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contests. Where should I hit in College Park for chicken tenders today for my son?
I would guess so.
We go to lunch on Fridays.
Raising Cane's, isn't that their whole bit? They do chicken tenders.
You got to try. They're not. I mean, they're big chunks of chicken.
I think I've been once.
And they have silly, like, I don't know how to describe.
Cake
the
said
bread.
it's like super packed.
I mean, they just opened like less than a week ago.
But
Do they have a drive-through? They don't have a drive-through then.
I don't
if
think
it's
they
that
have a
location.
drive-through.
Most of the drive-throughs are like Chick-fil-A.
I mean,
Like a
it's
double.
Yep.
It's a chicken war. Isn't Cluck U right across the street?
I guess so.
Is Cluck U still
Cluck U
there?
still exists. Still there?
I don't think there's a
I don't
Cluck
know
U.
if it's
I
still
can do
there.
some double checking.
I think you might need to update your
So
chicken
yesterday-
file.
Well, that's
But
sad.
we get there early. Like
That's
the thing
sad.
is,
No
I'm
Cluck
not
U.
sure. I don't
I'm
think it's
guessing Raising Cane's wouldn't be super crowded. Like
You can look it up.
I'm
It
usually
might
getting
say
there at
that.
like 11.
I don't know.
If they have a
I'm just-
drive-through, it's no problem.
No,
There
there's
is no
I don't-
drive-through.
I don't think there's
Zippy.
a drive-through because it's just attached to the old Santa Fe, which is called what now?
Terrapin Turf.
Yeah,
I believe.
I think
Oh my
that's the
God.
freshman joint.
Keep track.
I'm pretty sure that's the
Yeah,
name
you're
of
right.
it.
Turf.
Yeah.
Terrible name.
That's where I was. Dylan was always saying I'm going to
Dude,
turf.
this was stunning to me. And who doesn't love McDonald's, right? Love McDonald's.
Love it.
I'm always going to be a McDonald's person. I go to a lot of places, but I'm always in a pin. I'm always going to go to McDonald's. Driving, my mom yesterday said, basically, you got to get me out of the house. She's been in the
Going
house.
stir crazy.
Get me out of the house. So she went with me to pick up Kate from school.
Okay.
And then she said, I want what does she like?
Fish fillet.
No, she wants, what do they call those coffee things, like the frozen coffee things? What do they call those?
Frappe.
Yeah, she said, I want a caramel frappe.
Oh, like a
Okay.
caramel macchiato silly.
No, the frappe.
Okay.
Whatever a frappe is. I
Yeah.
don't drink that stuff, so I don't know what that is. Probably great. So she said, can you please
Eric.
drive me to McDonald's? I need a caramel frappe.
Oh, I'm
Well, where
so
I live,
distraught.
actually, it's actually a nightmare to get to a convenient McDonald's because Connecticut Avenue is a disaster. There's just so much traffic at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just a nightmare.
Is
It's
the
like
closest
like Tyson's in my neighborhood.
Is the closest Mickey D's like in Aspen Hill to you, or is it a different way?
No, that's not the closest. There's one in Wheaton.
Okay.
And then there's one on Rockville Pike.
Okay,
And they
got
now
it.
have drive-through in Rockville. So I decided to go back or whatever. There were 17 cars in line. I've never seen it. It was like a Chick-fil-A line. Like McDonald's still getting it done. Blew me away. McDonald's.
Of course they are.
No, but I've
Some sort of
never seen it
revelation.
busy
It's
like
the
that.
king.
No, that's the revelation cakes. I've never seen like around the parking lot, cars everywhere. Then they're stealing the Chick-fil-A bit where they have a person outdoors taking your
like
order.
with an iPad?
Yeah,
Okay.
with the iPad.
Got
Who's
it.
Maybe
doing that
they-
at McDonald's.
Maybe they came out with something yesterday. I know they got the holiday pie now.
Oh, isn't McRib back? Maybe it's McRib.
I don't think
McRib's
that's
coming
back.
back.
There were
Maybe it is.
17 cars in
That's just
line.
that you went during rush hour. Hey, real quick, time for the Honda Huddle, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. If you're not watching the Commanders game, and I know it's a different time, but if you're just plugged into the NFL, Cakes has brought this up this week, but I just checked into the weather report of the Bears-Browns game. -5 degrees with 14-mile-an-hour winds. They say the wind chill will be -20.
Hold on. So the air temperature is going to be -5? That's the temperature without the wind chill.
Correct.
That's insane. I mean, I saw people tweeting about the fact that they went to Bears games like in years past when it's super cold. Like they would get their beers at the concession stand, and by the time they walk back to their seats, they're like beer slushies.
All right, sorry.
It was that cold.
It's 10 degrees.
Okay, 10 degrees, but it's going to be.
But 14 miles, but the wind chill will be -20.
That's just the brutal conditions to go watch a football game.
-20.
And you're going to watch the Browns. Now you're the Bears fan. You're
Shador versus Caleb is kind of intriguing. It's a little
guess,
bit of a
but-
sexy matchup.
Man, that is just brutal weather conditions.
Did you see the video I retweeted it of Shador and Shiloh, where Shiloh was kind of breaking his balls about it, looking like he was wearing a thong?
No, I've seen that.
And what it was he's just being taped in his back.
Right.
They really do seem like sweet kids. I'm telling you, I'm in the tank for them. They seem like really nice, down-to-earth, sweet kids.
Hey, I put up our Junkies poll of the day brought to you by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Again, use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. It's very early, but which fan base should be more excited about the future, the Giants or Commanders? Giants are winning right now. 56%.
I think they're more.
44%.
I think even though Jackson Dart's gotten hurt, for some reason he just looks more durable than Jaden. And I think the hype around Jackson Dart is exciting for them.
Do you care to make a pick?
Sure. I'll pick. I can't make a pick.
All right, you're not going to make a pick.
I can't make a pick.
Programming note: RG3 is going to join B. Mitch and Finley coming up at 1:00 today.
That's cool.
Just so
RG3
you know.
at 1. All right, we
Just
got to
getting
get
that
out of
out there.
here. We're the Junkies. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Commanders face off against the Giants Sunday with Marcus Mariota back at quarterback. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, they need the running game to win.
Yeah, it's been the best thing that we've done, so we got to definitely lean on that. I've been really proud of Chris and his kind of progress throughout the year, and he's really playing at a high level right now. So that's has to be how we win these games moving forward.
The Falcons come back to stun the Buccaneers 29-28. Kyle Pitts 11 catches, 166 yards, and 3 touchdowns, matching the likes of Shannon Sharp. Steelers star pass rusher T.J. Watt is in a local hospital for further lung evaluation after experiencing discomfort at the practice facility. Hurricanes edge the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. Dylan Strome could not convert on a breakaway chance in OT. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore remains in custody and is expected to appear in court for arraignment today. Wizards basketball against Cleveland tonight on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west, including Baltimore, Maryland, where we are on site for Radio Row Army-Navy Week. Always a blast. Army-Navy getting played tomorrow at M&T Bank Stadium here in Baltimore. Big game. I mean, that's the country's game tomorrow. Army-Navy. I'll be rooting for Navy. Sorry to the Army folks but no real losers in that game. Good morning, Brian. How do you do? All right, we're working through some stuff. My man Huey runs a good shop, and he's learning how to deal with Jeff. That's entertaining. All right, you can listen to us, obviously, right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can stream with us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, or you can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. Good morning, everybody. I'll wave to various cameras. How we doing, B?
Good, man.
Had
me a nice little meal last night at Morton's over at the hotel, and then I hung out with the crazy man from our Philly over there, Hugh Douglas.
Of the chain steak joints, of like the national chain steak joints, the Cajun ribeye at Morton's is my favorite. That is a hell of a piece.
A lot of them have Cajun ribeyes, though, but that Cajun,
the one at Morton's.
Once you put Cajun on anything, it's gonna be good.
For sure.
Yeah,
You're not wrong about that.
Just saying.
We did that at the Palm a couple weeks ago. We got the tomahawk and made it Cajun, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So you came up last night. What time did you come straight from the studio or what?
No, I had to do the thing with Brendan first, so I got up here a little bit later.
How was traffic?
Traffic was hell.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
I probably should have waited a little later, or I should have just left right afterwards, or wait till later.
What time did you leave?
I left right around 5 something.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, it was. And I ended up getting here though. It was cool. But once I got here, settled down, was cool.
Yeah.
And once I saw the Mortons, I was like, I'm gonna be all right.
Yeah, especially if it's in your hotel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I was in Ashburn. We were in Ashburn. I was in the locker room, got to talk to Terry, talked to a couple of the guys. I then drove home, which was hell. Tyson, shout out to Tyson's. The express lanes have made it worse. Like, the express lane construction is finalized, and it's now worse.
I remember you calling me and saying, no, you told me the other day that you thought that it had gotten better. Or was that somebody else?
I don't know. I don't think it is better.
I think it was EB. He said that. I'm like, oh, man, I think it's gotten better. I'm like, no, it has not.
No, it has not, dude.
Don't fool yourself.
So it took me 80 minutes to get home. I thought I had plenty of time to get home, drop my car, and then get downtown for the Caps game. Ended up being a pretty tight turn by the time I got home, dropped my car.
When you come from Ashburn to all the way to your place and then downtown to D.C. on a Thursday afternoon, Thursdays are probably worse than Fridays.
Oh, Mondays and Fridays are honestly. So I dropped the girls to school this morning at 8 and then just cruised up here. It was easy. Like, a little bit of traffic on the Beltway. The geniuses that designed the Beltway, 75 years ago, that have it drop down to 2 lanes between Connecticut and Georgia Avenue. Like, what are you thinking there? But whatever, you get through there. It was fine. But last night, so I wanted to make a point of getting to the Caps game for Channel 4 just because, this time of year is so Commanders specific, but the Caps are red hot. Ovi's red hot. Willie's red hot. And so I had but you can't. Normally the sports hit is end of the show, 6:50, right? But the puck drop was at 7. You can't be live inside a half hour before puck drop.
Wow.
So I had to be there at 6:15. So everything just kind of shrunk.
Oh, yeah.
But whatever, it all worked out.
I had a great one, though. I got up this morning at 6. Then realized, okay, I don't have to be anywhere until 10. Well, 9:30.
And your commute is a 5-minute walk.
I didn't know my commute was that close, but so I was laying there. I was like, you know what? I'm going to chill today. And then, you told me, man, just when you work out, man, start putting these videos out. You can motivate people. Well, it started hitting my head like, if you don't do it, somebody's not going to work out today. So in my room, I basically did my workout.
That's awesome. There's not a gym at the hotel?
I didn't even think about that. But I was like, okay, I'm not going to do burpees in the middle of the room. So I did jumping jacks. It told me to do 10 burpees. So what I did 40 jumping jacks, and then I did 40 high knees, which make you sweat as much as the damn burpees do. And then I did all the other stuff, 4 sets of all that stuff. And so I was just letting people understand, hey, man, no matter where you're at, your body and a little space, you can get it done.
Totally.
And then Jeff called me and said, hey, man, lunch on the second floor. That was great. So on my way down, I got some breakfast, and then we walked over, and then we realized we didn't have our credential. So I told Jeff, I'm going to just keep walking, you run back. I just want to see if he can run. And then we ran into Jimmy, and he was like, you don't need it, you with me. So we just walked over here.
Well, that's good, because I just rolled up here and never had a credential.
Yeah, we usually don't follow rules anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna fight you on that one. That's not my primary function. You know who had a good night last night?
Who was that?
Kirk Cousins.
Oh yeah, he did.
How about the Falcons, dude?
Yeah, they balled, man. I heard that. I gotta look at this. Rooster sent it to me. I haven't looked. Ty Bowles dropped.
Did you hang out with Rooster last night?
No. Rooster sent me this morning.
Because there's no way Chris was paying to eat at Morton's.
No. I went to Morton's.
You know how he operates.
I actually walked into Morton's at around 8:15. They said they closed at 9. And I talked to the hostess for about 25 minutes.
Were you speaking French?
No, I was waiting. I was waiting for people because they only had the bar area open because they were closing, so they wouldn't seat anybody else. Because I think the Army naming game had booked up everything.
Yeah. I love sitting at the bar. You didn't want to sit at the bar?
It wasn't a seat.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I said I talked to her for 25 minutes. Finally, I got a seat, and then I talked to the guy Kirk. What's his name? He was a quarterback at Maryland.
Kirk Cousins.
No, man. Kirk Newkirk, something like that.
Kirk Newkirk?
He played at his name like that. He played at University of Virginia. Played in the league for about 4 years or so, and then we were just sitting down talking, watching the game, and I had a good time last night. But I got Ty Bowles, who's I think one of the calmest dudes in the world.
Mad.
He dropped 7 of them.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, you know why he did? Because his defense gave up
14 points?
I mean, almost 500 total yards.
Yeah, but in the fourth quarter, they were up by 14, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get into the fourth quarter with a 28-14 lead.
Because that Thursday night game, if you leave an area that has it, you're not going to find it in the hotel room.
Dude, the Amazon stuff is tough.
Yeah,
it's annoying.
And then the hotel bar closed before the game ended.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
So what, did you have to watch on your phone or something? Or did you just not see the end?
I didn't watch the end.
So
I went to sleep thinking – I went in my room thinking that Tampa's winning this game.
Atlanta has this furious comeback. I mean, Kirk was good in this thing. He went 30 for 44 with 375 and 3 touchdowns. Kyle Pitts was phenomenal. 11 catches for $166, 3 touchdown catches. Bijan was a beast, had 90 on the ground, another 80 through the air. Bijan was making cuts like you remembered at Texas. Like, he was excellent last night. And I'm not criticizing because they eventually won, right? But the analytics bros had a night. So Atlanta's down 28-14. They score. They go for 2 because that's what the book tells you. They don't get it. So then it's 20-28. They're down 8. They score. They go for 2. They don't get it. So if you had just kicked both times, it'd be a tie game.
Yeah.
But they don't. Then they're able to get a stop. They get the ball back. I mean, it was a hell of a drive late. It was a really good job. They end up kicking the field goal. You know who kicked it? You know who's kicking for Atlanta?
Ooh.
Gonzo. Zane Gonzalez, scratching his head, doing his thing.
Well, I'll just say this, though. Analytics people don't take no credit for that. The reason that game ended like it was because the defense sucked on the other side.
Correct.
Because if they did what you said, and if the game had worked out how it normally worked out, they would have lost that damn game because they didn't get those 2 points.
So Baker actually threw a pick. That's how Atlanta got the ball.
So Baker sucked.
No, I'm sorry. That was the punt. The pick was before that.
Whatever happened, don't tell me the analytics worked. What happened was the other side gave you too many opportunities.
I agree with that. If you had kicked both times, it's a tie game.
Yeah.
Like I can wrap my head around, I guess, when you're down. Like there are times I totally understand it. But I didn't necessarily get it last night, and I'm sure there are analytics bros cursing at their radio right now, telling me how dumb I am. It ended up working out in the end for Atlanta. When they scored the first touchdown to cut it to 1 score, there was 9.5 minutes left. Like it wasn't like they were desperate and chasing at that point.
Listen, man, the end result probably ended up how they felt, but getting there had nothing to do with their plan.
Right.
To be honest with you.
I wonder what that win does for Raheem Morris, whose seat's got to be pretty warm. I also wonder what that win does for Kirk. Like, we know Kirk a little bit. How old is Kirk now? 30?
About 36, 37 now.
You think? Okay. Obviously, Atlanta had guaranteed money on Kirk's deal. They didn't trade him. Whatever.
They didn't trade.
Right?
They still got a contract where they can keep him right there. He can't do anything.
No, I mean they'll release him this coming year, I would think.
Well,
but dude, he'll be 38 in August. We see Phil Rivers playing at 44.
He's 37. Yep. I didn't know Kirk was a Leo.
Is that a day after you?
Yeah.
Shout out to August 19th.
We showed that.
1988.
We are totally different.
You guys are very similar.
He's not a true Leo.
Kirk O'Chains.
He must be a Largo.
Do you think?
Have Virgo.
I'm a Virgo. Me and Monica, right?
Yeah, craziest. Craziest, best book.
Do you think Kirk gets signed? Kirk, we know Kirk is an all-time businessman. He's not going to leave the money on the table, and he'll at least get signed to be a backup. Do you think Kirk is brought somewhere next year to be a starter?
The fact that Phillip Rivers came back into the league at 44, yes, I believe he will.
Well,
because it just tells you when they go get a 44-year-old man who's been sitting on his ass for 5 years, they're not enough good quarterbacks. So, yes, Kirk Cousins, offered last night, he's going to possibly get another chance.
Well, if you look at the league, where are they going to be starting over at the quarterback position? Like somebody's going to draft a kid from Indiana, somebody's going to draft a kid from Oregon. Maybe we're looking at Vegas, looking at I don't know what Cleveland's doing.
But think about it. Kirk Cousins for the next 2 to 3 years can be a hell of a transition for some.
That's what I'm
some
wondering.
young kid. Some kid may be able to get drafted even in the second, third round, and he could be the bridge for that person. I think, hell, if I got a guy that's been stagnant for 5 years, I damn sure take a guy who's been playing for the last 5 years.
Right. And this is a problem. We don't know how this will shake out, but I would be really curious what Philly does because Philly drafted Jalen when they had Carson on a big contract. Like, I won't be shocked if Philly drafts somebody. The Jets for Kirk could make a ton of sense. Well,
I found out last night, as much as we think Jalen is playing awful, don't talk about him on the radio in Philly.
They'll ride or die?
They'll attack you. He won the Super Bowl for him now, bro. They'll attack my man Hugh.
Well, he's playing terribly right now.
He's like, man, you can't say he's playing terrible. I said, what you mean? He told me, he said, man, they went at me. I'm like, well, damn. Are they getting soft up there in Philly?
Maybe they are losing their edge. The other thing, I got a zillion.
You throw 4 interceptions that they defend you?
I got a zillion tweets last night. Kyle Pitts presumably is going to be a free agent, right?
Yeah.
What about Kyle Pitts to Washington? I don't know what that number is going to look like. I know that Pitts' production the last few years has not been excellent.
I don't think it's been excellent since he got in the league.
His rookie year, he went over 1,000. But you're right. For where Pitts was drafted and what the expectations were, I don't think he's delivered upon them. Last night, he had 3 touchdowns. He has 4 on the year.
Wow.
Pitts' size and athleticism are pretty incredible. He's going to make a lot of money in free agency. I don't know that that's a target.
Who can you get that can make him do that at least 65% of the time? If he can play like he played last night 65% of the time, it's worth it to sign him. But if you're going to get that once every other damn 4 or 5 games, 8 games, no, you don't want him there.
He's honestly been a lot better since Kirk took back over for Penix. But
Kirk was there before.
Right.
And he wasn't playing like that.
Right.
I mean, is this a situation where he's understanding? Oh, I gotta do something. I need a guy to have that motivation every damn day.
Right.
I don't need that just in your last year of a contract. I need that every day.
Totally. So for me, the Pitts thing will be something to watch. You also just drafted Ben Sennett in the second round 2 years ago. Like, now he's got a month to maybe show he could be the dude. It's a conversation for future us.
You start off this thing by saying the Eagles drafted Jalen when they had Carson Wentz on the contract. Other positions, they're easy. They're very dispensable.
I totally agree, but the dollar amount with Pitts is going to be like, if they're going to spend big at one position, I say edge, because I don't think you're going to get wide receivers on the market that, like maybe you got to trade for somebody. Wide receiver and edge remain the highest priorities to me. So you ended up at Morton's last night. I ended up at the Caps game last night, and
I didn't like when I saw that damn result.
No, it was tough, dude. And Carolina, in a weird way, Carolina now kind of feels like the Pens did forever for the Caps. Like, just this team they kind of can't beat. You thought they had it last night. Carolina ends up winning it in the shootout. But the atmosphere, everything was awesome. Caps games remain just the best production in town.
The description that Tarek gave yesterday is what Carolina does. Carolina throws the damn puck at the net consistently and wait for you to falter. And I just think, how do you combat that? Do you try and do the same thing against them? Because what they do, they keep you defending so damn much in the game to where, the pressure is constantly on you. And I think, just watching hockey naturally, like when you're skating, if you everybody have a rollerblade too, your thighs they be burning.
Sure.
And if you're defending all the time, you gotta damn well be burning. So they wear people down because they're always on the offensive.
Dude, so left hand up, I don't really know how to look at a hockey box score, but I'm trying right now. The Canes outshot the Caps 39-25, and they won 65% of the game's faceoffs. Still, the Caps had a late lead, give up a late goal, goes to OT. But as much fun as the game was, as cool as that all was, I went with our boy Lee. I was with Keith. All those guys. Keith still wants to know if you're trying to fist fight him. I said, Keith, I don't think that's a good idea.
Who's Keith?
Remember what we went to Kinlock with?
You want to fight? Man, people know I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter.
Yeah, for sure.
I changed that a long time ago.
But so we went by the Monumental Suite, ran into Sullivan and Hordell and those guys, Thomas Baltimore, and they're like, hey, do you guys want to check out the vaults? You know how they built these new suites?
Uh-huh.
And they're still in the process of building them out, so they have some that are like 98% finished that they, you know what I mean, they're going to get sold, presumably.
Uh-huh.
But, like, you're able to go look at them.
Are they sweet?
So I went in the Union. Have you been in the new United Club, what used to be like the Etihad?
No.
So the new United Club is outrageous. Like, it reminded me of at Allegiant. No, where does the Golden Knights play in Vegas? T-Mobile? Is that T-Mobile Arena?
I think it is.
So when I went to the Stanley Cup, my boy Rudy got outrageous tickets, so we got access to the lounge. The lounge in Vegas is what you think a lounge in Vegas is.
Yeah.
It was incredible, right? The United Club reminded me of that, and I was pretty blown away by it. And then Sully was like, yo, you want to go check out the Vault Suites? And I was like, sure. So me and Lee go down there, and we have a cocktail. And we walk in, and there's a bartender behind the bar who listens to the show. He was excited to chat about the show. And he's like, let me make you guys a real drink. And I'm like, we're at a ball game. We're at a hockey game here. Like, I'm good with this Tito's, right? And he was like, let me make you a drink. Dude makes us espresso martinis. This is in the Vault Suites.
So you had one martini?
I did have one martini. Yo, you come into this area, so you go down to these vaults. You feel like you're at a club in Miami. Like, it does not feel like a D.C. experience.
I like that.
It was like, it blew my expectations away. And so each vault suite is its own private entity. And Jim Van Stone was there, and he was telling us, like, what these companies do. If you're a big deal company, right, you're Microsoft or whatever, you get a vault suite, and you have this private area with a door, and you have a bartender and a waitress and all these things. The food was outrageous. Last night they were serving Balos lamb chops.
Oh,
and
damn, man, you didn't sneak one in your pocket, bring to me?
you know me, I'll put some meat in my pocket. But dude, they're saying that like these big companies, they'll do like an off-site meeting. They'll just do them there because the site is so dope. And then they have this seating area that I want to say it was like right behind the penalty boxes. So you could go watch the game, then go back into your suite, go watch a game, go back into your suite. They have like waiter service in the seats if you're watching the game too. And it was like, it made me, you and I were pretty vocal when the Caps and the Wiz were going to move to Alexandria. I was like, man, I really want them to stay in D.C. And it took the mayor coming up with some money and a plan to keep them. It made me proud of what the mayor was trying to do, seeing this last night and what the Monumental is building. It was like, you know, when I don't know if you ever watched that F1 show, The Drive to Survive, and they're like in these crazy European capitals in Monte Carlo. It felt like that. Like it felt like the absolute top notch of the sport entertainment world. It was very, very cool. We got to be a Vault Suite tour because it was.
Oh, I'm gonna be in the Vault Suite. You know that.
I know you will. Here's what I
want to be hosting Vault Suites.
Well, Brian, what I also learned, I don't think you and I are paying for Vault Suites.
I ain't saying
That's
pay
a
for it.
big number,
I'm
dog.
trying to be there doing an event.
Yeah.
Make it 15 grand or 20.
I'm available for 10% of that. Now, we are on Radio Row in Baltimore. It's going to be a crazy day. Jeff's got a new song. We're going to have Annie Agar joining us. Mike Mayock's going to join us. Urban Meyer's going to join us. RG3's going to join us. Chris Daring's going to join us. We're going to have the governor call in for his weekly picks. It's going to be a busy, busy day here on 106.7 The Fan. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with an NBA happy hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame NBA happy hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Commanders and Giants Sunday at 1 p.m. with Marcus Mariota replacing the injured Jaden Daniels. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, the Giants play hard and are tough.
They've been in all the game. I mean, I think that's watching them. It's just been a tough year for them as far as finishing games. They've had double-digit leads in a ton of games. The play style is there. They're playing hard. It just hasn't worked out for them in the end. And so I think that's what I've been most impressed by, regardless of the coaching changes, whoever's calling the defense, whoever's calling the offense, they play really hard. They play to win, and so it'll be a tough challenge for us.
Falcons come back with a thriller, 15 points to win 29-28 over Tampa Bay. Steelers star pass rusher TJ Watt is in a local hospital getting further lung evaluation after experiencing discomfort at the practice facility. Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. Washington 0-4 in shootouts this season. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore will appear in court today for arraignment. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We are only a half hour away from the beginning of Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy responsibly, obviously.
Why?
Landville, guess who called me last night at 11 o'clock at night?
Jeff Walker.
Nope.
No.
Jeff Walker.
Somebody worse than that, Landfill.
The Rooster?
No, worse than that.
Commander Tequila called me at 10:49 p.m. last night.
Well,
Landfill.
Yo, how does he have your phone number? That's
Hey,
Jeff.
hey, hold
the
on,
only
hold
person
on.
possible of giving Commander Tequila my phone number is Jeff.
See, JP been talking all that trash. Him and Commander Tequila are very, very good friends. And he gave him the number, and then now he called him and will act like somebody else gave the number to him.
That's
Remember,
amazing.
he always leave it early to go hang out with people. He could leave to go hang out with Tequila.
Now, here's the other piece of information I have. Commander Tequila left me a voicemail.
What was the voicemail?
I have not listened to it. Can we get this onto the radio? Can I send this to you
No.
somehow, Landfill?
You don't know what he's saying.
Sure, but isn't a part of you curious what Commander Tequila
No,
needed
not,
to tell
not
me?
finding out on the radio. No. You want to listen to that first.
Maybe we'll listen to that in the break. You're probably onto something there, Brian. In the update there, you heard Cliff Kingsbury talk about the Giants. And Giants have a terrible record. They're 2-11, right? Because Washington's 3-10. But the Giants have coughed up a lot of leads. The Giants have played some good football and then just can't finish, right? The Giants, I'm curious, the Giants have a lower point differential than Washington, which is kind of telling. Now, it's pretty close. They're at -88. Washington's at -92. But the Commanders have been blown out repeatedly.
Yeah.
Whereas the Giants have largely lost late. Now, the Giants did just get their ass kicked by the Patriots on Monday Night Football. But, B, what's your worry level going into this one?
None. I mean, they're 3-9 or 3-10. I have no worry level. Right now, I'm watching to see who, like, I'm kind of looking at it like a coach right now to find out who's going to give me something and who's not. I'm not overly concerned about the wins and the loss anymore at this point. What are we going to win if we win the game? I know we all say that they need a win. We need to get one, get in the winners column, but does that tell you more than finding out who's going to be the guys that quit and who's not?
This game is really, really interesting because the Giants' defense has been awful, but over time, over the years, the Commanders tend to play poorly up in the Meadowlands. You've got Marcus. I asked Marcus earlier this week how hard everything has been for him. Am I right? I don't know that I guess you did in the body bag game, but I don't know. In college, you were always the starter.
Mm-hmm.
Playing, like, even when you were kind of a third down back and you mixed in at running back, you were on the field. Like, you were getting game reps in some regularity, right? Like, when you're the backup quarterback and you get thrust into a game and you have to go 0 to 100 immediately, that seems incredibly difficult.
I don't know if it's as difficult as you may think, because what Marcus is getting reps in practice. He may not get reps all the time with the first team, but he gets reps. And then on top of that, he works against a scout team, so he's still getting football reps. But he has played so much this year, and Jaden has been banged up, that it's not a problem for him anymore. He's not practicing like a backup quarterback right now. He's practicing more like a damn starting quarterback. For me, I got 5-10 minutes of a segment like twice that week before that game showed up, and I was just thrust into it. But he is constantly out there, like, the backup quarterback works scout team, so they're getting their reps, And then again, he's not a guy that's just showing up. I was in my rookie season playing another position, trying to learn another position.
Right.
He's a guy been playing this for the last 8, 9, 10 years in the league, so it's not as tough for him, I think.
How do you think? So we know Jaden is still practicing, right? We've seen the videos of him practicing. He's been, I think, limited on the injury report both days. How do you think they're dividing up reps this week in practice?
Jaden is doing probably a lot of the individual stuff. When it gets down to the team stuff, Marcus is handling that.
That's kind of what I thought,
and I
too.
think also Jaden may be running some of the stuff against scout team. But they're imploring the people, do not touch him.
Yeah.
If you knock him down, just keep running straight to the locker room, grab your stuff, and don't come back. That's what they're trying to tell him.
Something I think is important to note, Chris Rodriguez missed practice on Wednesday with a groin, and he was limited yesterday. C-Rod's been running really well for them.
Very well.
You'd like to have him healthy this week. I think that's just something to monitor. I think if you're limited on Thursday, he'll probably be limited or maybe even full today. Like I don't expect him not to play, but it's something to watch. You know what I mean? And I think it's important to kind of keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner's been 2 straight.
But didn't they bring up the other running back?
They signed Chase Edmonds back to the practice squad.
Oh, I thought.
And I was kind of curious when they made that move, like, oh, why do you need another running back? And then C-Rod all of a sudden is dealing with groin. I'm sorry. They brought Chase Edmonds up to the active. Forgive me. Because they also had a roster spot because of putting Ertz on IR. And Edmonds has been in the building now for some time. He's been around. I want to say close to like 2 months. Edmonds had a ton of success with Cliff going back to the Arizona days. In the time since the Arizona days, however, Edmonds has had significant injury. I've spoken with him briefly. Like, I've seen him. He looks fully operational. But as the famous Mike Tyson quote says, everybody's got to play until they're punched in the mouth.
Punching him out?
I imagine because they are 4 deep at tight end, and maybe they're finally going to focus on giving these younger guys more opportunity in Sennett and Yankoff specifically. Bates is established. Bates has gotten a second contract. Like, we know what Bates is. But they could have called up Cager from the practice squad, who is another tight end and about 8 feet tall. But they decided to bring up Edmonds. I wonder if that is a part of the C-Rod thing, or if they just want to get Edmonds a shot.
Could be the C-Rod. I think it's more like the C-Rod.
Seems like
just
it,
in
right?
case.
Yeah. So that's something to watch today. They're going to be on the practice field in about a half hour. Dan Quinn will talk to the media probably 12:30. We're not kind of waiting with bated breath because we know it's going to be Marcus this week, but certainly something to watch with the health of this team going up to the Meadowlands. I had to make a prediction last night on Beltway football. What are you feeling about this game? The line is 2.5. Giants are favored. Giants haven't been favored in like a year and a half, which is remarkable. Vegas, weirdly, the total on this thing moved a point yesterday from 47.5 to 46.5. If you look at the action, it's not one way or the other. It's about 60-40 on the Giants, both bets and tickets. How you feeling about this one?
Blah. I mean,
when you're 3-10, it's hard to have a ton of emotion.
3-10, you're 2-11. We have seen weird things happen up here. I think at this point, like I stated earlier, you're not really playing for much, but you want to find out which guys are going to still give you their all, which guys you can say that I would be willing to go to war again with next year. That's what this is more about to me. I'm not. I'm at the point now where it's not checked out, but it's like my expectation is not what I was early in the season. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like we talk about changing your mind and adjusting things. I have adjusted what I'm looking for at this point. At first, I'm looking for how we could get back to this thing, figure this thing out. Still, I want to see them figure something out, but figure it out and go where. So now it's just about let's find out who's going to keep giving me something. Who's going to be like, there have been a lot of games where people lose, but there's a person who said, look how I'm going to play, though. And if you could get that guy to start showing that consistently, all of a sudden when you start winning and you see that still, you can understand what something clicked for him. Or maybe more than one guy. Let's see.
You got 4 games left, and you'd love somebody to emerge. Maybe it's a DN Marinyaga, right? Maybe Drake Jackson finally gets on the field. Maybe it's Trey Burks, whose snap count was down because Noah Brown was back up.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Yankoff. Like, everybody wants to wait on Senate. Maybe you'll be proven correct, but what if it's Yank? Like, you just want to see someone emerge.
This is what I wanted to be. We've heard more fans say, why they not giving somebody a chance? I don't want them to give anybody any damn thing. I want to see who's going to come out here and grab it and take it. You know, when we see, that's what I want to see. Give. You don't give nobody a damn thing in pro sports. You take it.
You know who went 9 for 115 the other night for the Cowboys when CeeDee Lamb went down?
The little kid, number 19.
Ryan Flournoy, a 6th rounder out of Central Missouri. He went to 3 colleges: Central Missouri State, Iowa Western, and Southeast Missouri State. But you know what he's got? 6'1", 200 pounds, speed. Like, Lamb's probably going to miss more time, I imagine. What if, like, that's what you want to see. Not everybody has to be a first rounder, second rounder. Just somebody emerge. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley live, Radio Row, Baltimore, Maryland, before the Army-Navy game. Wear my heart upon my sleeve like a big deal.
Rocking these now.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You're hanging with us on YouTube on the 106.7 The Fan
now.
stream. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. We all just put on sunglasses because the sun is kind of directly in front of us.
Jeff put on readers.
Yeah, these my readers.
You look like an idiot. Here, I'll give you some stream love here so the folks can see JEPH. Jeff did just ask a very legitimate question. So we're in the Baltimore Convention Center, Radio Row for Army-Navy game, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what building we're looking at across the street here, but the building across the street, best I could tell, has the United States of America flag, understandably, the Maryland flag, understandably.
Yeah.
And then is that Virginia in the middle, B?
I can't.
I
really
don't
see
know
that
what
flag.
the middle one is. I don't know what is next to that, but on the end it has a DC flag.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, your job is to figure out why.
The other two. Find out what the other two are.
I think I'm gonna walk over there after the segment.
That one in the middle could be Virginia. That looks like the Virginia one because it's just that lady on the blue flag.
Okay, so
right?
what would the other one be then?
Maybe the city of Baltimore? Does Baltimore have its own flag? I don't know. Jeff, post a picture. Somebody on the internet can tell us. Whether they're right or wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna walk over
there
there and take a picture.
Okay. You know who might know? The governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Maybe Gov knows.
We need to find out before the Gov comes.
Yeah, we don't want to make him look crazy on the air.
Well, he also might be disappointed that we don't know. We don't want to disappoint him.
That's why he's
We
the
don't know
governor.
why we don't know why they flying them.
Yeah, we don't. Left hand up. We don't understand it. Jeff, I was thinking about something, not in the shower.
That does look like the Virginia. That is the Virginia one.
It does look like Virginia. Okay, so that's got it. Unless it's West Virginia and it's DMWV.
It's not that.
Could it be Delaware?
I don't know.
Delmarva is a thing. Delmarva is a thing.
Here, at least for the stream, I'm going to show these people what we're looking at. If you can see all those flags out there, that's what we're looking at. And we don't know what building that is. We really don't know much. Well, I think I just closed the stream. Sorry. Jeff, I was thinking about something not in the shower.
It's not Delaware.
Okay, it's not Delaware. We're narrowing. Is it? I think it's got to be the city of Baltimore. But I don't know. We're going to find out. Jeff.
Yes.
You've been making these songs, and they're 3 and 10.
Yes.
Should you not make a song?
It's not city of Baltimore.
No. I should
He's
continue
on
to make
flag patrol.
songs. I should continue to make songs. I was making songs before we picked JD5.
Yeah, and they were terrible then.
Yeah, so we
You only
just
have
keep
one
going.
good year of making songs.
Yes.
Your song record is probably 15 and 35.
Wow.
Yes.
So it might be your
but
fault.
tell him it ain't your fault. The flag, the song's still
Look,
fire.
the crazy thing is, I'm glad you asked that question, JP, because that question
what I
gets
do.
answered
I ask questions.
in the song. I was about to say in the flag. In the song.
Flaggate is going on. We're trying to figure out the flags. Lanville, do you think it's Jeff's fault they are struggling because of his songs?
Oh, no, you can't say that. Yeah, I can't say that because I was making those songs when we were bad.
I think you meant to say when we were good.
No, I was making those songs when we were bad, too, because
Right.
I was making the songs like
So
this.
the majority of your Commander song-making career, they've been awful.
Yes.
So
the
that's
majority
kind
of my
on
life.
you.
Majority of my life, they've been awful.
That only cements.
Nah, you can't put that one on me.
Listen,
you can't put that
I'm
on me.
old enough. I remember when they were good. Brian played for them when they were good.
But when they were
Landfill's
good,
an Eagles fan.
when they were
Like Brian's
good,
a Giants fan, so it's your fault.
Brian did not play on a colored TV. When he played, the TVs were gray and white. So that was a long time
He
ago.
was color bastard.
Jeff, introduce your song.
Oh man, this is just an open letter. I just had to pour my heart out on the track, so that's what I did. I didn't sing though. I did not sing.
Thank you. You be killing us.
Let's get it, Landini. I can't believe that. A donut? They ain't about to get a hook. They about to get my heart right quick. First off, I want to say I love this team. But some things gotta be articulated mean. And sometimes you just gotta call it what you see. Cliff, quit overthinking my G. C-Rob proving he can run through anything. I don't wanna see 3 pass plays on a 3. I don't wanna see a trick play to an OT. I think we need to add some more running to the scheme. And defense had JJ overachieving. 3rd and 12 threw it to Jettas, couldn't believe it. Are we really this bad? I question myself, still watching this game, why Why am I stressing myself? Cause I'm a true fan through the good and the bad. I'm in the booth rapping this song and I'm mad. Still reminiscing from the game that we had. Thinking to myself, we can't go out this sad. I don't care how bad we got whooped, we not losing to the Giants. Last time we played, boy, it got silly. White Brian had to eat 15 blizzards. This time he probably won't even bet with me. Cause the Manders, they might go and put up 50. Yeah, the season over, but you can still put on the show. 4 games left, let's go and win at least one more. You not in the playoffs, but you playing for your dough. Gotta show the office why you deserve a role. And that's my heart. You gotta be better than that. Cause we can't get shut out in no division games. We gonna hear that for the rest of the season. Hey, but look, left hand up. We was riding with y'all before. We riding with y'all now. We ain't turning our back. Hey, Ali Major, let them horns play.
That's sweet.
I had to give them bars. We playing New York. They had to get bars.
Dude, that's your best one.
You killed it, that dog.
I thought that's the best one in a while.
Why
at
you
least.
sweating?
You are sweating, dude.
Bro.
Damn.
I don't know, like when the cameras get on me,
nervous?
it's like I
You
do
get
get a little
nervous?
nervous.
Like you got
and
that-
then I got this hot shirt on because it was cold, but like I wasn't gonna take it
I
off
took
on
my,
stream.
my coat off.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take it off on stream.
You know, the other day when you were like running a little bit late.
Yeah.
He sat down, and he went silent. He didn't know what the hell to say. He
Yeah.
started sweating too.
Yeah.
I just think he wants to be in front of the camera, but he just gets all nervous.
Yeah, JP, for the first time in my life, when you were running behind, I did not
That
know
was
what
an
to say.
unnamed airline's fault, by
Yeah,
the way.
I did not have no words to say.
That's shocking.
Yeah, that was real shocking to me too.
Well, the words you just dropped were very good. That was a good song, dude.
That was good,
well
brother.
done. Well
Good
done.
stuff, baby.
Well done. When we return, Annie Agar should be joining the program. Then Maryland Governor Wes Moore. It's about to get busy here on Radio Row in Baltimore.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders against the Giants on Sunday with Marcus Mariota at quarterback instead of Jaden Daniels. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, his play calling at the goal line.
You know, there's 30 plays in that game. I wish I'd call something differently, and I wish one of those plays would have worked, but they didn't, unfortunately. So that's, I think, the nature of a play caller. You know, there weren't a lot of great play calls in that game. And that's, like I said, that's all me, and I got to get better.
Falcons come back with a walk-off 29-28 win over the Buccaneers on a last-second field goal. Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout goals for Connor McMichael. He also had an assist, and Nick Dowd. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let's go. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear that song on a Friday, means it's officially the beginning of Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Vodka Rebel Friday is powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Maryland-made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMWV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. We got to get Scotty's to Baltimore, B. That should be our mission.
You sure they're not here?
I am not sure they're not here. I don't know. Maybe they are here. Maybe they're served in the Federal Reserve Bank that we're learning so much about. We're really excited. We have Annie Agar joining us right now. You can see her on the stream, on the TV show. Annie, what's going on? Thank you for joining us.
Of course, you guys.
Dude, so when we got the list of like possible guests, I was really excited to talk to you because I've followed you on Instagram, and the football content you make is so funny, and I feel like it's been like Big Ten driven, and then college football, and now NFL. How did you get started in this world?
Yeah, so the first video was the Big Ten video, and it all started during COVID. I was working in local news at the time, and anybody that worked in local news, it's a grind, right? Like you're covering high school sport. Oh, man, it is a grind. So that all stopped, which was the first time I hadn't worked in a long time because of COVID. There was no sports, so we weren't covering anything. So I had no money. I'd moved back home with my parents. I was in my childhood bedroom, and I got on TikTok, as most of us did during COVID, and I thought, let me just do this meeting video on if the Big Ten was trying to get football up and running again. And I didn't have a script. I just went off the kind of the stereotypes that I knew about the Big Ten because I grew up in that territory. And I, did a roast kind of format, and overnight it got 3 million views.
Damn.
And I think it was because people needed that comedic little relief, hopefully, during that time, because nobody was talking, like we weren't talking about the spring games because nothing was going on.
I was just doing happy hours.
Yeah.
On Zoom.
We were all drinking. That's what we were doing. We needed a little.
There was a lot of booze during COVID.
A lot of booze.
Not much else to do.
Has that slowed down since? Nope, not really.
A lot of booze and a lot of COVID babies. Funny how those two things go hand in hand.
Wild how that works, isn't it?
But, I mean, you have exploded now. Like, I feel like you're doing NFL, college football, but I just was looking at your Instagram. You got, like, a partnership with Silverado Trucks, like all sorts of stuff. What has kind of been the coolest moment? I mean, if you're saying it started during COVID, it's only 5 years of a really meteoric rise. Like, what has kind of been the coolest parts?
That's what's been wild, too, is trying to keep it going because, you can be a one-and-done type thing on social media, and it's great, and social media is great for that, but I want to make sure I keep bringing the same content to people. Probably the coolest thing, and this is like a personal story, but I love, so my brother, as people know, if they follow me on social media, I post about my brother. He has disability, he has cerebral palsy, and he's the biggest Lions fan, so everybody has their flaws. I am a Packers fan. I'm a diehard Packers fan, and I brought him.
Enjoyed that game.
I brought him to Lions Packers. This was 2 years ago, maybe, and the Packers were gracious enough to get us on the field, and I've never seen him so happy. And it was when Detroit beat us. It was like 31. I don't remember.
Oh, he rubbed it in, didn't he?
He was screaming in my ear, and as awful as it was for me, it was awesome to see that for him.
That's
so
cool.
Stuff like that's really cool that I get to do with this job. It's just it's wild to me.
But as you said, it's a grind.
It is a
grind.
grind.
I think with like a lot of people, everyone see like things you've done and other people do, and they automatically assume, oh, it's going to just happen for me.
Yeah.
So they go out and they do one thing, and then they either quit or they don't do enough. Tell them how you have to continue and be consistent with it.
Oh, absolutely. Social media, and I I make fun of it because the whole influencer content
Sure.
creator thing. There are so many other people that have harder jobs out there. I know, but being a content creator, you don't get a day off because
Yeah.
if you take a day off, somebody else is doing that
Yeah, yeah,
content.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
you got to stay on top of things, especially in the NFL. Like there's news every single day. So I research for probably 7-8 hours on Monday before I shoot
Wow.
the video for 3 or 4, and then there's another 10 to 12 hours of editing. Like it is a grind. I would never complain about it
Sure.
because I know there are harder jobs out there. It just is like if you want it, you gotta go after it.
Do you have like a rival? Like, is there somebody you don't like that is trying to rip your stuff off?
That's a great. Nobody's ever asked me that question. No, and then what's
we got to
really
get
cool,
you a rival.
Well, any U of M fan, I'll say they're my any U of M creators out there. Screw you guys.
Listen, they're having a tough run right
you
now.
got to
anyway.
agitate too.
I hate U of M. I hate U of M. They're fans.
So, are you enjoying the last 48 hours?
Well, enjoying is a strong word.
Yeah, that's a weird situation.
And I'm so glad I didn't. I was gonna make a joke about the whole cheating scandal thing and all that, and then all this other stuff. It kept getting worse, and now I just feel so bad for his family. Like
Yeah,
I,
dude. That thing
was
is
just
ugly.
a mess.
Yeah,
and then you don't know what's true and what's not, and all this weird stuff's on
That's
social
the thing
media.
about
So
it.
yeah,
You got to wait.
jeez. But I just kept getting worse. I couldn't
But,
believe it.
That's bad.
Isn't that the part of it now, like with society, how things are, AI and all that?
Yeah.
When something happened, I know people want to jump. A lot of times you got to say, well, let me wait and
Yes.
see.
That is
Because you see some stuff pop up every day, and I'm like,
That is a
and
great.
it's
that's
not
That's
real.
the
Totally.
best thing my parents ever taught me is. First of all, everything you put on social media, it's on a billboard. So you got to make sure what you want out there is really like you want the world to see it. But instead of reacting, because everybody now, everything's so instant on social
Yeah.
media, everybody just reacts.
You feel like you have to get a takeoff.
Right,
you
because
have to
everybody else is
reply,
doing
right.
it.
Yeah.
But if you just sit back a second, sometimes
It'll
it's
save
really
you.
hard to do, though.
Right.
It will save
It's
you.
really hard to do.
We're talking with Annie Agar here at Radio Row, USAA, bringing it all together for the Army-Navy game. What's your involvement with USAA? What got you here?
Yeah, so we did a deal with USAA a couple years ago, back when I first started doing the videos, and then I got really heavily involved with I love military, give back, all that kind of stuff. I did some stuff with Black Rifle Coffee Company, and then every year on my birthday, I try to do a little something to give back. I was aligned with the Cubs for a couple years, so the Cubs I'd get a family involved. One year I did it with a family that had special needs son, that's a lot like my brother. And then 2 years ago, I got in touch with a military family who was really struggling financially, and they were trying to move to Florida. He'd been, I think he'd been deployed 3 times, and it was in the Navy for 18 years, like served his country, was a great guy. And they were struggling, so I brought them to the Cubs game. They had 2 little boys. Brought them to a Cubs game, got a limo, and got them out to the Cubs game, got them on the field, and then I presented them a check for $15,000. It was so cool. It was so cool.
That's really
so so USA, I think they see the stuff that I post in regards to that and the whole military background, so they brought me out to the game
That's
to
awesome.
post some content around it. Yeah,
That's cool.
I'm excited.
I want to get back to the NFL for a second because Brian won a Super Bowl playing for the Redskins. I've covered the Redskins football team, Commanders, for over a decade now. And we're in Washington, and the burgundy and gold kind of are sports in the city,
Yeah.
right? And there's the caps matter, but like the football is just the biggest beast
Oh,
around.
yeah, for sure.
I feel like they're so bad right now, you're not even making fun of them.
Somebody said that in one of my last meetings. They were like, "Where are the Commanders?" I'm like, "Well, first of all, nobody's watching your guys' games right now. Sorry to say, but I mean,
We're aware.
the whole like Jaden Daniels playing or not playing, like I mean, we just gotta kick the field goal on this season. Let's just like punt and move on to next year. Move on to next year.
Yeah, it's
You sound like majority of our fans.
It's rough. Let's focus on the draft. Because what pick do you guys have now? It's pretty low, right?
Yeah, I mean this week
5 or
it's
7, something like that.
This
The
week
good
it's
news-
the
the good
3
news
and 10 Commanders against the 2 and 11 Giants. So this
yeah.
is a big draft
But the good
pick.
news
bowl.
is the
This is a good
Giants
game.
win meaningless games late in the season all the time.
Yeah.
So Jackson Dart's going to run for 1 million first downs.
Right.
Probably almost get
If he
concussed.
runs, he's going to end up on the sideline.
That man, oh gosh.
What would you say to him, or what have you said to him maybe in your videos?
I roast him more for like the
The
whole
extreme broness.
Yes, he is literally a frat guy on steroids. It's the funniest thing.
The soccer
The
line
whole-
was
like, dude, you are people's career. Like, people's careers are banking on you being healthy. So I get the whole like running for. He plays tough football. Okay, well, if you are out for the season, that should cost coaches jobs. and they could be moving their family across the country. So let's
Yeah.
let's stay out of
Yeah,
bounds.
yeah.
Let's not try to stay in bounds on those
quarterbacks
runs. You
don't
know,
have
on
to
this-
show their toughness in that way.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Like being you don't need to be a bonehead.
Get the yard. Like that one run he had, it could have been like 3rd and 2.
Right.
And he went for the first down. 3rd and 2 is very manageable.
Right.
Just get out of bounds.
Last thing for me, I know you're busy. Have you ever gotten, as like a coach or an organization, ever like I've gotten calls, right? Like when
Yeah.
they get mad at me. Your platform is so large, and you're doing comedy where you're openly making fun of these people. What is like the angriest coach or PR call you've gotten?
Which is really awkward because when I meet them in person, I'm like, oh, I hope they don't remember what I've said about them. In the video. The guys are usually super cool, though. I did something with Jamar Chase and Justin Fields, and Justin looked over and he was like, oh, I know who you are. But he was like super cool about it. This is when he was on the Bears. Super cool about it. The meanest probably was Eli Apple. The first Super Bowl I went to, I posted
That
it was
family's a little crazy.
Bengals Rams.
Yeah.
If you remember the game, so I posted a picture of me at my first Super Bowl, and I said I had a great time providing coverage at my first Super Bowl, unlike Eli Apple. And that did not go over well with his mom. His mom came at me, and he came at me, and everybody knows too.
His
He
mom
like
goes at
talked back
everybody.
too.
She goes at everybody.
Oh yeah, it was mean. It was so brutal. So that was my first taste of these people don't like when
I always tell people when you have a platform like you do, why go after that?
I know.
Because you can destroy them.
Yeah.
They can't win. Like a lot of people call into us. I say, we got the mic and the camera.
That's
you
a
can't
good
beat us.
point. That's a great
we
point.
can cut you off and I continue talking.
Yeah.
And I can bring it back and go in there and you can't have a response.
What's the Benjamin Franklin quote? It's never go to war with somebody that buys ink by the barrel.
There you
know what I mean? Like,
That's a great one. That's a great one.
man.
Annie,
love it.
thank you for the time. This has been
Of
awesome.
course.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you guys.
it.
Appreciate it. You guys
Oh,
are
you
the
got to
best.
sign our
Thank
football.
you. Oh, fun.
Yeah, that's why we have this
Cool.
football. Yeah, dude. Fire away.
Wow.
Thank you so much. We'll be following.
Thank you guys.
All right. Thank you. That's Annie Agar joining us. When we return, the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, maybe has an answer why there's 100 flags on that building in Baltimore. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and nobody appreciates 106.7 The Fans like Paisanos. Right now, score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, whatever you want, Paisanos has got it. It's perfect for game day, late night, or when the holiday leftovers lose steam. Hit up Paisanospizza.com, load up the cart, and watch the total drop with FAN30. What if you're feeding the whole crew? Use the code CREW20 for 20% off a custom catering order. Great for a game day spread, an office lunch, a holiday hangout, a big family dinner, or even the fantasy squad when you're watching the playoffs. Paisanos has seriously tasty options, including pre-planned catering packages with the discount already baked in. 2 ways to score: FAN30 for any order, CREW20 for the whole crew. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now, paisanospizza.com. All right. Party Rock is in the house tonight. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067. We are live in Baltimore, Maryland for Radio Row at the Baltimore Convention Center ahead of the Army-Navy game. USAA putting a big old party together for Army-Navy. And we are thrilled to be joined by a veteran and the governor of the great state of Maryland, Mr. Wes Moore. What's up, Gov? How we doing?
I'm good, man. Go Army, beat Navy.
Is that tricky for you, being the governor of Maryland, where obviously the Naval Academy is located, but you're obviously a proud Army vet? Like, how do you balance that?
Listen, you know how I balance it? It's the same way when you had these clowns who were trying to tell me when the Ravens were playing the Commanders, I should get a jersey with both teams on it. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't do that, guys. On 364 days of the year, I'm all about the Navy. I'm like, we rock Navy, we lift up Navy. You know, they're amazing. And on that one day of the year, I want to watch them get bruised for 60 minutes by the Army.
I love it. I mean, Gov, I've told you before, not that you're looking for my political advice, but you're a very proud Ravens fan, and you always talk the Steelers. Pennsylvania's an important state. That's all I'm saying. If there's ever, down the line, we might have to make up with these Yinzers. That's all I'm saying, Gov.
Yeah, their state is fine. They just got crappy football teams.
All right. Now, I don't know how tight your time is. I know we got a slate of picks to make, but I do have kind of a government question for you, if I may.
I love it.
Okay, so B and I are in the convention center, Radio Row,
looking directly.
We're looking directly at what we have learned is the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, Baltimore branch. And my question, I have a number of questions, frankly. It has
United States flag,
Maryland,
Virginia,
West Virginia, and D.C. I don't really understand how the Federal Reserve Bank works, frankly, and I certainly don't understand why the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond has a Baltimore branch with a West Virginia flag hanging up. Is there a 30-second answer to that?
Government bloat at its finest.
All right, there we have it. Let's get to some football, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right. You've been hot for about the last month, and I know you will be looking to keep that going. Obviously, the Commanders and the Ravens are in action, but let's start with a big one. Let's start with the Patriots hosting the Bills, Governor.
Yeah, man. This is the game of the week because you're talking about two of the these are actually two of the best teams in the NFL in terms of record, but also it's just like it's the smell test that you get for teams. Like they're just playing really good football, and I think you have two people who are legitimately in the conversation on MVP, and that's May and and that's May and Allen. And the ironic thing is Allen might actually earn it this year because he didn't last year. But I digress. But I think this one is going to be it's going to be a tough one for the Bills. It's going to be a tough one, not just because the Patriots are just on a hot streak and Drake May is playing well. And I think Drake May has a lot of incentive because I think Drake May is probably looking at this game where if you ball out this game, you're the MVP and it's the story's over, right? And I think Drake May knows that. Now, the question is, does he have ice in his veins like that? And we will find out this week. But I just think that the Patriots defense has been really, really strong. I was really confused when I looked at the way that the Bills came out against the Bengals last week. It should not have taken them that long at home to get hot and to put together enough firepower to beat the Bengals on the road. So I mean, I'm gonna go with the Patriots on this one, and I actually think the Patriots, even though I questioned them for much of the season, man, they pull this one out. I'm standing and saying the Patriots are actually the real deal.
Yeah. All right, you got Detroit Lions going to be going out to L.A. taking on the L.A. Rams, a very good football team, which I think we got Matt Stafford saying, I'm the MVP. I don't know what everybody talking about Drake May. Who do you think win that game?
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, like a lot of Stafford people have a fair argument, but the truth is that like this is why a weekend like this is going to matter. If Drake May does what he needs to do, it's going to be very difficult for all the Stafford fans to make the argument that Stafford should be able to overtake him, and that's only because Stafford is one who has not always been consistent. The thing to remember though is if there is the definition of inconsistency, that is the Detroit Lions. Yeah. You never know what team you're going to get when Detroit steps on the field. This is also going to be interesting because Goff playing against their and so that's going to be fascinating to watch how that. So I'm going to go with the Rams because I think that the Rams offense is just better than the Lions defense right now, and I think that they're going to be able to hold off. But for the Stafford folks, I think May has a better opportunity to create separation this week than Stafford does.
Agree. We'll keep it moving here, Gov. We'll end with Commanders and Ravens. So we'll go to Packers-Broncos. That's a big game. I think a lot of people believe in the Packers. A lot of people kind of question the Broncos' record. This game is in Denver, so you got the altitude as a factor too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and I'm not encouraging betting on this one. But
I am.
For those who do indulge in betting, the fact that they have the Packers as favorites on this in Vegas is nuts to me. I do not understand this because first of all, and it's not even just that the Broncos have a better record. The Broncos also have shown at home they are just really, really tough to beat. And so I just don't know if I would put money on this Packers team going into Denver and beating this Broncos team. So again, if people choose to bet, I'm just saying the Vegas odds of having the Packers beating the Broncos at home, to me, is just nuts. So I think the Broncos win. I think the Packers have definitely had a tougher schedule. Beating the Bears, beating the Lions in back-to-back weeks is not something to like to play with. And I think the Broncos, they beat the Commanders, and they beat, I think, like the Raiders or something like that. So I get it when people talk about the toughness of schedules, but playing in Denver is tough, particularly when Denver is a good team. And so I'm going with the Broncos on this one.
And it's a mile high. I like that one. That makes a lot of sense to me, Gov. Since we're in Baltimore, they'll get the last spot. We'll go to the Meadowlands for a battle of two really bad teams, Commanders, Giants. I don't know how much time you're going to waste on Sunday watching that one, Gov.
I mean, the Commanders games are actually just getting hard to watch right now.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of the attention is on the offense. A lot of the attention is on, what's going on with Jaden, because that was especially from what we've come to expect from this kid, that was just a historically bad performance. But the other thing is that, like, actually that's not what's making me most nervous about the Commanders. It's the defense. Like, the defense just is not showing up at all. And these teams are just, there's no intimidation factor at all, either with their run games or when they take it to the air. So I think that the Commanders, I'm sure the Commanders are starting to think about what does next year look like, what kind of draft position are we gonna need. Jaden has really, I understand. He's a dog and he wants to be back on the field. I'm just genuinely concerned by what we are seeing, and especially the idea of speeding him back onto the field. And so, particularly with the Commanders being out of the playoffs, particularly with Jaden not playing this week, I think the Giants are going to defend home turf, and they'll take away the win.
It would not be a surprise. I mean, they're favored for a reason. First time they've been favored in a long time. Let's end it with your Ravens. I imagine last week was a difficult one for you to watch. That turned-over touchdown on Likely was unbelievably awful. Ravens going to Cincinnati. What do you make of this? A rematch from Thanksgiving.
I mean, the crazy thing is that this whole season's been tough to watch, right? Yeah. I mean, there is a mindset of playing like a Raven that I just don't think this team has. And, like, that means something when you say we play like Ravens. And I just don't feel it nor see it with this team. And frankly, I've had battles with a lot of my Ravens fans this week where they're talking about that call. And I'm like, my point, I keep on coming back to this. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it was a bad call. But my point is this. If you have to rely on the refs getting it right every time to win games, then that's a problem.
Yeah.
Like, we shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. Not at home. Yeah. And not against the Steelers, who were fundamentally better then. Like, you had Aaron Rodgers scoring running touchdowns. Aaron Rodgers is 68 years old. Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so I don't know. I mean, this is hard. It's hard because we're better than this, but we're just not playing better than this. And the people who are actually playing better than what their roster would suggest right now, honestly, is the Cincinnati Bengals. And I just believe Cincinnati at home, and Cincinnati's got something to play for. Like, Cincinnati is sniffing on the fact that, the freaking Cincinnati Bengals could win the division. This is nuts. So they're playing for something. And so I think that, unfortunately, I think Cincinnati holds home court, and they beat the Ravens. Which, by the way, I was thinking about it. I don't know if I've ever, in all the time betting with y'all, I don't know if I've ever had a week where I bet that both the Commanders and the Ravens lose. I think this might be history.
I think this might be history. I highly doubt you have, honestly, Gov. Carter. I think Carter might have a spreadsheet. Maybe he could track that. But that is remarkable, and I think it shows where these teams are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carter just texted me. It is the first time you've ever gone against both Baltimore and DC. That's crazy, man. That shows where we're at.
That shows true feelings.
That shows where we're at.
Yeah,
that
it
shows where
does.
we're at. When the governor of the state is like, nah, they both losing.
That is well said, Gov. That is well said. Will you be attending Army Navy tomorrow? I know you're a busy man.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome.
Listen, this seriously is. I just think there's a reason why they call this America's game, and it's not because it's the best football. So if anybody's like, oh, I'm gonna check out the game, and you're expecting to see like some Michigan, Ohio State, or so it's not that. It's not. That's not what makes this America's game. It makes it America's game because you are watching, everyone on that field. There's not, maybe Blake Horvath can make an argument, but there's no one on that field who is playing in front of NFL scouts, right? There's no one on that field who is playing because they're trying to get ready for the combine. Everyone on that field, when they leave their service academy, they're putting on the uniform of this country.
Yeah.
And they're going to go fight on behalf of this nation. And the people who they're going to go against on the field on Saturday are the people who they will rely on the battlefield.
Yep.
So I just think there's something so beautiful about this game.
Absolutely.
I really do hope people check this game out. But again, don't expect great football, but expect to really walk away with a sense of pride about this country.
That's awesome. Gov, we appreciate your time always. I know it's going to get crazy here with the holidays. If we don't get to catch up with you, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and maybe a little downtime just to enjoy the family.
Absolutely. But trust me, we'll be in touch because I will be watching football.
All right, man. I know you will,
Have
sir.
a good one.
Thank you for the time.
Merry Christmas, y'all. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Gov. All right, I got Governor's picks officially. He's taking the Patriots, the Rams, the Broncos, the Giants, and the Bengals.
Wow.
I mean, first time. Gov's been making picks with us for years now. First time taking both opponents.
Hey, but that's where they fall into, bro.
Seriously.
That's what happens.
I
So-
mean, who do you
And
think?
you can't bet with your heart all the time.
Sure.
Sometimes you got to use your brain.
Who do you think, to their fans, has had the more disappointing season? The Ravens or the Commanders?
Many people would think it's the Ravens, but I think it's the Commanders because of what they experienced last year, not having experienced that in such a long time, and then to fall right back to this year. I think it has to be the Commanders fans.
Yeah, and the Ravens are bad, but they're not Commanders bad. You know what I mean? Like they've been uneven, and they were without Lamar for a while, and he's missed practice time, and it's been uneven. But I mean, it's nothing like what Washington's going through. And
yeah,
I mean the harder part is it was the first time Washington's had expectations in forever. And,
Yeah.
and it feels like Lucy pulling out the football again.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I just think that, the Ravens overall had been the better franchise and a better football team. And over time, you're going to have a year that you're going to dip a little bit. But Washington has so much momentum going. And I think for it to come like this year, that hurts a lot more. So I think these fans are like flabbergasted.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know who I cannot wait to talk to about the Washington season is Mike Mayock. I mean, that dude is such an in-depth, like down the roster kind of guy, and just ask him what went wrong with Washington, and then kind of looking ahead, how did they rebuild this? Like, I'm almost more curious about talking to a dude like Mayock about what he thinks they can fix and what needs to be the highest priority.
Yeah.
Mike Mayock's going to join us at noon. Urban Meyer at 12:30. I'm going to ask you an honest question. Can we ask Urban Meyer about everything that just happened at Michigan?
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, just as an Ohio State guy, but that thing is still an evolving,
That's an
very
evolving thing, and I don't know if he want to be discussing those
dude,
things.
seriously. It's about to get serious business around here. Mike Mayock, Urban Meyer, RG3, Chris Daring, all joining us on the program. But what we're going to do next, open these phone lines up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's going to be time for Ask B. Mitch Anything.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Counting down for Sunday's matchup, Commanders versus Giants. offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on the play of Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, that I think sums up to me one matchup this season is how he can do lean on those balls. What up? Really good. What up? What up? Beat me to 50 on Tennessee. What up? What up?
Falcons beat the Buccaneers 29-28 on the last second field goal.
Beat me to 50.
Score 10% off with a 5 minimum and 10% off forward. At Paul Henry's Window Installation through December 28th, additional 5% off Vitex windows. Paul Henry. Your clear home. From the Crop Medcast. Sports Desk, Fire Code.
Hey, it's JP Finley. What are you working on?
What up? What up? What up? Beat me to 50 on Tennessee. What up? What up? What up? Beat me to 50 because for six. What up? What up? What up? Beat me to 50 on Tennessee. What up? What up? What up? Beat me to 50 because for six. What up?
ARServices.com. They've got a showroom in Kensington. You can go check out all the brands you're looking for, all the makes, all the models. They'll give you next day delivery or maybe even same day delivery. It's a great family-owned company that's a great family. You better get better. BetterServices.com. BETTAR. BetterServices.com.
What up? What up? What up? Beat me to 50 on Tennessee. What up? What up? What up? Beat me to 50 because for six. What up? What up? What up?
Beat Mitchell Finley on 106. What up? What up? What up? Beat Mitchell Finley. We go for it. What up? What up? What up? What up? Beat Mitchell Finley on 106. What up? What up? What up? Beat Mitchell Finley. We go for it. What up? What up? What up? Beat Mitchell Finley on 106. What up? What up? What up? Beat Mitchell Finley. We go for it. What up?
Okay. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is Friday. It is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it is also time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Ask B. Mitch Anything, of course, brought to you by Collars & Co., a true game changer. Check them out online. Collars & Co. Get the dress collar polo. B and I love the gear. Are you wearing one today?
Yep, sure do. Have it on.
Looking fresh, man. Looking fresh.
So fresh and so clean?
I'd like to start Ask B. Mitch Anything.
All right, go.
Why the hell did they put onions on this sandwich?
Because they make it taste better.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's just disgusting.
JP, we're realizing that you're still a kid.
I like ketchup.
You don't like anything adult like.
Steak, potatoes, missionary. Simple man, B. The phone lines
I'm
are
gonna try
open.
something other than missionary, bro. Things happen better for you.
800-636-1067.
Gotta get a little bit more stretchy.
800-636-1067. What do you know? They served free food, and Chris Russell showed up. What's up, Bruce?
Is this thing on? Yes.
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, free food is my forte. B and I had breakfast. Well, we didn't have breakfast together. We kind of sat together. He had breakfast after me. That was free. That was good. And now, yeah, you get some free food.
Free
A little
99,
Baltimore
baby.
chip
Free
meat.
99.
I mean, how could you go wrong? Vinny Serrato's here. B's here. You're here. Annie Agar's here.
Why
I
do
mean,
you have
come
to
on.
name him?
I'm just saying.
You gonna go say hi, B?
Nope.
I did.
I can say hi with a fist.
Jeff likes to proclaim himself as like the mayor and the boss of everything. And Jeff said, he's like, man, I know he's kind of a goof, but Chris Russell's the mayor of this. You are Mr. Army Navy.
I am an Army Navy guy.
I think it's because you get free hotel and free food.
Listen.
And free parking.
I can't tell you that the perks don't accentuate the benefit, but this is the 126th Army Navy game. This is 5 years ago. My late partner, Pete Medhurst, who used to be the voice of Navy football, got me involved in this 5 years ago at MetLife Stadium.
That's cool.
And in New York City, we were on a big battleship in the South Street Seaport, and that's how it started. And, you know, you go to this game tomorrow here in Baltimore at M&T Bank, and last year at Northwest, and so on and so forth. Been to Philly, been to Foxborough, been to New York. You see March On, and the cadets and the midshipmen, and you see the power of that. All these young men and women just lining up so detailed, so disciplined, so everything. And that's before you get to the football game, the pageantry, the flyovers, and then the football game, and you realize these guys aren't transferring. These guys aren't going for NIL and $4 million a year. These guys are playing because they freaking love football.
Yeah.
And they love each other, and they take care of each other, and they help each other. And, you know, when it's all said and done, and when they graduate, and when they, you know, they're on the same team again.
Yeah, it's that one
it is cool,
aspect of college football per se that still has that. I've always said I was a bigger college football fan because when I can watch 20 games, I might see 20 different offenses,
right,
20 different defenses. When you watch the NFL, if you see one offense, you see them all. You see one defense, you see them all. And then when you look at the guys, there are guys out there playing for straight passion, It's changing a little bit now.
Yeah,
But in the Army-Navy game, you see that.
Yeah,
So,
you get that for 3+ hours on a Saturday afternoon in December. When the great thing about this game, guys, think about it, right? Unopposed. There's no
Yeah.
college football playoff. There's no NFL. There's no, there's some college basketball, whatever, and I'm sure hockey and NBA tomorrow afternoon. But there's really nothing opposing it. It leads you right into the
Yeah.
Heisman. It's just got a purity that we are missing, I think, in
it's
sports.
like competing against your brother. You want to beat him, but you love him at the end.
No doubt.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
mean, that's well
Yeah.
said, B. Yeah, I mean, they don't like each other for 3+ hours.
Yeah.
And make no mistake about it. Just like we talk about with Michigan and Ohio State, it's beat Michigan, beat Ohio State, beat the the team up north, this, that, and the other thing. Now that's a hated rivalry year round.
Can I tell
this
you?
This is a rivalry for 3+ hours.
Can I tell you about the
You
rivalry?
can tell me anything you want.
You got to leave, and we got to bring in the Army-Navy guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All the
you're-
free food and hotels.
You're done
these
with
guys.
me.
Yeah. Good to
Okay,
see you, though.
You're done with me. Okay. They're more important than I am.
Indeed.
Okay,
Indeed.
I love you guys.
But
still.
please take your potato salad.
I will.
Bye, Roos.
Thank you.
Bye, Roos.
Nice
Thank you for
to see you
joining
guys.
us. The folks, I see the folks on the hold. Why don't we take a call while we get the Army Navy guys set up here? Jupe in the DMWV. It is the DMWV today.
D-Mitch, JP, what's going on, fellas?
What up, baby?
How are
What's
you?
I'm good. Hey, I just want to put this out there real quick. The whole YouTube chat is ready to jump WB because all week long, every break, he's playing that What Up song on repeat. And we tired of it. I told him,
Hey,
make sure he doesn't walk down no alleyways when he leave work.
Show up to D.C., and we will let you in to beat him up. He needs to be beat up.
All right, bet that.
Thank you, Jupe.
All
Jupe,
right.
we got a boogie. Thank
All
you
right,
for
Jupe,
calling,
be cool,
bud.
baby.
I want to do some introductions. We're going to do it while we're live on the air. I'm JP Finley. How are you, sir?
Hey, JP. I'm not live.
Yeah, we're going to get you guys potted up. Obviously, we're here at Radio Row, Baltimore, Maryland, in advance of Army-Navy tomorrow afternoon. It's a special game for everyone across the country and for you guys taking the time to join us. What does Army-Navy mean to you?
It means the world, man. Like when I think about big games, obviously there's a lot of them in the country that matter. This one is special as a graduate because I've seen it for the last 30+ years, and every single time I watch it, it hits me that the folks on the field are playing for more than just football.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that makes it special to me is that once they're done with their playing careers, they're going to go on and serve this country. They're going to do a really good job doing it, and they're going to do it for all the right reasons. So it's just a big game because it matters more than just for football.
We love to showcase the military family. The
Yeah.
whole military community. USAA serves military families.
I think this is your coffee or something. So
Okay,
there you
great.
go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No.
He's high maintenance.
It's so funny. I call him Too Splenda. But hey, we're here to serve military families. And this is a great venue for everyone who's a football fan, everybody who's an American to say, like, hey, these are my friends and neighbors. These are the folks that are serving us, our taxpayers, to defend our country and our way of life. It's an awesome honor to be here.
I want to know how, anytime you're playing against a rival, which it's not necessarily it's a rival, but you're still together. How does the trash talking go?
Oh, it's professional, but it happens. As a matter of fact, sometimes I ain't professional.
Well, I like to say when I showed up at Annapolis, the first 4 words they taught us were "Go Navy, beat Army." It wasn't even "Yes, sir" and "No, ma'am." So, it starts right then. You are on the way to trash talking.
Oh yeah.
And what does it mean to have USAA support because honestly, this Radio Row, we do Radio Row for Super Bowls. We've done a lot of these. It is done at such a high level to try to promote this game so that everybody understands its importance. What does what does that involvement mean for all parties?
Well, we know what it means to serve.
Yep.
And what we try to do every day is to serve people, right? Serve family members in the military, serve the folks on active duty, reservists, guardsmen, everyone in their family, and we want to serve you.
Yep.
So we want to do that every time we interact with people. We want to make sure that the service is high and that they remember it. Because you can do business with a lot of different people, but the people you remember are the ones that make you feel the right way and treat you with respect.
Yeah, and this game is big, right? Because a lot of eyes on it. And so one of the things that this does for USA is it puts the Army and Navy and the services, for that matter, squarely in the eyesight of the population. And so we can talk about how important the families are, how important our mission is, and more importantly, we can showcase these fine young men and women in a way that really establishes just how important it is to serve your country, but also how important it is for us to serve them.
Absolutely. So I don't know that you guys can do this, but You're wearing two different jerseys. Do you have a prediction for tomorrow?
I'll let Bill go first.
So, Navy victory, 24-21.
Okay.
All right. So I'm a little different. I'm going to go Army 17-5.
Wow.
And
I love 5 is a very
Yeah,
score.
so let me walk you through how this happens.
Exactly. I had questions.
It's important. It's important. So they get a field goal. That's a 3. Then as the game is ending, because we feel sorry for them only having a field goal, we run out the back of the end zone and give them 2 more points.
The pity safety.
Pity safety.
I just have this vision in my head of like the punter going out of the back of the end
And
zone.
saying, "You're
Just
welcome,
like-
Navy."
It's just funny.
So that's something you hope never happens, right?
Oh man, it's so funny.
Now, I'm curious, with being in Baltimore, and Annapolis is what, 20 minutes down Highway 97?
It's nearby.
But this is such a national thing.
Yep.
Will this be more of a Navy home game? That's a big head shake over there.
No, it won't be. I mean, one of the things that's true about this game is no matter how good or bad the records of the teams are, because of just the number of graduates and the awareness of the game, it's always an equally balanced crowd. Always sells out. I mean, I challenge you to find a single rivalry where both teams may be below 500 and still sell out a professional stadium.
Wow.
These tickets are hard to get.
Yeah.
These tickets are hard to
I
get.
mean, these teams have gotten way better over
They
like the
ha-
last
they have,
4
they
years.
have.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
we're going to be at a game on Sunday. It's going to be 2 teams under 500. They won't sell out.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be packed.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna be 30 degrees and packed.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And it'll be packed from start to finish. So, you know, a lot of times people will leave games.
Yeah.
They won't leave this game
Yeah.
because they want to be there for the alma maters at the very end.
So I've been to Army Navy a number of times. I've been in Philly. I've been here in Baltimore. It is somehow always the coldest weather possible. Have you guys noticed that? It is always freezing.
It is. It's for character development. so Bill will tell you this: the cadets and midshipmen will be outside the stadium about 8 hours before the game.
Wow.
They'll form up, they'll march on, and they'll be outside from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m.
Wow.
And it's the coldest day of the year. They're going to be all bundled up, but it won't matter.
And they don't have any antifreeze, I imagine. They're in uniform.
No, they layer, but it's only so much you can
We
stick
need to
under
get
the
some of those
uniforms.
layers, Jay.
Yeah, that's for Sunday for sure.
It'll make them strong for the field.
That's exactly right.
Wow.
Where is your guys' last one for me? Where is your guys' favorite city for Army Navy?
I got to go Philly.
Yeah, I mean it feels traditional.
It does. I mean, when I was a cadet, we went there all 4 years, and
Okay.
so you get your spots. And it's something about Philly because they've done it so many times.
Sure.
They just do it great. Now, having said that, Baltimore is awesome because this is where we broke the streak.
Oh yeah.
So
2016.
this is where we broke the
2016,
streak.
they
You
broke
seem to have all the memories.
How
So,
long?
well, because the prior memory, we lost 14 in a row, was very traumatic for me. I still have nightmares about not winning. It was so bad that my older kids, who are now adults, when we won, they were really excited for me because, as they said, Dad, we've never seen Army beat Navy. And they were like, we couldn't understand why every single year you get all dressed up and get all excited only to lose. We felt bad for you.
Oh,
So my
man.
kids felt awful for me.
Oh,
So
wow.
Baltimore is always a big, always it has a special place in my heart.
That's great.
Every place is great. You know, the towns always show up. I
Oh,
mean,
they
the
do. That's
cities
true.
show
Totally.
up, right? And
Totally.
you have fans no matter where you go. My first class year, my senior year as a midshipman, we had lost to Army 3 years in a row.
Wow.
And we won when I was a senior. And it was in the Meadowlands, the old Meadowlands, and it was colder than it is now.
Wow. Wow.
And I never felt warmer when they made that last second field goal. So that's like the special place for me, just because we had the one victory
Sure, yeah.
while I was a midshipman.
All right.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
so cool. Well, guys, thank you so much.
Appreciate
Enjoy the
you.
game. Thanks for all you do. And I would say go Navy, but there's
Let's
You
do
don't,
it.
you don't have
You
to say
can.
that. You don't have
It
to say
rolls
that.
right off
You
the
can say
tongue.
what
It
you
rolls
would
right
say.
off the
You don't
tongue.
have to say it.
That's beat Army.
Et tu, Brute. Go Army.
Thank you guys very much for the time. Really
Thanks
appreciate
for
you
having
sitting
us.
down with us.
Appreciate
it, man.
Thanks,
All
Mike
right.
Mayock will join us next.
What
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders practice commencing. Nikki Javala reporting that she did not see Terry McLaurin or Deebo Samuel during the media viewing portion of practice. It's also a rest day, she says, for wide receiver Noah Brown. Cornerback Jonathan Jones was on the side field during the portion, and linebacker Bobby Wagner is on the field. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on having a good running game.
Yeah, it's been the best thing that we've done, so we got to definitely lean on that, and have been really proud of Chris and his kind of progress throughout the year, and he's really playing at a high level right now. So that's has to be how we win these games moving forward.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CRV and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We are live in Baltimore, Maryland. USAA presents Radio Row in advance of tomorrow's Army-Navy game, and fired up to have Mike Mayock join the show. Mike, what's up, man?
How you guys doing?
Good. So we did this last year.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Jaden Daniels and the red-hot Washington Commanders.
Yep.
Yeah. And we're doing it this year, and they are not red-hot.
This NFL, man, it eats its young.
Yes.
And I did the playoff games. I did the first one at Tampa, and I was blown away by that rookie quarterback came in and completely unfazed. Made plays in the fourth quarter, win a football game.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got to go on the road again to Detroit. I think one of the most difficult places to play in the league. And he does it again. He stands on his head. Nothing phases him. And my take on the kid is, coming into this season, is I had 4 franchise quarterbacks. And then there's a group of like 5 to 12 you can win a Super Bowl with, but they're not going to put you on your back and carry you there. And I had Jaden Daniels off to the side because I was like, he was a franchise quarterback last year. But you got to do it more than 1 year.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I look at it. I don't know, you the same way
Yeah,
with that?
yeah.
You got to do it more than 1 year. And you look at his build, and that was one of the things that the scouts were talking about, coming out of school, was just how slight he is. He hasn't taken a lot of big hits in college, but that's going to be his durability, and how he's able to answer that, I think, is ultimately going to be his legacy, number 1 in the league, and number 2, Washington's legacy.
Totally.
People talk about guys gaining weight.
Yeah.
Guy that's built like he is. I've seen people, you get 30, 40 more pounds, then he wouldn't be able to be the guy he is. I look at him at about 10 pounds.
Yeah.
If he goes about 10 pounds heavier in the right way, I think he can withstand it. Just still, you protect yourself, because Ben Roethlisberger was huge. He got hurt eventually.
Yeah.
He got hit too much. How do you think a guy go about doing that? Just not that big, but how much can you put on and not lose something?
I look at him a little bit like Lamar coming out of Louisville, right? And Lamar's in plus or minus year 8 now, and he's beat up. And I don't want to put, because I did their game on Thanksgiving night, Baltimore's, and he looked like a different guy to me. He's had a lot of lower body stuff. And Lamar's similar in that they're the only 2 guys I ever said that coming out of college, how fast are you? And the answer is as fast as I need to be. I can run away from I can run away from defensive tackles. I can run away from corners. It's just as fast as I need to be. Both those guys. Lamar looks like a different guy to me this year, and I hope he's okay physically. So take that and look now at Jaden. 10 pounds makes sense to me. His frame isn't going to allow a lot more, and even if you did more than plus or minus 10 pounds, it's not going to be effective.
Right.
Right. That's not happening. So I think for him, it's a matter of getting healthy in the offseason, and it's a matter of him and the coaching staff reinstituting, and I think he has slid a lot. He has tried to get but he's got to be really cognizant of when to go down, how to go down, when the down is over, which I think is hard when you're a competitor with great legs. When's the down over when you're in the pocket?
Sure.
Are you better off just flipping the ball out of bounds and not taking a hit, or are you better off taking 3 hits trying to get away and make a special play? And that's a hard thing to differentiate because that's what makes them special.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to take away what makes them special from the kid.
You know, it's funny. We talk so much about Jaden, understandably, but I think this season for Washington has revealed real warts outside of Jaden. When you look at the Commanders roster and the number of vets they've got on expiring deals, like, what do you think? You were an NFL GM, like you've been in those chairs. What do you think Adam Peters' top priority needs to be this offseason?
Yeah, I think coming into this year, I agreed with what he did because he's coming off one game from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right? So you're trying to double down and go all in. So
Right.
you want those vets back, especially on defense. Guys getting older, you want them back. You can't let Terry McLaurin get out of the building.
Right.
You know, and unfortunately, you know, that whole thing turned into an injury-riddled season for him, even though I think, you know, he's 30 years old and there's a real decline for receivers when they get there. Not everyone, but, you know, and he had the injury problem. So, in all honesty, they got to get, you know, they're one of the, are they the oldest team in the league? They're
Yeah.
one of the
Yeah.
oldest,
Yep.
if not the oldest. You know, they got a lot of places where, you know, linebacker, edge, you know, defensively and on that offensive line, for me, they got to get younger.
We're talking with NFL Network analyst Mike Mayock, former GM of the Raiders. If Washington's probably going to finish with a top 5 pick, maybe top 7, but we'll see how the season shakes out. I know this isn't maybe the strongest quarterback class, but if you were running Washington and you know they don't have a lot of draft capital because of some of these trades to acquire veterans,
right?
Would you be looking to move back?
Every draft's a little different, and we don't even know who's declared yet.
Right.
However, philosophically, if you're sitting somewhere in the top 10 and you have an ability to move back, you'd love to. My first year in 2019 with the Raiders, we were at 4 because I inherited a 4-win team. We're sitting there at 4. I was dying to move back. So I tried to trade up to 2 to get Nick Bosa, and San Francisco laughed at me. I tried to trade up to 3 with the Jets to get Quinnen Williams, same result. And I had spent a bunch of time on the phone prior to the draft trying to talk to teams about moving down. Why do teams move up or down? The teams are only moving up to get a player, right? And it's typically in the top 10, it's typically a quarterback.
Yeah.
And that year, the only quarterback was Kyler Murray, and he went 1.
Right.
So there was no reason for any, like I was praying he would fall to 4 and we could trade out. Obviously didn't happen. So it's really more about, philosophically, if you can get out of that pick, it makes a ton of sense to acquire multiple picks.
Sure.
I always tell people, though, you got to have somebody willing to work with you.
100%.
Just because you want to, just because you want to do it, don't mean somebody. I hear fans they call it all the time with these astronomical things to do. But if somebody is not there to work with you, you can't do it.
It's like asking Susie Q to the prom, and she says no. Well, okay. Well, it takes 2. Well,
now,
then,
I want to go with them, but she don't want to go with me.
Yeah, exactly. Now I got to go to the next one. Hey, do you want to come? No?
There you go.
Mike Mayock joining us here at USAA's Radio Row in advance of tomorrow's Army-Navy game. Let's zoom out from Washington because they're not going to be a contender this year. We know that. We were having this debate the other day. Who do you think ends up winning the MVP this year?
Ooh. That's funny. I haven't even thought about that. I'm so into like the teams and what's going on there. Give me your favorites. Give me some favorites.
We got
and I'll react to it.
Stafford, Drake May, kind of the 2 heavies. And then depending how Buffalo closes out, Allen's played really well too.
Yeah. The thing I hate about the MVP is it's always a hot quarterback. But, you know, but New England's ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, May's done a hell of a job. I would be a Matthew Stafford guy in that group. I love what they're doing. I love how they're doing it. He's 37 years old, had a bad back coming in. And I think going into the postseason, B. Mitch, you could talk about this a little bit, but when you get in the playoffs, despite what we just said about Jaden Daniels, it helps to be a veteran, you know. And I think Stafford's won a Super Bowl. He's the kind of guy that if they get into the playoffs healthy, Matthew Stafford's a guy just say, watch out for. He can win it. He's won a Super Bowl already, and he's playing at the peak of his game mentally.
Absolutely. I think when you look at him, like he has 11 touchdowns more passing and less interceptions.
Yeah.
Drake May.
He's been phenomenal.
And their schedule has been a little tougher.
Yeah, I don't think they ask as much of Drake May, right, is what you're saying. I think they do a great job in New England with Vrabel, kind of deflecting what he has to do now. I think it's awesome, though, because they're developing him. To me, the development piece of the draft is huge. You know, you got to, and that's why quarterbacks like Sam Darnold, you know, all these regenerated quarterbacks, Daniel Jones, Geno Smith, like, people are going, where'd they come from? Well, they were always talented, but they didn't have the right fit.
Right.
And now guys are getting out of these guys some of their talent. So that's at every position, too.
So you brought up Darnold.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, the Seahawks, the Rams look fantastic.
Yeah.
And the AFC, it's kind of the upstarts in the Broncos and the Patriots with the best records. Who do you think's the best team in football right now?
You know, a year ago, I would rattle off 4 or 5 teams and tell you who the best was. And I in my head, I knew it was Philly and Kansas City from this point on. This year is a completely different animal to me. It's the NFC West, and there's 3 teams there. You know, everybody forgets about San Francisco with 9 wins, and they're well coached, and they've got their quarterback back, and you better watch out for them as we get closer to playoff time. But, you know, Darnold didn't play as well at the end of last year, so you don't know what that's going to look like, and I'm excited to see that with him. L.A. to me is the team in the NFC, because I think the two divisions are the NFC West and the NFC North. And in the North, you got the Packers, Bears, and Lions. The Lions are, like last year, they're beat up on the defensive side of the ball. They just lost Brian Branch, their best defensive back, and really leader of that team. They're going to fight an uphill battle stopping people. They just put 44 on Dallas 2 weeks ago, so you know they're explosive, right? So can Green Bay play the level with Love consistently? And I think Love and Darnold are similar, that they can go up and down a little bit. You know, and in the playoffs, you can't do that. You got to stay up. You know, so I guess my answer to you would be probably the Rams in the NFC, just because of what we talked about with the MVP and Darnold being the most consistent.
What's the bigger surprise for you? I think both the Chiefs and the Ravens have the same record at 6-7. Which one of those two is the? I mean, because think about it, we're in Baltimore. They were talking Super Bowl going into this season.
Sure.
Kansas City's been in the Super Bowl the last 5 years or whatever.
People ask me in the offseason about the Chiefs' odds, and I was like, until you, you know, to me, they're always the champ, the AFC champ. Like, until you beat the champ, the champ's involved.
There you go.
And because of Andy Reid, because of Patrick Mahomes, and because of Steve Spagnuolo, to me, they're always in it. And they're almost mathematically eliminated. So I'm really surprised by that.
Yeah, absolutely. Last one.
Pat can come back, though.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, man, he's done now. That's 1 year, bro.
Right.
He got something left.
I'm with you.
Yes.
I'm with you.
You think Dallas has any shot of catching Philly in the East?
The way Philly's playing, it's looking a little more like 23 than 24.
Yeah.
Because of that tie game, you know, Dallas. I looked at Dallas' schedule this morning, and it's totally doable. I mean, Dallas could run the table, and if they do, Philly's going to have to win 3 of their last 4 to get to 11 wins, because Dallas will be 10-6-1 at that point.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I don't know if Philly's going to win 3 or not. They got Buffalo, they got Washington twice.
Getting the Raiders helps.
And the Raiders.
And the Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders help this week for sure.
Yeah. Mike, thank you for the time as always.
Appreciate
Man.
it.
Really
Pleasure,
appreciate
fellas.
it. Thank you.
Always good.
Hey,
Great to see you,
when you
man.
sign this football, we're going to try to
Oh, of course.
do a giveaway with this football.
Oh, yeah. For me, you'll get about 39 cents. So you better get Mitch on there.
We'll have to get him to sign.
You got to get him on there, or it ain't worth anything.
Well, thank you for the time, man. Really appreciate it.
Mike.
Always
cool
my
that you're
pleasure.
here supporting USAA and the Army-Navy game.
For
man.
sure, 100%.
All right.
Thanks,
Take
boys.
care, dude.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you.
guys.
Mike Mayock, just tremendous stuff there. And I think it's so good to get the perspective of a guy that's been in the chair.
Yeah.
Of, you know, because we're going to have Commanders fans when we finally get to draft talk. And let's not do it till January.
Oh, they're going to lose it.
Everybody's going to want to trade down. And it's so easy to say trade down.
But you can say trade down, but it has to be the right deal. And then you got to have somebody that's willing to work with you. If somebody doesn't want to come up, how the hell you trade down? And you have to look at that. And I say it every time somebody says it. Trade down, trade down, trade down. With who?
Right.
Okay? Well, somebody going to want to trade down. You don't know that. If they come to you with a deal that makes sense, you do it. If they don't, You got to pick the best player at that position and hope he hits.
Totally.
You know, that's the whole thing about this whole draft thing is a crapshoot. If you pick the best guy, he may be the best, he may not be. If you move down, you may pick 3 other guys that may be horrible. If you stay where you're at, you may be a guy that may be great. You know what I mean? So you don't know how it's going to work. And the ultimate thing is, whatever you do, find out what your criteria is and pick a guy that fits it, no matter where you're picking them at.
I don't expect this, but you know the best thing that could happen for Washington?
What?
Arch Manning declares for the draft. Because right now, you're talking about 3 top 10 guys. And whether they should or shouldn't is a different debate. Quarterbacks get overdrafted.
Mm-hmm.
Mendoza's regarded as the top quarterback prospect, the Indiana quarterback.
Kid, yeah.
He's got some stuff to him. And he's
I like him.
prototypical size, 6'5", 230. Like that, it's everything you dream of in a quarterback, right? Then the kid at Oregon is good. That dude is an accurate passer, Dante Moore. I think he'll be the next QB off the board. Also has the size you look for, 6'3", 210. And if you look at the mocks and you talk to the draft people, it looks like the Bama quarterback, Ty Simpson's going to go too. And he'd be a top 5, top 10 guy. Washington's probably, if the draft was today, they'd be the 6th pick. We'll see where this lands when we get to the finish line.
If Arch were to declare where you think he'll go, you think he's top 4? I mean, I know he's had some okay games. He had no spectacular games.
He finished strong. He was good in that A&M game. He was really good in that A&M.
I mean, but like you played 13 games, and you give me good in that A&M game. Where was his spectacular games at?
I got a take that you may laugh at me about. I think if Arch goes, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes 1 overall. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't be shocked
because of his family history.
I think.
See, I think that right there.
I think
just go
people
off
will
of
bet
family
on
history.
the upside.
Okay.
I mean, we see it in the NBA all the time, where the best player isn't the guy that gets picked the highest, right?
Yeah, but you know that's the thing about it. I don't compare football and basketball ever. Basketball, one guy, if he hits, he can be the guy offensively and defensively on the court at the same time. If that quarterback don't hit and you take him high, you screw your whole team up.
I hear you. In his last 4 for Arch, he went 389, 251, 328, 346. Had, I mean, what is that? 5, 8, 11 touchdowns against 2 picks. In the A&M game, he was better on the ground. I don't know, but what I know for sure is that if he declares, it's good for Washington because they're not in the quarterback market. The more quarterbacks you get, draftable quarterbacks, really, really high, that would help their ability to move back. But I also want to be clear, if Washington, say they land at 6 and they love Caleb Downs from Ohio State, take him. If it's a blue chip player that can change your program.
And that's what I'm saying. You pick the guy. You don't worry about the more picks. Everybody like, go get more picks.
They had 5 top 100 2 years ago. How'd that go?
I hear our fans right now saying, move down, get more picks. But I flipped the page and I see the same fans complaining about all the picks that they don't think worked. So what difference does it make?
Totally. All right, Urban Meyer, national championship winning coach with the Gators and the Buckeyes. Urban Meyer should be joining us next here live, Radio Row, Baltimore, Maryland, at USAA's Army-Navy Radio Row. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Use the code CREW20 for 20% off a custom catering order. Whatever the occasion is, big family dinner, office party, use the code CREW20 and get 20% off a custom catering order. Paisanos has seriously tasty options, including pre-planned catering packages with the discount already baked in. 2 ways to score. Fan 20. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something
This update brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. Commanders practicing for the New York Giants. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel not on the practice field during the media viewing portion of practice. This from Nikki Javala. She did see linebacker Bobby Wagner. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury changing the game plan with quarterbacks.
Yeah, it is. I think you always just want to tailor it to the whichever quarterback is playing, maximize his strengths and make sure you understand what he likes, build it around him as best you can. But it's more difficult for the player to come in and out like that and not get the game reps and not get the practice reps and then to try and go out there and perform that is for me to call it, I'd say.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest, DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live. Baltimore, Maryland, Radio Row, USAA sponsoring a great event here in advance of tomorrow's Army-Navy game. Whole bunch of people walking around. Mark Ingram is here. Annie Agar was just fantastic. If you missed our interview with Annie at 11, she's just a really nice woman. Mike Mayock just provided a ton of insight. I think Robert Griffin III is going to join us. I saw a big cowboy hat. I know Robert's in the building. It's going to be fun. We do have some news out of Ashburn. We are waiting to kind of see here what Washington's going to do this weekend. Terry and Deebo had rest days today. It looks like Terry had a rest day. It looks like Deebo has an illness. I would assume both are good to go for Friday.
Yeah, Friday you don't get much physical stuff out of them anyway. So.
Right. Dan Quinn was also asked about Jaden Daniels, and DQ made it clear that his health will be the driving factor for his availability over the final 3 games. Also kind of interesting, Dan Quinn said they're looking to see more of Johnny Newton on the edge instead of just we've primarily seen him in the interior, but they're looking to get more of Johnny on the edge.
But then you're looking at Johnny, that's kind of like having who's the guy when he was in Denver? Only 5'11".
Elvis Dumervil.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
you get a Johnny Newton on the edge, that low center of gravity, that could be a problem for some tall offensive linemen.
Absolutely. Right now, we are extremely excited to welcome in Mr. Urban Meyer to the program. You got so many championship rings. How do you decide which ones to wear?
Well, I was fortunate. This is the Hall of Fame ring.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I think I'm going to wear this one for a while. Very honored. That was this past weekend in Vegas. I went in with Coach Corvell, I believe his name was, and then Saban, and then some great football players. So really great event.
That's really cool. You got to help our friend Brian Mitchell get one of those from the folks in Canton.
I'll take it.
He's deserving of one.
Brian Mitchell's a freaking baller, man.
For you to go into the Hall of Fame with Coach Saban, when you guys were really the absolute pinnacle of the profession of college football for so long, what did that mean for you and Saban to do it together?
Yeah, we played each other 4 times, and Mark Ingram is here with me. He's my partner on our show, and Fox Big Noon. And I'm biased, but I think the 08-09 Florida and Bama teams might be the 2 that maybe the best ever played.
Yeah.
When you look at the rosters, the NFL players, I witnessed it. I stand on the sideline watching these great athletes go against each other, great football teams. So Coach Saban and I have always been really good friends, and we get along great. And we sat together at the banquet, and a big honor to go on with him.
Coach, people always see the players and getting ready to go each other, and they talk about that competition. How much goes into it when you're going against a coach? I mean, against a coach like Coach Saban, guys that you know really, really can have their guys set up for everything you're going to try to do against them?
Yeah, I had a little tradition that I would come in on Sundays and I'd watch our game and put it in the books before our players came in, and I was special teams coordinator, so I'd watch that. And then I would throw in the special teams before I watched offense, defense that the team we're going to play, because that used to tell me if it's going to be a street fight or we're going to roll them pretty good. And teams that were really good on special teams, just that meant to me that was a really well-coached team. They do things the right way, and whenever you faced a Nick Saban team, I just knew it was coming. I turn on that film, I'd be like, damn, here we go again. Because his guy, obviously he is who he is, and he had great staff and great players, but I knew after an hour of watching that film, I'd be sick to my stomach for the rest of the week. It's a good feeling when you turned on that video and they were awful. That means we're getting ready to roll this thing. That's not Saban.
Yeah, we break down games every week. I look at college football, pro, and people always talk about offense, defense. You mentioned special teams. And I always tell people, listen, that special team could throw the momentum to your side. What was it that made you think of it by looking at their special teams?
Yeah, because you don't go to Ohio State or Alabama to you're Zeke Elliott, you're a 5-star running back. You don't go to be on kickoff return, to be in the front line or in kickoff. But that's a means to an end, and I was a firm believer in field. Of course, yards. When talent becomes equated, that means when that team over there has what you have or better, it's going to come down to it's a field position game, and every time that ball is snapped in special teams, that's a 40-yard change of field position. And so I learned that at a young age when I was named special teams coordinator at Notre Dame, and I became a maniac about it. And I put my best players on. We had a rule at Florida Ohio State, you couldn't play offense or defense until you started on 2 special teams. That's how, and we were really good. Our special teams were phenomenal.
Sound like Joe Gibbs.
So, a special teamer for you that has gone on to really great things, and Terry McLaurin.
Oh, my gosh.
What is it? I mean, because he loves telling the story of you told him he had to work on his hands before he could come to Ohio State. Like, what does it mean for you to see his level of success that he's found in the NFL?
Yeah, he's always been an A1A person. He came from Fort Wayne, came to our camp, ran a 4.4, maybe even faster, and wasn't very big. And then he actually fought the ball at camp, and he comes in. And he'll tell you he had a bunch of big offers. He did not. and I said, hey, pal, and he thought I was going to offer him. And I said, so did the receiver coach want him bad. And I said, here's what I want you to do. We have another camp in 3 weeks. I want you to go 500 balls a day. I'll tell if you at least are working on it. If you're working on it, I'm going to offer you a scholarship. And he got pissed. And they left. I'm fine with it. He comes back, and he told me his mother, his father, his brother, whoever he could get, he caught 500 balls a day, and I could tell immediately.
Yes.
So that's exactly what you got. And Terry McLaurin, here's the amazing thing. He'd be successful at whatever he does.
Yeah.
When he's done playing, you watch what that young person does with his life. He's one of my favorite all-time players.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking with former Ohio State, former Florida Gators head coach Urban Meyer here at Radio Row, USAA's Army-Navy Radio Row, live in Baltimore, Maryland. Coach, let's talk about the college football playoff. I mean, it's right around the corner here. I think too much gets made of who doesn't get in, and we don't talk enough about the games. Who do you think that isn't getting a bye could win it all?
That isn't getting a bye.
So not the top 4, but that next group.
Let me think here. I think Miami, I call Miami A and Miami B. Miami B is not very good.
Yeah.
They throw in the Carson Beck throws interception. They're not very good. That's a team that I think if they can get by, they play. Who do they play?
I think they play A&M.
They play A&M, and then because the winner of that game is going to go play Ohio State. So I'm really interested in that one. I think also you got the Oklahoma, Alabama. Alabama, I call them A and B as well. When Alabama A shows up, they're really good. When Alabama B shows up, they're just average. So those are the 2 teams I'd keep an eye on.
What about Oregon? What about the Ducks?
I missed that one. I'm sorry. I think
That's
Oregon.
Okay.
I think Oregon's a top 4 team. Absolutely. I'm looking at it now. So yeah, I think the one thing about the playoffs, you have the two smaller school teams in there. I don't think they are going to be able to get past the first round, but I'm not saying they shouldn't be in there. But other than those, I also covered Texas Tech. We covered them twice.
Defense.
That's an SEC-looking team. I stood next to them on the sideline, And that's the one team out of that conference that I'm like, my gosh, that they look like it and they play like an SEC team.
Coach, you got a chance to watch Indiana all year, and then I guess people hear Indiana football, they don't give them much credence. You've watched them. What are your thoughts on them?
I made a comment last year. I think it's the best coach team I've seen in my lifetime.
Wow.
And that means on defense, it's run fits. You never see fewest big plays against them in college football. Think about that. Fewest turnovers on offense, fewest penalties. It's just everything you see them do, they don't make mistakes. Do I think they're as talented as a Georgia, Ohio State, Bama? I don't. I think the NFL draft will prove that. But Todd McShay, my dear friend, says it's also the most talented Indiana team in history. They have potentially 5 draft picks in the first round, which is cumulative of the last 8 years combined.
Wow.
So that tells you how good they are. But I've stood next to them, and it's a really, really good team that plays really well. That quarterback won the Heisman last week. I'm not sure when that comes out, this weekend, right?
Yep.
But
it's Saturday night.
He won it. He won it in that game. And that I think he won it in the throw in the fourth quarter. On the last drive.
That was a gutsy call, too. But I mean, Cignetti doesn't seem to lack guts.
Cignetti don't lack anything. He's a different duck, but what a coach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How does – I understand, like, we all work – people want to hold coaches to different standards, right, because of their allegiances to one school. So I can understand Lane Kiffin's decision to go to LSU, but what does that do for the team going into their first ever playoff for Ole Miss?
I know Lane pretty well, and we were actually in conversation before he made that decision. We actually talked about when I was at Utah, we were the first team non-BCS to make a BCS bowl game, and I took the job at Florida. And they invited me back
Bama.
to no, we beat Pitt.
Pitt, okay.
Bama was a couple years later. Yeah. But we were in the Fiesta Bowl, and the players asked me and the AD asked me to come back. We named Kyle Whittingham, so it worked out perfectly. And he was trying to equate the two of me when I left Florida left Utah to go to Florida. It's a little bit different. You're going to a rival school.
Same conference.
and you're looking at a team that Ole Miss, when they're on, I mean, they should have beat Georgia in that game, and I think Georgia right now them and Ohio State are the most talented. So I got mixed emotions. I can understand it. I've done it where you leave a program, but when you're leaving that team right in the middle of the run, the greatest thing I heard was when Charlie Weiss Jr. went back and he's going to call the game. So if they would have took all the assistants, those poor players, you're not going to win because they won't be prepared.
Totally. Yeah, totally. I know you do a ton of Big Ten, and I'm making this a little selfish here. Maryland didn't have the year they wanted. I'm a Terp alum. What do you think of Malik Washington, though, that freshman quarterback?
Yeah. Athlete, and I was with Loxley, by the way, the other day, and I've been friends with him for a long time.
Loxley's the man.
I'm glad he's staying.
Yeah.
I know if you're going to make a change, and we saw that in Happy Valley, is that you make a change, you better have a plan.
Yeah, right.
And if you can say someone's better than Mike Loxley at Maryland, I'd actually like to meet that person because I think Loxley is perfect for that job. And I know they've been a little bit like this, but I think he's a hell of a coach. The quarterback, him and along with the Tamon Williams Jr. at
the edge rusher
at the quarterback at Washington.
Oh,
too.
okay. I'm sorry.
And Michigan State. There's a bunch of young quarterbacks, and the Maryland's quarterback's going to be elite.
It's been fun to watch him and getting to know him a little bit. He was at this event that Jaden Daniels hosted the other night. He couldn't be a nicer, more humble, like well-spoken kid. Just on the pro level, real quick, were you surprised at the season at Jaden kind of having the ups and downs this year after the huge season last year?
We're so busy. I didn't really watch much. I just kind of tried to watch my guys, and so I really didn't follow them. I
gotcha. And then you mentioned your ties to the Irish. How'd you feel with them on the outside?
That was tough. That was I've been very outspoken about the committee has to go away. Not that they're great people. I mean, Mark D'Antonio's on it, but you have me, Mark Ingram, Brady Quinn, Matt Leinart, and Bear, Chris Felica, who really know the game. We can't come up with the 12. So they're in a position that when they said, when the chairman of the committee said, I'm going to have them go back and watch the first week, A&M or Notre Dame against Miami, I started laughing. Like, what are you watching? That was week 1.
Yeah, team is totally different now.
Yeah, but the one thing, and I said this on Colin Cowherd as well, is they said, well, we think Notre Dame's a better team right now. And I said, okay. I thought Ohio State was better than Indiana, too, but that's why you play the game. I mean, so the minute Miami beat Notre Dame, in my mind, that one's over. That conversation's move on to other conversations, and you can say, well, I think they're better now. Who are you to say that? That's why they play they lost.
Right.
Well, they're better now. Who says that? What, a committee member says that?
Sure.
Or I'm a pretty good analyst. I think they're pretty good. But they lost.
Yeah, the head-to-head's got to matter.
It's over. I mean, move on to other conversations about that. Now, you might say, involve Alabama or BYU and all, but that conversation, everybody's got to move on from that and say they played already.
Coach, I know you're a busy man, got places to go. If you don't mind, we're going to try to auction
course.
this. We got Mike Mayock,
Mike
Mayock, and Annie Agar so far. So you're joining
Big
elite
names.
company here.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Coach.
absolutely. Thank you for
Appreciate
the time.
you, Coach.
Always appreciate getting to hear your insight.
Good to see you.
Watching you on Big Noon. Enjoy that, too. We got to get Big Noon to College Park, man. Need
We
the
were
Terps
there
to,
last year.
Yeah,
Last year there.
this
Yeah.
past year, no. But we're coming back. We're coming back.
Come on, Lots.
All right,
Get us back.
Thank you very much. That
All
is
right, Coach. Be cool, baby.
National Championship winning coach, Mr. Urban Meyer, Hall of Famer, I should add. Thank you for the time, sir. Appreciate it. Here's what we're going to do. RG3 is going to join the program coming up at 1 o'clock. We're going to take a quick look around the NFL, figure out what's going on in Ashburn. When we return, you're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley live in Baltimore, Maryland, on site at the Radio Row in advance of Army-Navy. If you're watching on the stream, you see some boys dancing. We are joined now on behalf of our friends at American Legion by the military social media sensations. That's what the copy says.
right.
Austin von Letkeman
We paid him to
and,
put that
and
there.
Johnny Vargas.
No. We have Mandatory Fun Day and Viva La Vargas.
That's true. That's
That's
true.
what we have.
So, fellas, I mean, Austin, you've got over 1 million Instagram followers.
Yeah.
Johnny's got over 100,000 TikTok followers.
Yes, sir.
But you're also active military members.
Yeah.
How the hell do you balance
How
that?
does that happen?
People ask us this often, and the answer never changes. How do we balance it? Is poorly.
What I think I know the answer. Which one takes priority?
The military
Okay.
always, yeah.
So let's start with Austin. You do have the Mandatory Fun Day on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
How did you land on that? What does that mean? Because clearly it resonates with people.
Yeah, so Mandatory Fun Day is a inside joke in the military and veteran community. And so you'll have unit functions, right? And a unit could be anywhere from, 50 people to hundreds of people, sometimes thousands. And the organization will do organizational days that everybody has to go to. And we call them the Mandatory Fun Days.
Uh-huh.
And so, my handle's kind of a play on that, and it very much fits my sarcastic, deadpan brand of humor.
Yeah.
But that's what that means.
And Johnny, for you, Viva La Vargas on TikTok, military skits. What are you guys trying to show to non-military members about military life?
Essentially, we're just trying to humanize the uniform and let people know, we're still actual real people at the end of the day. We're not just like some robots that, do the thing. We have lives. I've got 4 kids and a wonderful wife, and I've got dreams and aspirations. And one day that uniform's going to come off. So how am I going to benefit the rest of the world?
His
once I'm
eyes
done?
are up here. He's not a piece of meat.
You
Come
had me
on.
double check what I was doing.
Hey, look, so I asked this question. You're in the military, and people outside think there are certain things you can't do.
Yeah.
Have you ever been reprimanded or told you shouldn't do something? Because I know, if we have jobs, we have to watch certain things.
Yeah.
Sure.
The other person out there that don't work, they can do whatever the hell they want
We
to
have
do.
an HR department as well. Ours is just a little different. They'll curse at us sometimes. they'll make us, instead of writing a letter that we just have to work out.
Yeah.
And it seems like, you get to work out for free, but no, it kind of sucks. But but no, it's an interesting thing to navigate. But we've been told things, and we do. Austin and I both, to the best of our abilities, do everything we can to stay within the parameters of, not being immoral, illegal, or unethical.
Yeah, there's DOD, Department of Defense
So you
directives.
say y'all try.
Yeah,
Have you always done it? Because I got somebody that pushed the envelope over here.
They won't remember you unless you push a couple envelopes.
Yeah. Now, sometimes people get frustrated or upset or whatever. People have opinions, and there's any policy, there's gray, and so sometimes you got to take a look
Especially
at
if you're colorblind, then it's all gray.
Right, then it's 100% gray. But we we do our best to represent the service well. I think we do a good job. And, what Johnny said is absolutely true. A lot of people, there's a pretty hard maybe wall or barrier between, I think, civilians and the military. They're kind of 2 separate cultures.
Yeah.
But the military will give you everything you need to be successful. You don't need to be, Steve Rogers. Anybody can join. We're all just normal people, and the military will train you. But we love what we do. And sometimes it is tough to navigate.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes people do get frustrated, and you got to navigate that. But I think that what we're doing is a net positive for everybody.
So, Austin, I got to ask. You are a first lieutenant in the Army. You have over 1 million Instagram followers. Your Instagram page generates 50 million unique viewers per month, and yet you don't know how to put a microphone close to your
It's because
what I got. I pay audio guys for that.
he cackles, and you see him down there turning the gain down. That's why it's so far.
So I'm curious. I imagine at this point, you guys are real assets to the military, both for what you do in service, but with these types of the size of these social media accounts, that's got to help recruiting and people understand, hey, man, you can do lots of things as a military member.
Yep.
When did that flip? Because I imagine for a while people were like, yo, we got to cut this out. these guys are messing up. And then it was like, wait a second, this is an asset. Was there a moment where you noticed that?
There was never really I never really had a period of time where people just wanted to shut me down. I mean, there's a handful of people that I've met over the course of, I've been doing this for about 4 years that didn't care for what I do, but that's opinions, and I don't operate my life based off opinions. But yeah, I mean, I get literally hundreds of messages across every platform of people that are like, hey, I'm joining the military because of your videos. And I'm like, did you watch the videos?
Hey, tell me, that video may not be everything that you
Fellas, I know time is tight. I wanted you to tell me about the rivalry project with American Legion.
Yeah. So the American Legion's 2 pots of money, basically. It's a donation competition, Army and Navy, right? The money's all going to come together, go to the American Legion so they can continue their work after. But listen, the Navy's been catching up to us.
And we can't let that happen.
We cannot allow that to happen. Okay, we're Army.
It's ridiculous.
We're not sure if we're going to win the game, but we can win this, all right? So come on, guys. Help us out.
There you go. Fellas, really appreciate it. This was fun.
Appreciate y'all, man.
You guys are funny, dude. I get it. I get it. Thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, man.
All right. Austin Von Lechterman and Johnny Vargas.
Mine's
Did I get
way
it that
easier
one?
to
Yes.
All right, good. And what are the social handles?
Mandatory Fun Day on everything.
Mandatory Fun Day and
Viva La Vargas.
Viva La Vargas.
That's
Check
what I
them
was
out.
doing earlier, Jay.
Well done, B. Well done. You're a professional. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Nikki Javala reporting that Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel were not on the field during the media viewing portion of practice today. Commanders preparing for the Giants on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it always does. You know, there's 30 plays in that game. I wish I'd call something differently and wish one of those plays would have worked, but they didn't, unfortunately. So that's, I think, the nature of a play caller. You know, there weren't a lot of great play calls in that game, and that's, like I said, that's all me, and I got to get better.
The Jets rookie Brady Cook is to make his first NFL start versus Jaguars. Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout tonight at Capital One. It's the Wizards against the Cavaliers. That's at 7 on the Fan. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley live in Baltimore, Maryland at the USAA Radio Row ahead of tomorrow's Army-Navy game. And very excited right now on behalf of our friends at USAA to welcome in Mr. Robert Griffin III, RG3. What's up, man? How you been?
What's up? I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
We're good, brother.
We're good, man.
You sure? You sure y'all good? You know, you got,
we hanging. We hanging.
JD5 stuff going on. What's y'all's take on that?
So it's funny because we had Mayock on earlier.
Yep.
And the last time we had Mike on was Radio Row last year in D.C.
Yep.
And the Commanders were the talk of the NFL. And this year, it's not the same. Sunday's game is the 3-10 Commanders versus the 2-11 Giants.
Ooh.
It's been a rough, long year, and a lot of it is injury related, but some of it isn't. And it's been tough to kind of make sense of it all, honestly.
Yeah, you know, I think for me, the one thing, it's two things that have been difficult. Obviously, the losses when they pile up. I will say this: I think you guys have done a better job, you know, collectively since Jaden Daniels has been the quarterback, of the way that you guys cover the team. And just the media in D.C., the way they cover the team, I've felt like, you know what, there's been a turn to where it's not as toxic towards the team. So just wanted to commend you guys on that.
That's good to hear.
And the second thing I think is also the comparisons to me. I think that the fans have PTSD from what happened with our team back in 2012 and 2013, right? 2012, we win the division, we kill it. 2013, we come back, we don't have a great year. It's like, it felt like, you know, North Korea. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, and you do too, because you felt that and you experienced that. And I think the comparisons to me with JD5 have taken a toll on the team. I think they've taken a toll on him. I think they've taken a toll on his mom and his circle. And I hate that for them, because the situation that I had in D.C. was totally different. I think you guys would agree with that.
Yeah.
The infighting between the head coach and the owner before I got there in 2012 was something that I wasn't aware of.
Right.
But JD came in with a new ownership group, new head coach, new offensive coordinator, and then the leadership. I had London Fletcher, unbelievable leader. I had Santana Moss, unbelievable leader. He had Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler. Like, these were guys that had no experience with the organization. And I feel like the comparisons to me have made people go back to those years, and that's not fair to the kid. If we didn't have what we had in D.C., I'd still be there playing. Well, I'd be talking to you guys as starting quarterback of the Washington Redskins probably. But we did. So we got to move past that. We got to give this young man an opportunity to be successful and to not have those comparisons come back to me because of the injuries. I get it. Black quarterback, second pick, Heisman Trophy winner, coming into the city, takes over the town. And then the next year it's not as great. But that's where the comparisons stop, man. Yeah, and I get it. Some people will say that's a lot of comparisons, man. And I do understand that. But the environment that you grow in.
The situations are so.
Yeah, I think the situation is what you have to be concerned about. But, you know, society.
I know. and trust me, I see it all the time on Twitter. I see it.
They don't like letting things go from the past.
Right.
And I think until you let stuff go, you can't move over to the future.
100%.
You know, and I think that's the ultimate thing. I try to tell people that all the time. My little thing is, you got a small rearview mirror and a big-ass windshield.
Exactly.
Look at the possibilities and stop looking at what was.
And that, to me, this is the nuance right? In social media, the social media age, like we were at the beginning of it in 12 and 13. But social media is a monster.
It is the media.
In 2020,
Yeah.
in 2025. And the nuance that we're talking about here is missed on social media. The nuance is it's a different environment. If I bake a cake in the oven versus trying to bake it on top of the stove,
right.
It's different. We were baking on a stove back then. We're baking in the oven. Allow it to marinate and allow it to cook.
Somebody tried to tell me that they thought this was the lowest point for the organization in the last 25 years. And I was like, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
Because in the previous administration, there were just roadblocks to success that no longer exist. I mean, the
agree.
physical building, like so much has changed dramatically. Even just having a general manager, like a real GM. And does AP need to hit on more picks? Absolutely. But the structure is so dramatically different than what it was for you and for those teams for 25 years under previous ownership.
Yeah, and B. Mitch, you both remember this. After our rookie year in 12, in 13, we got hit with the fine, the league fine, the salary cap fine that didn't allow us to go out and make additions to the roster that we needed to continue to compete and build off that wild card appearance. Well, what Adam did in this next year was he built the team as if JD5 was going to be healthy.
Yeah.
And we were going to be able to add pieces that help
Build
us get
off
over
what
the
they
hump
had.
and go to the Super Bowl. And then what derailed that? Injuries. Scary Terry's contract situation kind of derailed that with the chemistry between him and JD5 in the passing game. So it was a completely different set of circumstances that now you have to say, all right, we have to retool. Yeah. We got to get younger on defense. We need more speed on defense. And offensively, JD5 excels when he throws to fast guys. And I know sometimes that like, hey, the guy's fast, but he can't catch, or he can't. I don't care if the guy can do 17 things. Can he do one or two things effectively that we can use him at? And just watching college football this year and calling games, I think there's two pieces that they obviously would love to have. I think, Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame, if he's available at some point in the draft, you want to bring him in. And I love Bill Krosky-Merritt. Don't get me wrong. But every team is adding an additional back every single year because the shelf life of running backs can be very low. And I'd love to see Carnell Tate come to D.C.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that because he gives you something that Scary Terry doesn't in the height and the mismatch aspect of the game. You don't want to have receivers that are all the same build and all the same type of player. We need that type of guy. We need 2 ones. Scary's a 1. We need another 1 wide receiver, and I think that will go a long way in helping JD develop.
I bring up this stat line all the time to B. Mitch just because it's nuts. Jeremiah Love against Syracuse had 8 carries for $170 and 3 touchdowns. It was just so absurd. You're right. I mean, he's a true home run hitter.
That's like some B. Mitch in return game numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I told him when he said that, I said, yo, you go to Pro Bowl for that. Return it.
Exactly. Robert, beyond Washington, I'm curious, when you look around the NFL this year, it's been different because these guys, the Ravens, aren't performing how people expected. The Chiefs aren't performing how people expected. Philly still has a winning record, but that doesn't look right.
Right.
And you've got all these other teams like upstarts, the Pats, the Colts look like they're going to fall apart now without a quarterback. But who do you think is the best team in the NFL? Like who's competing for the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, one, I'll say everyone. Everyone's competing because it just seems so wide open.
When you remove the Chiefs, it kind of looks a lot different.
It looks different, and I just feel like something in me still thinks that like the Chiefs are going to find a way to sneak in. And something makes me feel like the Ravens are going to find a way.
They could still win that division.
To sneak into the playoffs, and no one's going to want to play them. But obviously the Chiefs need help. I think the team that's the best is the team that no one is talking about, and it's not the Patriots because I know the Patriots are 10-2, but it's the Seattle Seahawks. And I know why no one's talking about them.
Yep.
It's because of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
And they don't want to.
100%.
Sam Darnold can't do it in the big games. But I'm like, when I'm watching the game, I'm like, hey, man, him and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
JSN's a baller.
They're operating on a different level. And Jigba he should be the NFL MVP at this point with the way that he's been performing. So I think they're the best team. No one's talking about them because they don't trust the quarterback in the big-time games.
Right.
But anytime you see a team like them or the Patriots with Drake May, and they're just absolutely dominating in the win-loss category, and no one is saying, hey, they're the Super Bowl favorite. It's because they don't trust that those guys have done it. But we've seen Lamar do it in the regular season. We've seen Patrick Mahomes do it in the postseason. The Rams with Matthew Stafford, we've seen them do it in the postseason. I think that's why you're not like people are reluctant right now to buy into the teams with the best records, especially since the Rams just lost to the Panthers, who I get a chance to call a game for them this upcoming Sunday.
I think the Panthers are sneaky good. I think Canales was the right hire. It took a little while. I think, honestly, benching Bryce Young was good for him, and they have turned that thing completely around. They're right now, if the playoffs started today, they win the division.
Yeah, which was a huge loss last night by the Bucs.
Totally.
Yeah. And this Panthers team they live and die in the trenches, man. And I think that's what any GM has to do is understand that, yes, you can have all the pretty shiny things on the outside, but if you don't build the trenches, you're going to be.
You're going to have problems.
You're going to have problems like Joe Burrow's having right now in Cincinnati, where he's contemplating he don't even know if he want to play there anymore.
I know.
Right? He's been beat up so much. So I look at the Panthers and I say, when are they best? Bryce Young, 25 or less throws. Rico Dowdle, let Rico go. Let Chuba Hubbard get the bulk of those carries. And you're talking about an offensive line that is people movers. So at 7-6, you'd be like, this might be one of the best 7-6 teams ever. And they're clearly in a spot where they can take control of their division if they beat the Saints on Sunday.
Robert Griffin III joining us here on behalf of USAA. USAA putting together the whole event. I know you got to run here in a minute, and we talked all NFL, but I know how much college football you do, how much college football you watch. Who do you like going into the playoff?
Ooh, man, I like Texas Tech.
Dude, their defense is so good.
I'm not even going to put it past you. That's another guy. Like, I know you want to get, you only have so many picks, right? So we can sit here and say, well, they should draft this guy.
Linebacker?
David Bailey. I love Jacob Rodriguez, by the way. He should be in New York for the Heisman. David Bailey, pass rusher. Man, I called 2 games for them this year, B-Mitch. That man, if he ain't a Washington Commander next year, I'm going to be upset.
You got them with 3 first-round picks.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This guy, he would almost be a substitute for a wideout. He'd be a substitute for a running back. And I say that because I've never seen a guy play with more speed, physicality, and actually take pride in earning the right to rush the passer. When you watch him in his pursuit, his bending off the edge is very similar to Von Miller.
Wow.
But Von, later in his career, people criticized him for the run game. David Bailey's going to play the run. And that, to me, their pass rush is what makes them so difficult. Him and Romello Height on the outside. They got Big Lee Hunter in the middle. And then you talk about Jacob Rodriguez and the linebackers. That defense is serious, and on offense, they can beat you anywhere they need to.
You like Bailey more than Bain?
I do like Bailey more than Bain.
Wow, all right.
And trust me, Bain at Miami, incredible player. But what wins in the NFL? Traits. Traits win in the NFL. Bailey has all the traits. I'm not saying that Bain doesn't, but he's a more prolific pass rusher, and he's gotten those sacks in college.
I like that a lot. Who was the receiver you said? You said Love, Bailey, and
Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate.
Any one of those 3, I'll take them. Just one. I love all of them, but and then you talk about USA, man. I can't leave here without saying that I'm a true and authentic partnership guy. USA, I've been partnering with them for the last 13 years.
That's cool.
And what they've been able to do and giving back to the military community means a lot to me. My parents served a combined 35 years, 21 from my dad and 14 from my mom. So our military often feels like they're forgotten. And we were able to give away 2 vehicles to a member from the Navy and another member from the Army National Guard. And I didn't say free because the cars weren't free. They paid their dues. But they didn't just have to pay any money for these.
There you go.
And they had a 9-year-old son for Mr. Jamel Lewis, the member from the Navy, who sat in the car that we gave him for 30 minutes after the event was over. And the impact you could see on that kid to know, like, my dad did something that they thought enough of him to give him this vehicle, that kid's going to remember that forever.
That's awesome.
And that, to me, makes it so special. So I'm honored to be partnered with USA and continue to give back to our military.
I love that. I tried to get you out of here. You started talking USA.
Hey, man.
So when all the guys look at me, it's not on me. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, man.
man.
Good to see you.
Brother,
God
take
bless.
care, man.
A lot of girl dads right here, man. Thank you for the time, Robert. Jeremiah Love, Carnell Tate, David Bailey. I think Robert is so good announcing college football, and you can see the depth of knowledge when he talks about some of those dudes. I also agree with him that I think people are sleeping on Texas Tech going into this playoff. I know they have the bye, and their offense isn't sexy, and everybody pays attention to offense.
But if your offense is not sexy against some of these other people, you may not be able to score enough points, dog.
Yeah, man. It's going to be really, really interesting how this all shakes out. Good to see Robert, and I think he's right. And honestly, you and I were saying this for months. There should not be comps with Robert and Jaden. And
We say it all the time. But people don't know how to get out of their own way, bro. That's how that is.
What's that? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Good break.
Oh, wow. All right. So, do have some interesting news coming out. That's old, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's from 4 years ago.
That's old.
Oh, my God. Hold
Oh,
on.
no, he was just saying it based on what we were discussing.
Yo, hold on. We got to tell this story. Jeff, get your ass over here. Oh, my
Sit
God.
your ass down, Jeff.
You are so dumb. Oh,
I'm
my.
sorry. Look. I didn't hear. I just heard the team, the DEA raided the freaking facility.
But we
right?
were having a discussion about what
but
was
I didn't,
bad.
I didn't have
So
my
Robert's
headphones
talking
on.
about how different the situation was when he was playing to
You know,
now.
you say that the DEA raided the facility.
And I started
Jeff
looking
pulled
at that.
story up and told us, look.
Jeff was like, oh, my God, breaking news. This just happened in Ashburn.
And I didn't even check
handed
the article,
me the
bro.
Ryan Vermillion story from 4 years ago. And so I look at it. I'm like, wait a second. And then I'm like, Jeff, that's from 4 years ago, you
Hey,
idiot.
Look. I don't have a headset on today. Like I listen anyway. I was over there and I just seen that my phone has been charging because I've been taking a lot of
What we
pictures.
always say, context.
And so look, when
Dog.
when he posted it, I said, "Oh man, they need to know about this." And it's not like I could tell from that text. I apologize. I'm an idiot.
I want to let.
I'm an
He
idiot.
texted it where we all saw it too.
Yeah,
I want to let
I didn't know
Landfill
y'all-
respond to you. Because I almost texted Landfill, do we need to do a breaking news alert? Like, do we have to get Toby in the update studio?
My bad.
Landy, do you have anything to say to Jeff?
I mean, I'm over here just trying to get the Robert Griffin's comments about Jaden Daniels out to people, and you guys just stopped talking for 10 seconds. I was panicking.
Because Jeff handed me a news story that I was like,
I'm
oh my
sorry.
God, they raided the
I'm
team
sorry.
facility again?
My favorite part is how he said he didn't have headphones on. You three are there with him talking. He could have just heard you.
Yeah,
He's in the same room as you.
It's loud out here, bro.
You could hear us.
No,
it's
I can't.
me, B, and Robert.
No,
We're
I
all
can't.
loud enough,
No,
and
I
you were
can't.
standing right
I
there.
couldn't even hear y'all when
Hold
Urban
on,
Meyer
Huey,
was talking.
could you hear us? Huey's standing right there.
I can't hear y'all. My ears are bad, bro.
Yeah, you're a DJ.
I'm around music blasting to top notch every day.
Doug,
I'm sorry.
We have headphones on all the time. I have producers in my ear all the time.
I don't care what you say. No producer's voice. Well, your voice might be louder than music that's been played, but I couldn't hear, bro.
Jeff is
I'm
never
sorry.
wrong.
No, you can't hear.
I couldn't
No,
hear.
dog.
I apologize. I said sorry. What else y'all want me to do?
No, that's
you want me to go? You want me to go run across to the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, do that. Do that. And jump the gate.
Oh, that was.
They might whoop me.
You will go viral.
As great as that interview was, and talking to Robert about Washington, and then talking about the rest of the league and his story giving away the car, as great as all of that was, Jeff's
Jeff did
dumbass handing me a 5-year-old news story
Yeah.
and saying, "Oh my God, look at this!" Like it was a robbery at the Federal Reserve across the street.
Can I just apologize right quick? I want to apologize to you guys. I want to apologize to Bowie State University for making y'all look bad because nobody can tell I got a master's
Apologize
right
to
now.
Mama.
Yeah, Mom, apologize
Mama,
to
you taught it better than that.
That was an all-timer, Jeffrey. Never change, buddy. You always make me laugh. When we return, we're going to talk some college football. Chris Doreen going to join the program, having a blast
Oh,
here
my Lord.
at Radio Row in Baltimore, Maryland, getting ready for the Army-Navy game tomorrow. The folks from USAA putting on quite a show here. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley and Jeff's dumbass.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Former Michigan coach Sharon Moore has been charged with third-degree felony home invasion, misdemeanor stalking in a domestic relationship, and misdemeanor breaking and entering. North Carolina offensive coordinator Freddie Kitchens and special teams coordinator Mike Pfeiffer will not return next season. The Tar Heels finished 4-8. Pro football for the Commanders getting ready for the Giants. Nikki Javala said she didn't see Terry McLaurin or Deebo Samuel during the media viewing portion of practice. It's also a rest day for wide receiver Noah Brown. Wizards basketball tonight. Live play-by-play against the Cavaliers at 7 right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower a Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are live in Baltimore, Maryland, Radio Row. USAA put together a hell of an event in advance of the Army-Navy game, and helping us take it all in, you can check us out on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. You can listen to us in your car or on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app. Listen to the podcast. A lot of great interviews today, always fun. And we're excited for us, anyway, to kind of close things out here with Chris Doering, best known as a former Gator, but also a former Redskin.
Yeah, I had a brief stint there. Coach Spurrier brought me up his first year in Washington, and, man, I loved it. It was the center of the whole universe, and just getting a chance to experience that, man. Following guys like you, B. Mitch, I mean, it was an honor, man.
That's cool. I know you go on with the Junks pretty regularly, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
So
Yeah.
it's great to have you on with us. Obviously, all the SEC work. We're getting ready for the college football playoff here. And we had Coach Meyer on about an hour ago talking about the playoff. I'm curious for you, if you had to take, there's 4 SEC teams. Five.
Yeah.
Ole Miss, A&M, Bama, Georgia. Who am I forgetting?
Alabama, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
I still
got they were in the SEC.
I got to get in my mind that they're
They
SEC.
only had like 25 teams.
I know, right? So you could take the 5 SEC teams or the field. Knowing the field, 2 of them are Power 5, a group of 5 that probably aren't going to win it. But, like, where do you think the balance of power is this year?
I'm a bit of a homer. You know, I think in looking at the SEC, we talked about how many of those 5 teams do we legitimately see being able to win the national championship. I think Georgia. I got Georgia winning it all.
Do you?
I do. I think A&M is close. The run defense is a little sketchy from time to time. I actually like Oklahoma, man. Their defense is national championship worthy. They got a kicker in Tate Sandell that's the best in the country. The offense has been what's letting them down, and that was supposed to be the big part with Ben Arbuckle coming over from Washington State and John Mateer coming with him. So if they could just not hurt the defense, put them in tough situations, I actually like Oklahoma as well.
So you think Oklahoma then beats Bama?
I do. I think it's a bad matchup for Alabama. Alabama has pass protection issues. Oklahoma was able to exploit those when they played the first time. I haven't seen much that can lead me to believe that they're going to fix that or fix the ability to run. They're very one-dimensional, and Ty Simpson's been under a lot of pressure for the last month.
Well, as Urban says, he call them Alabama A and B. The A team not very good. That B team can play.
Yeah. Alabama, man, they've been. You know, I think they have the best 4-game stretch of wins in successive weeks. They were able to go to Athens and beat the Bulldogs there. They were able to beat Missouri in Como, beat Tennessee at home, beat Vanderbilt, who I think is one of the great stories of the college football season. So, to see them do that and then to see them struggle the way they did against Florida State in the opener and to kind of limp into the finish line here has you wonder which team is which.
All right, Indiana goes out and they beat Ohio State. Nobody has picked Indiana all day. That team's good.
They are good. And I think the problem is the same as it is with Vanderbilt. People look at Indiana or they look at the name Vanderbilt and they have a hard time visualizing that they are actually a legitimate team. But, from the SEC, I think Vanderbilt may be the most complete team, and I'm disappointed them. And honestly, Texas, I think, could compete as well. But, I think people just have a hard time looking at Indiana as anything other than a basketball school.
If, say you didn't have the group of 5, and I see both sides of the argument. I think there should be a path for those teams. I think they're both going to get rocked.
Yeah.
That's why they play the game.
And it sucks that we got a rematch of a 35-point game,
Right.
with Ole Miss and Tulane.
Totally. But if those two teams weren't in, who would be your next two in?
I think Notre Dame would be in. Honestly, as much as I'd love to say, I've had Texas in front of Vanderbilt just for the fact that Vandy's 10-2. Texas is 9-3. But if Texas didn't schedule that opener against Ohio State in Columbus, they'd be 10-2 right now. They'd be in the playoff field easily. They have a resume that has one of the best accumulation of wins. And I think, unfortunately, what you're going to see with Texas being left out, with Notre Dame being left out, is discouragement of having those first, those out-of-conference games that we love to watch in weeks 1 and week 2.
I hear that totally. But for me, with Texas, you can't lose to Florida. And you're a Gator. And that team had a lot of talent, but they could not put it together.
Yep, going to the Swamp, though, you got a young quarterback, an offensive line that lost 4 starters from the year before. It was a tough, I think Florida was maybe a 5 or 6 point underdog in that game, so it wasn't like a massive loss. In hindsight, it looks a lot different, but I do think, you should have won that game, but everybody else schedules cupcakes, and if you do that in week 1, you're 10-2.
They're gonna start scheduling cupcakes again.
Unfortunately.
As John Thompson said in basketball.
Yeah.
They played all them tough teams.
He loved
early.
playing St. Leo's.
I'll play them late.
Yeah. In all your work with the SEC, I don't know this. I know the Big Ten always complains that they play, 9 conference games? The SEC's 8, or is it 10 and
It was
9?
8, and now it just got changed coming up the next year.
So the SEC is going to go to 9.
Yeah, they'll go to 9.
I think you will really stop seeing those non-cons then, because they don't get that Wofford late in the year.
Yeah, trading one for the other, unfortunately. And, it was great. That COVID season where we had a 10-game SEC-only schedule was cool. And now you guys talked about how big the conference has gotten. With 16 teams, being able to play your conference members a little more frequently is important.
I want to ask you a couple of the coaching carousel stuff.
Biggest story in the whole for a week there, right?
It's crazy.
And then Notre Dame gets left out and then moves on, and then the Sherrone Moore stuff has moved out.
It's crazy. What I kind of hate, though, is we're not talking about the ball games. We're talking about all the other stuff.
In the middle of the most important part of the season, we're talking about coaching moves.
Right.
It's crazy.
But that said, Ole Miss plays in a week, and what do they got? How weird must everything be in Oxford?
I think it's very weird, but I also think him leaving has kind of galvanized that fan base.
Players.
I thought they did a good
And
job.
players as well.
Yeah, I thought they did a great job of moving quickly to name Pete Golding the defensive coordinator, the permanent head coach. The team's kind of rallied around him. And honestly, everybody talks about Lane Kiffin and his offensive mind and everything. It's actually Charlie Weiss Jr. that's been the play caller for the majority of the year anyway. So getting him back from LSU has been key. And I think this is a team at Trinidad Chambliss. He was playing Division II last year.
That's crazy. What a story.
And comes in and ends up taking the job from Austin Simmons and haven't looked back. Tremendous.
I heard this, and I think it's asinine, and I will confess that I tend to root for Bama. With the Michigan opening now, I get these lists. Jimmy Shapiro, the guy that's running PR here, he always sends me new odds, right? They're putting Kalen DeBoer's name high up on the Michigan list.
No, I mean, he was talked about being a candidate at Penn State, and then they win the game against Auburn with that 4th down touchdown they score, and everything seems good, and then they have this performance in the SEC championship where everything kind of seems bad again. I don't know how happy he is there. I'm not sure what his family's happiness is, but taking that job, I give him a lot of respect. You
follow Nick.
You don't want to be the man after the man. You want to be the man after the man after the man. And so I think I love the fact that he ran to the smoke, and I'd like to think that he wants to stick it out. He's a tremendous football coach.
It's kind of hard for me to feel bad about the coaches, though. They get paid
They
anyway.
get paid enough.
They get paid their money no matter what.
It's funny. 2 years ago now, I guess 3 football seasons ago, the Commanders were playing in Seattle. So I was up there to cover the game, and the Huskies were hosting Utah on Saturday. So I went to UW Stadium. I went to Husky Stadium. It was really cool. Watch that game, and I was sitting with Husky fans, and this was when Penix had that thing rolling, right? And they eventually lost in the national championship game. And I was talking with these Husky fans. I was like, "You guys worried about losing him?" And they're like, "No way, man. We got the money here. His daughter's on a softball scholarship to UW. He's not going anywhere." And it was 6 weeks later. He's going to Bama.
He get a free. She get a scholarship to Alabama.
It's
and they got a lot of money down there too now.
Pretty good softball program too.
It's just crazy how this goes. And You saw Penn State make the move early to fire Franklin so they could be
Yeah.
at the top of the list, and then they're like the last big program to make a hire.
They got lucky with Matt Campbell, by the way, because that was headed for disaster had they not pulled it out with him.
Totally. It's just the coaching stuff is remarkable, and now it's almost like everybody's in the transfer portal, kind of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The coaches have been doing that for years, though, and so for the players to have the opportunity now, I think it's only fair. And everybody talked about the Lane Kiffin situation, and I actually think the players, it's a different era of players than when we were playing, because these guys, they move around a bunch. They look at their opportunities in the transfer portal. I don't think they hold it against the coaching staff the same way that we may have back in the day if one of our coaches departed.
I agree with you.
Because players could move, coaches could.
Yeah.
Now, if a coach moves, nobody really bash him.
Yeah.
So the players like, okay, he could go. I'm going
for
too.
everybody, yep.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Talking with Chris Doering here. You can hear him on the SEC Network, calling games, doing it all. Getting into this thing, one team we didn't talk about that I think their defense is just so good is Texas Tech. What do you make of the Red Raiders' chances?
I haven't watched a ton of them this year. I've watched a couple of the games against BYU. Obviously, I'll start getting caught up on them when they're going to face an SEC team. But, it's remarkable what money can do. I mean, the money that was spent to build that roster. Shoot, just looking at the softball team. I mean, going out and getting the pitcher that kind of changed their whole trajectory and got them to the College World Series finals. It's a new world, and I think, you're starting to see what commitment looks like to building a roster. You saw it in Oxford. I think you'll continue to see them, get better and better despite Lane leaving, and Texas Tech has that money to be able to build one of the elite rosters in college football.
What do you
Lane better win though in LSU.
No, he ain't gonna have a whole lot of runway.
And not do a fake Southern accent like Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly was just such a bad fit there, but I thought he was a good enough coach.
In
to make
hindsight,
it
it was a bad fit. At the time, I'd be like, wow, you went and got the winningest active coach in college football.
Right.
It's definitely going to work.
Yeah. Do you think Brian Kelly resurfaces?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think he resurfaces somewhere. I mean, he's too good of a coach. I think some of the press about the way that the players felt about him is a little damaging. But I always liked Brian Kelly. Working with him for the 3-year period he was in the SEC, I enjoyed working with him. It's funny, at Florida, Billy Napier already resurfacing at James Madison.
Billy left my school to come to Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Raging Cajuns.
Yep. So and that was crazy, too, because remember, Florida and LSU were both hiring coaches at the same time. LSU had no interest in going down the road to Louisiana to look at Billy Napier. They go the splash hire way. Neither of them works out, and they get fired a week apart from one another.
That's crazy.
So I guess no real formula for how to make it work.
Totally.
What? And the guy that nobody really wanted is probably the best coach in America right now is Cignetti.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Crazy to think about, not the young guy, goes the path of JMU to Indiana and completely, declares that he's a winner and winners win. And
everybody laughed at him.
He's winning.
It was funny because in the preseason, Diego Pavia, the Vanderbilt quarterback, was on an interview with Paul Feinbaum. They asked him the expectation, and he said a national championship, and people laughed at him as well. And then you see Indiana go 11-1 and win the Big Ten championship. You see Vanderbilt go 10-2. So again, I think it's a totally different era of college football that the non-traditional teams can become powerhouses with the right commitment.
If you got the right money,
totally
you can compete. Because everybody getting the top players now.
Yeah.
What SEC coach is like the most comfortable? Like the seat is nice and cool. Like is it Sark?
I mean, it's Kirby Smart
Kirby,
for sure.
sure.
Yeah, Kirby's
Yeah, okay.
the dean of
Yeah,
with Mark
yeah.
Stoops moving on now, and Kirby becomes the longest tenured coach, I believe, in the SEC right now. Obviously, 2 national
he's got a couple
championships
rings, right?
at his alma mater. And from the standpoint of, you asked who's the most comfortable, what school is also the most comfortable? Georgia, having a guy that played at
Sure.
that school
Absolutely.
from the state,
Yeah.
loves being there. I don't see him going to the NFL, so I think it's a nice marriage of two entities feeling really good about one another.
The SEC by far is the proudest conference. Maybe the Big Ten people would say differently. How does it sit with the SEC in this transfer portal NIL world that they are not they are still the best top to bottom, undoubtedly, but they haven't won the last 2.
Haven't even had a team in the last 2.
Right. Like, how does that sit down?
Not
there?
well.
Yeah.
Not well. And it is an interesting contrast, right? The Big Ten very top heavy with quality teams.
Sure.
The SEC much deeper with talent, and it was ironic this year with as much talent as there was that you end up having a bunch of 11-1 and 10-2 teams to the point where Vandy gets left out. I never would have imagined a 10-2 SEC team not making the college football playoff, but A&M benefited from not playing the top half of the league. Vanderbilt didn't play the top half of the league in a lot of cases. So, it is I think a conference right now that, again, the 5 teams, I'd say probably 2.5, 3 of them could compete to win the national championship. But I do think there's a chip on the shoulder. The SEC looks at themselves as being the preeminent conference in all sports, and to not have even had a team in the championship game the last 2 years has been a bit humbling, I think, for the league.
Money changes everything, right?
Totally.
So here's I got a theory for you.
Okay.
You feel free to run with this because I'm more of an NFL guy. The Texas Tech and BYU, deep pockets that aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
What major conference is going to gobble them up? Because I think, why wouldn't the Big Ten? I don't know academics and all that stuff, but does any of that even matter anymore?
Yeah, I don't even think.
You think they stay in the Big 12?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're about to see a real shift in landscape. I mean, the ACC, their champion doesn't even get in. I mean, I think it just speaks to the haves and the have-nots the gap continues to widen between those conferences. And I've heard pitches about the Big Ten and the SEC doing something on their own.
That's crazy.
Which I don't necessarily like. I hate that the Pac-12 went away right when they
It
were
just
starting
doesn't
to get
exist.
good. No.
Yeah.
Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah. 2 teams
Crazy.
kind of representing.
Like the Rose Bowl loves their tradition. Well, the one conference that traditionally was in it is gone.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Doesn't
Chris,
make sense.
thank you for the
Yeah,
time.
it's been great being with you
A lot
guys.
of
Thank
fun.
you for having me. I
Appreciate
appreciate
you,
it.
brother.
Yep.
Thanks so much. That's Chris Doering. Make sure you watch him on SEC Network, and you can give him a follow at Chris Doering, Doering. Thanks a lot, man. Nobody go anywhere. We got to wrap up the week with some bets when we return.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time special to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame, NBA Happy Hour, every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley live at Radio Row, Baltimore, Maryland, in advance of tomorrow's Army-Navy game. USAA does a hell of a job with this. It's a lot of fun. It's our second year doing it, B. I hope we get to keep doing this.
Fun,
I
man.
like this.
I like
man.
it.
Now, it makes sense. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. Who do you want to win, Army or Navy? I'm on Navy. Jeffrey?
I gotta go with Army. That's where my family is.
Army, baby.
All right, that's two Armies, one Navy. Landfill?
My dad was in the Navy, so I'll go with Navy.
All right, two Navies. White Brian, deciding
Navy.
vote. Oh, all the white dudes voted for the Navy.
Y'all just lost. Y'all just lost. Upset, baby, upset.
And I got good news, Landville. I'm giving away this Paisanos card, correct?
You love to see it.
Let's do it. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a $50 Paisanos gift card. No one appreciates the fans, listeners more than Paisanos. Now you can score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at paisanospizza.com. All right, we're running out of daylight here. We got to find out who won the week. White Brian, what do you got? Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Holla. Gather around.
What we got to say, but heard it here first.
Now, in Landfill's defense right there, he's probably answering phones and trying to run that board. So I'll give him a pass on that. If it was you, Jeff, no pass. White Brian, who won?
Jeff was the only winner yesterday,
Let's
but
go!
Landfill won the week.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
what you just
won a
for?
battle.
I thought I won.
You sent us a old ass expired story, and you were
That story situation
I
is
thought
unbelievable.
we was past that, fellas.
No, we're not.
I thought we was past that.
Never.
Y'all my bros. Y'all not supposed to keep bringing that up.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, I mean, what
Believe
do you
me, we
think?
will.
All right, round it out. Let's all make a prediction. Commanders Giants. Vegas has it at 2.5, 46.5. Jeff, you go ahead. You've got a look on your face like you need to use the bathroom.
I hope they do this because I said it in the song. 50 points.
No,
I don't
when
care
you
what the
said stuff in
Giants.
the song, boy. I tell you.
Oh, nah, one came to fruition before. But
One.
let's go 28-14 Commanders win.
28-14 Commanders win. All right. I think there'll be more scoring than that. I don't think either of these defenses are all that good. 27-23 Commanders win.
27-23, you going with the over. I just think for some reason it's going to be like 20.
Well, there could be weather, too.
20-14 game.
Who wins it?
Commanders. I never pick the Giants. I hate the damn Giants.
Yeah, bleep the Giants.
I think I know which way Landfill's going to go. Sir?
The Giants are going to score 27 points, and the Commanders will score 14.
Landy's a hater. Oh, this is White Brian. Do you guys have the Glizzy bet?
White Brian didn't bet me.
Well,
Let's
do
do
it
an
right
oyster
now.
bet on this one then.
White Brian, Glizzy bet between you and Jeff?
Yeah, sure. Giants are going to win by 15 this time.
Oh, I look forward to Jeff trying to wiggle out of eating 15 Glizzies.
So what if White Brian loses? I think he's not coming to work.
He's calling out.
So it's official. You two have a Glizzy bet, correct?
Yes.
Glizzy per point.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
All right, what was your score, White Brian?
35-21.
Damn, that's 14, Jeff. Skinny Jeff, old fat Jeff might have handled it.
Look, all I'm going to say is, y'all heard the song. I don't care how bad we got whooped. We not losing to the Giants.
Jeff's bad at giving me
All
time
right.
to get out of here. Thank you to everybody that joined us today. Thank you to Annie Agar. Thank you to Mike Mayock. Thank you to Urban Meyer. Thank you to RG3. Thank you to Chris Doring. Thank you to the boys from the American Legion. Really, really fun day. Everybody watch Army Navy tomorrow and enjoy it. Great and Danny next.
Peace.
J.J. Watt with the update on his brother. He said yesterday T.J. Watt had successful surgery to stabilize and repair a partially collapsed lung suffered Wednesday after a dry needling treatment session at the facility. Recovery timeline is still TBD, but all went well, and TJ is being released from the hospital today. In college football, former Michigan coach Sharon Moore has been charged at his arraignment today with third-degree felony home invasion, misdemeanor stalking, and misdemeanor breaking and entering. North Carolina offensive coordinator Freddie Kitchens has been released. Tar Heels finished 4-8 last year. FCS Championship quarterfinals tonight. Stephen F. Austin takes on Montana State at 9. Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. Wizards against the Cavaliers tonight on The Fan. Nikki Javala reporting at Commanders practice today against the Giants that she didn't see Terry McLaurin or Deebo Samuel during the media viewing portion of practice. It's also a rest day for wide receiver Noah Brown. She did see linebacker Bobby Wagner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We are out and about and on the road for a Friday field trip, Craft House in Fairfax today. We will be here from 2 to 6:30. We're giving away Caps tickets on the show at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. But these are fun, getting you ready for Week 15 in the National Football League and the Commanders and the Giants with our listeners on site at Craft House.
I love this place. I've already had Old Bay wings, which were scrumptious, breaking out the word scrumptious, and I had some fish tacos. It's been a minute because I've had pretty much everything on the menu. I did not have the fish tacos. They're good too. This place is awesome. I lost count. I tried to count how many beers there were. I forgot when I got to like 23 or 24. This place is great, man. Parking, ample outside seating with heat warmers, good company. I love hanging out here.
Yeah, the outside seating with the warmers is actually so clutch. That's my move. I'm not a fan of sitting outside at restaurants or bars very often in the summer or the spring because the sun beats down on you and it's warm.
You know who loves to do that is wives.
They do?
Wives, can we sit outside? It's like 96, humid.
Yeah.
In the sun.
In
They love that.
But this is covered, and it's freezing outside, and then they've got the heaters like you would have in bays and a driving range at Topgolf or something overhead. And so you add it all up, and it's just really, really comfortable. But we're inside, and we're hanging out at the bar, and we're going to be here until 6:30. So as you get out of the office, make your way past Fairfax Corner today, come on out and say what's up and kick it with us. Misery loves company, as we like to say. Last year, we were getting ready for big games late in the season where Washington's ripping off wins and on their way to the postseason. This year, the Commanders have lost 8 in a row, and they're 3-10, and they're one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL right now by way of record. And because of that, we're going to band together to celebrate football. Maybe not the Commander season, but the fact that football is fun.
Yeah, football is fun, sir. It's such a different. 1 year ago, they were what at this point, 10-3 or 10-4, 10-5, and ripping off a couple more wins. And it was the Jaden Daniels show. They couldn't run the ball, didn't matter. Jaden Daniels. They couldn't really stop anybody, didn't matter. Jaden Daniels. It was just this charmed ride we were all on, and it wouldn't stop until Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game for the team that would go on to win the damn Super Bowl.
I was just talking to a listener out here.
It's crazy
about
to think
this.
about, right?
I said last year was so great. She said it's a dream. I said, yeah, this year would be the nightmare then, I guess. Like, we have gone from waking up happy because the coolest dream ever happened to like screaming and crying and wanting our mom to come find our blankie. You know, this has just been the worst year that you could have imagined. I want to get into what Dan Quinn said today. I feel like we talk about that in our first segment a lot, but we'll do that in a minute because we have a new Jaden Daniels update that is interesting. So we'll get to that in a second. First things first, Thursday Night Football. How about Kirk O'Chains? Kirk Cousins turning back the clock last night. How good was he? 373 yards and 3 touchdowns. Could be his last month of football here. We don't really know what the future holds. He's been banged up. He's been coming off the bench here because Michael Penix is out for the year. Last night he had a practice squad wide receiver as his wide receiver 1, David Sills. He was throwing to his running back, Bijan Robinson, and his tight end, Kyle Pitts, who had a career game against Tampa Bay. And down 14 points in the fourth quarter, he architects a comeback. They come back and win 29-28. The national story is not Cousins. I'm always interested in him as a guy who likes him, and here in D.C. because he played here. But really, the national lead is, oh my God, the Bucs.
Oh my God, the Bucs.
That game was symbolic of their season. The Bucs have completely collapsed. Their year is caved in on them in a way that could end up costing, probably will end up costing Todd Bowles' job if they can't beat Carolina 2 times and make the playoffs. Look at their year, man. They have lost 2 straight to the Saints, who were eliminated, and the Falcons, who were eliminated. They've actually lost 5 of 6 because they had a tougher schedule before. They had lost to the Patriots, Bills, and Rams. So now you've lost 5 of your last 6 games. You've lost 6 of your last 8 games. This team was 6-2
they've fallen
at one
apart.
point in time. And then last night, think about this. You're up 14 in the fourth quarter against a bad Falcons team. You have them on their game-winning drives. Like everything goes terribly, and now they get the ball back with a chance to go get a field goal and win because Baker Mayfield threw a terrible interception. They're behind the chains. They committed 19 penalties.
I can't remember that.
It's the
Have you
first time
seen that?
since 2019.
Yeah, it felt like they couldn't. Like I've been there when you're watching a bad team, and anytime there's a first down, you go, hold on, I can't celebrate yet because there's probably going to be a penalty. That was that times 1,000. That was astounding.
So I pay a lot of money to all these websites to get like different types of stats. So I have this subscription to Pro Football Reference StatHead that I pay for so you can do searches and find things. And I was digging into that last night to go, when is the last time a team committed 20 penalties in a game?
19 penalties.
The all-time record, I think, is what I could find at least, was one team committing 23 penalties. And they had 19, and that was with some where they had 2-on-1 play that got negated.
Right.
You know, like they were closer.
19 assessed, yeah.
But still, with 19 penalties, being a bad team, without your top 2 wide receivers, without really, weapons in the passing game to speak of outside of a running back and a tight end, they got the ball back down a point, go get a field goal, walk away and win the game. Again, they're behind the sticks with penalties, so they have a 3rd and 28. If you're the Bucs, if you're a Bucs fan, you're breathing a little easier. You're going, oh, my God, we could have lost to the Falcons. But now it's 3rd and 30, and we're fine. They get 14 yards. Cousins just kind of throws the ball to Pitts. He makes a man miss, and now it's 4th and 14.
You're talking about tight end 1, Kyle Pitts? You're talking about the greatest tight end ever, Kyle Pitts?
4th and 14, they convert on a ridiculous hole shot into the honey hole. Sills, cover 2 beater, big-time throw from Cousins, and they move the chains on 3rd and 28. And at that moment, I said, not only do the Bucs deserve to lose, if the football gods are watching, I don't care if it's a 60-yard field goal coming from former Commanders great Zane Gonzalez.
It's going through.
It'll go through. But they don't deserve to make the playoffs.
No.
Like, that is such a bad loss.
Remember, they were 6-2 before the bye week, as you alluded to. You know where their 2 losses were to? At Detroit, on the road, when Detroit was
they were
really
good.
healthy. Yeah. And they lost to Philadelphia when Philadelphia was good by a score. That was a great ball game, if you recall.
Why don't I remember that?
It was 31-25, back and forth to drop them to 3-1. And that was a heavyweight fight. They won on the road against Seattle. One of the games of the year that we've long forgotten about, 38-35. An absolute barn burner where you went, they could beat you any way you want. They could turn you over. They can get after you a little bit on defense. They're not great there, but they're good. And offensively, Baker Mayfield's an MVP candidate. That was the narrative at that point, and rightly so. They beat San Francisco by double-digit points. They were awesome. Bye week happened, enough injuries. That validating Patriots win on the road, right, where that was the second good team that New England had beaten after Buffalo. And since then, it has been Tom Petty's free-falling. What a disaster. I mean, they eked out a win against Arizona, and that's it. Something's rotten in there in Tampa. They're terrible.
Yeah, they could be headed for coaching change territory. I mean, if you collapse like that, they've had a stranglehold on that division. The big thing to me is, though, the division's still bad. Nothing's really changed.
Yeah.
It's not like the teams caught up to you. You fell back to them. Like at 7-7, you're tied for the division lead with 500 Carolina, who is having the year they were supposed to have. It just wasn't supposed to be good enough to win the division.
Yeah, you should be 4 games behind Tampa.
But all that said, they still control their own destiny, and they still should actually have a shot here because in the last 3 games, they played Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers. So even if you lose to Miami, if you beat Carolina 2 times in the 2 times you play them, you'll be 9-8 and you'll win that division fairly comfortably by a full game, not even via tiebreaker at that point. Because the other 2 teams that you've lost to, by the way, the last 2 weeks in the South are both eliminated. We could be eliminated.
We could be eliminated? Okay. We really can.
you could be eliminated.
We really can.
Kyle Pitts, man, winning people fantasy playoff games.
My God.
Last night by himself. I want to apologize to our producers in the Grant and Danny Listener League. We've been going back and forth all year, a lot of jawing.
There's been some chirping.
Yesterday I was told we'll see you in the finals if you get there. And then the poor producers ran into the buzzsaw that was Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson.
Is that a Pitts model saw?
In the Grant and Danny Listener League last night. Toby, as the general manager, I would like you to speak on behalf of the producers. Are you guys going to still show up for the game on Sunday? What is your plan? How are you addressing your team after giving up 70 points in a playoff game to Bijan and Pitts last night?
Yeah, we have a little bit of an ace in the hole because we have a
realize you were playing both Pitts and Bijan.
when I'd gone to bed and then I was up until 4 in the morning because I couldn't sleep.
So
Was it because of them?
So
Yes.
watching the game, you had no idea.
No.
Oh man, can you imagine in a fantasy playoff game?
You're just
being like-
scrolling. You're like, oh, let me check on this, and then you look at the matchup, the live matchup, and it's 76-0.
You're like, let's just see if they had anybody
What?
going, oh my God. I mean, that was it. Kyle Pitts. Now, the other thing he did, forget fantasy, let's talk reality. He made so much money last night. Doing that in prime time with the league watching, that skill set is intoxicating. He is 6'6".
The idea of him is just, as you said.
He can run. He is shifty. He can make you miss in the open field. He has length. He can go up the ladder. He can make the athletic catch. Now, if you watch Kyle Pitts regularly, it always sounds so personal for me because the term I use is like not a reasonable or fair one probably, but it's the only way I can describe it. I'm sure he's a great guy. It's nothing personal. I find his game, he has like a loser game to me. It's like drops and it's fumbles and it's just like bad plays at bad times. I don't have a better way to describe it than saying, I do it with coaches and players, but like that's a loser player.
That I don't trust him.
Exactly
so
right.
Even on the touchdown catch, okay, the one where he's falling out of bounds and it held up, blade of grass, if he just catches the ball normally, it's the easiest touchdown there's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got to like, grease hands, and wow, and he's so close to losing it.
Yes.
And it's like only because they called it one way on the field that they didn't overturn it. Whatever that is, that's Kyle Pitts.
There will be a team that gives him the bag.
That falls in love.
He is going to make something insane like $15, $16 million a year.
From Washington.
4 years and $64 million or some asinine contract. Someone's going to get fooled. And I actually think there's a chance that it is Washington. And so here's what I'm just going to tell you in advance. Know that I hate that contract in advance. Know that I want nothing to do with it. Now, when they sign him, just like when you draft, like we talked before the draft for months and months and months, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, whatever. People forget that we have 22 and a half hours a week of radio, and we give opinions, and we write 50 columns a day. So, yes, I'm advocating for Drake May, who I really, really liked. And people act like that means after you draft Jaden Daniels that I don't really like Jaden Daniels, too. Love Jaden Daniels. Really good player. You drafted a franchise quarterback. That's awesome. It's over when you draft him. Like, okay, let's now make this work. He's going to be a star player. I feel the same way if they were to sign Kyle Pitts. When you sign Kyle Pitts, it's not the thing I would have done, but I'm on to the next. And in advance, I'm preparing myself for this.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, get ready.
Now, give me Isaiah Likely, by the way, when you hit the tight end market. That's the guy from Baltimore that I would take at less money. But if they go get Pitts, it's not like I'm going to be angry every time I watch or the lost fumble or the terrible false start or just the loser play that he will make, that he has made year after year after year. But my God, is his skill set absolutely
You see why?
breathtaking.
Where did he go, what, 5th or 6th overall? I can't remember what it was.
He was
top
a top
10.
5 pick.
Yeah, because you go, oh, my God. He's 6'6", 245, 250 pounds, runs faster than 75% of the wide receivers, in theory, could engage physically. He's not a great blocker, but, you're not asking him to be.
Well, I'll do
right?
you one step further. 4th overall pick, one of the highest drafted tight ends, maybe the highest drafted, as I think about it right now in league history. Name other people on the planet that are his size and move like he does at that position. I don't think there is another one. That is a wide receiver mover at 6'6".
He is the 2.0 version, maybe 3.0, of what Shannon Sharp was right? Shannon Sharp, again, the athletes have gotten better, but Sharp was that way compared to players in his time. Undersized tight end, but you go, that's just a huge wide receiver that's lining up a tight end that could knock around a nickel cornerback, but he was big, fast, strong, could cut, had great hands, and that's a Hall of Fame caliber player. This is a better athlete than that. So you go, just give him some time to develop. This will be great. No one will be able to stop us. So stoppable.
Interesting comp, by the way, because last night Kyle Pitts became the first tight end to have 150 yards and 3 touchdowns in a game since Shannon Sharp.
That's right. That's why I evoked it. That's what it is.
23 years ago.
Hold on, Skip. Hold on, Skip.
Might have even been, I think I saw in the 90s. But you know who else is incredible is Bijan Robinson.
That's a good football player.
Just get that dude the ball in space. Let him make somebody miss and basically break somebody down off the dribble with footwork.
That little check down that turned into 20-something.
Oh.
I know it's a forgettable play in a sea of plays, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Or Cousins to his right. And Robinson is already sort of moving, is already on to the next move as one guy's falling helplessly with ankles that have exploded now. You just go, that guy is so unbelievably special.
Yeah, I also really love the dude. I think Bijan Robinson, just based on the interactions I see of him publicly and how he handles himself, seems like just a really, really good human being as well, loved by his teammates. But what a game he had. 93 yards and a touchdown on the ground, 82 yards as a receiver. But the story, again, is just the Bucs. And you see this every year. There's a team that just kind of falls apart. We could talk later in the show about this, but here's what I was thinking as I was watching that last night. Bowles may survive this because he's got a good resume and he's been successful there for a long time. But if he is out and Tampa Bay's looking for a head coach this offseason, Cliff Kingsbury and Baker Mayfield have a very good relationship and worked together at Texas Tech. The only reason I bring this up, I know this year Cliff's star is not shining as brightly and is not positioned, centered up in the sky like it was last year maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember someone in the league telling me last year when we were wondering if Cliff was going to get a job or take a job. They said, I don't know that he would leave for a gig unless it was the right situation. Like Chicago, I think he would leave for. And the other one they speculated was, what if Tampa Bay comes open? Because there were some rumors that Todd Bowles could retire or something. And they said if Tampa Bay were to come open and he could go work with Baker, who was coming off of a second straight 4,000-yard, 40-touchdown season, whatever he'd been doing, maybe that would be something he'd be interested in. So I just throw that out there as a would not shock me kind of scenario. So much has changed. Like, what would the reaction of the fan base be if Cliff went to Tampa Bay? Last year, it would have been, devastation and everyone would have been crestfallen.
Yeah.
I get the sense there's people that are helping him pack his bags right now, which isn't fair.
Yeah, it's probably too far in that direction. Remember, that we kept going, it is such a coup that Kingsbury's staying. It's such a coup that this coaching staff is 99% intact. What an amazing thing to have happen. And now there's nobody that anybody would go to the mat for. There's nobody that I'd fight for at this point. Well, they seem like good coaches. There's a lot of guys position-wise that seem like they know what they're doing or whatever, but it's kind of hard to go, yeah, the guy that was there at the helm when they lost 12 straight or on their way to getting outscored by more than anybody ever has over that same stretch, fairly well.
I'm not saying this shouldn't be the case, but it is hilarious how much these long losing streaks change the way you see everything.
Yeah.
Just colors your entire vision. It's like contact lenses that change every part of what you see. When you haven't won in 2 months, when you've lost 8 in a row, when you've gone 70 days without a win. Last year, Dan Quinn walks on water around these parts. Like if he goes out to the bar with his wife, everybody's coming up high-fiving him and buying him drinks. Now, if Dan Quinn walked on water, people would say it's because he can't swim. Like he can't do anything right. And it's an 8-game losing streak. That's really the difference. It's a 3-10 record. And I understand that's how it works. It's a business about results. You either are winning or you're going to be replaced. But Cliff, I think, has fallen victim of that too. Joe Witt, and they should to some extent. But, I would be curious to see what the reaction would be if he were to start getting some interviews. Because I think there's going to be enough teams that look at him and go, all right, this guy did some okay things in Arizona. Last year, with all these injuries, they finished, let's just say hypothetically, 11th in offense. Are we sure? Marcus Mariota starting 11 games.
Yeah,
or whatever
and there's a long-term quarterback track record where whether it's him or not, he's been in the room with a bunch of really good passers.
Yep.
And you want some of that secret sauce. You want some of that, to rub off on your guy. So it would make sense. You have an incumbent that he's worked with, or it makes sense you've got a young QB, and if the marriage happens to make sense, it's not outrageous. I don't think he's the hot candidate he would have been last year, though. right? I mean,
obviously, yeah.
right? But I wonder to what degree that's fallen off. Like, is it a non-starter or is it the fourth phone call you make now?
Yeah, will he get interviews? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's going to benefit him, too, that doesn't get talked about. I think this year's coaching cycle is way, way worse than last year's in terms of hot names and commodities.
Oh, that's interesting.
Especially offensively. There is no Ben Johnson this year. There is no Kellen Moore. Like, who is the hot shot OC right now this year? Top of your head.
Yeah, exactly.
Good
Those
luck.
guys have jobs. Like I was going to say, all the
So
guys I'm thinking of.
If you really do want a offensive-minded play caller to pair with your young quarterback, Cliff's going to move higher up that board after a up-and-down season than maybe you normally would. Because like if there is a Ben Johnson, okay, there's one. Kellen Moore might have just had a better year than you. Like Clint Kubiak's the guy that I would answer that question with. I think he's been awesome in Seattle. What he's done with Darnold is great. I think he should get a head coaching job. But is Clint Kubiak's 5-year resume decidedly better than Cliff Kingsbury's? Is he a better head coaching candidate? I'm not convinced of that. But it's definitely the trend of the league, and he's going to be the hotter guy for sure. At Grant H. Paulson on Twitter, Danny's at Funny Danny. Richmond John just tweeted us this. This is a funny trip down memory lane.
It's a good bit.
Remember when Jamin Davis was the only guy who could cover Kyle Pitts? They drafted him, and one of the main things they cited when they took him in the first round was like, this guy covered Jamin Davis. That's the only tape we needed to watch.
He covered Kyle Pitts that time.
I said Jamin Davis.
I know what you meant.
But he also covered Jamin Davis.
That's how good he was.
He could cover both of them.
That's how good he was. A guy that everyone had a third-round grade on. Did they take him in the third round? They did not. First.
So if you were confused as to what's going on with Jaden Daniels yesterday, wait till you hear what was said today. I mean, wait till the next development here that we've got for you. We'll get to that next on G&D. We're live in Fairfax at Kraft House. We'll be here from 2 to 6:30 today on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. We love, as a family, I've got 4 presidents, you know that, getting out and about to various events around Virginia to celebrate how awesome the history of our state is. Recently, we were at Mount Vernon, had a really, really fun time. And it's the holiday season. We're trying to put together the calendar for the next few weeks, and we've been looking at some of the historically significant places around town and what they're doing for the holidays. You got to check out visit.va250.org to see some of these events. This year is the 250th celebration in America, and Virginia is celebrating 250 as well. So there's no better time to get in on the fun than this holiday season. Events like Frying Pan Park's Holiday on the Farm all month long, Santa at Colvin Mill Run, coming up this weekend, December 13th and 14th. Santa's going to be there. Holiday candlelight tours in Bedford County as well. If you want to hear what kind of cool things are going on near you, visit.va250.org. You want to see what you could take the family out to do to celebrate Virginia and America's 250th, visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
The Commanders getting set to take on the Giants on Sunday, looking to snap an 8-game losing streak. They're going to be without Jaden Daniels. Dan Quinn said earlier today that Jaden still has not been cleared for contact. Other injuries around the league, Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is out on Sunday. Saints running back Alvin Kamara is going to be out on Sunday as well. Steelers edge rusher T.J. Watt underwent surgery for a partially collapsed lung, a injury that occurred during a dry needling treatment at the facility this week. He's expected to play again this season, but he is going to be out for Sunday. The Jets are going to their third starting quarterback of the year. They're going to start undrafted free agent rookie Brady Cook out of Missouri. They're going to have injuries to both Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Falcons beat the Buccaneers by a point, 29-28. The Falcons now 5-9. Buccaneers fall to 7-7. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Cavaliers at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. College football, former Michigan head coach Sharon Moore has been charged with 3 crimes, 1 felony and 2 misdemeanors. And in hockey last night, the Hurricanes beat the Capitals 3-2 in a shootout. They're back in action tomorrow in Winnipeg. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Tough loss for the Capitals at home last night against the Carolina Hurricanes. They had a 2-1 win in the final minutes, moments after pulling their goalie, before they even really got set up 6-on-5. Carolina got a nice bounce, puck in front, scored a goal, and sent the game to overtime and then eventually a shootout. And the Caps, Danny, just aren't built for the shootout right now.
It's not what they do well. They do a lot of things well. That's not one of them. They're not a shootout team.
Post Evgeny Kuznetsov and TJ Oshie, shootouts have been very unkind to the Washington Capitals, although I did just read that they have had TJ Oshie now brought in to work with them on the shootouts.
As a consultant?
Consult. Who's around, and they should. He's in the building. I'm sure he's already been doing that. But
what experience do you have, TJ?
Right.
Doing shootouts.
Any highlights from Sochi you'd like to sit the boys
Any
down
sort
to
of
watch?
Olympic caliber achievements you'd like the people to look at?
Saw that the Commanders will be wearing white on white in the Meadowlands. I know you're not a uniform guy, so these conversations normally fall on deaf ears. But this is the very rare white on white game for Washington.
The double white look. I actually like that one. It reminds me of the Sean Taylor time where they had the white top, white bottom, but burgundy socks and the burgundy helmet. So it look pretty sharp.
I would like that if the white uniform wasn't so terrible.
Yes.
I'm not doing a bit. People are going to think I'm saying this for, a rise out of people or whatever.
Okay.
Who do you think of when you think of the white Commanders uniforms? I don't know why.
Like the current ones?
Yes.
Oh.
I don't know why it is, but the first guy I think of is Carson Wentz, which is very strange.
That's not a good association.
I'm pretty sure, I'd have to look this up, but I have to imagine that they started wearing it when Carson Wentz was their quarterback, and it was just like, the first game you tune in for, you see Carson Wentz out there, and he's the quarterback. Oh. But Terry's next on the list for me for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But Carson Wentz is the guy I think of when I think of that not actually burgundy, gradient, weird mesh-looking numbers. I hate that jersey. But the idea of white on white, like if they were wearing their
the
white
correct uniforms,
Redskins throwbacks that they've worn twice in Sunday Night Football with Seattle and Denver, with white pants, now we're talking. Yeah. Now you're cooking with grease.
Now you're in business.
That's Sean Taylor.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, in general, I think the monochrome color, I don't know if that's the right term, but like when it's, I just think it looks like a pajama set. I think every team looks dumb when you have the same color top as bottom. Especially when the Ravens do that, like all purple or all black. I just think it looks so stupid. And then when Washington does it too. But that one, for whatever reason, because you have enough accent that's not that color, it actually works for me a little bit better.
Let's go to Dan Quinn's press conference today. We've been trying to make sense each day of what he's saying and what it means, most importantly, for Jaden Daniels. Are we going to see him again, or are they shutting him down? So I take you back to Monday, where for the first time, I guess it was actually Wednesday for the first time, when they got back to practice, when he said that he wasn't willing to just go out and say Jaden will definitely come back. He was asked about Daniels, talked about we haven't had those conversations, and the tone really shifted from, he's obviously going to play against the Eagles, to, wow, maybe we have seen him for the last time this year. Today, we're back to talking about his health being the only thing that matters. I take that to mean a shutdown isn't being considered.
It's less likely, maybe.
If his health is all that matters, once he's healthy, then he's going to play. But that's not even the most interesting thing he said. The most interesting thing Dan Quinn said today was that Daniels, who we've been told would have gone back in the game on Sunday, is currently not cleared for contact. So he would have, after getting hurt, gone back in the game if they didn't, as a precautionary measure, keep him out of the game. But if you fast forward 5 days to Friday now, even though he didn't have some significant setback, even though he's not hurt, even though there's no real legitimate injury or anything here, there's no re-aggravation in terms of a dislocation, we're at a point where Jayden Daniels is not cleared for contact. This is Dan Quinn earlier today.
It was good to have him for practice for sure. When you're a young quarterback and young player, the growth is important, but we'll definitely let his health be the driving factor in that. And so he wasn't cleared for the contact portion, but he was able to get some reps and going through some things. So as we get through into the next week, I'll have a better sense. But it was good to get 3 days of practice. Obviously, for him, until things are fully, able to be himself, no restrictions, that's would be the driving factor. But I like the work. Continue to get the development, obviously with up and down from practice times, and when you can to get 3 days in a row of practice work, that's important.
I'm going to do my best to describe what I think's going on based on all the efforts I've made in the conversations with people over there and just reading tea leaves. But I have to first say, this is so convoluted and so confusing. And
Does anyone speak Dan Quinn? Did anyone go to school and speak Quinn?
I mean, every couple of days it changes, I feel like.
Yep. It's not hyperbolic either. It's exactly what happens. It's almost like a new now, I understand that this isn't like a guy coming back from surgery, 21-day practice window is opened, and you're sort of, kind of bound by certain parameters. This is a very fluid situation. So I understand rhetoric to a degree reflecting that, but not to this extreme. I mean, this is just we're in a Dan Brown novel. We're looking at clues, and we're looking at behind the Mona Lisa to try to figure out who's playing when and what the governing forces are, why something happened, why it didn't happen, and we're looking for clues, and there's no good answer. Because, and again, this sounds like I'm being critical, and at this point I'm not. I don't think they know yet, and that's what's coming through. Yesterday I thought they knew. Right now, I don't think they know what their plan is beyond the next couple of days. I think that's where they are, and the mysterious rhetoric, I think, is following that.
What I think is that Dan Quinn's trying to guide everybody into caring about what he wants them to. And so he answers in these vague ways about the things he doesn't want to talk about today, and it just leads to confusion. Here's what I mean. Today he wants it to be about the Giants. He wants the questions to be about Johnny Newton and Ben Sinnott and playing New York in the Meadowlands and Jackson Dart and Kafka's offense as opposed to Dable's offense. And so when Daniels comes up, he just kind of says the thing he has to say to get to the next answer. But when we're juxtaposing it, when we're reading it for what he says and doesn't say and parsing everything up in detail and stacking up the tape, so to speak, the audio next to every other answer you've given, well, you're not really prioritizing the answer. You don't care that much about what you're saying. You're just trying to get past it. Things don't add up because they're inconsistent. But here is what I actually think is going on, best I can tell. On Sunday, he was obviously cleared for contact. He played in a football game. They felt like there was 99% chance that nothing could happen to the elbow that would be particularly damaging, unless he fell directly on the elbow being dropped from a lifeguard stand, which is essentially what happened after he's chasing down an interception. So to their credit, there was a very small, slim chance that he could have had the injury, whatever we're going to call it, the pain, leaving the game, the issue take place that did.
Right.
So I'm not going to fault them for that per se, but it happened. He comes to the sideline. In game, what happens is they test for internal damage. They make sure that the ligaments and all those things are good. They make sure everything is structurally sound. And then they do what they call these movement tests. Like, can you brace yourself without immense pain? Can you stiff arm someone? Like all that stuff in the blue tent. And the range of motion stuff, he passes it all. So what we're dealing with then is a pain threshold issue. You didn't re-injure anything and severely. You're okay to continue to play. You got all the adrenaline in the world going right now. You can go back in there. And that's where I've been saying, and I think Dan Quinn has been saying, look, if this is somebody else, if it's a different situation, if it's Mariota, he goes back in, he finishes the game. As is normally the case, this is not specific to this injury with Daniels. Game day adrenaline wears off overnight. Think about any kind of injury. We were actually, this is funny, we were in Minnesota, and one of our buddies, when we're playing football on the field in the dome, Ibby, he rolls his ankle. I throw it to the sideline, and he's trying to make a catch and toe tap, and he rolls his ankle. that night, initially, it was like getting better as I think we went to the basketball game or whatever. By the next day.
And he was walking around. Didn't feel great, but he was walking, yeah.
The next day, he could barely walk, and he lifts up his jeans to show me. And his ankle is the size of a bowling ball, and it's purple.
Yep.
Like, that's what happened in that time. So to that point with Jaden Daniels, there was probably some swelling, some discomfort, and what was just pain became whatever else. And so I think now, not that anything structurally happened, but the same training staff is looking at this going, well, wait a second. He's in pain. He's sore. There's a little bit of swelling. We're not going to clear him for contact today. And that's where we are now. So I can see how we got here from he could have gone back in the game Sunday. It's just the overall inconsistency of Dan Quinn's answers that's driving me crazy, where one day it seems like you're not shutting him down and playing matters. The next time you talk, well, we're leaving open the possibility to shut him down. Then today you're saying the only thing that's going to matter is his health, and if he's cleared to play next week and he's fully healthy, then we're going to give him a go. Just pick a lane, man. Just drive in one lane. That's all I'm asking. Either it's about his health or it's the record matters or whatever, but you can't straddle both.
Right. I think your hypothesis, what do you want to call it? Explanation, your theory, that all makes sense to me. Here's the part that doesn't jive, and this isn't a you reflection, this is a me reflection. If there's just a little bit of swelling or some discomfort, why are we ruling him out on Wednesday unless there's something else afoot? That's my sticking point here, is we now know he can't do it. Period. This week, there was no chance that some swelling would go down because it's a bump or it's a bruise or whatever. If that's the case, then it's more severe than he could have gone back in the game, probably. Or further test give us more truth here, or something. There's an increase in severity that took place at some point if you're ruling him out on Wednesday. If it's, hey, if he gave an explanation just like you just said, where we thought he was good. He came back after we took a flight home, and he slept and came back in. It was much stiffer and sore. Adrenaline wears off. It's swollen, sore. We're going to see how he is throughout the week. That jives, but no way. He's out. He's not cleared for anything. On Wednesday, or the earliest you could do it, that's the part to me I'm going, something doesn't add up here. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part where I cannot get past. If it was a true closer to game time decision, we'll see how he responds to the treatment. We'll see what's going on. Opening the door, we reserve the right to rule him out just out of abundance of caution, et cetera. That would make perfect sense to me.
So but they did the thing I've been begging him to do every week, though, which is stop with the dog and pony show.
Which is do it early.
So I'm not going to, scream at them. I can't scream at them when they don't do it and then scream at them when they do. I get what you're saying. It is odd, if it's not that serious, that you would have ruled him out on Wednesday. But this is what I have been asking them to do all along. Is stop with this every single day dog and pony show. When you know, you know. You're saying they shouldn't have known, so I guess it's a little bit different, and maybe that's true. But that's where I think actually is, here's a conspiracy theory for you. Meadowlands Turf's a factor.
Yeah. Now let me clarify one thing. I don't think I'm being critical of them for this part of it. I'm just sitting here going, I saw you said that, I saw you said that, and then there's this one big gap that I can't fill in.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying I'm not taking issue with it, because this is actually my preferred way of doing it.
If I had on a binary, I would too. I want less willy-won't-y, and I just want to know right away. But I'm kind of going, that's the only part of this to me that doesn't match up with everything else that's going on. And
if it's a very minor thing about some soreness and some swelling, then you shouldn't know on Wednesday that there's no way. In other words, last week he was not cleared for contact on Wednesday, if you remember. In fact, as of sitting here right now on Friday, it was the first time he got cleared for contact. But they didn't rule him out all week. They waited until he got cleared for contact.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds to me like his elbow is closer to where it was going into the Broncos game that week when they ruled him out early than it is going into the Vikings game. I think going into the Vikings game, there wasn't really swelling, there wasn't a whole lot of soreness, and they just hadn't cleared him yet, whereas this is now back to the Denver week, which would leave open the possibility of the Eagles unless they just shut him down, which Wednesday it sounded like they were considering. Today, less so. So your guess is as good as ours. If it sounds frustrating, know that it is, because we have no idea what's going on. I want to play a little Is It Weird? I've got an Is It Weird for you next, Andy.
Oh, I want it.
Something to do with the holiday season that I realized about myself, and I want to know if I'm in the minority on this. We are going to do that next, live from Fairfax, where we're at Kraft House. We'll be here from 2 to 6:30 today. Come on out and hang with us in Fairfax Corner. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. live from Craft House in Fairfax at Fairfax Corner. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. If you haven't been out here, come on out today and kick it with us. They got great food and drinks, good specials, and just a good place to watch sport, hang out, talk ball, get ready for Week 15 in the NFL. Ben Standig was out in Ashburn today. We'll try to get him to speak Dan Quinn for us at 3 o'clock. What is going on with Jaden Daniels? And does it give them a chance to beat the New York Giants? They're only 2.5-point dogs. They're trying to add a fourth win to the resume here. They've lost 8 in a row. If they don't beat the Giants, they might lose 12 straight down the stretch. That's so hard to do.
It's on the table.
And if you lose 12 straight, speaking of on the table, everything should be. I mean, I'm of the belief that after the NFC Championship game berth last year, you can't blow out the head coach, but people have been fired for a lot less, man. So we'll talk to Ben Standig about that on G&D in about 10 minutes. It is time right now, though, for a little Is It Weird? Something I've been realizing about myself, and I wanted to take the temperature of the show. So, Danny, I realized this.
Uh-huh.
My wife has been wrapping presents each evening, like as we get closer and closer to Christmas. And so we've got a couple of presents already under one of the trees that are going to a niece or a nephew. We've got a pile of presents. I'm not even really sure what they are.
Sure.
In the corner of the house that's going probably to my mom or her mom or something. And it dawned on me that each time I see them, I'm a little bit bothered. And what I've realized is I've always wrapped all the presents that I'm going to give out like on Christmas Eve or closer to Christmas, essentially. And she is let's wrap them as we go, let's label them, and figure out what's what. I want to do all the wrapping on Christmas Eve night. I don't want to work ahead on this. I like sitting there watching some Christmas movie on December 24th at 11 p.m. or whatever, and just getting after it, getting the tape, getting the scissors, getting the wrapping paper. Forever I'm sitting on the floor. Now I'm too old and too big and too uncomfortable to do that. So we'll probably have like a table set up with a chair or something.
Sure.
But just generally, Danny, I think I am a wait until Christmas Eve to wrap the presents guy.
I don't think it's weird at all. I think it's less practical, but that's not the issue. This isn't a holiday of practicality.
Right.
So for me,
do you wrap any presents?
I've tried, and I'm so terrible at it that it's taken right out of my hands. I'm
going to ask this a different way.
It would be worse if you got the gift from me.
Will you wrap under one half of a present this December?
Under.
You don't wrap a single thing?
No. I mean, I put things in envelopes. I can manage that. I'm just so awful at
if
wrapping.
You're bringing in presents for the producers, the wife's wrapping them.
Yeah.
Which
I do every year. I mean, I bring in the stuff every year.
Your dad.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So really, I'm asking the wrong guy.
Right, but I would participate in it. But it's like you hand somebody this thing, you're like, thanks. It could be the greatest. I give my 7-year-old a PS5, but it would be the worst wrapper of all time. And be like, ew. You know what I mean? But here's the point.
But you could put it in a bag with paper.
Yeah,
if
which
you
I've done.
really wanted to.
Oh, I've done that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't count that as wrapping. I count that as putting it in the bag with paper.
Will you do that? Under one half of a bag with paper?
Over. I do way over that.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you just won't wrap a present and put a bow on it?
I can't wrap things and put bows on them. People do the thing where they put their finger down and they're wrapping this deal and their angles are perfect. I can't do any of it. It's geometry beats art, and I suck at both. But let me finish my little spiel here.
Yeah.
I think you have the benefit of your kids still going to bed early enough where that would be practical, where you could do that. Whereas those of us whose kids are a little bit older, when they're up until like 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 10:45, on Christmas Eve because they're all excited, waiting for them to go to bed and then sitting down to wrap the presents where they can't be in the way because something might be for them, you just can't do it. We have to wrap as we go. We just have to.
Look, I mean, Santa's going to be bringing most of the presents anyway, so I don't have to worry as much about my kids specifically, obviously. I'm only really wrapping for, like, when we see her siblings or aunt, uncle, or whatever. And I'm saying, like, yeah, if I have 7 hours of wrapping to do, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to start 10 p.m. Christmas Eve. And maybe that's her point. If I think that's making up a number, but, like, maybe I'm just not quite aware of how many presents we've got. Like 56 presents to give out over 4 gatherings over 2 weeks. We're not going to do 56 presents in one sitting. I guess in the same way that I hate when people walk through the snow in my yard because I want that what I would call virgin snow.
Yeah, that
if you
pristine
will.
sheet.
Yes, that sheet of snow with no footprints, just beautiful, scenic. If you were to step on my porch and ruin my snow, I'm mad at you for like an extended period of time. Like if Toby did that tomorrow, I will think about it in 3 years. You see what I'm saying? That you might say is weird.
It's a little aggressive, isn't it?
Somewhat.
Isn't it a little aggressive?
But I just have some holiday proclivities.
What if somebody was bringing you mail or a package or like a present, and they like have to come to your house?
So
you're now mad at them for
like,
being on your
the
walk?
stick aside would be I'm always going to shovel my sidewalk.
Oh,
my,
I see. Okay.
My,
You're talking about the yard proper.
I'm talking about the yard itself.
Mm-hmm.
Stay out of the yard. Let's keep the yard beautiful and clean. And I want to know basically that this is like a sheet on a bed.
Okay.
And right there next to that, as far as things that just get me in a good mood around the holidays, it's that Christmas Eve wrapping session. And if all the presents are wrapped, what are we doing here?
Just enjoying each other's company. A little hot cocoa.
No.
Why?
No. I don't want to do that.
What's wrong with that?
Doesn't sound that fun to me.
It sounds perfect. You're relaxing. There's no relaxing during Christmas. It's all effort. It's go.
Exactly.
See this family, see that group. We're driving here, this party, this outfit, this present,
Danny
this
loves
return.
Christmas.
Yeah, you're doing stuff. I do. It's wonderful.
Dad, you missed a great opportunity for the Grinch theme.
But we're signing up for it, right? And it's the right thing to do. And to be able to put your feet up, oh, it's the best.
Ben Standing on the Commanders from Ashburn next on G&D.
Commanders are going to be without Jaden Daniels on Sunday as they look to snap an 8-game losing streak when they take on the Giants. Dan Quinn saying earlier today that he has not been cleared for contact. Other injuries around the league. Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is out. Saints running back Alvin Kamara is going to be out. Jets will be starting undrafted free agent quarterback Brady Cook from Missouri. They're dealing with injuries to Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. Scary situation for Steelers edge rusher T.J. Watt. He underwent surgery for a partially collapsed lung. Injury occurred during a dry needling treatment at the facility. He is expected to play again this season, but he is out for Sunday. College football. Former Michigan head coach Sharon Moore has been charged with 3 crimes. NBA, Wizards taking on the Cavaliers tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Last night at Capital One Arena on the ice, the Capitals fell to the Hurricanes 3-2 in a shootout. They're back in action tomorrow in Winnipeg. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Friday field trip. The show is live today out and about in Fairfax. At Fairfax Corner, we are at the Craft House Fairfax location. We'll be here until 6:30. Come on out and hang with us on G&D. The show is brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They are exclusive show sponsor, and they take good care of us, including when they took us to Minneapolis, put us up in a hotel, and sent us to watch the Commanders and the Vikings 7 rows from the field. They're going to take care of you as well. They'll get your last will and testament squared away. They'll set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. So go schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now, let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome onto the show Ben Standig, who, when he is not trying to work out Orioles-Nats trades for Mackenzie Gore with me, he covers the Commanders as Substack Standig. Last Man Standig is his Substack. Does a good job covering the team. Ben, we appreciate the time. I want to start with Dan Quinn on Jaden Daniels. Have you found his last 10 or so days answering questions about Daniels, a shutdown, if he's playing or not, as convoluted as we have?
Yeah, I think that's a completely fair assessment. I think as I've been trying to assess everything that's gone on since the moment Jaden Daniels' elbow slammed into the ground in Minnesota, I feel like maybe their collective brains have sort of broken a little bit. Like in that exact moment, right? You're down 14-0. The quarterback throws a pick. They're running up the field possibly for a touchdown. The quarterback gets knocked to the ground, and then like in that moment, like everything was just like, oh my God, this really is chaos. We cannot escape any of these problems. And it felt from that moment like it's been not making a lot of sense from, when Denny says he could have gone back into play, but then he's sore and then he's ruled out. Now he's not cleared for contact, and the answers have been all over the place. I imagine they kind of just don't know what to do. I'm sure Dan Quinn, even though I asked him the other day, how much did the Seattle game, what happened there with the injury, did that factor into what occurred here? And he said it didn't. But then I was like, okay, cool, but it's 17-0 in the third quarter. If you said he could go back in, isn't that still like a spot you would use the guy? And I think we all understood, right? It didn't feel like 17-0. That's what he said, and I agree. But you don't expect the coach to say that, and I get them wanting to just protect Jaden, and I feel like that's kind of where they're at. Like they're trying to figure out how to make it look like we need to protect him, but not act like he's hurt, if that makes sense. Like how do you not have him play, but then you want him to play? It's all very confusing at this point.
Yeah, Ben, I took Spanish in high school. I wish there was a class in Dan Quinn. I might better be able to understand it. At this point, you said something, though, that I think is kind of a key thing that I want to double-click on. I don't think they know. And what I mean is I don't think they know what the plan is beyond this week. I think they're kind of going, okay, yeah, we're just going to rule him out, even though it sounds like he might have been able to recover and play this weekend. They're just sort of saying, let's just get ahead of it and shut him down. I don't think they know what the plan is at this point. Is that the sense you have?
Yeah, no, for sure. Look, I think obviously they're at the end of the day, they want to protect the player because, we all understand how important Jaden Daniels is. So they say, hey, look, we think he needs to play because these games are important for a young quarterback's development. I know I heard you two discuss it the other day, and you guys have different takes on it, and so be it. But that's their stance. Then he gets hurt, and again, it feels like, well, now what do we do? We still think he should be playing, but we're all now scared that we're going to put him back out there, and then the next time he gets hit, it's going to be worse. But then simultaneously, we can't be coaching scared to have this kid because he's going to get hurt at some point, whether it's now or later. So what do we do? And I do feel like they don't quite know what to make here. It would almost be easier if the doctor said, hey, he needs 3 weeks to rest, and then cool, then he shut down, versus maybe he can play, maybe he can't. And it does feel like they're stuck not knowing quite what to do here.
Ben Standing covers the Commanders, last man standing, joining us on Grant and Danny. Do you think he plays next week?
I don't know. I mean, I'll say yes, but I don't say it with a lot of conviction. I just say yes because...
Let me ask you this as a caveat. Does this weekend matter? Like, I would say if Terry or somebody, Debo's unavailable next week via injury or something, that would absolutely be a factor. But let's say everybody stays healthy and they just lose and don't look good. Do you think that matters?
I mean, I think it could. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the whole point of this is for him to be in a good situation. You know, you have as many pieces around you as possible where, injury aside, he can go out there and do what he does without limitations from what's around him. You know, if it's no disrespect to the Chris Moores of the world, but if that's what you're looking at receiver, or somehow the offensive line is now dealing with backups, yeah, hard pass. We'll see you in a few months. But if it's everybody else is out there, obviously they lose Zach Ertz. But if the rest of the group is there that we saw last week, I would think you go out and play. And even if they go out and get smoked this week against the Giants, which would be a whole other story, I don't know. I guess if he gets smoked by the Giants, that would be pretty horrendous. But yeah, I don't know that this game matters other than just the who's on the field whenever he would be able to come back.
Ben Standing with us here on G&D. So the larger point, kind of referencing your column from the other day, Ben, as it sort of applies to this situation, like how alarmed should we be that they now, because again, I'm working off your previous theory from this call, where you're like, I think it broke their brain when he fell down and hurt and like bumped his elbow again, right? If they're now as concerned as panicked fan Danny Rouhier, how concerned should we be in kind of mirroring them?
Well, that's kind of my point. What I wrote earlier this week was kind of to say, everybody, hey, calm down a little bit. He's going to have to go back out there and get hit at some point if he is cleared to play. That's the whole premise here. Everybody's working from that same notion. He's got to be cleared to play and not playing through something. So, assuming that's the case, then these games I do think matter, and he needs to go out there. You know, this has not been a great year, but if and that's sort of the rational thinking. I get where people are coming from emotionally. But if they are now sort of in that space of, boy, we just can't justify him going out there, yeah, I don't think that's a great place to be operating from. Look, I would imagine at the end of the day, they, just like those of us who have to talk about this, are waiting for the next 4 weeks to fly by, because this has obviously gone as wrong as it possibly could. And we can talk all we want about it. It's cool that we get to see Ben Sinnott play, or maybe Jordan McGee plays more or whatever, and that's fine. But, the bigger picture stuff can't end here soon enough. So I think they may still want to hypothetically put him out there, but it does feel like there's now more, I don't know, scared maybe is too harsh, but there's more apprehension now because of the injury and what that would mean. And even though they all say they don't pay attention to what I write or what you guys say and all that kind of stuff, it is a part of it is what's driving the conversation, and that can't be ignored completely. And I'm sure they're well aware of how people would freak the you-know-what out if he got hurt for real.
Ben, which side, if you had to pick one, would you be on? Dan Quinn changed the culture and got this team to the NFC title game in year one, so you can't possibly consider moving on from him after year two. Or 12 straight losses to end a season is ridiculous, and that should absolutely be a conversation, whether it happens or not. Like, it is a fair thing to say that if you lose 12 straight games by more points than anybody ever has in the 12-game losing streak, and you've been blown out as often as they have, that it's perfectly reasonable to talk about whether or not this is something they want to continue to do. Like, pick one of those two camps.
Yeah, so I did a mailbag today for my Substack, and one question that keeps coming up over and over is, hey, is anybody in trouble here? Do we think there's going to be big changes, head coach, GM, what have you? And I'm generally of the opinion, no, I don't think so. But I'm also of the opinion, ending the year with 12 consecutive losses, and we know right now 5 of the 8 losses have been blowouts. That is a bad look, because it's either, we know about the injuries, of course, but it brings into question other things. Is this coaching staff, did they, maybe lose the locker room? It sort of brings the wrong sense, but how could you be this bad? I mean, other teams, the Giants, who they're going to be playing, they've had some bad losses. They've also had a lot of games where they were winning by, substantial points, only to blow it late, which is different than what these guys are doing. And so I wanted to look and see what historically does that look like. So in the history of this century, there's been roughly 38 instances of teams having lost 10-game losing streaks or more. Of those 38, roughly 24 have been bottled within one season. And of those scenarios, roughly 63% of the coaches got fired in season or at the end of the season. Now, of course, a lot of these teams did not just go from the NFC Championship game the year prior, and that's where it gets confusing. I think I would ultimately still lean towards that we saw when healthy that this group was a huge winner, and that Jayden Daniels, when healthy, might be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And this year, none of that has occurred, and so I would probably lean towards giving it a pass and therefore look more towards that what happened last year than this year. But you lose 12 in a row, and if they do have more of these blowouts, I don't know how you don't have a conversation, and whether that conversation is about Dan Quinn himself, other members of the coaching staff, flat out, blowing up the roster and really rebuilding, whatever it is, something has to give. But I think at the moment I would say, hey, if things went great last year, can we get healthy? What does it look like? And that's why it's a bummer, I think, that Jayden may not play the rest of this year, because that's the one thing that could provide some salvation. If he goes out there and the offense looks pretty good, okay, this year was a blip, but we may not be getting that the rest of this year. That's where it hurts. But I guess I would lean towards last year as opposed to this year leading my thoughts.
Well, the reason I ask, and I guess to double click on it, is yesterday in the show meeting, I've been kind of against the idea of us even talking about if Dan Quinn's job should be on the line at the end of the year because of the NFC title game last year. And even with callers, I've always kind of said essentially, dude, he got him to the NFC title game in year one. He's not going anywhere. But I kind of had this epiphany yesterday when we were talking, you lose 12 games in a row. That's never happened in my life. That's not a thing that happens. Yeah, it's absolutely a reasonable thing to say that, maybe they should do something. So I guess that's my question. Is it fair? We've actively not done it, but my point is, if they lose to the Giants, they're probably going to lose out. They very well could lose 12 in a row. I think it's okay next week for us to say, is this something that should be a consideration? Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, well, you and I must be on some sort of mind meld, because I've been of the same deal. I'm like, oh, come on, stop it. We're not going to have that conversation. But I have been in the back of my head thinking, well, wait a minute, when are they going to win again? And because it's not just, it's not just that they're losing. Obviously, they have the 2 overtime games, but by and large, they've been getting blown out. And that's what led me to say, okay, what does it look like? What is the norm here when teams have these terrible losing streaks? And again, it's teams like the Jets and the Browns and some of these other scenarios that, the teams that went 0-16 or just had horrendous records, and they did it for multiple years, and that led to the coaches getting dumped, or some guys go in for 1 year and they just show that they're just overmatched. That's not the case here. But yeah, I don't know how you don't have to have conversations. I think the one thing that would tell me to lean towards they probably won't do much is Josh Harris, based on his other teams, seems to be a guy who's willing to be patient. This was a guy who greenlit the process so the 76ers were losing as many games as humanly possible for years in the name of getting better draft picks, et cetera. Obviously, it's not the exact same thing here, and these guys already have a quarterback, so it's not the same urgency to lose the way maybe it was in 2023. But yeah, I think you have to have I think it's more in play if they lose 12 in a row than I would have said, even a few days ago.
Okay, I'm a chomping at the bit to ask this for a couple of days. Here it is, all right, based on what you guys are just talking about. Here's where I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. And I also want to make sure that everyone understands I am not advocating for this, okay? I don't know what I don't know. But here's my point. If they lose or if they win this weekend and then lose out, we're like, they didn't lose 12 in a row. They still went 1-11 down the stretch, and their only win might have been against the worst team in football. You know what I mean? Like the team that's picking first in the draft, and if they eke out a W with the backup quarterback and a bunch of also-rans that are all going to be expelled from here, they win a game. It's so empty to me. That shouldn't change the conversation about the coach or anybody being eligible to be fired or not. Like, to me, the tripwire has been tripped, and we're deciding how far down the that we need to get to for the conversation. My point is we already should be there having that conversation, whether it's the right thing to do or not. The idea that, if they salvage a game or two against Dallas or they beat New York, literally the team picking first, why are we acting like that's any kind of an accomplishment? 12 straight's a disaster. So is this.
I can't say that that's a wrong view. Like, look, let's put it this way. They've got 3 wins right now.
Yeah.
2 of the wins were against the Giants and the Raiders, who might be the 2 worst teams in the league. And the other one, look, obviously the Chargers looks like they're going to probably make the playoffs or at least be close. But they were catching them at a point where they had just lost to the Giants the week before. They were clearly going through something. So they don't have a win this year where you're like, wow, that was for a team that's like legitimate. If they'd beaten Denver, right, that would have been, okay, well, that was a pretty good win. I think my only caveat to what you're saying would be, if you look at it from the Miami game on, again, Miami not necessarily very good, though. They've been playing better, but okay, that game went to overtime. Denver, the 1 seed, that game went to overtime. If you beat the Giants, right, so in a 3 out of 4 game stretch, they will have had 2 overtimes and a win. Don't get me wrong, I'm not remotely saying that they look like they're a team on the rise, but it does show
point taken.
Some sign of growth. And, from there, look, I don't know what happens with Philly and Dallas. On paper, Philly and Dallas should probably win. I wouldn't disagree with you. But if they were to lose, but it's, more in the vein of the Dolphins-Broncos game, I think that's why last week was so disheartening. It's like, okay, I think we're accepting the fact that the season's over, obviously, but, okay, maybe they're showing some growth. And then to just get absolutely, steamrolled like that, well, and the quarterback gets hurt, it's like, oh, man, this really is happening. I think, at least for me, maybe that's why I've been thinking about the 12 losses in a row for a bit, but I still would, in my head, think, well, they'll win something here. Like, this is not going to really continue. It's not going to keep getting blown out. Oh, wait, really? They might? Oh, no. Well, so I think that's for me why maybe it's where I've come to this point. And, again, I don't disagree with what you're saying. You lose 4 in a row like they did by 20-something points. What the heck is happening?
Ben Standig on G&D. Yeah, and I would point to the Falcons game last night. I personally think Raheem Morris has had a rough go of it and could get fired in Atlanta. But the chances of him getting fired went down, even if only a little bit, last night because they showed, coming back from down 14 in the fourth quarter, the week they're eliminated from the playoffs, they're still buying in. They're still invested. Like, they could have rolled over and lost. And I get that that's something fans sometimes roll their eyes about. But I watched that game, and I'm like, okay, he hasn't completely lost that team if they're playing their butts off and coming back to win in the second half. Whereas, to me, there's a big difference between if Washington is still competing and winning football games and if they were to go to the Meadowlands and lose by 11 and then they were to get blown out a couple more times. If they win once, if they're in 3 more games, that tells me that they still have control of this thing from the top down, that the players actually do care to salvage this for these people that are their bosses.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, look, if we can be realistic, here's the ideal scenario. They lose the next 4 games by 3 points each, right? Because then they were competitive, they did a better job, but they're maintaining as high a draft pick as possible because, as we know, they only have a first and a third next year, no second and fourth. They're going to need as many picks as they can to help rebuild this thing, trading down in the first round. I'm sure we're all going to advocate for that to some degree. But the higher the pick, the better haul you can, in theory, get. But if you win one game, based on how the standings are, that might bump you up all the way up to, you may drop several spots, right? So it's a weird balance. They don't need to lose, quote unquote, tank, because the way they maybe did a couple years ago, because they have the quarterback. But that's what's weird. So, beating the Giants and then getting smoked by 30 points in the other games probably is not really helping anybody. But if they are able to be, if they look professional, functional, the way they did against Denver, essentially, and to some degree against Miami, and they still lose, I think that's okay. So yeah, I agree with you, Danny. It's not like the one win changes everything. It's more like how do they look. But again, like oddly, if you beat the Giants, you're probably actually hurting your bigger picture cause. But this is where they are right now.
Yeah, this is where they are. Give me your prediction.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, both of these teams are obviously, I thought the same thing last week. Both teams are probably looking at the other one thinking, hey, this is our get-right game. Obviously, for Minnesota, it worked out perfectly. The Giants, like Washington's had a bunch of injuries. We know they have a really good defensive front, and Jackson Dart's an interesting young quarterback, but I don't know. Are they going to do too much? I'll say this. I think if they can get the lead in the second half, Washington, that is, then maybe this is the game where Chris Rodriguez gets the ball more in the second half. The Giants are basically the worst run defense in the league. And I think part of the reason why he's not been getting the ball is in the second half that people want because they keep losing, and he has one catch on 2 targets this year. He's not a factor in the passing game, so they take him out. If they can get the lead, you can lean on him. That's going to help Mariota. So I'll go Washington 27-24 with absolutely no conviction behind anything I just said.
Ben, thank you, buddy. We'll send people to Substack Standig, Last Man Standing for more Commanders content. We appreciate you.
You guys rock. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
See you, brother.
All right, be good. We are live on this Football Friday, and it's a field trip Friday at Kraft House in Fairfax, over in Fairfax Corner. We're going to be here until 6:30. If you are getting out of the office, if you are done for the weekend, you want to talk some football going into Week 15, we are here for you on G&D. This is The Fan. The Commanders are going to be without Jaden Daniels on Sunday. He has not been cleared for contact. The Commanders looking to snap an 8-game losing streak. Other injuries around the league. Steelers edge rusher TJ Watt underwent surgery on a partially collapsed lung. The injury occurred during a dry needling treatment at the facility this week. He is expected to play again this season, but he has been ruled out for Monday Night Football. Bengals are going to be without wide receiver T. Higgins on Sunday. The Saints will be without running back Alvin Kamara on Sunday. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Falcons beat the Buccaneers on a walk-off field goal by former Commanders kicker Zane Gonzalez. They won 29-28. The Falcons are now 5-9. The Buccaneers fall to 7-7. College football. Former Michigan head coach Sharon Moore was charged with 3 crimes, 1 felony, and 2 misdemeanors. NBA, the Wizards taking on the Cavaliers tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off near the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, live from Fairfax and Craft House, where we're hanging out until 6:30 today. Come on out and get ready for another weekend of football and for the Commanders and the Giants. Week 15 action from the Meadowlands with us today over the next still 3 hours. We'll be out here today. Good food, good drink, and plenty of listeners to kick it with. This Sharon Moore story, the former Michigan head coach who's been not only fired, whose career has completely come apart at the seams, but who has now not only been arrested but charged with felonies, is one of the most stunning 48-hour news cycles in sports I can remember.
Wild doesn't begin to cover it.
This is made for a movie, like one of those scary Lifetime kind of movies or something. So many of you have heard some of the details, but I'm going to take people through the timeline here. Sharon Moore takes over for Jim Harbaugh when Harbaugh, even initially, when he got suspended, remember, and couldn't coach.
That's right.
Sharon Moore was the coach on that afternoon, former O-line coach who had been his right-hand man. Post-game speech, he's yelling about how much I love Jim Harbaugh, and he's got tears coming down his face. It was great television. He's yelling, cursing about Jim Harbaugh, being a victim, basically. So he gets the job when Harbaugh leaves Michigan to go back to the NFL. He has $12 million still left on his deal. He's a high-paid, respected head coach in college football at a power program that was a national championship contender. That was kind of the extent of it up until this past week. I guess some of these things were floating on dark corners of the web that I didn't know about, that these rumors have been out there from people that have no real following or no credibility online, but had heard little rumblings or whatever. But here's basically what happened. According to the Wall Street Journal on Friday, Michigan received a tip in October that Moore had been in a relationship with a staffer, though both Moore himself and the woman, the staffer, denied the relationship during the Michigan investigation. So they come to both of them and they go, hey, we're hearing you guys are in a relationship. Now this was, the way I've seen it and understood it, initially a staffer that was not directly tied to Moore, but then eventually became his personal assistant somewhere along the way. So there's videos of them like on the field before a game where they're talking, and she is like his assistant. Presumably when Sharon Moore, who's married with 3 kids, when his wife calls to tell him something at his office, like this lady answers and takes the notes down and then says, yeah, we'll have Sharon call you back, Betsy, or whatever the wife's name is. So the school then couldn't kind of crack the case. They're saying, no, we're not in a relationship. So they decide to hire an outside law firm to further investigate this supposed relationship. Clearly, I'm sure some people had some wonder, you know what I mean, when they're seeing how closely these people work together. On Wednesday, according to the same story in the Wall Street Journal, this woman tells this firm, the third-party firm hired to do this investigation, that she actually had been having a relationship with Moore for nearly 2 years, until 2024, and that there were emails, texts, and phone records that prove it. So basically there was this multi-year relationship. Whether it was still going until recently or not, I guess, is TBD, but she's alleging that it was cut off sometime last calendar year. Fast forward to a couple of days ago, on Wednesday afternoon, he's fired by Michigan, and they come out saying it was an inappropriate relationship. That's all we knew. So he got into a relationship, had this affair with this staffer. Michigan has cracked the case through this third party, and they are firing Sharon Moore. That's just the beginning of the story, though.
That's the tip of the iceberg.
That's kind of what normally happens in these situations. Coach goes outside of his marriage, does something to break the rules. Terrible situation. You feel awful for the wife and the kids. This guy acted like an ass. This is a bad deal. And now he's going to be fired, and he'll get another job as an O-line coach somewhere in some, non-P5 conference, P4 conference now, next year or two, right? Friday, yesterday, or I guess yesterday afternoon, rather, we start to get some details about him going to the home of the staffer. And he was charged this morning with third-degree home invasion, stalking, and breaking and entering. So what happened was, hours after he got fired, for cause, meaning the $12 million Michigan still owes him, he doesn't get. After the school had said it had found evidence of this inappropriate relationship with this staffer, he is, allegedly, blowing up her phone with texts and calls. You're ruining my life. You weren't supposed to say that this was happening. These are the allegations, that he's now verbally attacking her and saying, how dare you, this was our secret, whatever. He goes to her apartment, and that's where the home invasion charge takes place, where he breaks in, supposedly. Felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Because there was a hearing and an arraignment already, we've got some details on what happened in that apartment that came out today. The prosecutor says that Moore and the victim, who called police right away as he was trying to get into the house on Wednesday, supposedly, had this intimate relationship for several years. Quote, our victim broke up with the defendant on Monday morning. So remember, she had told the investigators 2024.
Right.
This now says, my victim broke up with the defendant on Monday, which is 2 days before he got fired. She presented herself to the school and corroborated the fact that they had a relationship. So in Moore's eyes, I guess, this is what led to his firing, $12 million that he's not going to get. And maybe most importantly, I don't know where his priorities are, his wife, his kids, God knows what's happening with his family. The prosecutor said Moore grabbed butter knives and kitchen scissors at the woman's house, threatens to take his own life, and that his blood is going to be on the hands of this woman who he had this relationship with, saying, quote, you ruined my life. What a insane
Unbelievable.
2 days. So he is fired from Michigan, breaks into the woman's house, ends up basically threatening to take his own life. He ends up getting sent for a psychological evaluation. He is behind bars as we speak, and he's been charged with multiple felonies and could do years in prison.
What a stunning 72 hours, right? I don't have a better way to put it than that. One of the dream jobs in college sports. Right? Yeah, there's high expectation. There's a lot of, weight that comes with that. You got to beat Ohio State, and you got to finish better than they have recently in the Big Ten. But goodness gracious, you take that, and descend into a place worse off than just about anybody else. You have the privileged position, the best job probably in the state of Michigan, certainly, right? The highest paid state employee, I would wager, is the head coach of Michigan. You take that, the fame, the fortune, everything that comes with it. And within a fortnight or whatever, once the first leak of impropriety happens, I guess back in October, you're now not only out of a gig, which has happened. Coaching scandal is nothing new, and especially in college sports. We've seen that from the stuff that now seems kind of funny, paying recruits, which now we laugh, guys that were blackballed forever, college basketball, college football, for improper benefits for recruits. Now that's over. But whether it's an improper relationship, which has happened, certainly things happen under your charge that are disgraceful, and you get blamed for that. You can think of every coach that I'm probably talking about. So that's not, as you said, the end all be all, right? He would probably end up getting bumped down several levels. Some program that's trying to make a name for itself and get some attention could bring him in, a D1 AA school or some small middle of nowhere school, et cetera, and you could rebuild. Someone like Rick Pitino has over the last, several years since his scandals, et cetera. That could happen. You go from that to jail time, prison sentence, all allegedly, potentially, whatever I'm supposed to say, but it descended from you leave the current job that's great in disgrace, have a chance at a 2.0 to now, that's it, man. Like, that's who you are.
What a maniacal, made-for-TV, horrifying thing
Insane.
this is. Like Glenn Close style. Like, dude,
yep.
What are you doing?
Yep.
Wake up and smell the roses here at some point. First of all, a little accountability whenever you're prepared. How much does he preach accountability, do you think, to his team?
I bet you it comes up.
And you're out here, harassing and yelling at this. It took two to tango, my friend. She's not the one married with 3 kids, by the way. And I'm not saying she doesn't know that or that, she's not involved in this too, but there's 2 people here, my friend. But assuming what we know right now, the allegations, the reports, what we're seeing based on the arraignment is all true, what a fraud this guy was in every way. As the leader teaching boys to be men at Michigan and as a husband and a dad and everything else. And that part's not my business, but this is a crazy, crazy story. Like, sadly, it's not the first time that a coach is getting fired for an improper relationship. That has happened. In fact, in Michigan, in college, in the Big Ten, that has happened, right? I hate to say it the way I'm about to, but, like, that's normal stuff in sport and in college sport.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be, and it's not like
No,
all the
but
time.
it's within the not the range of acceptability, but the range of normal news. We're like, hey, that's bad. I've seen that before.
Exactly.
Right?
That's a better way to put it. And with Sharon Moore, maybe it's surprising because people are like, really, him? You never really know. I mean, it's not like people are walking around with a sign on their head saying, hey, I'm having an affair with this person that's my executive assistant or whatever. But when you hear that, you go, oh, I remember when that coach did this. I remember when that happened at this program. It has happened before. What never seems to happen after that is the guy ends up taking knives out of drawers, butter knives, by the way, which not to say that that's an important part of this story, but, I mean, what kind of state of mind is he? He's just looking for butter knives and scissors? What a scene that must have, what a scary scene that must have been.
Bizarre.
Like, just a crazy.
I can't even imagine any of it.
The details are ridiculous on this.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep coming out, obviously. Now, the football part of this does not matter right now, but because we're a little sports show doing a little tiny sports show here, talking about sport on this little sports show we do.
Little engine that could, talking sports.
The timing for Michigan to have an opening after all the coaches have gotten jobs and like also a nightmare.
Not ideal.
From a program standpoint.
Not ideal.
They're Michigan, so they'll get their guy. My guess is, you know who I really, really like for them is the defensive coordinator with the LA Chargers.
Minter?
Absolutely. Jesse Minter, who's a Michigan man, whatever that means at this point. I think the Michigan man thing took a hit this week.
I think I'm all set on that phrase.
If it didn't take a hit with Jim Harbaugh and some of the stuff he got in trouble for, it really took a hit this week. But the defensive coordinator of the Chargers, Jesse Minter, would be high on my list. I'm sure they'll call Mike McDonald of the Seahawks. I don't know how much interest he'll have. He's cooking pretty good in Seattle. I think Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. Ryan got all mad at me, but I think that's a guy I would reach out to and just gauge interest, see where
Kick
he's
the old
at.
tires on because they're part of a conference, which is probably good.
Yeah,
for,
kick the
for big
tires
sports.
on that. Like, hey, but they're going to get somebody either very good at the collegiate level, like a Kenny Dillingham or somebody like that, or they're going to get someone. It's probably a coordinator type that leaves the NFL to go do this.
I would call John Gruden. I know they probably won't because
He's one of
there's
the highest guys on the odds board.
Yeah, because there's an associated, scandal in the review with him. Regardless of where you fell on that, just saying I think they may not want to touch it because it would be inflammatory for some, and people won't even look at the actual story and would go nuts on you. I'm not recommending it, but that's somebody I would say like, hey, there's a overqualified person who dreamed about being the Michigan head coach at one point in his life, who's out of work and loves coaching football. It might be pretty good for me.
Here's my question about that, though. Aren't we going in a different direction now where older star-type coaches are retiring and leaving? And does the fact that the Belichick North Carolina thing has been such a disaster hurt in your idea to go get the star NFL head coach?
That's a great point.
Because we are just in a different era where you're recruiting and then you're re-recruiting and you're re-recruiting the re-recruiting. Every year you're recruiting your own players. Does John Gruden want to do that? Now, he might actually be the guy that would because he can't get back into football. By any means necessary, you do.
And he's older than I thought. I mean, I pictured him in his 50s. He's not. He's 62.
I think he's like 64.
Yeah, he's 62. I just looked it up. I mean, Belichick, to me, was old 7 years ago.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And now it just has continued to demonstrate that everything has passed him by, and he's doing it his way.
Gruden might take the call. I mean, if the money's right, I'm sure he would.
Yeah.
So you could hire him if you put enough cash together and put it in a bag and drop it off on his porch. But I don't know if I would probably rather go get a younger ascending college coach than that. Like, just as an example, maybe people would roll their eyes at this. If you're telling me I could go hire P.J. Fleck or John Gruden, I would probably rather have P.J. Fleck. And I don't even think he would do a great job at Michigan necessarily. I'm over the mid-60s former NFL head coach thing in this era of college football.
I get that.
But they're in a bad way as a program, not just because of getting screwed over by the guy that was entrusted to run the thing.
Well, they do have the benefit of if they call, people are going to answer.
Oh,
you know what I mean? This isn't just, Podunk State making
the blue
phone
blood,
call.
man.
Yeah.
Next, let's win off the field. We're live at Kraft House in Fairfax today. How are you in the win column? You call us up, 800-636-1067, and you tell us what little thing's gone right in your day. What has made you smile that nobody else would care about? We're Grant and Danny
This is The Fan. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, so that's tonight, for 90 minutes starting at 6 o'clock. FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This is not just another Pro Bowl, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. And it's only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to grab your reward. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny live on site today at Kraft House in Fairfax. Kraft House is in Fairfax Corner. We're going to be here until 6:30 hanging out with listeners. Should remind everybody we've got Caps tickets we're giving away in a little over 10 minutes to kick off the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. 2 tickets to see the Caps and the Red Wings December 20th coming up a little week from today. Next Saturday night, they'll be at Capital One Arena. So if you want those tickets, you better be listening. Get those dial-in fingers ready to go. That's coming up at 4. But it is time to figure out how you were winning off the field. We do this to keep the memory of Bruce Allen nearby. We want to honor the Goose for his time in Ashburn because he once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Grant, this is a big deal. For us dorks, we are always basically hopping from trailer to trailer, from teaser to teaser, to things you just hope are good, and then inevitably you get let down. Something's kind of corny or cheesy, or it gets bad reviews, or it's not what you thought. But us dorks, we live in this world where you saw that. Have you seen the trailer for this, teaser for that, blah, 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 blah. Let me take it back to right around the turn of the century, the new millennium, if you will. Now, I know you played this, Knights of the Old Republic. That's a Star Wars game, all right? That was on which system? Remember that?
Yeah, it
Xbox,
was on
you're right.
Xbox.
It was made by BioWare. Remember what they made?
BioWare.
Mass Effect, exactly right. Mass Effect series. Which was your favorite, 1, 2, or 3?
2.
2, 100%
2 was
correct,
the
by
best.
way. 2 was the best one.
1 was the second best, 3 was the worst.
Okay, that's correct, but I don't know. I mean, that's, well, okay. I don't know how you know that. But did you like the flying mechanics? Like
Flying
into
mechanics
asteroid
were
stuff?
not
Like-
as good, no.
Right, that was frustrating. It was like the character development. I'm kind of bored now.
Yeah, it was
right?
annoying.
But still, gameplay was outstanding. Picking your party was always fun. Point is, BioWare knows what they're about. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. We've been asking, begging, pleading. One of the great games of all time. Please give us something, a modern version. Star Wars Fate of the Republic. Announced yesterday at the Game Awards. The trailer has gone around the world with millions and millions of downloads. The dorks are buzzing, my friend.
Fate of
Yeah, go
Ophelia?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Darius. Go ahead. You can jack that up. It's all good. Therefore, all the Star Wars nerds in the universe unite, and we are.
Winning off the field.
You're damn right, Bruce.
Fate of Ophelia, I believe.
Fate of the Republic.
Is what I heard. Your boy is feeling good today. I am sitting in mid-December on the calendar, closing in on Christmas, my time of the year as it is. And I feel like I'm getting a little jump on the first of the year. Yesterday, I got organized. We've got a new office that we use for our show meetings because we got kicked out of our studio.
Remember that? Yeah.
And so I went and got a calendar to put on the desk. I got a dry erase board for the wall. I got some notepads and pens for people to use.
Where did you get that stuff?
I went to Staples.
Did you just go into a store and buy that stuff?
Yeah, I just
That's
went,
amazing.
I went to Staples and just spent some money on some materials for the show that nobody will use.
Well, I was waiting. I was going to wait for the station to do it for us. They would just do it for us, right?
Well, CK saw me walking in with like a bag full of stuff. He's like, why didn't you just ask? We could have gotten you that stuff. And I'm like, you probably could have.
Yeah.
But I just wanted it.
But had
Now-
Danny not gone in early one day and moved every box and random part of a chair out of there?
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Let's go to Ben, who's in Bethesda.
Wonder if he
on
means old Ben.
G&D. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Hey guys, so when you're in Bethesda and you want a good lunch, you obviously go to Black's when you want a good lunch in Bethesda, right? So I was just grabbing lunch in Bethesda. You know, I got the burger. He said, "Hey, do you want fries or a side salad?" So I'm trying to be healthy. Brings me, I'm like, I guess I'll go with the side salad.
Yeah, it's
the
tough.
burger came with fries, and I ate all of them, and they were delicious. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
That is the best. This is how I know I'm meant to always be fat, is because like when they do that, I don't ever say, "Oh, I ordered the salad."
Actually, what is a salad?
Send
no,
the
I
fries.
didn't.
I'm like,
no, I didn't.
It's meant to be. God wanted me to eat the fries. I'm not going to correct God if this is what he wants. Jay's in Stafford. What's up, Jay? How are you?
Hello, sir. How you doing, gentlemen?
Hey, buddy.
My winning on the field is I'm an older gentleman. I'm 52 years old, and a young 22-year-old gave me a very nice French kiss. So that made me happy.
A French kiss?
How did this happen?
Yes.
You guys touched lips?
Out of the blue? Were you on a
Yes,
date?
yes.
What happened?
Yes. Oh, no date, nothing. It was just a miracle.
At a bar?
So,
did you pay for it respectfully?
I can't tell you where or when. It happened, and I was happy, and I'm just letting you know.
Did cash exchange hands?
Like, was it a carnival?
You can whatever you want to say. It was
Okay.
no carnival.
Okay.
But like I said, that was winning off the field.
Winning off the field.
All right, Bill Belichick, thanks for the call. Go get North Carolina
That's
squared away.
unbelievable.
I don't know. Let's
A
go
French kiss?
to 22 years old people.
That's very serious.
Let's go to Steve in Centerville. Hello, Steve. How are you?
They're dating now.
She's got a dad, by the way, somewhere out there.
That's right.
She's just necking with 52-year-olds.
Think about that. Hey, buddy.
How are you, Steve?
Hey, doing great. Real quick, last night for the football game, I had a 10-leg parlay watching the game. Chris Godwin only had 3 yards. I'm like, this is over. Wake up this morning, Chris Godwin I needed 20 yards. He had 20 yards receiving.
That's what we call the hook.
Winning
Anytime
on
you're
the
ready.
field.
Yeah, so Bruce Allen really didn't want to do his job.
Bruce is in Hawaii. It's
Yeah.
a slow.
Winning on the field.
They don't have phones in Hawaii. That's not on the field. Like,
Oh, he's wondering about how much money. Bruce is
It's
wondering.
irrelevant. The guy hit a parlay. You think this guy's a shark? You think he's got thousands of dollars on the line?
It's he's one of the guys that influences the sharps that I've heard about offshore.
He made $27 last night, and he got hooked.
Yeah.
Give him the clip when he calls for it, okay?
Winning off the field.
Thank you.
There it is, Bruce.
Love you, buddy.
Let's go to Rich in Olney. Hello,
Richard.
Richard. How are you?
Doing good, boys. How you guys feeling today?
We're great.
So I'm playing my buddy Jose for the final playoff spot in our fantasy football, and I was a big underdog until Kyle Pitts decided to go nuclear. Now I'm like an 85% chance of winning. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Nobody can relate to that. I'd like to ask Darius Dameron, the producer of the Grant and Danny radio program.
That's him,
And
yeah.
the general manager of the producer team in the listener league that we have for the Grant and Danny show, where he was a heavy favorite going into last night against Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts-led team. Darius, not relatable in any way, right? You're not familiar with that.
Well, like my fellow GMs, I also didn't realize that we were facing Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson last night until I received a text message this morning that said, oh, my God, we're facing Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson.
It's both
It's the
together.
worst feeling ever.
Do you think in any way this is the football gods coming back at you guys after trolling us yesterday, saying that we wouldn't make the finals?
All season, really.
It's a little bit. So this is typically why I don't troll, because I feel like the football gods and the powers that be do come back to haunt you at some point, and this is
Yeah.
what we deserve. So,
Now, in
yeah.
fairness, I do think I was the aggressor. I think Toby was just responding to my skits and bits.
Well, I think Ryan's voice is probably hoarse from all that spit he was talking.
There
you
was
know
a
what I mean?
lot.
There was a lot of chirping from that little birdie. A lot of chirping.
Tons. You guys had a good run, though. Don't worry.
Seems like you had a great time.
And I tell you what, Toby, if you don't have anything to do next weekend, you could root for the Grant and Danny team to get to the finals after we win this weekend.
I'll be rooting for any team other than the Grant and Danny team.
Toby.
Tobes.
You don't mean that.
You
I do
like
mean
us.
that. I do mean
You
that.
wanted to play us in the finals.
You wore a
I
sweater with
did.
our faces on it last week.
So here's the deal. If you're worried about karma coming back for us talking trash, then karma's going to hit your team hard this week because you've been talking way more trash than we have.
That's true. Some teams are just above karma. Some teams are just too good to have to worry about karma
And
biting
I
them.
haven't even seen our team. It sounds like it's doing great.
That is valid. Danny at least doesn't join in much other than just occasionally going, oh, he said that.
Yeah,
Because
that's
Danny
me.
doesn't
That's my
really do
role.
much.
Yeah.
Danny-
I don't remember who's on our team.
Danny doesn't know how to log into our account, doesn't know who's on our team. He is an assistant general manager who's going to get a lot of credit if we win the Super Bowl.
That's right. I'll get a job elsewhere next year.
You might get a job offer. Next, we're going to give away those Caps tickets. We'll get you ready for the Beltway Blitz. We're live from Kraft House in Fairfax on Grant and Danny.
The Commanders will look to snap their 8-game losing streak on Sunday as they take on the Giants. They'll be without Jaden Daniels, though he still has not been cleared for contact, according to Dan Quinn. Other injuries around the league. Steelers edge rusher TJ Watt underwent surgery for a partially collapsed lung. Injury occurred during a dry needling treatment at the facility. He's expected to play again this season, but he is going to be out for Monday Night Football. T. Higgins is out on Sunday. Alvin Kamara is going to be out on Sunday. Geno Smith is out against the Eagles. Kenny Pickett going to get the start against his former team. Thursday Night Football last night, Falcons beat the Buccaneers 29-28. The Falcons now 5-9. The Buccaneers fall to 7-7. College football, former Michigan head coach Sherrone Moore has been charged with a felony and 2 misdemeanors. NBA action tonight. The Wizards back taking on the Cavaliers at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 o'clock tip-off. You can do that game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations, you're winning 2 tickets to see the Caps and the Red Wings December 20th, Capital One Arena. It's the holiday season. Go spread some holiday cheer with the Caps. They're facing the Wings for their annual Caps holiday party. Details at thefandc.com/contests.
We love law firm of Condari and Moron. We ask you, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? They are the exclusive sponsor of our show. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I speak these words from Craft House in Fairfax. We'll be here till 6:30, hanging out, eating food. I just put an order for a patty melt. I wanted something, but not too big of a something. So it's a Goldilocks style something. Did I get fries or tots? Great question. Tots. That's what's coming for me.
One thing I found in Minnesota was that every place had tots on the menu. That does not happen
More
here.
tots per capita there. I agree with you.
We're going to cover the NFL and the Commanders in our Beltway Blitz, but let's start off on the diamond. We will get to the Nats in just a moment. Kyle Glazer of Foul Territory joins us now. Kyle, on television, there are many of them at the bar we're at right now. The Pete Alonso introductory press conference with the Baltimore Orioles brass, led by Mike Elias, is taking place. What did you make of the O's giving Pete Alonso $150 million?
I thought it was a great deal. Let's keep in mind, Pete Alonso has been one of the most productive power hitters in baseball since he debuted. He is third in the majors in homers and first in the majors in RBI since his rookie season in 2019. And people are concerned about how he's going to age, but keep in mind, we're not talking about his age 33 to 38 seasons here. He just turned 30. All the time, position players are still productive through their age 34 seasons. Realistically, the Orioles are going to get 4 years of great production in this deal. Maybe the final year it'll fall off a little bit, but all in all, I think they did a great job. One of the premier power hitters in baseball, and the Mets have a big, big loss on their hands. I think they're underestimating.
Yeah, watching the press conference now, and, this is probably irresponsible of me, Kyle, but here I go anyway. He looks a little slimmer than sometimes you see him. I mean, I think there are times during the year where he'll, get up and wait. And it's not his game. It isn't about athleticism. It's about hitting the ball to the ballpark. But, that's kind of would be my worry as to why I wouldn't trust him to be able to keep doing that as he got older and a little slower and maybe worse for wear. So to that end, why didn't the Mets seem to be as interested maybe as they should have been?
Dave Burns comes from Milwaukee, where they had such limited resources. They were never going to devote them to first baseman or DH types in their mindset branding. The way he came up was that you can't afford to give big contracts to those guys. We see all the time small market teams moving to large markets really, really, really struggle, realizing that, hey, we have the resources to do this, and we probably should do it. I think this is a situation where David Stearns is going to just didn't value first baseman DH types, which, again, you can do that in small markets, large markets. It's okay to do so, and I think they just missed. I think they missed the mark here.
Kyle Glazer, Foul Territory, with us talking baseball. All right, how about the Nats so far? They have put together an out-of-the-box, very young coaching staff. That's been the big development of the offseason. And then they made a really interesting move, trading a potential future closer and power lefty reliever Jose Ferrer out of their bullpen with his plus stuff to go get Harry Ford, a former number 12 overall pick. What'd you think of that trade for Washington?
I thought it was a fantastic trade. Everyone in that front office that just took over deserves major kudos. Look, Jose Ferrer has plenty of stuff. He has never been consistent. We're still talking about a guy with an ERA, near the mid-4s over the course of his career. Harry Ford was a first-round pick. He hit all the way up through AAA, broke into the majors last year. This is a future potential everyday player at the middle position who can get on base, hit for power, and is a good athlete. To get that for a pitcher who will essentially be their seventh guy because he's not going to replace Matt Brasser on his Williams, a steal on Washington's part. So I thought that for this to be the first move of the Paul Taboni era, it bodes really, really well for what's to come.
Are they going to trade Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, both, one, neither? What do you think?
It's just going to come down to if the package is right. Look, Mackenzie Gore and C.J. Abrams are young, talented players at two of the hardest positions to find, left and his starting pitching and shortstop. If they get a massive ball, all of a sudden helps them fill out, 3 or 4 spots in their roster for the long term, maybe, but they're not just going to trade.
I'm going to have to cut Kyle off. Unfortunately, his phone is letting us down a little bit. Tell Kyle thank you, Darius, for me. Appreciate his efforts on the Beltway Blitz. We are going to be covering the NFL and the Commanders, so let's keep it moving and talk football. Beltway Blitz continues at a rapid pace. We drive the Beltway at 70. Whether that phone's working or not, we got to keep it moving.
We got to go.
We went from Kyle Glazer to PJ Glasser. Think about that.
Yep.
Glazer, Glasser.
Mm-hmm.
PJ wants to talk football, bet MGM Network, so let's get after it. PJ, we saw the Bucs suffer a terrible loss last night, damaging their playoff chances. Kirk Cousins, vintage, throwing for 370 and 3. How bad was that loss for 7-7 Tampa?
Guys, it was terrible. I actually just saw a stat. They were the first team in NFL history to where Atlanta had 14 more penalties accepted, and they were down by at one point 2 scores in the game and still found a way to win. So, just a nightmare loss for the Bucs. They had them 3rd and 28 at the end of the game. They couldn't get a stop. Luckily for them, they still have to play Carolina twice this season, so it'll come down to those games, but obviously a missed opportunity last night.
PJ, this is a broader question, but you see the end of dynasties all the time. It happens in every sport, right? Where the year finally the Golden State Warriors come back down to earth and they look mortal or whatever. It feels like a bunch of them are kind of wrapping up right now. What I mean is Philadelphia is precipitously worse than they were last year. Detroit's worse than they were last year. Kansas City's worse than they were last year. Baltimore certainly is. It feels like a bunch of these big boys are falling at the exact same time. Wonder why.
Yeah, it's a great point. It is interesting. I don't really have a great answer for you, Dana, to be honest. It's just kind of the parity that it is in the NFL this year. Teams that we maybe thought would take a next step, like New England and Denver, maybe we didn't think they'd be this good, but they certainly have. And in the NFC, you have a team like Chicago or Seattle that's been a big surprise. I think it's great for the league that there's this much parity, but I guess it's just, crazy how, and it makes you appreciate, I guess, what the Chiefs were able to do, because you see a season like this and how great they were in those one-score games last year, 1-7 in the one-score games this year. So it's a good point. There's been a lot of parity, and I think it's something we're probably going to see here for the next 2, 3, 4 years.
PJ, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you're a Ravens fan. They're just not good. We keep talking about them like, oh, they can make the playoffs. The division's opening up. They're going to do this or that. And then I see them barely beat the Browns or get blown out by the Bengals or whatever it is. What has gone on with them, and what's the deal with Lamar?
Lamar's just not healthy. I think we can all see that. He's starting to get a little bit back to himself in the Steelers. Guys, I just think it's time to make a head coaching change with Harbaugh. I think they kind of hit their peak the last couple of years, especially that 2023 team that lost to Kansas City in the AFC title game. Those two teams the past couple of years have been really good. This year they've had to deal with some injuries, but Grant, to your point, they're just not good. Like, the quarterbacks they've beaten this year have been Flacco, Caleb Williams, Tua, McCarthy, Shedeur, Gabriel, Tyrod Taylor. Like, those are their wins, right? So I mean, unless they're playing like some of the worst teams, worst quarterbacks in the league, they're not winning games this year. I just think they need a different, mindset. Harbaugh's been there for 18 years, and I kind of think it's taken a year like this for people to open up to it. But that's kind of how I feel. I think unless they make a change, it's just going to keep going downhill.
You don't think that's likely, though, do you?
I think it's more likely than I certainly thought at the beginning of the year. I mean, they signed him to a contract extension at the beginning of the year, another 3-year deal. But I think, again, especially these last 2 games, right, going into Thanksgiving, you're on top of the division. You're at home against the Bengals and Steelers as 6-point favorites, 7-point favorite. You lose both of those games. I think people are starting to come around the idea. I still think he probably survives the year, but it wouldn't totally shock me if they move on.
Thank you, PJ. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas.
You got it. Let's talk Commanders. Tashawn Reed covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. Had a good story today on Laramie Tunsil saying he wants to be paid and he'd like it to be money coming from the Commanders. So, Tashawn, this is something we've talked about throughout the season, but you kind of got him on the record on this. It would not make a lot of sense for him to just show back up at training camp at this number that he's supposed to be paid. He's too good a player. He's played at too high a level. So what kind of payday could he be in for?
Yeah, I mean, the way that he's played so far this season, he legitimately could be in line for one of those, all-pro spots. I mean, his pass protection has been elite, run blocking has been elite. So I know he's an older player, over 30 years old, but left tackle is one of those positions that tends to age well. You see guys like Trent Williams do it for a long time at a high level. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's asking for something near that top of the market, kind of area where you see guys like Trent Williams at and Rashawn Slater at $28 million. I think his play this year has justified that. I think really the question, more so than the salary figure, which it always is with these contracts, right, is how much is guaranteed and how many years is the team really tied to the player, based on those guarantees. So I think those particulars are where the real negotiation is going to come down to, more so than whatever the sticker price says.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off there. You touched on it, but where do you think he ranks roughly for left tackles? I mean, it's the only position here in Washington over the last couple of decades. We've actually had it pretty good. It's rare that we get a position right, but with Chris Samuel, to Trent Williams, whom you mentioned, and now a star like Tunsil after a couple down years, where would you kind of place him generally in terms of the NFL in terms of quality left tackles?
I feel like he has to be firmly in that top 5, right? I know it kind of fluctuates year to year. Last year with him, for example, he had a lot of penalties. This year, he's cut that down to 5 so far. Obviously, injuries also factor into it. Slater with the Chargers, not playing this year, that's been a big, factor in the rankings. But I'd say he's pretty comfortably been a top 5 left tackle this year. And typically, those guys get a lot of money.
Talking with Tashawn Reed of the Washington Post, who covers the Commanders. Tashawn, what do you make of the last 5 or 6 days on the Jayden Daniels discourse from the head coach, from seemingly being willing to say he's going to keep playing because they want him on the field and needs the reps, to now saying they haven't really talked about it or thought about it? Now we heard today he's not even cleared. What do you think is the deal behind the scenes with this elbow?
Yeah, I think, it's a matter of pain tolerance ultimately. I know the wording aggravated sounds kind of weird to some people, given it's a dislocation and he didn't re-dislocate it, but there's no ligament damage, there's no fracture, so it really just comes down to how sore he is, right? And so, he took a really hard hit on that interception, got driven directly into the ground on that elbow that he injured, and so it's not far-fetched to me that the elbow doesn't feel great. I know some people have kind of gone big brain with this, but I think he's legitimately hurt. I don't really see. I know he had a comment earlier in the week. Basically, the wording was let's see how this week goes, when he was asked whether or not he returns this season. I'm not really sure whether they win or lose this week will really matter in that, because they're already eliminated from the playoffs, right? So, what is the difference between 4-10 and 3-11 in that equation? You know what I mean? So, I think he wants to play. And ultimately, I think that if he's healthy, they will play him. They're just not going to make him or have him push through something, if that makes sense. So if by next week he's feeling like himself again, he's able to practice full, I think we'll see him out there on the field.
So, Deshaun, do you think they have a coherent plan? And obviously, they're just not going to share it with us. But do you think they know right now? Because when you get disjointed statements that don't quite jive, it sort of feels like they're coming up with this as they go.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a plan, but it's always going to be conditional on like how he feels, right? So, I mean, I think ideally, he's back to full strength or close enough to full strength by next week, but like he could not be. You know what I mean? So it's not like an exact thing when it's a pain tolerance, sort of factor. It's not like, that like I said, he redislocated the elbow or anything of that nature, and so it's hard to like specifically pinpoint it. And I think when you're a coach in that situation, you don't want to put it for sure. Yeah, he's going to be back next week. Because then if he's not back next week, everybody's like, oh, what happened? Did he have a setback? You know what I mean? So I think part of that, keeping it vague and open, is just in case, it doesn't progress as they hope it would.
Deshaun, thank you. Keep up the good work. We'll be reading your work in the Post.
I appreciate you.
You got it. Commanders, Giants 2 days away. Commanders are a 2.5-point dog at 2-11 New York. Which young player, now with them eliminated and maybe some new opportunities on the horizon, could break out? Who do we want to see have a big game? We'll get to that next on G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouhier here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Got a big one for you this week. Amari DeMarcado and Marvin Harrison out. Harrison is out. DeMarcado for Arizona is questionable. For Baltimore, Mark Andrews and Rashad Bateman, both questionable. In Buffalo, Joey Bosa is questionable in their big matchup this week. For Chicago, star wide receiver Roma Dunze is questionable, as is Olamide Zaccheaus. In Cincinnati, T. Higgins is out for this weekend's game, and Trey Hendrickson was just placed on IR. For Cleveland, David Njoku, tight end, is out. In Dallas, also tight end Jake Ferguson and tackle Tyler Guyton for that Dallas offense are both questionable. In Green Bay, star running back Josh Jacobs, questionable. All their wide receivers pretty much, Dontavian Wicks, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, all listed as questionable for Green Bay's big tilt this weekend. In Houston, two running backs, Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, both listed as questionable. And in Indianapolis, as you know, no Daniel Jones. Looks like it could be Phil Rivers. Yes, literally that Phil Rivers. For the Giants, no Kayvon Thibodeau, star defensive end, who's torn up Washington over the years. He's not going to play in Washington. No Jaden Daniels. Deebo Samuel is questionable. Rodriguez, Bobby Wagner, and though both those guys are questionable, Zach Ertz was placed on IR. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Football's in full swing. You guys heard me mention it before. Sportsbook, Fanatic Sportsbook. It's the home of fair play where they protect all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays, across any first-half injury. Some books just protect you for the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs. That means a loss can be turned right into a win. You can also track your player performance right there in the Fanatic Sportsbook app, and the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders looking to snap an 8-game losing streak. Taking a look at the injury report as they get set to take on the Giants on Sunday. Jaden Daniels, Drake Jackson, Jonathan Jones are all out. Chris Rodriguez and Deebo Samuel both listed as questionable. Some notables on the injury report for the Giants. Raheem Nunez-Roches and Kayvon Thibodeau are both out for New York. Dexter Lawrence is listed as questionable. Other injuries around the league. Steelers edge rusher TJ Watt underwent surgery for a partially collapsed lung. T. Higgins is going to be out on Sunday. Alvin Kamara is out on Sunday. Lane Johnson and Jalen Carter both going to be out on Sunday as well. Basketball tonight, the Wizards in action taking on the Cavs at home. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game right here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live at Kraft House in Fairfax, where we'll be until 6:30. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. You know what's really changed a lot over the years? I was just talking to a listener here at the bar. High school hockey, like ice hockey.
It's a thing now.
In this area is legit. So when I was growing up, now obviously I'm not Northern Virginia or based in any of the districts in this direct region, but from King George County, there was no such thing as high school ice hockey. And frankly, as a youth, you couldn't have played ice hockey either. I was in a roller hockey league at one point as a young guy. But, like, there was a iceplex that opened in Fredericksburg, probably 35, 40 minutes from my house when I was in middle school. What I remember about it is that people might have birthday parties there, and you would go ice skate for the first time in your life. That was kind of the extent of it. But that was, we're talking about 25 years ago, maybe. Fast forward to now, I was just talking like Oakton has a hockey team, and it's a club. There's some boys and a couple of girls on the team, but then you're playing club teams from every other school in your district. And so everybody's pretty much got one. There's a few schools that maybe don't have enough to put together an entire team, so 2 schools will get together, and they're playing like 2 schools worth of people tonight, but it's club. If you have multiple schools participating, you're not going to get to play in the playoffs, but just the fact that in high school, in Washington, D.C. now,
amazing.
You can play ice hockey. People will think I'm overstating this. This is the Ovi effect.
It's 100% is that.
This is a hockey town that didn't exist 25 years ago that now does, based on a Stanley Cup and 20 years of good hockey and Alex Ovechkin being the old-time leading goal scorer. You see it at the youth level where it's massive. Yeah. And what has happened is those kids now, Danny, that are 17, 18, 16 years old have been playing hockey, a lot of them, since they were 5 or 6. When Ovi started cooking, and you're going to only see, like, 10 years from now, it's probably not going to be a club sport. It'll just be a school sport. Everyone will have a team.
Yeah, it was a huge novelty when the hockey program started at my high school in the mid to late 90s, and their home games, or their games, were at Fort Dupont by the Nats Youth Academy, which is not terribly convenient for anybody unless you happen to live right there. But, teams, if you went to Gonzaga, you went to school in Maryland, you went to school, PG County, you went to school at parts of D.C., at Virginia, that was your home rink. You just went and shared it, and you'd have a varsity hockey game would start at like 2:15 p.m. because it's like everyone's got the gym, so to speak, for the night, however many hours. And it was that, or like a rich kid would belong to the Chevy Chase Club and you could go skate, but there was no hockey. It just didn't exist. The Capitals did. We went to Landover, Maryland, to U.S. Airways Arena, Capitol Center, whatever the dumb place was called forever. And there were hockey fans, certainly, but it's not like this. Once they moved downtown, once Rock the Red happened, once they were able to get through to the youth, so to speak, that youth hockey program, to your point, it became not like, did you know that Steve skates? And it was like this novelty, this weird thing. Now it's the most normal thing in the world. Like, are you doing wrestling or hockey? Guys just like play a winter sport.
Well, that's the point, I think, is if you would have done a poll when I was a senior in high school in King George, how many people can ice skate, let's say? Just ice skate. So I'm saying with speed or any kind of ability, I don't even need you to go backwards, but just go out there, don't embarrass yourself. You're not like walking on skates. Just skate. You could probably have counted the number of kids on one hand.
Yeah.
It was just such a foreign concept and thing that nobody did. And now I think if you're an athlete who's 17 years old or so, You have ice skated somewhere in the area. You've probably played some hockey along the way. It's not youth baseball or soccer. I'm not saying it is, but it's probably closer to football or lacrosse or something.
Yeah, we've got 24, friends in our neighborhood. Not like, best friends we grew up with, but people we live in and around now with, kids relative the same age that are, we can't tomorrow morning. We have hockey at 7 a.m. at St. James.
Yeah.
Like, it's the most normal thing in the world now is that kids play hockey.
We're at
Crazy to me.
St. James all the time. My little guy, so my son turns 5 this week. So he's 4, and he's done a couple of different variations now of, like, learning how to skate. The first one was the least organized thing ever. It drove me crazy. Where it's just like 800 kids on the ice.
Just
and
chaos,
Like
yeah.
2 11-year-old instructors. And they're just like, I'm like, what is this? And I guess it makes sense that just being out there on skates is probably worthwhile. The second one he did was better, where they're actually using a marker on the ice and you're trying to follow it and learning how to start and stop. But he now wants to learn to play hockey, where you go, it's like a cap sanctioned thing. You get a stick and a puck and this and that, and you go out there. So what I will tell you, though, is while my goal is to never steer anybody in a direction, like let my kids do what they want to do, as cute as it would be if he became a hockey player, he's got the helmet and the stick and he's running around in the basement and everything, there is no sport that is more expensive or where the travel is more outrageous than hockey. I have these friends when I'm saying games are in Chicago, I mean
games are in Chicago.
It's not a guy that's going to be Alex Ovechkin. I'm not talking about a 17-year-old junior Olympian. I'm talking about little Stevie who lives next door, who's playing travel soccer with your kid.
Yeah.
And then the next day he's got a hockey game in Minnesota.
Yep.
And I'm like, what are we doing?
There are no local tournaments, despite rinks, despite ice.
Pittsburgh, Chicago, like these crazy locations. You're flying there. You break a stick or you need a mask. It's $1,200 or something.
Oh, yeah.
So that one's not in the budget. So hopefully he plays a little hockey and says, this is fun, but you know what else is fun is soccer? That's kind of my goal.
Maybe you put him up in an age group all of a sudden where like someone, hits him a little too hard into the boards and he goes, Dad, can we go play soccer? Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely.
I do think just as a hockey mark, that would be the cutest thing in the world. Like my 7-year-old kid being out there playing hockey and becoming a hockey kid.
Yeah, we got some good friends who live in.
If it was free, I would sign up.
Oh, no, they live in Gambrels, which is east side of. So we get to see them a ton. They live over. It's by Crofton, like Annapolis, kind of that area. Both of their kids are hockey marks, and they just love checking everybody, including each other. Dad gets checked all the time. Everyone's just getting smashed into the boards. They face wash each other. They've played at Capital One Arena between periods multiple times.
Wow,
it's the best thing in the world. Right, intermission. They're
lights on ice.
Yeah, lights on ice. They're dangling, stick handling, going top bins. It's the coolest thing ever. But at the same time, it's like, you know how many tens of thousands of dollars went into that 7-minute intermission ice session?
I'm a big fan of youth sport.
Yeah,
costing like $47 when you sign up at the local rec department.
You need your uniforms.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I don't even know. What does it cost now? I can remember my mom would go to the King George Parks and Rec department when it was time to sign us up for soccer, and occasionally I'd walk in. They'd slide the little glass door open at the counter. They'd hand her a clipboard with a piece of paper.
Right.
She'd have to fill out some information, say that I've had my physical, and then she'd write a check for $35, and I was good to be on the green team that year.
Yeah.
I know it's not like that anymore.
It's close to that, though,
your
honestly.
kids going to like other countries to watch soccer.
Well, for a travel program, it's a different animal. But for the rec sport thing,
but
like
travel program is replaced youth soccer. I feel like
to a degree, but there's still plenty of room at the table for rec soccer. Like our rec soccer league that we did up until this year for both of my kids was $100 for the year.
So why do people do travel instead of youth? I mean, is it just that your kid is too good for youth?
No, that's one of the reasons people do it.
Yeah.
You could also do it where, you want better coaching. You want them to experience being part of a team where everybody's bought in and everybody's serious. It's like with the rec, it's everybody's welcome and they should be. That's the nature of rec.
So I always thought
it's like, okay, well, this kid's over here wearing jeans, picking his nose.
Yeah.
And this kid's over
That's
here.
what youth soccer is.
That's my point. And you go.
So I thought that
we'd
was
like to
gone,
do something
though.
else. No, that's rec soccer.
So you still have the ability to go sign your kids up for rec soccer?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, then we're doing that.
Absolutely.
I mean, 100%.
And everybody should until whatever age, until the kid kind of tells you if they want something else or not. Honestly, there shouldn't be any pressure.
But hockey, man.
Hockey.
Oakton Cougars, big one tonight.
Yeah, hard to do it
John
casual.
Champ.
Wait, who are they playing against?
They're playing John Champ.
Who's John Champ?
That's like a Loudoun County school, I think. I know that it might be Fairfax, I'm not sure, but I know they've had the championships there a few times recently. They're a newer program. So I don't know if Oakton's favored or not, but maybe the Cougars get themselves a win.
Calling their shot, naming your school John Champ. Like we're the home of Johnny
It's
Champs.
true. They should be champions more often.
Better.
Or maybe they are champions.
Maybe they always are. I don't know.
Which young guy on the Commanders do you want to see have a breakout game on Sunday? Who do you want to see excel for this football team? I do think we are at the point now. I said a couple weeks ago, it's too early. There's 6 games left. Everyone should calm down on, we're going to just sit all the veterans and play all the kids. And there are still 4 games. It's a lot of football. But because the difference being you've now been eliminated from the postseason, number one. Number two, the Zach Ertz injury has kind of opened the door as it is at one position to this anyway. It does feel like we're about to get into play the kids mode. Bobby Wagner did not have an injury designation at practice today, so he was full go, so he's going to start and play Mike linebacker. I would have said get ready for a lot of Jordan McGee as your green dot. Doubt we see that this week. Would like to see that at some point this month. To me, this feels like the Ben Sinnott game. This feels like if there's ever going to be a game where Ben Sinnott goes out and get 8 targets, 5 catches, 52 yards, it's right here and right now. For the first time, which is stunning, Zach Ertz, since signing with Washington, is not available.
It's amazing.
A guy who was the antithesis of durable in his last stop has made every single start for every single game since he has been here, and Sinnott has kind of been waiting in the wings for an opportunity. Colson Yankoff, in some ways, has supplanted him in terms of some athleticism and some stuff in space. But now, I would think, Sinnott becomes your primary targeted pass catcher. Bates is going to be your inline blocker. Yankoff is going to be the third guy. It is time to turn up the faders on Ben Sinnott. Let's see what we got. I think this is a huge, huge game for him. If he gets 2 catches for 11 yards on 3 targets this week, I think it starts to turn the tide a little bit on how big of a need you have at tight end and how much time they need to spend investing in him moving forward. But if he starts to show something, he actually responds to an opportunity, now you go, see, why couldn't we do this before? I think this is going to be a big pendulum swinging moment for him.
That's the easiest answer, right? Because the path was just cleared, unfortunately, via Ertz. And you touched on it. I just want to add the note to it. Like, he was the antithesis of a dependable player when he came here. And that was kind of one of the things that we said is this Sinnott selection makes sense. He'll learn under Ertz, who will be available, 45, 50% of the time. But he hadn't been. He'd been nothing but durables, answered the bell every time. It was instrumental for them. And you could see how beloved he was, just in general. But then, of course, via that Hard Knocks episode. But the path has been cleared for a second-round draft pick last year, finally, to make some plays and to get a chance to line up. But you touched on the name that I'm looking for, and it is Jordan McGee. This is still a guy that's not playing starter, quote-unquote, percentage of snaps. I'm hoping that changes. He plays on special teams. His career, the game high was, I think, 6 tackles this year against Denver. I think he played about half the defensive snaps. To me, I want to see that reverse with Bobby Wagner. I want to see Jordan McGee, given the green dot, lead the defense, make the calls, make all the adjustments, everything in between.
Hopefully we're headed in that direction, but I don't think you're going to get it this week.
I don't think so either.
Although Bobby Wagner missed so much practice that maybe he plays a little bit less than he normally would, and it opens the door. But who would you like to see more of down the stretch? And specific to this Giants game, maybe based on the matchup or just what we're looking forward to this weekend, who's your guy to call your shot for a breakout? Who do you think has a chance among the young players to take a step forward this week? We'll take your calls on this next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny with you from Kraft House in Fairfax on the Fan. hand as we welcome back on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. What young player are you excited to watch this weekend, and who do you think maybe gets more of an opportunity now that the Commanders are eliminated? We'll get to your calls on that in just a moment. Remember, we're at Kraft House today in Fairfax. Awesome crew out here. Unfortunately, Danny.
Oh, no.
I just put this crew to work a little bit more.
What happened?
There was a drink that got spilled during the commercial break.
A drink that got
Yes,
spilled?
A drink was spilled. I was about to go tell someone that I needed a little help, and spilled drink resume. Mine just went up one.
Yep.
I'm not disputing that. I am wondering if you watch the tape, would you pin it on me? My answer is probably not. But let's get to the phone calls. 800-636-1067. If you're in the Fairfax Corner area, we'll see you out at Kraft House in just a bit. But let's start with your thoughts on who's going to break out. Who do you want to see among the young guys? Chris is in Frederick. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Grant, Danny. Maybe you recognize my voice. I'm not a first-time caller, but I like this new guy, number 38, Edmonds, and I'm predicting he's going to get, 4 carries, and he'll be north of 35 yards.
Oh, Chase Edmonds, call your shot?
Yeah, Chase Edmonds, who has returned kicks this season, otherwise hasn't been overly involved, but he's got experience in the Cliff Kingsbury system. He played for him in Arizona with the Cardinals. Edmonds on the season has not touched the football on offense, so that would be a new wrinkle. If you're wondering, well, why would he this week? I guess it's possible because of the injury to Chris Rodriguez. He's been limited in practice the last 2 days, didn't practice on Wednesday. Maybe the caller thinks he's not going to be as available, but he's questionable for the game. I'm guessing he's going to play. I know this about this weekend. I don't care who the running back is. They should be able to run the football. So if it's Chris Rodriguez, he should be able to go for 100. If it's Bill, he should be able to do the same. And if Edmonds gets touches, to that caller's point, yeah, I agree with him. They should be able to have success. This is a terrible run defense in the New York Giants. This is not what they do well. They want to rush the quarterback, get up the field, be disruptive in the passing game, and they're susceptible to be pushed around. They're the 29th ranked run defense in the league. They're 32nd in yards per attempt, though. 5.78, dead last. So I'm committing to the run if I'm Cliff Kingsbury with Rodriguez if he's healthy, and if not, no problem. It's Bill season. Let's rock and roll. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. Hello, Elijah. How are you?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
This is kind of tough for me. I guess I'm going to go with Kay Madrano. I think what was told to us is that they were drafting everybody who, tested the best, measurables-wise, the fastest guys. I want to see those athletic traits show up. And it's also, coaching is also tied into this, because we're also going to get a sense to see, okay, you haven't been playing. What is our guys that we're drafting actually looking like? What is the development process looking like? We need to see something, because everybody is putting so much, we're just going to be fine. Okay, let's see what we're going to look like, because there's no guarantee that our draft classes are going to pop. Who do we know besides, for me, it's Connerly and 5, where I was like, okay, I've seen what I need to see, but maybe guys just haven't had an opportunity. So now is that time. Get them out there. You got Ben Sinnott. You guys said Ben. I'm thinking Kane. I need to see something. I need to see somebody make a play athletically. This is okay, that's why they drafted this guy. Okay, I see the direction. I need to see a direction from our youth. Jerzon Newton. If you own a team, I need to see something. And now, what are we going to do? So appreciate that.
I was saving that name for someone else to mention. Appreciate the call as always, dude. Have a great weekend. Yeah, I mean, that's the other guy. I can't have my second-round pick being blocked by Sheldon Day. I can't have my second-round pick, not getting minutes and time because Eddie Goldman needs the reps in a game where the two teams combined win total wouldn't get you in the postseason. You know what I mean? It's time, man. Let's go.
So I want to go back to Kane Medrano. We could circle back to Newton later if we want to, because I think there's plenty of meat on that bone. There's a lot to talk about with him because it's been a huge disappointment. But Kane Medrano is a guy that they drafted in the 6th round. For people that don't remember, they had the smallest draft class in the league last year, 5 players. They took Connerly in round 1, Amos in round 2. They didn't have a pick in round 3. Jalen Lane at wide receiver at Tech in round 4. They didn't have a pick in round 5. And then in round 6, they took Medrano and then Bill in 7th. Kane Medrano is the one guy of the bunch who's been the least noticeable and really hasn't gotten any opportunities. Bill has started games at running back. Lane's been involved at the skill position. Amos and Connerly were their kind of star bell cows of the group. But Medrano's played a little bit on teams. That's kind of the extent. And I know he was a 6th-round pick, so that's a win, honestly, to get 5 games on special teams out of UCLA. But that was not how they sold it. They felt like it was a bit of a steal. He could help them on defense, that they had seen something other teams didn't know because, remember, he had worked with Ken Norton Jr. at UCLA. So I think they kind of hyped him up a little bit in a way that maybe knocked the expectations out of whack. And so people keep acting as though we should have played by now. We should have seen him on defense. Whereas really, 6th-round pick, his size, I don't think it's crazy that he hasn't played. But I'm with the caller. Why not get a look at and see? He can run. He can move. What are they missing? What can't they do? They have no speed. They lack athleticism defensively and some kind of versatility and the ability to be multiple. This guy does all that. Let's look at it.
We had great seats this weekend, courtesy of our guys Condori and Murad. But seeing him up close, he looks very slight. Now, he's obviously a huge person compared to regular human beings.
He's got a slender frame.
Yeah, but among the linebackers, even among the other guys on the roster. And I always wonder about that. Like, Tyler Owens looks huge next to the other guys in the secondary, whereas Medrano looks small next to the linebacker core.
But he's taller than those guys.
He is.
He just doesn't have a linebacker body.
No, and that's what you wonder. Is it like is there a ceiling there? In other words, like, can he not play against teams that are going to say, I'm going to find that dude, heat-seeking missile style, have a tight end knock him into next week, or a pulling guard or a fullback or something, versus, what's his role going to be? At this point, as a 6th-rounder, it's already a win because he's on your roster, I think, and isn't ruining everything. But I'm always curious about guys like that are hybrids, that are sort of tweeners. I bet you good teams could find a place for him, though. Somebody who could run like that.
Something like 6'3.5" and 225 or whatever. Yeah. That's just not what a linebacker is listed at. And you see it when you look at him, but he's been that his whole life. He was that at UCLA, and he uses other traits and skills to make it work.
But he can move.
Cody and Sterling, you're on Grant and Danny. Which of the young guys do you want to see this weekend in the Meadowlands?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, buddy.
I'm looking at Connerly getting his second chance against the Giants after struggling early. And got put through the gauntlet early, been playing better lately, trying to see what he does with his second chance.
Yeah, his start to the year was so rough. And it wasn't just the Giants game, it was the murderer's row of his schedule out of the chute with some of the edges he was dealing with.
Yeah.
Remember, Abdul Carter, as disappointing year as he's had, for the Giants in week 1 was a top 5 pick and a superstar in college. But outside of him, it's Brian Burns, who he dealt with more, which is one of the best pass rushers in the league. Then Micah Parsons. Then it was Max Crosby. We thought Atlanta was like, oh, he finally gets a break. The Falcons are number 2 to the Broncos in the league in sacks. It's not just one guy, but they bring crazy pressure. Then the Chargers, who are pretty good at it. So it really wasn't until week 6 or 7 or so that he started to get to take a breath and just settle in and get his feet under him. But, yeah, this is a different Josh Connerly the Giants' really good front's going to see.
I love that call, though. I'll tell you why. Because it's as you said, it's a marker type thing, right? Usually you don't wait, 14 weeks between playing teams? But here you are with a divisional game to start it, and then it's a nice milestone. Listen, there's no Kayvon Thibodeau in this one, and he's a guy that's tormented Washington as a speed rusher. But even still, it'll be a nice sort of milepost for how far our guy has come against similar opponents.
Let's scout the Giants next. We'll find out everything we need to about New York going into this Week 15 game with one of the beat reporters who's covered that team all year long. You're listening to Grant and Danny. If you're in the area in Fairfax, come on out to Craft House, Fairfax Corner. We're here until 6:30 on the Fan. They'll help you with your last will and testament, putting together a living trust or medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Good dudes. They'll take great care of you. We love Kandori and Murad on this show. It is 5 o'clock, which means it is time to scout the opponent on this Football Friday. We're live at Kraft House in Fairfax, taking you up to a Sunday kick with the New York Giants. Let's get after it on a Football Friday. Let's scout the G-Men. And to help us break the Giants down, Charlotte Carroll, who covers the Giants beat for The Athletic, stops by. Charlotte, thank you for a few minutes. We appreciate it. Let's just begin with kind of big picture State of the Union. Coach has been fired, D coordinator fired, GM Joe Schoen may be fighting for his job down the stretch, and they are home favorites at 2-11. We've talked all week about just how big a deal this is for Washington to try to avoid a 12-game losing streak to end the season. This is their best shot at a win. How big of a deal is this for the Giants and whoever's job is still on the line there?
Yeah, no, it's another big game. Thanks so much for having me on. It's our first off the bye, and it's a big one coming off that disaster of a loss to the Patriots where it felt like everything that could go wrong did, where it's summarized by that crazy kick. Just kind of summarized the state of the season a little bit, too, from two. But yeah, no, it's another big game, an opportunity to come off strong off the bye. And the Giants really, the big storyline coming into the season was the strength of schedule that they had. Now the schedule lightens up, or maybe too little too late, but they really have an opportunity to close out the season strong and kind of at least end the year with a little bit of pride and not yet another losing season the way it has gone in the years past.
Yeah, that was just a regular 18-point loss. We do 31-point shutouts on our neck of the woods here, Charlotte. But let's go to this defense for New York first. I thought they'd be fine. I thought the calling card would be good defensive front. They might bother some people. They'll win some rock fights on occasion. My narrative coming into the season was totally wrong. This defense has really struggled. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, no, that's the question of the year, and it's been very frustrating to watch because if you're a Giants fan, you were told all about this wonderful defensive front, all these new pieces. It's kind of wild when you think about the storylines in the offseason of just, pretty much everyone on offense was returning besides the quarterback. Everyone was. It was 10 of the 11 starters beyond the quarterback, which had a major switch up, and yet the offense has been the one consistently, kind of showing up. Jackson Darts looked impressive. And the defense here has not been able to get the job done. You've had some injuries at really critical times at juncture. I think it all started going wrong I think it was week 7, week 8. I'm losing track of weeks. But the loss to Denver, where both starting corner Paulson Adebo and starting safety Javon Holland went out, and from there it just kind of snowballed, and that's where the losing streak originates. And then their run defense is tragic too, and that's been really tough to swallow, and just all these other pieces.
Charlotte Carroll covers the Giants for The Athletic. Yeah, I've been making the case this week if I'm Kingsbury, I'm just getting downhill with Rodriguez and Krosky Merritt. We're running the football early and often. Have they shown any signs of life there in recent weeks? Have they been able to improve stopping the run, or is that still an area where they can be gashed?
It's definitely still an area. I haven't looked so much at the details yet over week to week, but I think everyone's a little bit healthier. They've gotten some pieces back defensively. See if that helps. There's also been, the big storyline change in coordinator, and they fired Shane Bowen, so that switched over. Charlie Bullen took over the job, who had been outside linebackers coach. There's just a lot of transition and a lot of change over the course of the season too. And then they just recently fired their assistant defensive line coach as well.
Pass defense-wise, can they be had through the air? Or is it just easier just to hand it off?
I'd say track record, hand it off is on your side, but it also depends who's in there at corner. Is also questionable as well at times.
Abdul Carter's season from the outside looks like a disaster.
What a mess.
Multiple games where he hasn't started, benched for a series or a quarter, and all kinds of rumors about missing practices and meetings and whatever else. Get us up to speed on the type of year he's had when he's on the field and how salvageable his off-field stuff is.
Yeah, it's actually good timing for that question. We at The Athletic, we've done like an annual fan survey where, we just put out like a Google poll and try to get people's perceptions. And one of our questions, just with the, the seasons that it's been since we started this, is who's the player that's most frustrated you over the course of the season? And surprisingly, Abdul Carter was top there, pretty much neck and neck with, along with cornerback Deontay Banks. But if you had said that at the beginning of the season, I mean, especially when he was drafted, you'd be like, what? How did this happen? And I think it's the perception of this kid who came in so confident enough to ask for Lawrence Taylor's number. That gets denied. This kid has been confident since he arrived at Penn State, since he was a kid. But then the play so far hasn't backed it up. And when you couple that with, being late to meetings a few times and just that with the rules, you get a fan base that's very, very frustrated that this is the number 3 pick and it's not immediately translating. The Giants this week, fresh out of the bye, have been key to harp on, his attention to detail and meetings and process. So we'll be very curious to see what happens this week. He did, after he got benched before the bye, he did come out of that game with his first true sack. So we'll see if the messaging and it kind of continues and he can close out the year strong.
Who on that side of the ball, talking about the defense still, has played well, kind of has held up their end of the bargain?
Oh my God, Brian Burns. You can't talk about this defense for as bad as it's been. Brian Burns has been a stalwart, very consistent. He's, I think last time I checked, second in the league in stats, 13.0 in sacks. And he's just, for everything that's gone wrong, he's been the one to put in the effort. And he's just looked really, really strong this season.
Yeah, he's actually gone back-to-back games without a sack for the first time all season, which is bad news for Washington probably, that he's due. He started the year with sacks in each of his first 4, and I think in like 8 of his first 9 games. He's been very, very consistent. To your point, we're talking about the Giants and scouting the opponent right now on Grant and Danny as we get closer to kickoff, which looms on Sunday. Charlotte Carroll, the Athletic in New York, is joining us. Let's go over to the offensive side of the ball. What is the perception in town about Jackson Dart as we close in on the end of his rookie year?
Yeah, no, he's been really promising. He's been really exciting to watch. He brings a confidence and a swagger, as we've talked about. The big thing with him is just learning kind of situational awareness and when to take the hit versus not. He's someone who's been checked for concussion 4 times since he started, and including the preseason. Obviously missed 2 games with a concussion, came back to this Monday Night Football game. That was his first game back from a concussion, and then takes a massive hit very early in the game. And that's a huge talking point. It's just, trying to get it through his head and trying to get through a young player. This is when you take that hit, maybe his 4th quarter versus, early in the game. So just like the learning curve with that. But he's been extremely impressive and understands his role on the team. You've heard of the respect from teammates, but also handling kind of the New York media and what to do there as well.
How devastating and kind of what was the reaction and how big of a deal was the story of this year, losing Malik Neighbors on that substandard turf up there that everybody complains about in New York? Just what did that do to the fan base, to the team, et cetera?
I mean, it's devastating. I mean, turf aside, turf discussion, whatever. It's just you lose a really fantastic player who's dynamic, who can really change a game with his abilities and make plays that no one really else on this roster can on a consistent basis. So, and it's also really a huge loss when you've got this rookie quarterback to be able to kind of develop him with a player of Neighbors' caliber and what they could accomplish together. It's crazy. I mean, that feels so long ago. Cam Scadaboo's injury feels so long ago. He's a rookie running back. Scadaboo is actually walking now of his own power. Shared a video earlier this week of how his rehab is going and just walking into the facility without crutches or a brace or anything. So the season is both so long and so short at the same time that just feels like a lifetime ago.
Obviously, the Malik Neighbors injury was a killer when that happened at the very beginning of the season. I look at this receiver room, and it's still just utterly unscary, I suppose. I mean, you got Wan'Dale Robinson doing a lot of the stuff around the line of scrimmage. He'll take a deep shot at some point to Darius Slayton, so they gave a pretty big contract to. Isaiah Hodgins has had some huge games against Washington, but not a whole lot of other production. For Jackson Dart, getting him to a level where they want to with this supporting cast. I mean, how much of grading on a curve do they have to do right now?
Yeah, that's a good point of like when you lose Malik Neighbors, when you lose Scadaboo, who are his two kind of primary offensive weapons just to start out. He's had to adjust and take into consideration other players. They've turned to Theo Johnson. They really went heavy in tight end personnel. Daniel Bellinger as well. And Theo's been good in the red zone, an option down there he's got 5 touchdowns on the year, which is the most among kind of the receivers tight end room. But yeah, no, it'll be interesting to reflect on that in the postseason a little bit and what they decide to do come draft, because at this point in the lost season, 2-11, you're looking at draft order, and Giants are number 1 at least for right now, and we'll see if they end the year with that 4 games later.
To that point, currently the number 1 pick. We were joking how big of a game this is in terms of draft status. This has happened before. I remember when Washington and New York played in the Chase Young sweepstakes, and everybody celebrated here that Washington was going to get Chase Young, and he ended up being a bust for Washington as it is. But what's the dialogue about the number 1 pick winning, being damaging versus needing a win in town this week in New York? How are they dealing with that?
I really don't think it's come up at all, at least in the conversations that I've had. I mean, the guys are never going to, when you're talking with players, they're never going to want to say they want to lose.
I mean with the fans. I mean in town.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's as dominant as it was last year, because they're in a position this year where they have the quarterback in theory. Like, they've liked what they've seen from Jackson Dart. That sample I mentioned earlier, I think it was 80 to 90% believe Jackson Dart's the future. So I think that, I don't want to say lowers the stakes in a draft race, because obviously you want it to get the best talent possible no matter the position. But it's less pressing when you're dealing with a draft class that might only have 1 or 2 top QB prospects, and you're really edging up to get the 1 or 2 spot in the draft, as we saw the Giants miss out on Drake May in 2024. So I think the quarterback, at least having that solved, at least for right now, kind of takes the pressure off of that. If anything, I think the New York fan base is more riled up about the status of GM Joe Shane and what's going to transpire there in the coaching search come the end of the year.
What does Jackson Dart do well right now, and what does the staff and kind of your observation say he needs to improve upon?
Yeah, I think the big thing is the hits and just taking them and knowing when to kind of use that contact versus not taking it. I actually asked Jackson this question because they've had a lot of time at the bye. He's kind of self-scouting. And he was pretty happy with a few of his things that he's done, and the coaching staff was liking it as well. I think one of his things was just kind of awareness and just being his ball security were some of the things he was happy with.
Covering the Giants, Charlotte Carroll of The Athletic in New York. All right, last one for me. Coaching search. What makes sense for them moving forward?
Great question, $1 million one. I think they want someone experienced. They want someone kind of who's been there before. I don't know who that is at this point. There's a lot of options, but they've gone the first time coaching route previously, so maybe they go back a little bit more experienced, maybe defensive minded. I don't know. We're going to see. And the big piece, as I mentioned, is if GM Joe Shane will be around and who wants to pair with that. But I think it's an attractive job. It's New York, it's a historic franchise, and Dart's play has been well enough to at least kind of add to the appeal a little bit more as well.
You mentioned Joe Shane. Does he keep his gig beyond this year? What would have to happen?
I don't know. We're going to find out. His bye week presser came late this year with the Giants bye coming in week 14, so he annually talks, and obviously that was a big topic. The big thing he said is, he's going to still be evaluated by ownership come the end of the year. So I think this team needs to win. It's more just like, you can't have embarrassing headlines and things like we saw out of that Patriots game to close up the year. It just kind of needs to be smooth and quiet, I would say, at least as a starting point, just from the outside.
Well, thank you for the insight, helping us get ready for the ball game and learn about the Giants. We appreciate you.
Thanks so much for having me on.
You got it. Good information from Charlotte Carroll, who covers the Giants in New York for The Athletic. I don't know how You blow out the coach when you do, the coordinator. They're going to look back at this draft history, and they've got a couple of hits, but the batting average is low. And they're going to see the track record, the resume, the wins, the losses, and how bad they've been as poor as they are in the standings. And Shane would keep his gig. I also think when you're blowing it up, blow it up. How many teams make this mistake where it's the coach picking the quarterback, but then a new GM comes in?
How many times did we do it here?
It's constant. So you go GM, head coach in one fell swoop. Now they're starting with a quarterback, which isn't ideal, but it does look like he can play a little bit, which is better than if you're not sure about that and like Justin Fields is being inherited by somebody. But I think you got to go get your GM who's going to hire the coach this offseason. Don't let Shane do it again, and then in a year maybe he's out, but the coach isn't. Start like we did here in Washington with Peters and Quinn, or in New York you saw this when they put Holmes and Campbell together. Like, that's how it works. You need this harmonious, symbiotic, really healthy relationship between the two. The best way to do that is to have them come in together at the same time.
Or, hear me out on this, keep doing it the way you're doing it forever if you're the Giants. See what I'm saying? Do just like you're doing. It's going great. I want to see you down there at the bottom of that division in perpetuity.
I think people don't realize how bad it's been for how long it has.
It took years for me, I know personally, to sort of unglue myself or come off the idea that, yeah, the Giants may be down this year, but they're pretty stable. Decades. Like, it's been, no more than, not decades, but it's been a decade since that was the case.
5-25 in their last 30 games.
Yeah.
5-25. That's as bad as you can be in
There's
the
the
league.
one Dable flare-up when he first gets the gig. Other than that, it's just a giant pile of crap.
They're currently the worst team in the NFL. They have the number one pick, meaning they have the easiest schedule, oddly, because their schedule seemed brutal at the start of the year, but among the teams that have the same record as them, so they win the tiebreaker. But they are, over the last 3 years now, 11-35. If you go back to 2016, they have one season where they've been above 500. And it's not like there's a bunch of 7 and 8 win seasons in there. Since 2016, they've gone 3-13, 5-11, 4-12, 6-10, 4-13. Then the year where they won a playoff game with Dable going 9-7-1, which is about as mediocre a regular season as you can have. But they beat the Vikings.
Yeah, it was
in the
very
playoffs.
Rivera year one.
Then 6-11, 3-14, 2-11. And in that time, by the way, they've gone through half dozen coaches. McAdoo, remember him? Spagnuolo, who came in as the interim. Then Shermer, then Judge, then Dable, now Kafka. They had McAdoo for 2 seasons, blew him out. Shermer for 2 seasons, blew him out. Judge for 2 seasons, fired him. Dable for 3+ seasons, fired him. Kafka, who's their interim now, I don't think is a real candidate.
No.
So they're about to hire what will be their 5th head coach since the 2019 season. That's crazy. but it's just
5 since 2019.
It's just a bad organization.
Yeah, they're bad.
And I don't think when we talk about the worst in the league, they come up, but they should.
They should. I'm telling you, that front office off-season show did more damage to them in football circles, I think, than any of the records possibly could have. The unsophistication that they were discussing personnel matters with.
Right.
The way, I was at a barbecue one time. They're like, what's that guy's name for the Raiders who did okay, had a pretty good running year? Josh Jacobs, man. How's he? That's how they were talking to each other about personnel. Like the millionaires, the front office, the decision-making people who should have the most sophisticated language possible to make these informed, incredible personnel decisions. We're like, what's that dude from, what's his name, bro? Oh, yeah, Jacobs, man. How was he? Yeah, he was kind of hurt, but he was fine. Like, that's how they spoke to each other. I'm going, oh, my God, these are incompetent nincompoops.
That show definitely hurt their status and I think looked terrible on Joe Shane. But it's based on how it went after, I think, more than anything. We just had yesterday, if you missed the interview, it was actually awesome. So you should go podcast it wherever you get your audio. But we had the director of Hard Knocks on,
Steve
who was
Trout.
a director of that season. And I asked him a question along those lines. Are we never going to see it again because it went so bad for the Giants? He said what I kind of feel, which is, well, if it didn't work out so terribly that Saquon Barkley left, like if Saquon had this year last year, where he's just kind of regular, pretty good, that doesn't look that terrible.
No one would have cared.
It's that he went on to have this record, unbelievable 2,000-yard season. And some of the other moves they made backfired. But if they did everything the exact same, where Brian Dable looks like a bit of a goofball, kind of class clown, or, they have the weird conversations with Saquon, and then things don't backfire or they have a good season, it wouldn't have looked as bad. I think we just saw a lot of their decisions and how they came to them, and then they batted 223.
Yeah.
And we're going, this 88% of stuff that didn't work. How did we get here? Or what have you. But, man, the Giants are in trouble. The good news for them is they're favorites this weekend against Washington at home.
We're the get-right game, baby.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's take a look at the NFL matchups all over the league this weekend with playoff ramifications. Try to dive into some of the big storylines in football. We are live at Kraft House in Fairfax on the Fan.
Commanders are looking to snap an 8-game losing streak on Sunday as they'll take on the Giants. Taking a look at the injury report for the game, Jaden Daniels is out for Washington, as well as Drake Jackson and Jonathan Jones. Chris Rodriguez and Deebo Samuel both questionable. Some notables on the injury report for the Giants: Raheem Nunez-Roches and Kayvon Thibodeau both out. Dexter Lawrence listed as questionable. Other injuries around the league: Steelers edge rusher T.J. Watt going to be out for Monday Night Football after he underwent surgery for a partially collapsed lung. The injury occurred during a dry needling treatment at the facility. T. Higgins is out on Sunday, as well as Alvin Kamara for the Saints. Eagles' Lane Johnson and Jalen Carter are both out. Geno Smith is out against the Eagles. Kenny Pickett will get the start for the Raiders. In baseball, Josiah Gray and the Nationals avoided arbitration. He agreed to a one-year, $1.35 million deal with the team. The Wizards back in action tonight, taking on the Cavaliers at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Live from Kraft House in Fairfax at Fairfax Corner, we're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're here for another hour, so as you get out of the office and head home on this Friday night, if you're in the area driving near the corner over in Fairfax, come on out, get a beer, eat some food, have a happy hour with us, and let's get ready for Week 15 in the NFL season. It's funny, Danny, I was thinking about it. I said, well, this week will be a little easier to go through all the games because I'll just do the ones that are playoff relevant. And then I looked at the schedule, and I'm not exaggerating. First glance, the only game that does not have any playoff ramifications in the entire league is the Giants and the Commanders.
Is ours, right?
Quite literally. 3-10 Washington, 2-11 New York. That's it. Every other game, even the bad teams like the Browns or the Titans or any of these other clubs, they're playing really good football teams.
Yeah, this is why when they stagger the schedule like this with all these divisional games, in theory, they're all going to matter, or most of them are going to matter. It's a really high shooting percentage. Even ones that aren't teams in the same division. You get a Packers-Broncos. That's probably pretty important.
But this weekend
Seattle
is like a cross-conference weekend. It's not even the divisional weekend for most teams. You got Raiders and Eagles. You got Packers and Broncos. Every single game, it just worked out that way. But let's run through it. This is Week 15 in the NFL. First game is Browns-Bears on Sunday, 1 o'clock. So storyline for Cleveland is Shedeur Sanders coming off of a really good outing. Looked like a starting NFL quarterback last time out. They lose, but he throws for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns. He also ran for 29 yards and a touchdown in the game. They'll try to make it 2 straight quality starts for Shedeur. He has played well, or fine, I should say at least, as a bar, against the really bad defenses they've faced, the bad teams. And then he struggled a lot more against the good teams. So this is a stiff test with Chicago. This defense is very, very turnover happy and opportunistic, so that's something to track. The Bears just lost for the first time since Week 8. They snapped a 5-game winning streak with a loss to the Green Bay Packers. They probably should have won that game. It was 28-21. They were driving. Caleb Williams misses a throw, throws a pick in the end zone. Bad decision by him. It's amazing to me they get done what they do with him, missing so many things. Because I'm not trying to beat up on Caleb Williams, but if you look at completion percentage over expected, just some of the stuff they leave on the field, he's still not having a very good season. He's a very, very average player, and yet they're 9-4 right now. And everything they want is right out in front of them.
Yeah, he gets to average in such a unique way, right? Where it's an unbelievable, oh my God throw, and then how did you miss that? And it ends up at a 5 out of 10, but it's with a 10 out of 10 and a 1 out of 10. But yeah, your point, I didn't mean to cut you off, but they're playing Cleveland. The next 3 games, Green Bay, San Fran, Detroit, all teams with playoff aspirations will be fighting for either divisions, playoff seeding, or in between. They'll probably be underdogs in most of those games, you would figure. This is one you got to harvest here. If you're 9-5 with Detroit breathing down your neck, who's at 8-5, now tough game for them here this weekend for the Lions, which we'll get to. But this is one of those, if you want to get to where you want to get to, you probably ought to win this game.
Yeah, they're 1 game ahead of the Lions, but Detroit's got the tiebreaker. So a Bears lost to the Browns with the Lions win this weekend. Now Detroit has the tiebreaker momentarily, and you will have gone from first to third in the division and potentially even out of the playoffs in the span of 2 weeks from the 1 seed in the NFC to out of the playoffs. So they got to beat the Browns to keep pace and stay in the postseason for now. You got the Ravens and the Bengals in the AFC North, 6-7 Baltimore, 4-9 Cincinnati. That game comes your way from Ohio. The Ravens have lost 2 straight. To the Bengals, they got blown out 32-14, and then to the Steelers, 27-22. They were getting away with not playing well against the Browns, against the Jets, and now they've stopped getting away with it. Here's your season on the line for Baltimore. You get one more of these. You can't fall to 9-8. They can eliminate the Bengals while also giving themselves a really good chance to make the playoffs in a terrible division this weekend. But if they let up again, by the way, it'd be a second loss to Cincinnati in 3 weeks. They're also cooked. And the Steelers all of a sudden are not just in the driver's seat, but they're a win away next week from clinching the division at that point.
Bewildering how the Ravens are here. I understand Lamar Jackson's not 100% or whatever the rumor is. I don't know, and I'm not really that concerned about it. I just can't believe they're this bad. Defensively, they were beyond horrendous for the first half of the season. Post-bye week, they've been good to even plus in that regard. It's the offense that just has been broken. It just doesn't look right. Whether it's throwing the ball, running the ball with Derrick Henry, it feels like they're out of rhythm. They just can't get going on that side of the football. And you're right, it kind of came back to finally bite them starting a couple of weeks ago to this very same Cincinnati team. For Cincy, it's just, they're, I don't know if they're playing for Zach Taylor's job or pride or what. Just remind everybody that we're still pretty capable when Joe Burrow plays. But the offense ain't the problem. No T. Higgins for them this weekend. But, a chance for Baltimore to salvage their meager playoff hopes. So it's one of those things where I'm going, I don't care if they do get in. Nobody from that division is worth a damn right now.
Lamar Jackson had a stretch where 4 out of 5 games sub 200 passing yards. And, oh, by the way, he has 2 40-yard rushing games since week 1 of the season. 2. That's it.
Yeah, something's going on, man.
You could tell me he's healthy if you want to. Then defenses are defending him and keeping him in the pocket better or something. But this is now officially weird in Baltimore with Lamar Jackson. I choose to believe, like a lot of people, that he's just not quite right. It's hockey style, and we don't really know exactly the extent of the injury. Texans hosting the Cardinals on Sunday at 1 o'clock in Houston, 12 o'clock local. Texans heavy favorites. They should get to 9-5 in this game. Houston, best defense in the NFL, winners of 5 straight, 6 of 7. The Texans, 20-10 victors over the Kansas City Chiefs. They shoved it on Mahomes. They have not given up 20 points in 5 weeks since they played Jacksonville. And in fact, they've only given up 20 points once since week 7, October 20th. So you want a dominant defense? This is it.
Yeah, that's your bogey, right? I mean, they're not going to blow anybody out. I don't think they have that club in the bag. Their blowouts are 9-point wins, which is what they're favored by this week, 9.5 against a bad Arizona team that's all but packed it in, and they're playing out the string, it feels like. But Houston is a team I would not want to see. Full stop in the postseason, just because it's going to come down to a one-possession game, and they're going to play tight, and they're going to play tough. That defense travels. They're really, really good.
They're within a game of Jacksonville. The Jags are 9-4. The Texans are 8-5. They don't play again this season. They beat Jacksonville by 7, 36-29. The last time the two teams played, they lost to Jacksonville 17-10 early in the season. So there was a bit of a split there between the two. But speaking of the Jaguars, they should win and keep pace here this weekend because they're hosting the Jets, and the Jets are down to quarterback 3 at this point. The Jets are 3-10. The Jaguars are 9-4. Jacksonville gets to 10-4. No matter what happens in the Houston game, they will go into the final 3 weeks of the season with a real chance to try to solidify the South. Nobody saw that coming.
Yeah, I mean, people thought they might be better, but nobody had it going like this. With the Colts in the driver's seat for 80% of the season, now they're falling apart. They might miss the playoffs altogether. And the Jags were great early, big bad middle, and now they're surging once again, winners of 4 straight. Their schedule to close all of a sudden got a little softer, right? With the Jets, who we already knew. Denver, that's a tough ball game for anybody, at Denver especially. Who the hell are the Colts going to be in Week 17 of the season? And then they close again with the Titans for a second time, who they just woodshedded last week. So Jacksonville, we could look up at an 11 or 12 win team here. They could easily win 3 out of 4 down the stretch.
Chargers and Chiefs from Arrowhead in Kansas City this weekend. For the Chargers, they got a couple of tough games still to go after Kansas City. They're playing Dallas on the road. Then they're hosting Houston. We already talked about the best defense in the league. Then they're at Denver, one of the hardest places to play, and maybe the second best defense in the league. Statistically, they've been number 1 for most of the season. So you're talking about, if you count the Chiefs this week, the toughest 4-game slate remaining in all of football for the Chargers, who are 9-4. If you lose to Kansas City, I think you get a little puckered here if you're a Chargers fan, that maybe you could miss out.
It's the toughest down the stretch schedule of any playoff contender, I think.
Without question.
Or close to it.
Here's why this game's so interesting. if you win, not only are you almost certainly getting in, the Chiefs are dead. They might even mathematically be eliminated, but regardless, at 8 losses, they will absolutely, unequivocally, and irrefutably not make the playoffs. So you have the chance, once and for all in that division, for all those Brandon Staley versus Kansas City games, everyone
Stake
laughed
in the
at
heart,
you.
brother.
You have the stake. They are laying there lifeless. You have a chance to drive it into their chest.
That would truly be the proverbial nail in the coffin, as you're thinking about it. But yeah, I mean, for the Chargers, they are right now the 5 seed at 9-4. The Bills, I think, are probably going to win 2 at least, maybe 3 of their next 4 games to finish with 12 wins or so. To keep pace, the Chargers have to win some tough, challenging games, and that starts this weekend for a team fighting for their playoff lives in Kansas City. But the road for Kansas City, as it stands now, is precarious, with 3 teams ahead of them, 2 teams ahead of them rather, before they even get to Houston, who's surging. Like, to get to the 7th seed, miracles have to happen already. This could be the end.
You mentioned the Bills, who are 9-4. They're chasing the Patriots in the AFC East. New England's off of a bye at 11-2. The Patriots host the Bills at 1 o'clock on Sunday. New England has not lost since week 3 against Pittsburgh. They have ripped off 10 consecutive wins, the longest streak in the NFL, and now off of a bye. So similarly to Washington, this is the opposite year. You know what I mean? They're the Commanders of a year ago. They're doing it better. But at 11-2 now, they too have a tough schedule in the next couple of weeks. Bills and then Ravens. Things lighten up with the Jets and the Dolphins. But if they beat Buffalo, they're going to win the AFC East. A lot of people have said, oh, they're not any good. They haven't beaten anybody. Well, they played the Bills in Week 5 in primetime, and they beat them. They played the Bucs before Tampa Bay was bad, just a handful of weeks ago, and they beat them by 5. So it's true. They've had the easiest schedule in the league. There's no doubt about that. But they are 2-0 against the best 2 teams they've played. And now with the Bills desperate, Josh Allen cooking, if you can beat Buffalo at home in Week 15 in a December game to cement the division, I think people got to leave them alone about who they've played. When it's one thing if you never beat a good team. When you've only played 3 or 4 of them and you've won all those, plus you've blown out all the bad teams, you're just pretty good.
Yeah, what else am I supposed to do, right? That's a how-to-like-me-now type situation. For Buffalo, though, you touched on it. If they win this weekend, they're 10-4, and they're all but in, because 2 of their final 3 games, Cleveland and the Jets, with Philly sandwiched in there.
And it may not even matter. You'd like to win the division for sure, but even if you don't, you're going to be a favorite on the road at some crappy division winner.
You fully make
you could go to Jacksonville as a 4-point favorite.
Right, yeah, if you're one of those teams, you end up as like the 6th seed. Someone's going, oh, crap, we just drew Buffalo. Right?
And you don't have to worry about going to Arrowhead.
Right. Yeah, seriously, that's your house of horrors. So they still have as good a chance as anybody. So that's a big one this weekend for them. Not for the division, but kind of solidify playoff standing, to your point.
We'll finish up our trek through the playoff relevant games. There are many of them in the NFL. We'll do that next. And at the top of the hour at 6 from Kraft House out here in Fairfax, we're going to put the spotlight on the Commanders and the Giants with our player to lock in on. Our predictions. We'll even go through some of the props and go over and under. All of that coming up before we say goodbye from Kraft House in Fairfax on G&D. It's a Football Friday. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel Fridays turning up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30. That is about 20 minutes from right now it gets going. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonus, surprises, all designed to bring the Friday energy. This is not just another promo. It's your weekly pregame NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to grab your reward. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get rewards before the clock expires. FanDuel.com, promo code is GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We're meeting Slash's neighbors
We
out
just
here.
got on the record dirt, neighborhood gossip and dirt about our very own Chris Russell.
The things that Chris Russell does,
He's been
doesn't
accused
do.
of doing. There are rumors.
Not cutting his grass.
Oh, my God, the garbage left over. Whose engine block is that in your front yard? What are you doing?
When he grills, the crazy things that he does that annoys his neighbors. Can you believe it?
The weird screams at all hours.
Reenie, old buddy, old pal. Hair, I took care of it.
Harry, I took care of it.
We're taking you through Week 15 matchups in the NFL. We're just about done breaking down the playoff-relevant games, but let's go rapid fire through the remaining contests. That lets us set the table for Commanders-Giants at 6 o'clock in our final segment, taking you up to 6:30. We're live in Fairfax at Kraft House today. Picking up the action, I want to go Eagles hosting Raiders. Philadelphia's got trouble in paradise here. Forget that they've lost 3 in a row, which is a pretty big deal. Dallas, Chicago, and L.A. People realize that, right?
Yeah.
They've lost 3 straight games to the Cowboys, Bears, and Chargers. But on top of that, even when they were winning 4 in a row, and at that point when they were 8-2, they didn't like each other very much. So now, it's not even that the process is bad, but the results are good. Now the process seems rotten, and the results are bad as well. They get the gift of the Raiders, and they have the softest, Charmin, absolute easy schedule that you could have, with Raiders twice against the Commanders, one more tough game against the Bills. So they're going to win the East. I have no delusions about that. But they need to put it together now so that they can actually have a shot when they get to the playoffs.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, they're sitting there going, God, we need a win. Who do we play this week? The Raiders? Oh, thank God. Right? Now,
2-11.
Imagine if they lose. But as a quick side. So losing the 3 games, they lost a field goal game to Dallas, divisional game, 1-score game plus to Chicago on the Friday after, a bit of a weird thing, and then overtime game to the Chargers. So it's not like this blowout free fall, but everyone knows if you watch them, it just doesn't look right, and they need to get right before the postseason.
Here's a fun storyline for that game. Geno Smith's out for the Raiders. You know who's starting against the Eagles?
No.
Geno's backup?
Who is it?
Kenny Pickett.
Is it really?
You know what team he played for last year?
Steelers?
The Eagles.
Oh, that's right. I missed the time in between. Yeah.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh, because he picked us apart.
His former teammate.
That's right.
Packers and Broncos in Denver. Is this the week where the Broncos don't find a way to escape with a win after not playing that well for stretches of a game? They are tied with the New England Patriots right now at 10 consecutive wins, the most in football. They have not lost since week 3. They're in the exact same boat as New England. Now, the reason people talk more kindly about the Patriots is because with the same record at 11-2, they haven't gotten the same quarterback play. You've got Drake May on the precipice of an MVP award maybe, and Bo Nix feels like a guy they're winning in spite of at times. We saw that here in Washington in their 27-26 win. They blew out the Raiders. It didn't look like it, but they actually had a 17-point lead in the fourth quarter last week. But now you level up and play a varsity schedule here. Packers, Jaguars, Chiefs, Chargers. Very difficult Final Four. I actually think they split these games, and they go something like 13-4. But if you tell me they go 3-1 or 1-3, I'll bet you they lose 3. Like, this is a treacherous final month.
Yeah, and we said this last year about Kansas City. It never happened until the Super Bowl. But a team that's really good despite some of the other external factors, stats-wise, you go, eventually it's got to come home to roost, and maybe it does with a difficult part of their schedule. Green Bay, though, is almost like their NFC version, where you're going, aren't you good? Can you just blow somebody out at some point instead of having, comeback wins or miraculous plays against the Giants or, one-score wins, eking it out against Chicago? It took Caleb Williams throwing a bad pick at the end of the game for you not to go to overtime. When are you just going to beat the hell out of somebody? They don't really seem like they have in their DNA, and yet there they are at 9-3-1 at the top of the division.
Lions-Rams should be a blast. 4:25 East time on Sunday. Detroit's 8-5, has to get a win. They've gone every other. Loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, and then beat the Dallas Cowboys. They've got Rams, Steelers, Vikings, Bears. As I mentioned, though, with a win over the Rams, the Lions could catch the Bears this weekend and for the first time in weeks be a playoff team as of next weekend. They've got to get a win. The Rams are 10-3. They're tied with the Seattle Seahawks for the top record in the West. They play the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football this coming week, 6 days away. So if they can win, they'll go into that game in first place with the tiebreaker and a chance to all but clinch the division. If they lose to the Lions, Seattle's got the Colts, and 44-year-old Phil Rivers might be starting for Indianapolis. You know the Seahawks are going to win that game, get to 11-3. Now you're a game behind the Seahawks, and they're about to take away the tiebreaker with a win over you this coming week on Thursday Night Football. Interestingly about that game, by the way, it is in Seattle. So you're on the road, short week, which is really, really difficult. Everything bodes well for the Seahawks if the Lions can upset the Rams.
Yeah, a huge one for the Lions, too. If they win this game, your season's back on, right? Where you look at Pittsburgh next week, very winnable. At Minnesota, who's pretty much falling apart. And then kind of a win and get in, presumably, against the Bears, who you've already shellacked once earlier on this season. So if Detroit goes on the road and upsets the Rams are maybe the best team in the NFL, if not 1, 2, or 3, whatever, doesn't matter. Detroit needs it really bad. If they do it, all of a sudden you're 9-5 and in the driver's seat.
Primetime games this week in Week 15. Sunday Night Football is Vikings-Cowboys. Minnesota's 5-8. Dallas is 6-1. Vikings have been eliminated, but all but eliminated. Mathematically, not yet. Dallas cannot have another loss. If they run the table, they will get in. They've got the Vikings, the Chargers, the Commanders, and the Giants. So the next two are their biggest challenges. They're trying to keep their hopes alive. And then the Monday Night Football game is huge for both teams. Miami, not because of the playoffs, but Mike McDaniel, sneaky, might save his job. 4 straight wins with a quality win against Buffalo, the Madrid victory over Washington. They went into their bye, came out with wins over the Saints and the Jets. So they've gone from 3-7 to 6-7. They knock off the Steelers. They could be 7-7 going into the final 3 games of the year. He may actually keep his job altogether. Meanwhile, the Steelers are 7-6. They beat Baltimore. They still play them again, but a win over the Dolphins, and they're in a good spot to win the North, especially if the Ravens have another letdown.
Yeah, and they're playing Cincinnati, who beat the pants off them a couple weeks ago. So yeah, for Pittsburgh, this is for the division basically. You harvest your nuts here, you end up at 8-6. Who knows what Baltimore's going to do the rest of the way? And someone's got to represent that division in the postseason. It's a shame because there's a whole bunch of teams that are better in both conferences.
All right, Dad's got some projected totals from FanDuel for player props for the Commanders game this week. So we'll go over/under on those, try to find a game script we like, and we will set the table with predictions for Commanders-Giants in our final segment coming up live from Kraft House in Fairfax. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.